In the western region of Jiang Kingdom, there exists a sect of immortality known as the Heishan sect. Today, within the council hall of Heishan's sect, the atmosphere was thick with tension, suffocating all who entered. Peng Biao, you have slain the core disciple Su Xing. Your methods are cruel and unforgivable. According to the sect's laws, your Dantian shall be shattered and you will be expelled from the sect. A voice, cold and authoritative, echoed from the high seat, resonating throughout the hall. In an instant, a gray light flashed from the elevated seat and struck the Dantian of a black-clad youth kneeling below. Uffed! Peng Biao's complexion turned ghostly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, his handsome face twisted. In agony, the shattering of his Dantian signified a complete severance from the path of cultivation. The true essence within Peng Biao's Dantian dissipated, and his realm plummeted from the realm of Yuan to that of an ordinary mortal. From this day forth, he would no longer be the spirited, powerful genius cultivator, but would join the ranks of the common populace. Given your past contributions to the sect, hasten to the teleportation hall and return to your hometown to spend your remaining days in peace. The voice from the high seat resounded once more, this time tinged with a sense of distance. Thank you, sect master. With a pale countenance, Peng Biao struggled to rise, staggering towards the hall's exit, the elders standing on either side of the hall observed the scene with varying reactions. Some sighed, others smirked, while some remained indifferent. Upon exiting the hall, he was met with a throng of black-clad disciples of Heishan's sect gathered outside. That a genius core disciple. Now, with his Dantian ruined, he is but a useless wretch. Our Heishan sect is a renowned sect in the Jiang Kingdom. Who would have thought such a scandal would arise? Peng Biao truly deserves his fate. Bias. A core disciple. He killed his fellow brothers. What a beast. Why is he merely stripped of his cultivation? Why doesn't the sect master execute him? Perhaps it is out of respect for his master, Elder Zhang Bufan. Elder Zhang did contribute significantly to the sect during his lifetime. Contributions are one matter, but crimes are another. They cannot be conflated. This brother, once a cultivator with his Dantian destroyed, has his foundation damaged. He will live at most another year. What difference does it make if he dies sooner or later? Peng Biao, how did you ascend from an ordinary person to a core disciple in just 10 years? What does it matter if you were a genius at 20? Now, you are merely a useless wretch. Dare you act arrogant before us, the outer and inner disciples? Hey, useless one, call me senior brother and let me hear it. I used to call you senior brother often. Now it's your turn, What's senior brother? And a junior brother? He has been expelled from our Heishan sect and is now an ordinary mortal. He has no right to call us brothers. Peng Biao surveyed his surroundings, listening to the various voices of ridicule and scorn, witnessing the ugly faces of those disciples before him. Anger ignited within him, accompanied by a profound sense of desolation. Among these people were many whom he had once aided and guided. Now, having fallen to the depths of despair, they transformed into mockers, embodying the harshness of the world. You insult me, bully me, and look down upon me, yet I shall not belittle myself. Peng Biao thought resolutely. With this thought, he, clad in black, disregarding the pain in his Dantian, straightened his back and strode with unwavering determination through the crowd, ignoring the cacophony of derisive voices as he headed directly towards the teleportation hall. The disciples, witnessing this, revealed expressions of astonishment, their murmurs quieting considerably. With each step forward, as he passed through the sea of humanity, he recalled a saying once imparted by his master: those who conquer others possess strength. Those who conquer themselves are truly powerful. A person who can triumph over their negative emotions at any moment is the true embodiment of strength. Moments later, with heavy steps, Peng Biao arrived at the entrance of the teleportation hall. Gazing at the grand hall doors, a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure suddenly appeared to block his path. He focused his gaze and recognized the newcomer, a black-clad youth with striking features. Zhang Xiang, an inner disciple. Zhang Xiang's complexion was pale, with elongated eyes and thin lips that gave him a somewhat sharp appearance. Yet, Peng Biao knew him to be a person of integrity, having frequently accompanied him and received the most care from him among his junior brothers. Looking at Zhang Xiang, Peng Biao forced a smile and said, Zhang Xiang, I never expected that amidst so many in Heishan's sect, you would be the only one to see me off. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang's handsome face momentarily faltered, but he soon smiled and nodded. Of course, senior brother Peng has always cared for me greatly. Whatever I requested, you always obliged that I hold your kindness in my heart and wish to repay it. Yet, with a sigh, Zhang Xiang trailed off. Peng Biao shook his head. Zhang Xiang, there is no need for such words. In any case, I'm glad you came to see me off. With that, Peng Biao turned to enter the hall. However, Zhang Xiang swiftly stepped forward, blocking his way once more. Smiling, he remarked, Senior brother, have you forgotten the sect rules? Those expelled from the sect cannot take any items related to the sect with them. What do you mean, Zhang Junior brother? I have relinquished all items and storage bags I possess, nothing but tea this moment. Peng Biao began to sense something amiss in Zhang Xiang's words. Why was this inner disciple concerned with him? Zhang Xiang's lips curled into a mocking smile as he replied, Why does my esteemed senior brother lie with open eyes? Is not the robe you wear a gift from a sect? Does it not count as a sect item? Finally, Peng Biao comprehended Zhang Xiang's intentions. He had come to add insult to injury, demanding that he strip off his clothing and leave bare. Regret flooded his heart for having once believed this man to be sincere and for having extended kindness to this ingrate. With arms crossed, Zhang Xiang regarded Peng Biao with a sidelong glance, taunting, Hurry up, my good senior brother, my time is precious. If you do not act, I shall assist you in disrobing. Peng Biao's expression darkened considerably. While killing was but a matter of formality, Zhang Xiang was relentless in his mockery. Gritting his teeth, Peng Biao said, Zhang Xiang, I once treated you as my own brother. How could you? Enough of your nonsense. Zhang Xiang interrupted, his voice boisterous. Do not invoke our past friendship. I spent every day at your side, bustling about like a dog. Today, I wish to see what the once great genius core disciple looks like after being stripped bare. Ha ha ha, Zhang Xiang laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, noticing that Peng Biao still did not move, Zhang Xiang lunged forward, seizing Peng Biao's shoulder to begin stripping him. Stop! Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from a distance. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Peng Biao turned his head and his previously furious eyes softened instantly. A woman approached slowly from afar, her long, flowing hair cascading like gentle waves. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her brows delicate like distant mountains, skin as white as snow, and her lips full and crimson. As she walked, her black dress accentuated her graceful figure. Zhang Xiang stood transfixed, his gaze filled with fervor and admiration as the woman drew closer. She soon stood before the two men, first casting a concerned glance at Peng Biao, then parting her lips to speak softly, Zhang Xiang, I give you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight. Zhang Xiang, startled by her words, felt his previous admiration shift to panic. He hastily released his grip and bowed repeatedly, smiling nervously. I have seen Sister Qin. I will leave immediately. With that, he turned and fled, disappearing in an instant. Now, only Peng Biao and the woman remained. Peng Biao turned to gaze at the woman's exquisite face, his voice soft with affection. Ruo Shui, I thought you would not come. The young woman in question is Qin Ruoshui, the prodigious core disciple of the Black Mountain sect, renowned for her exceptional talents and hailed as the most beautiful woman of the sect. She is merely a year younger than Peng Biao, and together they were celebrated as the golden couple among the core disciples. In secret, they had long admired one another, nurturing feelings that remained unspoken between them. Peng Biao had resolutely vowed that on the day of Qin Ruoshui's 20th birthday, he would confess his love and seek to become her lifelong partner. He believed wholeheartedly that she harbored similar sentiments. However, all dreams were shattered when Peng Biao's Dantian was rendered useless, though his heart brimmed with affection for Qin Ruoshui. He recognized that their paths had diverged irreparably. Nevertheless, the cherished moment spent together would forever remain a beautiful memory for him. As Qin Ruoshui gazed upon Peng Biao's pallid visage, tears glistened in her enchanting eyes. She gently spoke, It is my tardiness that has allowed that scoundrel Zhang Xiang to bully you. Peng Biao firmly clasped her delicate hand and softly reassured her, As long as you are here, Everything else is trivial. They soon found themselves beneath a grand tree beside the hall, where Qin Ruoxue took the initiative to hold Peng Biao's hand, her tears flowing as she lamented, "Brother Peng, it is all my fault. If I had not acted impulsively and killed Su Xing, you would not be in this predicament." Peng Biao interjected, hastily gesturing for silence. He scanned their surroundings cautiously, ensuring their safety before continuing. "Ruoxue, do not grieve. Everything that has transpired is of my own volition. I would willingly do anything for you. Moreover, Su Xing deserved his fate. He repeatedly harassed you, and I had long found him intolerable." It turned out that Su Xing had met his end at the hands of Qin Ruoxue, and Peng Biao, determined to shield his beloved from punishment, was prepared to sacrifice himself and bear the blame. "Brother, you have suffered," Qin Ruoxue gently remarked. Peng Biao withdrew his hand, gazing at the ethereal figure before him, and with a bittersweet smile, he replied, "I am not suffering. It is just that on the path of cultivation ahead, I will no longer be able to accompany you." Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxue hastily urged, "Brother, do not speak like that. The world of cultivation is vast. As long as we seek, there must be a way to restore your Dantian." Peng Biao shook his head, saying, "Once the Dantian is shattered, there is no method to mend it. This is a fundamental truth of cultivation that my master taught me upon my initiation. Even if a certain powerful individual possesses a solution, I have only 1 year left to live. Ruoxue, I cannot afford to wait or search any longer." Upon hearing these words, Qin Ruoxue could no longer hold back her tears and embraced Peng Biao tightly. In their moment of impending separation, possibly for the last time, both disregarded all else. As she inhaled the faint, pure fragrance of Qin Ruoxue, Peng Biao felt as if he might succumb to intoxication. For the sake of his beloved, who could claim he was wrong? They held on to each other for what felt like an eternity, savoring the warmth radiating from one another, neither willing to let go first. At that moment, Qin Ruoxue suddenly whispered in Peng Biao and Apos' ear, "Brother, what do you plan to do with the high-grade low-tier spirit tool?" Spirit tools, wielded by cultivators, are classified into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower, each further divided into 3 tiers. Peng Biao possessed a high-grade low-tier spirit tool bestowed upon him by his master, Zhang Bufan, a year prior. At that time, Zhang Bufan, an elder of the Heishan sect, had ventured to an ancient cultivation cave in search of treasures, but encountered an accident and barely returned to the sect, leaving this spirit tool behind before his demise. Only Zhang Bufan and Peng Biao were privy to this matter, and it was only when he inadvertently mentioned it while with Qin Ruoxue that she learned of it. Although Peng Biao often secluded himself and seldom ventured into the world of cultivation, he was not dim-witted. He understood the implications of Qin Ruoxue's inquiry. However, he could not acquiesce. With deep regret, he whispered to her, "Ruoxue, that is the only relic left by my master before his passing. He instructed me not to give it to anyone. I promised him, and thus I cannot give it to you. I am sorry." "Fool, why apologize? I merely wished to know if you had hidden it well. If anything left by master were to be discovered by others, what would you do then?" Qin Ruoxue playfully chided. Hearing this, Peng Biao sighed in relief, realizing he had overthought the situation. He immediately reassured her, "Do not worry. I have buried it in a secret location, ensuring that no one will find it." Qin Ruoxue nodded in approval. "That is wise. Let this spirit tool remain underground to accompany master." Peng Biao silently agreed. After a lengthy pause, he reluctantly released Qin Ruoxue and softly said, "Ruoxue, I must take my leave. If you have the time, remember to visit me in Pengjia village." Qin Ruoxue nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Brother, do not worry. I will certainly come to see you." Peng Biao smiled and turned towards the teleportation hall. As she watched his retreating figure, a smile graced her lips as she murmured, "Pengjia village, Pengjia village." Within the teleportation hall, Peng Biao stood respectfully before an elderly man, whose hair and beard were entirely white, seated in a corner. "Elder, I kindly request your assistance in sending me to Pengjia village in the southern region of Jiang country." The elder nodded slightly and swiftly formed hand seals. Moments later, the ground illuminated with intricate patterns, and after a flicker of light, Peng Biao vanished without a trace. In the southern part of Jiang country, at a small lake behind Pengjia village, a flash of white light appeared several feet above the surface, and suddenly, Peng Biao's figure plunged into the lake with a resounding splash. Ignoring the chaos, he quickly swam to the sandy shore nearby. Sitting on the ground, He gasped for air and grumbled, "Old man, what kind of trick was that? Surely it was deliberate. Couldn't you have teleported me to solid ground?" After sharing a tender moment with Qin Ruoshui, Peng Biao felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He resolved that since his Dantian had been ruined and he had become an ordinary person with only a year left to live, he ought not to be shackled by sorrow, but rather embrace the joy of this remaining year. As the blazing sun hung high in the sky, Peng Biao waited until his clothes had dried on the beach before preparing to head towards Pengjia village. At that moment, a flicker of green light caught his eye. Curiosity piqued. He turned to look into the distance and saw something protruding from the sand, glimmering faintly under the sun. What could that be? I recall that fierce tigers once roamed the back mountain, which is why few venture here. How could there be something? With questions swirling in his mind, Peng Biao strode forward. He carefully examined the object before digging it out and cleaning it for a closer inspection. It was a piece of bronze, roughly the size of an adult's fist, irregularly round and uneven, likely a fragment of some item. The surface was adorned with intricate patterns and densely packed, tiny inscriptions. Peng Biao scrutinized the inscriptions, but regrettably, he could not decipher them. As he observed the bronze, it suddenly trembled violently and transformed into a beam of light, burrowing into Peng Biao's palm and vanishing. This sudden occurrence startled him, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Yet, before he could ponder further, his Dantian emitted a powerful suction force, drawing in an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, which was then absorbed into his body. Seeing this, Peng Biao was taken aback. He was well acquainted with spiritual energy, yet the speed at which it entered his body now far surpassed anything he had experienced during his own cultivation. If previously, the influx of energy felt like a gentle stream, now it surged like a mighty river. A wave of elation washed over him as he realized that the bronze fragment had indeed entered his Dantian, catalyzing the influx of spiritual energy. This bronze piece was undoubtedly a treasure. However, a bitter smile soon crossed his face. With his Dantian rendered useless, what good was any treasure to a person deemed useless? Indeed, once the spiritual energy entered Peng Biao and Apos' body, it immediately dissipated. As much as he absorbed was lost. Moments later, it seemed the bronze fragment recognized that Peng Biao and Apos' Dantian could not hold spiritual energy and ceased its absorption. Peng Biao, witnessing this, shook his head and sighed, alas. When one lacks the ability, even the finest treasures hold no value. Upon entering Pengjia village, Peng Biao encountered no one on the road. It was midday, and the sun blazed fiercely, likely causing the villagers to rest indoors. Recalling his memory, he arrived at the site of his former stone house, and as expected, after 10 years of abandonment, it had collapsed. Weeds overran the courtyard, a testament to its desolation. 10 years ago, Peng Biao's father had perished tragically while hunting with the village chief, and upon hearing the dreadful news, his mother fell ill and passed away a month later, leaving the 10-year-old Peng Biao behind. After such a profound loss, the young boy was nearly shattered, but with the village chief's attentive care, he managed to endure. Not long after being taken in by the village chief, while foraging for wild vegetables nearby, Peng Biao stumbled upon a gravely injured old man and, out of kindness, brought him home. This old man turned out to be Zhang Bufan, an elder of the Heishan sect. After recuperating for several days, Zhang Bufan, grateful for Peng Biao and Apos' life-saving kindness, recognized the boy and Apos' potential for cultivation and took him as his disciple. Peng Biao, eager to escape this place of sorrow, left with Zhang Bufan for the Heishan sect, a secret known only to the village chief. Now, standing before the collapsed stone house, Peng Biao felt as though he were caught in a dream. A decade has passed, and when he left, he was an ordinary person. Upon his return, he remains just as ordinary. Fate resembles a circle. The difference now is that Zhang Bufan has perished, and Peng Biao has but a year left to live. Realizing he cannot linger here any longer, Peng Biao, guided by memory, hastens to the home of the village chief, Peng Man. Moments later, he arrives at Peng Man and Apos' abode. Before him stands a tall yet modest stone house, and he approaches to knock on the door. Who is it? An aged voice calls from within. With a creak, the door swings open, revealing a plump elder with wispy white hair. Who are you? Peng Man gazes at the handsome youth clad in black, a look of confusion crossing his face. Village chief, it is I, Peng Biao. Tears well in Peng Biao and Apos' eyes as he observes the village chief, who appears even older than a decade prior. Peng Biao? Is it truly you, my boy? Ping Man's face brightens with joy as he pulls Ping Biao into his home. Once seated in the main room, Peng Man scrutinizes Peng Biao closely and exclaims, 10 years have flown by. The little child I once knew has blossomed into a fine young man. With reddened eyes, Ping Biao replies, Village Chief, you have aged. Ah, who among us does not grow old? Ping Man waves his hand dismissively. He then grumbles, 10 years ago, when you followed Master Zhang, you never returned. You ungrateful boy. You couldn't spare a moment to check in on this old man. Hearing this, Ping Biao feels a wave of guilt and responds earnestly, Village Chief. I have returned to stay by your side. I will not leave again. Peng Man, puzzled, asks, not leaving? What has transpired? It's a long story. Let us discuss it later. Peng Biao wishes to shield the elder from harsh truths. Very well, as you wish. Are you hungry? I shall prepare a large rooster for you, Ping Man offers. Speaking of the rooster, he continues, do you remember when you first came here as a child? I also killed a rooster then. What part of the chicken did you love most? With a wry smile, Peng Biao replies, I adored the chicken's rear. Village Chief. Please don't test me. I truly am Ping Biao. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of recognition sparks in Ping Man's cloudy eyes, affirming that the young man before him is indeed Peng Biao. A stranger had come to his door claiming to be the long-lost Peng Biao, and naturally, Peng Man needed to verify his identity. Ah, I am simply growing old, and it's natural to overthink, Peng Man says with a benevolent smile. Peng Biao looks around and jokes, Village Chief, there is nothing here worth deceiving you for. If I were a fraud, I would be in the city among the affluent. Not here. Perhaps you are hiding some treasure? Ping Man smacks his lips and muses, not necessarily. Those at the bottom often delight in tormenting others beneath them. It is human nature. Peng Biao reflects on this, recalling the ridicule he faced from former disciples, an embodiment of humanity's tendency to bully the weak. Wait here. I shall prepare the rooster. Peng Man rises and heads to the kitchen. Watching the village chief's stooped figure, Peng Biao silently laments. The chief has no children or wife. Living alone in solitude. Village Chief, allow me to assist you. Peng Biao calls out as he stands. As night descends, Peng Biao and Peng Man engage in hearty conversation, laughter punctuating the air. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the door is kicked open, and a youth clad in black, chains wrapped around his body, strides in slowly. The boy is tall and dark-skinned, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he gazes at Peng Biao. Both Peng Biao and Peng Man rise at the commotion. Upon seeing the newcomer, Peng Biao and Apos' pupils constrict, and he exclaims, Qin Ruoyan. The intruder is Qin Ruoyan, the younger brother of Qin Ruoshui, a disciple of the Heishan sect. I've been listening outside for quite some time, Peng Biao. It seems you've been living quite comfortably. Oh, I almost forgot. You have only a year to live, so you ought to enjoy yourself while you can. Qin Ruoyan says with a condescending tone. Peng Man, bewildered by this revelation, turns to Peng Biao, exclaiming, Peng Biao, is what he says true? Qin Ruoyan. What do you intend to do? Peng Biao disregards Peng Man's question, fixating on Qin Ruoyan. What do I intend to do? Surely, you know in your heart. Qin Ruoyan scoffs, his disdain evident. Pain washes over Peng Biao's face as he comprehends the singular reason for Qin Ruoyan's presence. Reveal the whereabouts of the spirit artifact, or you shall perish, Qin Ruoyan states. Echoing Peng Biao's fears, Qin Ruoshui has turned against him. I will not reveal the artifact's location, even in death. If you dare, kill me. The betrayal of his beloved ignites a fiery turmoil within Peng Biao, plunging him into despair as the world around him loses its color. Qin Ruoyan examines Peng Biao's unwavering resolve, his desire for death evident, and a frown creases his brow, causing him a measure of discomfort. But soon, his gaze falls on Peng Man beside Peng Biao, and a spark of interest ignites within him. With a swift motion, Qin Ruoyan conjures a gray energy that transforms into a massive hand, reaching across the distance to seize Peng Man by the throat, lifting him high. He then gazes at Peng Biao, sneering, as a man on the brink of death, you may not fear your own demise, but what of him? What of the villagers? Qin Ruoyan, how can you, as a cultivator, stoop to targeting ordinary folk? Have you no humanity? Peng Man bellows in fury. Humph. A man is not a man without ruth. What does the death of a few mortals matter for the sake of a spirit artifact? I have no time to waste with you. I will count to 3. If you do not disclose the artifact's whereabouts, this old fool will pay the price. 1. 2. Caught in turmoil, Peng Biao watches as Peng Man's face turns crimson from strangulation, engulfed in a wave of guilt. Why did I trust others? Why did I disclose my masteress legacy? 3. Very well. Let this old man go below to await you. Qin Ruoyan grins wickedly, preparing to tighten his grip around Peng Man and Apos' throat. Wait. Bring Qin Ruoshui in. I shall speak directly to her. Peng Biao grits his teeth, convinced that this matter concerning the spirit artifact would compel Qin Ruoshui to accompany her brother, ensuring they came together. Qin Ruoyan hesitates, his expression wavering as he pauses. Peng Biao, speak your mind. A soft voice emerges from outside, followed by Qin Ruoshui, clad in a black gown, appearing before Peng Biao. Her eyes are cold, her face composed, as if she were engaged in a trivial task. Seeing Qin Ruoshui, Peng Biao trembles with rage. He realizes that her heart has entirely abandoned him. As for whether she ever truly cared for him, he is now uncertain. He cannot fathom how, in just half a day, Qin Ruoshui seems to have transformed entirely. Can women truly be so capricious? Or has she always been masking her true self? Taking a deep breath, Peng Biao weakly states, first, release the village chief. Qin Ruoshui gestures to her brother, and Qin Ruoyan releases his grip, causing the now flushed Peng Man to crash to the ground, shattering a stool. Yet he quickly gasps for air, disregarding the pain. Now can we speak, waste of space? Qin Ruoyan smirks at Peng Biao. Ignoring him, Peng Biao locks eyes with Qin Ruoshui, demanding, why? Is the value of a spirit artifact truly greater than the bond we shared? Bond. Peng Biao, I must say, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly believe there exists romantic affection among cultivators? I confess, I harbored a modicum of fondness for you in the past. However, from the moment your Dantian was rendered useless, my interest in you vanished entirely. Ask yourself, what qualifications does a cripple possess to engage in matters of the heart with me? Qin Ruoshui. Her gaze was as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotion. Was it not because of you that my Dantian was destroyed? You killed Su Xing, and I took the blame for you. I sacrificed everything for your sake. And this is how you repay me? Peng Biao cried out in desperation. Hey, Peng Biao, have I ever asked you to do anything for me? Wasn and Apos, tea at all your own choice? Wretched scoundrel, shameless. At that moment, only these 4 words could encapsulate Peng Biao and Apos' feelings. Peng Biao, watch your tongue. Do you wish for this old man to perish? Qin Ruoyan stepped forward, pointing at Peng with a loud voice. Ha ha. So it was all my own volition. Indeed, it was my own volition. I can blame no one but myself for being foolish, for being blind. Peng Biao laughed heartily towards the heavens. Qin Ruoshui cast a fleeting glance at him, stating, speak, you know my temperament. I shall not relent until my objectives are achieved. Peng Biao inhaled deeply, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh, and he closed his eyes, weakly uttering, the storage bag is buried beneath the ancient pine beside the listening waves pavilion. Upon hearing this, the once impenetrable ice in Qin Ruoshui's beautiful eyes stirred slightly. The listening waves pavilion, situated atop the back mountain of the Black Mountain sect, offers an unobstructed view of the endless sea of trees. The strong winds create a rustling sound akin to crashing waves, hence the name. The listening waves pavilion holds profound significance for both Peng Biao and Qin Ruoshui, as it is the site of their first encounter. Let us depart. Once her goal was achieved, Qin Ruoshui beckoned her brother and stepped outside first, aware that Peng Biao would not lie, for he could not bear the consequences of deceit. Qin Ruoyan, however, sneered mockingly. It would have been better for you to recognize your situation sooner, thus sparing me the trouble of taking action. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao suddenly opened his eyes, glaring coldly at him, his gaze brimming with lethal intent. Qin Ruoyan felt a shiver run down his spine from Peng Biao's stare, and once he regained his composure, he became furious, exclaiming, a mere ant dares to be audacious. Today, I shall end your life. With that, he prepared to strike at Peng Biao. A yen cease. Qin Ruoshui's voice drifted in from outside. Sister, I believe leaving him alive poses a significant threat to us. He has but a year to live. Sister, but leave. At Qin Ruoshui's urging, Qin Ruoyan shot a fierce glare at Peng Biao, then swept his sleeves and strode out. Qin Ruoshui, Qin Ruoyan, I vow that you will pay for this. I will ensure it. Peng Biao ground his teeth, his heart roaring with fury. Yet soon, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. With a shattered Dantian and only a year left to live, what could he possibly do? After the Qin siblings departed, Peng Biao hurriedly helped Peng Man to his feet, expressing concern. Village chief, are you feeling any better? At that moment, Peng Man's breathing had stabilized, but he still felt pain throughout his body. He disregarded his own discomfort and grasped Ping Biao's hand, urgently asking, "Ping Biao, is what they said true?" He had overheard Qin Ruoyan calling Peng Biao a cripple with only a year to live. Peng Biao gritted his teeth and silently nodded. Alas! How could this be? How could this be? The heavens are blind. Peng Man lamented, striking the ground in despair. Since the arrival of the Qin siblings, Peng Biao had grown taciturn, leaving Peng Man at a loss for how to console him. With Peng Biao's home in ruins, Peng Man offered him shelter, providing companionship in return. 3 days later, upon returning home, Peng Man found Peng Biao sitting silently on a stool. He approached and mysteriously said, "Peng Biao, did you know? You actually have a fiancée." At this, Peng Biao looked up, forcing a bitter smile. "Village chief, please do not jest. If I had a fiancée, I would surely know." Peng Man, seeing that Peng Biao was skeptical, retorted, "I am not deceiving you. This was arranged between your father and me at the time of your birth. You were too young to understand. How could you possibly know? After your parents passed away and you left with Master Zhang to cultivate, I simply never mentioned it." Seeing that Peng Man seemed earnest, Peng Biao inquired, "Who is she?" "Ah, she is our village's Inu, 5 years your senior. 20 years ago, when I was out hunting, I saved her from the jaws of a wolf, and she later settled in Pengjia village. But why do I have no recollection of her from my childhood?" Peng Biao remained unconvinced. He had been the leader of the children, playing well with kids from neighboring villages, yet he had no memory of this Inu. Inu was traumatized by the wolf attack during her childhood, leading her to develop an extremely reclusive disposition and a dislike for going outside. "Of course, you would not know her." Peng Man chuckled softly. Peng Lai contemplated for a moment and then spoke with solemnity. "Village chief, even so, I cannot marry her. You see, I can only live for a year. If I marry her, after a year, wouldn't that leave her a widow?" For Peng Lai, marrying Inu would mean that if he were to leave behind offspring, he could face his parents in the afterlife with dignity. However, it would be exceedingly unfair to Inu, and this was something Peng Lai was unwilling to do. "Why are you being so foolish, child? You have only a year left. Are you simply going to wait for death? Your parents have only you as their child. Do you wish for your family line to end?" Peng Man's expression darkened as he rebuked Peng Lai without mercy. Peng Lai's demeanor shifted slightly. In this era, to die without descendants meant that one could not face their parents and ancestors in the afterlife. After careful consideration, he looked at Peng Man and said, "Village chief, aren't and Appos, to you also? Ah, how can you make light of me? I am too old to have children, yet you are still young. I refuse to believe that in a year you cannot produce an heir. But what about your youth? Do not digress, just answer my question." "No." No matter how Peng Man pressed, Peng Lai remained resolute in his refusal. Seeing this, Peng Man was filled with helplessness. Without the consent of the parties involved, there was little that others could do. After pondering for a moment, Peng Man's eyes twinkled as he proposed. "How about this? I will tell Inu the truth about your situation. If she agrees, you two may marry. What do you think?" Peng Lai considered this and ultimately nodded in agreement. If the woman knew he could only live for a year and still agreed to marry him, then what was the harm in it? However, he believed that any woman of sound mind would never consent to marry him upon learning of his circumstances. And as for those who might not be of sound mind, he trusted that Peng Man would not recommend them to him. "All right, I shall speak with Inu." Peng Man hurriedly made his way outside. "Village chief, there must be a formal introduction before the marriage." Peng Lai called out to the retreating figure of Peng Man, concerned that the village chief might be meddling, and felt it more prudent to clarify the situation with the woman directly. "Understood. Leave everything to this old man." Watching Peng Man, in spite of his age, actively working on his behalf, Peng Lai felt a warmth in his heart, regardless of how others treated him. At least village chief Peng Man was genuinely looking out for him. In this world, aside from one and Appos, as parents, having even a couple of people who sincerely cared for oneself was a tremendous stroke of luck. The following day, Peng Man led Peng Lai to a rather elegant stone house. Just as he was about to knock, Peng Lai quickly grabbed his arm, confirming once more, "Village chief, you truly told Inu the truth? She agreed to marry me knowing I can only live for a year? Ah, if you doubt this old man, you may ask her directly." Peng Man shrugged off Peng Lai and Appos' grip and knocked on the door. Creak. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a tall woman of ordinary appearance. Clad in coarse cloth, her complexion was pale, likely from seldom venturing outdoors. Despite her unremarkable looks, her eyes sparkled with life. "Please come in," Inu said, lowering her head slightly with a polite smile. Peng Man nodded with a grin and ushered Peng Lai inside. Upon entering, they found a tidy hall, furnished with a round table and 4 small stools. As they settled, Peng Man took the center seat, while Yin Yu and Peng Lai faced one another across the table. Ahem. I've already briefed you on the situation. Now, if you have anything to say, please speak openly. Peng Man broke the awkward silence. Yin Yu looked up at Peng Lai and replied softly, I leave the decision to the village chief. Very well, Peng Man responded with an enthusiastic nod, clearly pleased with her implied consent. However, Peng Lai furrowed his brow in confusion. Despite Yin Yu's ordinary looks, she was not unattractive by village standards. Why would she choose to marry someone who could only live for a year? Driven by curiosity, Peng Lai began to inquire. Miss Yin, are you aware that I can only live for a year? Yes. And knowing this, you still wish to marry me? Do you understand what this implies? I am utterly impoverished and cannot provide a dowry. Peng Lai, what nonsense are you spouting? I will provide your dowry. Peng Man exclaimed, his temper flaring. Peng Lai's question seemed to dismiss Yin Yu's dignity. Did he think that women had no pride? Did he believe himself so charming that every woman should revolve around him? Yin Yu raised her hand, signaling for Peng Man to calm down, then turned her attention to Peng Lai. Whether or not I become a widow is inconsequential. I require no dowry. I understand your family's stone house has collapsed. You may reside with me from now on. Peng Lai was taken aback, astonished that such a kind woman existed. Had he, after a decade of isolation from ordinary mortals, failed to notice how the world had changed? No. That cannot be. A dowry must be given. Miss Yin, rest assured, I will ensure the dowry meets your satisfaction. Peng Man promptly assured her, believing Yin Yu's words to be mere expressions of frustration. Village chief, I am not jesting. A dowry is merely a formality. If you insist on providing one, I shall not marry. Yin Yu asserted firmly. Well, very well. Peng Lai, do you not express your gratitude to your fiancé? For Peng Man, Yin Yu's response was utterly satisfactory. He was eager to finalize their marriage. However, Peng Lai felt increasingly uneasy. Was there truly such a benevolent woman in the world? It seemed as though she were in a hurry to marry him. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Miss Yin, are you? Peng Lai's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to articulate his concern. Yin Yu cast a knowing glance at him, her eyes flickering with understanding. Rest assured, I am virtuous and have never been with child. She stated calmly. What are you thinking, you rascal? Do you believe I will not reprimand you? Peng Man exclaimed, rising in anger. Peng Lai's implication was an insult to Yin Yu. At that moment, Yin Yu also stood and said calmly, Master Peng, if you believe I am unworthy of you or do not wish to marry, please speak plainly. Do not waste the village chief and Appo's goodwill. Peng Lai felt a wave of shame wash over him. Compared to Yin Yu's composure, he felt like a petty individual. I apologize, Miss Yin. Peng Lai stood to express his regret. He then turned to the village chief, saying, Village chief, please choose an auspicious date. Peng Lai consented, perhaps motivated by Peng Man's kindness, perhaps by his own impending mortality, or perhaps in hopes of leaving a legacy. I have already chosen the date. It shall be tomorrow. Yin Yu promptly declared. How fortuitous. Aha. Then tomorrow at dusk. Peng Man exclaimed, his joy palpable. The sooner Peng Lai wed, the happier he would be. Yet, Peng Lai felt increasingly perturbed. It seemed as if Yin Yu was exceedingly eager to marry him, but he found it difficult to articulate such thoughts. Seeing that the arrangements were settled, Yin Yu retreated to another room, soon reappearing with a package in hand. Approaching the round table, she presented it to Peng Lai, saying, This contains your wedding attire. You shall wear this to our ceremony tomorrow. Peng Lai received the package, his hands stiff with astonishment. At that moment, he felt as though this seemingly ordinary woman held sway over all the events unfolding before him. Peng Man, equally astonished, had not anticipated Yin Yu's preparedness. However, he did not share Peng Biao and Appo's sentiments. He merely felt that matters were settled, and thus a smile adorned his weathered face. The following day, at dusk, Peng Man, dressed in a brand new outfit, accompanied the resplendently attired Peng Biao, clad in a bright red wedding garment, to Yin Yu's abode. On this auspicious day, the couple was on the verge of matrimony. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by an abundance of red fabric hung throughout the room, and numerous large red double happiness characters plastered on the walls, filling the stone house with a festive atmosphere. It was evident that Yin Yu had prepared everything in advance. In the center of the room sat Yin Yu, adorned in a red bridal gown and a red veil, quietly seated on a small stool, with a table laid out with an array of food and drink. Peng Man and Peng Biao hurried over. The wedding of Peng Biao and Inyu, aside from the officiant Peng Man, did not include any other guests. Inyu was not a local. She had no relatives and rarely socialized, thus lacking friends. As for Peng Biao, after the death of his parents, he had lost touch with his relatives, and having spent 10 years in seclusion to cultivate, his appearance had changed significantly. Who would still recognize him? His childhood companions had long since become strangers. Moreover, due to the haste of the occasion, they had not invited any villagers. Having reached this point, Peng Biao resigned himself to the situation. He approached Inyu and gently took her hand, which sent a shiver through his body. Her hand was exceedingly cold, devoid of any warmth. It felt to him as though he were grasping a block of ice rather than a living hand. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Why is your hand so cold?" At that moment, he detected a subtle yet enchanting fragrance, one that was faint yet captivating. Peng Biao could hardly believe that the ordinarily looking Inyu possessed such a delightful scent. However, Inyu did not respond to Peng Biao's inquiry, and he thought perhaps it was due to her cold constitution. Just then, Peng Man announced loudly, "The auspicious time has arrived." Thus, Peng Biao and Inyu stood up hand in hand. With a beaming smile, Peng Man proclaimed, "Bow to heaven and earth," and the couple bowed toward the outside. Bow to the high hall. They turned and bowed again, despite the absence of elders. Husband and wife bow. They faced each other and bowed. At this moment, Peng Man chuckled and said, "My duty is fulfilled. I take my leave." With that, he strode out, leaving the task of escorting Inyu to their chamber to Peng Biao. Just as Peng Man was about to exit the house, Inyu suddenly spoke, "Village chief, when you saved me all those years ago, I promised I would unconditionally fulfill one request of yours, and I have now done so. This karmic bond is now concluded. Do you agree?" "Karmic bond? What does that mean?" "Oh, you mean that matter from years ago? I had forgotten all about it." "Yes, of course, it's fine." Peng Man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly enlightened, realizing that he had never taken the words of a 5-year-old girl seriously. "Very well then," Inyu replied softly. Peng Man departed without a care, closing the door behind him. With his exit, silence enveloped the room, and Peng Biao, seeking to break the quiet, asked, "What did you speak of with the village chief just now?" Upon uttering the name he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he reflected that it was the only term he could use, given his lack of experience. He remembered how young men who had recently married would refer to their wives in such a manner. Inyu remained silent for an extended period, evidently taken aback by the address. Eventually, she responded, 20 years ago, I was saved by the village chief. To repay his life-saving grace, I promised him that I would grant him one request unconditionally, with a time limit of 20 years. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao understood. No wonder Inyu had agreed to marry him, fully aware that her life was limited to a year. No wonder she had not mentioned any marriage contract yesterday. Her marriage to him was merely to fulfill a promise made long ago. With this realization, Peng Biao comprehended that there was no fiancé. It was merely a deception orchestrated by Peng Man to compel him into marriage. Peng Man had deceived him under the guise of a fiancé while binding Inyu with a promise, an act that mirrored the duplicitous methods of unscrupulous matchmakers. However, the die had been cast. Peng Biao could only endure. He could not abandon Inyu right after their marriage. As night deepened outside, signaling the time for rest, Peng Biao inhaled deeply and raised his hand, preparing to lift Inyu's veil. Yet, as if sensing his intention, Inyu preemptively raised her own hand and lifted the veil herself. Stunned, Peng Biao froze, his hand still suspended in the air. When he realized the reality of the situation, a surge of anger welled up within him. In Pengjia village, a woman lifting her own veil on the wedding night was a profound insult to the man, as it indicated that she did not genuinely wish to marry him and had no interest in concealing her true feelings. Though Peng Biao did not care about Inyu's sincerity, his pride as a man had been significantly wounded. "What exactly are you trying to do?" he demanded, pointing at Inyu with his still raised hand. "What am I doing? I only agreed to marry you per the village chief's request. I made no other promises. Furthermore, I advise you not to harbor any other thoughts," Inyu replied, her eyes cold, her demeanor a stark contrast to the previous day. Peng Biao understood all too well what she meant by other thoughts. Lowering his hand, he retorted fiercely, "Inyu, do not overestimate yourself. I am not so desperate as to accept just anyone." "Very well, there are blankets in the cupboard. You can sleep on the floor," Inyu replied indifferently. "Humph." Peng Biao scoffed, striding into the inner room and retrieving a blanket. This was Inyu's domain, and he could not force himself to sleep in the inner room. The crucial point was that it was late at night, and he had nowhere else to go. Tomorrow, I will repair the stone house and never return here again. He vowed silently. Finding a clean spot, Peng Biao spread the blanket on the floor and then sat at the table, indulging in a hearty meal. Yin paid him no mind, retreating into the inner room, slamming the door shut behind her. The sudden noise startled Peng Biao. He glanced at the door, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, hurling a chicken leg he had been holding onto the floor in frustration. What is this? Had I known it would be like this, I might as well have remained unmarried to avoid this vexation. In the dead of night, while Peng Biao lay soundly asleep on the floor, the clock struck the third watch, and the room remained in darkness. Suddenly, the door to the inner room creaked open, and Yin, clad in her red attire, emerged. At that moment, her complexion was pale as death, her eyes bloodshot as if afflicted by a disease. She approached the soundly sleeping Peng Biao, and when she stood before him on the floor, she lowered her head, gazing at him as she murmured, "His aptitude is commendable. But alas, his Dantian has been destroyed. He has at most 1 year of life left." Shaking her head in apparent regret, her words revealed her deep understanding of Peng Biao's condition. Then, with a flick of her right hand, she conjured a golden pill, roughly the size of a finger, which was round and adorned with 6 crooked black lines. Swiftly, she tossed the pill toward Peng Biao's Dantian, where it merged into his body and vanished from sight. Having completed this act, Yin raised her head and stared at the ceiling, her gaze piercing and sharp as if she could see through to the vast depths of the sky above. Suddenly, she proclaimed loudly, "Great path of cause and effect. I bestow this 9th-grade pill of rebirth upon him, granting him the opportunity to once again embark on the path of cultivation. Thus, I shall be free from the karmic ties of this marriage, shall I not?" A resounding thunderclap echoed above Pengjia village, as if the heavens were uttering something, yet remaining silent at the same time. Strangely, this thunderous noise failed to rouse Peng Biao or anyone else in the village. What could this mean? Alas, one seeks only inner peace, and time was drawing near. Yin furrowed her brow, evidently not grasping the significance of the thunder. Finally, she cast a glance at Peng Biao and murmured, "Young man, elixirs are ultimately external substances. Whether you can truly restore your Dantian and regain your potential for cultivation depends on the fortunes that lie ahead. I have merely provided you with a possible opportunity. Should luck favor you and your Dantian be restored, reborn from the ashes, your future shall brim with infinite possibilities." After speaking, Yin slowly returned to the inner room, closed the door, and lay quietly on the bed, seemingly awaiting something. As the clock struck midnight, the moment when the Yin energy in the world was at its peak, Yin's body suddenly tensed, her eyes wide open, pupils constricting sharply. Moments later, her body quivered and relaxed completely, her pupils beginning to dilate. Yin had departed this world, devoid of any life. Shortly thereafter, a fist-sized orb of white light erupted from her forehead, soaring out the window and ascending straight towards the sky. As the white orb reached great heights, it accelerated, ultimately seeming to transcend the confines of time and space, surrounding it with pure darkness. After an indeterminate period, the white orb gradually decelerated, revealing an endless expanse of pitch-black void, within which a throne floated. The throne, carved entirely from white jade, exuded an air of nobility and elegance, its arms and back adorned with numerous vividly carved mythical beasts, including true dragons, flying phoenixes, and cheilants. The white orb landed upon the throne and emitted a blinding light, akin to the sun within the cosmos, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. After a brief moment, the brilliance faded, revealing a woman standing before the throne. Dressed in a white palace gown, her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes resembled clear water. With a graceful demeanor that exuded elegance, she carried an air of authority that commanded respect, leaving onlookers feeling humbled and reluctant to approach. Outside Pengjia village, Peng Biao could hardly have imagined that his bride was a breathtaking beauty, rather than the ordinary-looking Yin. Upon her appearance, the woman elegantly gestured with her sleeve and naturally settled upon the throne. At that moment, clouds of darkness began to swirl around her, resembling ink dispersing in water. Soon after, countless battle flags and a multitude of soldiers clad in various armors emerged from the dark clouds. Gazing around, one could see an endless sea of dark clouds, each teeming with figures. The clang of armor echoed as countless soldiers roared in unison, "Welcome back, Queen! Welcome back, Queen!" The sound of rattling armor resonated as numerous formidable soldiers knelt on one knee, reverently bowing to their singular queen. "All rise," commanded Inu, her voice cool and clear. "Thank you, queen." The soldiers replied in unison, followed by another wave of clanging armor. After surveying the scene, Inu was about to speak when she suddenly raised her brow and, with a slight parting of her lips, commanded, "All of you, stand down." At the queen's command, the dark clouds dissipated into black smoke and vanished in an instant. The atmosphere fell into silence, and Inu languidly reclined upon the throne. After several breaths, a flash of golden light appeared in the air before the throne, revealing a tall, middle-aged man. With a square face, a 3-inch beard, and clad in a bright yellow robe, he exuded an aura of authority as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "In Wang, have you uncovered anything?" the middle-aged man inquired upon their meeting. Inu straightened her posture and slowly shook her head. "I found nothing. Perhaps they are hidden too deeply. You were given 20 years, yet you have nothing to show for it." "I fear they will not spare him," the middle-aged man replied, his brow furrowed. Inu glanced at him and replied coolly, "According to our rules, any significant matter cannot proceed if even one of the 6 objects. I do not consent to his execution." The middle-aged man's expression grew serious as he retorted, "Inu Hua, as a dignified sovereign-level power, must you resort to such petty tactics like mere mortals?" Inu Hua smiled brightly, akin to a blooming flower, and replied, "I am merely adhering to the rules. Brother Yang, as the intermediary, must remain impartial. Ultimately, it is you and I who are comrades in arms." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man bowed his head in contemplation before raising it to declare, "Then he must be exiled." Inu Hua shifted her position slightly and stated, "As long as he is not killed, I have no objections. After all, he is not in my custody." "Very well, I shall make another journey." With that, the middle-aged man transformed into a golden orb of light and shot off into the depths of space. Watching the direction in which he disappeared, Inu Hua sighed and murmured, "Brother Liang Wang, this is all I can do for you. I believe, given your character, you would never commit such an atrocious act." In the early morning hours of Pengjia village, Peng Biao awoke. Stretching his limbs, he felt an ache throughout his body. Ever since becoming an ordinary person, lacking the nurturing essence of true qi, his body had deteriorated day by day. After a moment of reflection, he glanced at the door of the inner room and muttered a curse at his slothful wife. Once he finished his morning routine and had a few bites at the table, he stepped outside, determined to repair his stone house as soon as possible. Both Peng Biao and Inyu's stone houses were situated at the outskirts of Pengjia village, allowing him to encounter few people along the way. By noon, after laboring tirelessly, Peng Biao returned home. Entering the main room, he noticed that the door to the inner chamber remained tightly shut, causing him to frown. What on earth is Inyu up to? It's already midday, and she still hasn't risen? After pondering for a moment, he approached the door. "Knock, knock, knock." "Inyu, Inyu." Peng Biao called out loudly. After several attempts, there was still no response from within. Growing anxious, he pushed the door open, finding it unlocked. Upon entering, he was struck by the sight of Inyu lying on the bed, her face pale as death. Peng Biao and Appo's eyes widened in shock, and he reached out to check her pulse. She was lifeless. How could she have died so suddenly? The shock of his bride passing away on their wedding night was an omen of misfortune. Inyu did not appear ill. Could it be that I was the cause of her demise? As thoughts raced through his mind, he hurriedly exited the room. Moments later, Peng Biao led the village chief, Peng Man, back into the inner chamber. Peng Man stepped forward, examining Inyu's eyes, furrowing his brow. It appears to be natural death. After a thorough inspection, they found no abnormalities. They proceeded to the main room, where Peng Man looked at Peng Biao and asked, "Did Inyu exhibit any unusual behavior last night?" Peng Biao shook his head. He had slept outside and was unaware of any irregularities. Alas, since she has passed, she cannot remain in bed. Peng Biao, come with me to the coffin shop to select a proper casket. This child, Inyu, has had a hard life, sighed village chief Peng Man. Inyu's death did not stir much commotion in Pengjia village. As an outsider who seldom ventured out, she had arranged for supplies and other goods to be delivered. Naturally, the villagers did not concern themselves with her fate. Peng Man enlisted several strong middle-aged men to carry Inyu's coffin up the mountain for burial. In the countryside, simplicity prevailed, and no elaborate rituals were performed. In an era when imperial authority did not reach rural areas, decisions in Pengjia village were primarily dictated by the village chief. On the day of the burial, Some inquired about Peng Biao's identity. Considering that Peng Biao's time was limited, Peng Man simply stated that he was a distant relative seeking refuge. Yin Yu was laid to rest, yet Peng Biao insisted on carving her tombstone himself. After all, Yin Yu was his wife in name, despite their lack of a marital bond. As he gazed at the tombstone inscribed with the words "Grave of Yin Yu," accompanied by the modest inscription erected by Peng Biao, he fell silent, squatting on the ground with his head bowed, burning paper money in quiet reverence. Peng Man stood nearby, nodding subtly, acknowledging that Peng Biao was fulfilling the responsibilities of a man. "Let us depart, village chief," Peng Biao called to Peng Man once the burning was complete. As they prepared to leave, Peng Biao cast a final glance at Yin Yu's grave, pressing his lips together, lost in thought. "Peng Biao, there are several widows in the village. You might consider them," suggested Peng Man. However, the reputation of Peng Biao, who had lost his bride on their wedding night, had spread, making it difficult for him to remarry. "No, I would rather not bring misfortune to others. I shall spend the remainder of my days alone." Peng Biao firmly declined. Observing this, Peng Man sighed softly, choosing not to comment further. Upon returning to the village, Peng Man parted ways with Peng Biao, who then re-entered Yin Yu's stone dwelling. Sitting on a bench in the main room, Peng Biao surveyed his surroundings. The stone house felt so foreign to him. Peng Biao made the decision to leave his current residence, choosing instead to spend his remaining days in the company of the village chief, Peng Man. He gathered all the bedding, covered it with cloth, and organized the kitchenware. As he rummaged through the wardrobe, he discovered an array of women's clothing belonging to Yin Yu, which he had no use for. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a small wooden chest, measuring about a foot in size, crafted entirely from mahogany. Upon opening it, his face was illuminated with a golden hue as he beheld a neatly arranged layer of gold bars within. Each bar was roughly the size of an adult's middle finger, and upon careful counting, he found a total of 38 bars. Alongside the gold, there was also a fist-sized round jade pendant. As he caressed the gold bars, his expression remained neutral, neither joyful nor sorrowful, before he lifted the jade pendant, which was made of white jade, smooth to the touch, with a decorative border and the character jade intricately carved in the center. Holding the pendant, he recognized it as a significant artifact related to Yin Yu. After some contemplation, he retrieved a tool and excavated the floor tiles in the inner room, digging a deep pit to place the wooden chest inside, then filled it back in. "Let this yellow and white treasure remain buried until my death, when I shall inform the village chief," he thought to himself. Peng Biao wished to avoid becoming one who squandered gold lavishly. Rather, he desired to live a simple and unadorned life for the remainder of his days. Once everything was completed, he exited the stone house, locked the door, and strode away. Upon Peng Biao's arrival, Peng Man was taken aback. "Village chief, are you not pleased to have my company?" Peng Biao jested. "Of course, welcome. Why would I not be? I thought you would choose to stay in Yin Yu's stone house," Peng Man replied with a smile. "It felt too desolate, lacking warmth." "I intend to accompany you from now on," Peng Biao said. However, Peng Man's expression darkened at these words, for he foresaw the inevitable sorrow of a parent burying their child. Although they had no blood relation, the childless Peng Man had long regarded Peng Biao as his grandson. Faced with such an unresolved tragedy, Peng Man felt an overwhelming melancholy. Thereafter, Peng Biao settled in with Peng Man, occasionally assisting him with farm work, and their companionship flourished. He decided against making any repairs to the old house, reasoning that his time was limited, and now that he had a place to stay, what would be the point of renovations? Thus, a month passed. One day, Peng Man left early in the morning without breakfast or revealing his destination. It was not until dusk that he returned, covered in dust, with an unmistakable joy radiating from his face. Observing this, Peng Biao smiled and inquired, "Village chief, have you been struck by a pie from the heavens? What brings you such joy?" Peng Man chuckled, "You rascal, always teasing the old man. But truly, this is a stroke of good fortune, far better than any pie from the sky." "What good fortune?" Peng Biao asked. "Did you not say your Dantian was shattered? I have news of a remedy." "What? How could that be?" Peng Biao responded incredulously, recalling that Zhang Bufan had informed him that a shattered Dantian could never be repaired. Now, an ordinary man like Peng Man claimed there was a solution. Was this not mere folly? Peng Man waved his hand dismissively. "Do not rush to conclusions. Let me elaborate. A few years ago, a sect of cultivators called the Starry Sect emerged from Wild Fox Mountain." "Wait, village chief. How would an ordinary man like you know about a sect of cultivators?" Peng Biao interrupted. "Do not interrupt. allow me to finish. An elder from the starry sect, while traveling, inadvertently took on a disciple who happens to be a distant relative of mine. By lineage, she is of my granddaughter's generation. She has recently become an inner disciple of the starry sect and returned to visit her parents just a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao realized that Peng Man had gone to meet this disciple of the starry sect, and it was likely she who had informed him of the cultivation sect. I shared your situation with her and asked if there was a remedy. You will not believe her response. She said there is indeed a solution. Their alchemists have concocted a potion that not only repairs the Dantian, but also bestows cultivation aptitude upon those who lack it. Village chief, you. Peng Man raised his hand to silence Peng Biao, continuing, listen to me. She returned with the intention of recruiting young individuals to the starry sect, and if they perform well, they could obtain this potion, thereby gaining cultivation aptitude. I boldly requested a spot for you. She has only 5 slots available. After hearing this, Peng Biao shook his head with a wry smile, exclaiming, Village chief, you have been deceived. Such a potion does not exist. Impossible. That young lady is not only beautiful, but also treats me with great respect, addressing me as grandfather. How could a cultivator deceive me, an ordinary man? Unable to contain himself, Peng Biao interjected, Village chief, those with sweet tongues are the most deceitful. They flatter you with kind words to cloud your judgment, all to achieve their own ends. Peng Biao, what is wrong with you? Just because you were duped by a woman named Qin Ruoshui, you now distrust all women? There is a real chance to repair your Dantian, yet you refuse to believe it. Are you truly resigned to death? Peng Man's voice rose, interrupting Peng Biao. Taken aback, Peng Biao fell silent. Qin Ruoshui's betrayal had indeed instilled a wariness of women in him. Sensing Peng Man's anger, he attempted to soothe him. Village chief, do not be upset. Allow me to explain. You possess limited knowledge of the cultivation world. No potion exists that can repair a Dantian, let alone grant cultivation aptitude. Peng Man retorted, very well, then tell me, why would a cultivator go to the trouble of deceiving an ordinary man like me? What would she gain from fooling me? Stumped, Peng Biao realized that cultivators often looked down upon mere mortals and would not bother to deceive them, as there was nothing of value to gain. Seeing that Peng Biao was at a loss for words, Peng Man pressed on, you cannot answer that, can you? Do you think I, an old man, could be so easily swayed by mere flattery? I have crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. What of cultivators? They are simply powerful beings with long lives. In other respects, they are no different from ordinary people. Peng Biao, upon hearing these words, found himself in quiet agreement. He could not deny that Peng Man's reasoning held merit. Beyond their strength and longevity, cultivators bore no significant differences from ordinary folk. In fact, many exceptionally talented mortals exhibited greater wisdom than most cultivators. Enough of this. You need not dwell on other matters. Tomorrow, accompany me to meet Miss Bei, and let her take you to the starry sect for an opportunity, Peng Man said, patting Peng Biao on the shoulder. Furrowing his brow, Peng Biao hesitated. Observing his uncertainty, Peng Man chided, what is there to hesitate about? Your time is limited. Even if it turns out to be a scam, what of it? Could the outcome be any worse? His words struck a chord, awakening Peng Biao to the reality of his situation. He nodded in agreement, realizing that with his limited lifespan, even if it were a deception, what difference would it make? Death was inevitable, whether sooner or later. He might as well take a chance. Reflecting on this, Peng Biao felt a twinge of shame. Despite dedicating 10 years to cultivation, mostly spent on training and seeking useful endeavors, he had yet to grasp the intricacies of human nature and the essence of things, as well as Peng Man. A mere mortal. Perhaps this was why he had fallen prey to Qin Ruoshui's deceit. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the two set off towards Bei family village. Located several dozen miles away, battling the scorching sun and enduring a lengthy journey, they finally arrived at Bei family village by afternoon. As they entered, Peng Man led the way, and soon they stood before an expansive stone house. The stone house was grand and robust, with the main entrance at its center, flanked by perfectly symmetrical windows, each dimension measured with utmost precision, exuding an air of majesty. The residence comprised 2 stories. The first floor featured 2 crimson doors, each towering like a giant, accompanied by several steps leading to a meticulously cleaned entrance. On either side stood colossal stone lions, each seemingly weighing over 10,000 pounds. Peng Miao instructed Peng Biao to wait at the bottom of the steps while he prepared to knock on the door. However, at that moment, the door swung open, revealing a young man accompanied by a white-clad servant. As the young man stepped out, he implored the servant, "Please allow me to stay a little longer. Perhaps Miss Bay might take a liking to me." The servant waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly, and retorted, "Do you think this is some casual place? You believe you can linger as long as you wish. I must inform you that my lady is a disciple of the inner sect of the Starry Sky sect. Merely meeting her is already a privilege for you. If there are any updates, you shall be informed. If not, it signifies no hope." The young man, undeterred, persisted. "Please allow me just one more chance to see Miss Bay. I still have many words left unspoken." The servant, growing impatient, glared at the young man and scolded, "You've heard enough. Do you seek to provoke me? Be gone at once." Startled, the young man promptly turned away, not daring to linger a moment longer. Observing the dejected figure of the young man, Peng Biao recognized that he too sought to compete for one of the 5 coveted spots. At that moment, the servant turned his gaze towards Peng Biao and Peng Miao, lazily asking, "Who are you? Have you come for the opportunity to join the Starry Sky sect? My lady has been overwhelmed with visitors lately and has retired. You likely cannot see her." Peng Miao, with a polite smile, replied, "Might I trouble you to inform her that I am Peng Miao, the village chief of Peng Family Village, and a distant relative of Miss Bay?" Peng Family Village. I have not heard of it. Relatives, you say? Everyone who comes to see my lady claims to be a relative. I've already mentioned that she is resting. Considering your advanced age, I shall not chase you away, but do leave promptly." The servant declared arrogantly, his nostrils flaring. Displeased by the servant's demeanor, Peng Biao frowned, finding him exceedingly intolerable. Peng Miao continued, "My good fellow, I visited yesterday and spoke with Miss Bay. She agreed to give this old man a spot." "Is that so? I was unaware of such an arrangement." The servant raised an eyebrow skeptically. In response, Peng Miao chuckled softly, stepping closer to the servant, and discreetly slipped something into his hand. Peng Biao clearly saw that it was a silver ingot. Upon touching the silver, the servant quickly grasped it, a reflex honed through countless similar transactions. Returning to the bottom of the steps, Peng Miao smiled and said, "It is a hard journey for me, old as I am. I hope you will kindly convey my message." The servant, now clutching the silver within his sleeve, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, it is not easy for the elderly. Everyone ages eventually. Respecting our elders is a virtue for us young ones. Very well, even if I face my lady's wrath, I shall inform you." Peng Miao laughed heartily. "You are indeed considerate." The servant nodded and bowed respectfully before turning to leave. As he entered the house, he suddenly poked his head out again, asking, "By the way, esteemed elder, which village do you hail from?" Peng Biao nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief at the servant's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, Peng Miao remained unfazed, responding cheerfully, "I am Peng Miao, the village chief of Peng Family Village." "Very well, wait here." The servant replied before retreating and slamming the door shut. Once the servant departed, Peng Biao remarked, "Chief, that fellow is no mere servant. He behaves like a master himself, and he changes his demeanor faster than one can turn a page." Peng Miao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is often said that the king may be easier to deal with than the petty souls. Frequently, matters can deteriorate due to the actions of insignificant individuals. To achieve our goals, what effort can we avoid? Remember this principle." Peng Biao sighed, fully aware of this truth, yet recognizing the gap between understanding and execution. He found himself reminiscing about the carefree days of cultivating, free from such scheming and treachery. However, thoughts of Qin Ruoshui quickly reminded him that the world of cultivation is fraught with deception as well. He had merely focused on his training, paying little heed to such matters in the past. Before long, the servant re-emerged, once again assuming his lofty demeanor, announcing, "You may enter and wait. My lady will descend shortly." Thus, under the servant's guidance, Peng Biao and his companion entered through the grand door into the reception hall. The hall was spacious and immaculate, adorned with several potted trees in the corners, while a prominent seat occupied the center against the wall, flanked by rows of redwood chairs intricately carved with floral designs, their surfaces polished to a sheen without a speck of dust. As Peng Biao admired the gleaming floor, which reflected their figures, he pondered the opulence of the Bei family in the mundane world. The servant instructed, "Please take a seat, my lady will be down shortly." Before stepping aside to stand quietly, Peng Miao inquired, "Might I ask how you are addressed?" "Sun Bu'er," the servant replied succinctly. Seated in the elegant chairs, Peng Miao and Peng Biao awaited the arrival of Miss Bei. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Peng Biao, captivated by the noise, raised his gaze. Directly in front of them, descending the stairs, emerged a figure clad in a flowing white gown, revealing delicate arms and a graceful neck, culminating in an exquisite visage. She possessed an ethereal elegance, her skin flawless, eyes sparkling with life, and cheeks adorned with a gentle smile, radiating an irresistible warmth. In that instant, Ping Biao found himself momentarily entranced, inwardly exclaiming, "What a beautiful woman!" Miss Bei's beauty rivaled that of Qin Ruoshui, though their auras differed. Qin Ruoshui exuded an air of coolness, while Miss Bei wore a welcoming smile that invited closeness. Both Peng Miao and Peng Biao immediately rose from their seats. Miss Bei, with her cascading hair, gracefully descended the stairs and cheerfully exclaimed, "Ah, it is Grandpa Peng who has come to visit. Sun Bu'er, why did you not announce his arrival sooner?" Startled, Sun Bu'er knelt hurriedly. Miss was resting upstairs. I did not dare to disturb her. With a knowing glance, Miss Bei remarked lightly, "Your audacity grows bolder. Remain kneeling until my Grandpa Peng is satisfied." Sun Bu'er's expression shifted, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Upon hearing the words, Peng Biao felt a surge of satisfaction, akin to sipping a refreshing cup of ice water on a scorching summer day. He inwardly cursed, "You little rascal. Taking the village chief's silver, with your nose in the air and a disdainful gaze." Simultaneously, his admiration for Miss Bei deepened. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her discerning eyes allowed no room for folly. Yet, Peng Man chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Miss Bei, it's quite all right. Young Master Sun is merely considering your feelings. I implore you not to punish him." Miss Bei cast a cold glance at Sun Bu'er and replied, "Since Grandpa Peng has spoken on your behalf, you may rise. Go wait in the back room." Sun Bu'er hastily scrambled to his feet, casting a grateful look at Peng Man before retreating to the rear. Miss Bei approached Peng Man, playfully chiding, "Grandpa Peng, why so formal? Just call me Yu. You used to carry me around when I was little." Her playful demeanor evoked a secret thought in Peng Biao's mind. What a little enchantress she is. The contrast between Bei Yu's haughty demeanor when reprimanding Sun Bu'er and her current charming, approachable self rendered her irresistibly captivating. However, Peng Man dared not meet Bei Yu's gaze. Lowering his head slightly as he said, "Miss, times have changed. I am but an old man and cannot behave as I once did. You are now a formidable cultivator and a disciple of the inner sect of the Starry Sect. How can a decrepit elder like me act as before?" Upon hearing this, Bei Yu's expression dimmed, and she sighed, "Very well, I shall defer to Grandpa Peng." She then took her seat at the head of the table. Bei Yu's beautiful eyes glanced at Peng Biao, who returned her gaze with a subtle smile, acknowledging her presence. She spoke, "Grandpa Peng, please sit. This must be Brother Peng Biao." As they settled down, Peng Biao nodded and said, "Miss Bei, I am honored." Bei Yu observed Peng Biao and Appo's tall stature, her eyes reflecting satisfaction. "What realm was Brother Peng Biao at before your Dantian was shattered? Was it the strength realm or the qi realm? Which sect did you cultivate in?" "I possess limited aptitude and only reached the late stages of the strength realm without entering a sect. My journey into cultivation began when I saved an elderly man who was gravely injured. After recovering, he left me a manual before departing," Peng Biao replied, mindful not to disclose too much about his past. Cultivators are categorized into 5 realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest: strength realm, qi realm, yuan realm, core realm, and aperture realm, each divided into early, middle, and late stages. In most cultivation sects, the strength realm corresponds to outer disciples, the qi realm to inner disciples, followed by core disciples in the yuan realm, elders in the core realm, and vice sect masters and sect masters in the aperture realm. However, certain lesser sects have their unique classifications. At this moment, Ping Man cautiously inquired, "Miss Bei, what are your thoughts on that quota?" "Grandpa Ping, how could I disregard your wishes? Rest assured, I will reserve the last quota for you. Brother Ping Biao will be that 5th slot." Bei Yu replied with a radiant smile. Peng Man rejoiced, "Then I am most grateful to you, Miss Bei." "Grandpa Peng, if you continue to be so polite, I shall become displeased," she teased, prompting a hearty laugh from Peng Man. Bei Yu continued, "Grandpa Peng, I shall depart for the sect tomorrow. Brother Ping Biao will accompany me. Tonight, you and brother can stay at my place." Ping Man quickly waved his hands in refusal. "That won't do, that won't do. We are but rustic folk. Please, Grandpa, do not be so courteous. It's merely for one night. What could be the harm?" Bei Yu urged, but Peng Man remained adamant, insisting on taking his leave. Ultimately, Yu had no choice but to have Sun Bu'er see them off. Sun Bu'er respectfully escorted Peng Man and Peng Biao out of the gate, feeling immense gratitude for Peng Man's earlier intercession, which he expressed through his actions. At this point, Peng Man casually asked, "Young Master Sun, who will be accompanying Miss Bei to the Starry Sect tomorrow?" Sun Bu'er replied with a smile, "It will be the young lady. Myself, 2 men, and 2 women, plus brother Peng Biao, making a total of 7. Do you often accompany Miss Bei?" Peng Man inquired with interest. "I handle any trivial matters she may have," Sun Bu'er responded. Upon hearing this, Peng Man discreetly flicked his sleeve, swiftly placing some silver into Sun Bu'er's hand. Feeling the weight of the silver, Sun Bu'er swallowed hard and declined. "This cannot be accepted. I shall remember the kindness of the old master. I cannot take this." Peng Man firmly pressed the silver into Sun Bu'er's hand, withdrawing his own. When he noticed the coins did not slip away, he chuckled inwardly and whispered, "Young Master Peng is still young and naive. I hope you can look after him on this journey. Do not refuse just yet. This silver is not for you, but rather to keep young Master Peng from gambling it away." Sun Bu'er beamed with a bright smile, thumping his chest as he assured, "Rest easy, old master. I will take good care of young Master Peng." Peng Man's face radiated warmth and kindness. Meanwhile, Peng Biao quietly observed the entire exchange, taking it all in. As they walked along the path, Peng Biao could not help but ask, "Village chief, when have I shown a penchant for gambling?" One must identify a weakness to persuade him to accept the silver. Besides, having a weakness is not necessarily a flaw. Those without vulnerabilities seem unattainable, Peng Man replied. Peng Biao fell silent, and Peng Man continued, "Are you puzzled by my earlier act of giving silver?" Peng Biao nodded silently. Peng Man elaborated, "To have someone work for you, one must ensure they are well fed. Giving money is easy, anyone can do that, but the recipient may not accept it. In such cases, one must employ finesse. You must make them feel that accepting your money is in their interest. Only then will they assist you afterward. Otherwise, they may take the money yet offer no aid." Peng Biao listened, pondering the wisdom of his words. You must especially avoid making the other party feel greedy or bribed when they accept your money, even if that is the reality. Once they sense this, they may feel uncomfortable, and some petty individuals might even sabotage your efforts despite having received your silver, Peng Man admonished sternly. Peng Biao nodded, "I understand, village chief. But why not stay at Miss Bei's house just now? It was clear to me that she genuinely invited us. What does sincerity matter? What does insincerity matter? One must know their worth. Unequal strength leads to discord, and forced camaraderie will only breed resentment over time, damaging the already fragile bond," Peng Man replied with indifference. Hearing this, Peng Biao could not help but recall Qin Ruoshui. Indeed, unequal strength alters all relationships. As he glanced at the contemplative Peng Biao, Peng Man continued, "Some individuals, upon gaining strength, even eliminate old friends and family from their weaker days to prevent past indiscretions from being exposed. Therefore, one must be particularly mindful of maintaining their own integrity." Peng Biao recognized that the village chief was imparting valuable lessons, and he felt profound gratitude. These insights would later shape his principles in navigating life. "Village chief, where shall we go now?" "We shall find a household to stay for the night, avoiding unnecessary back and forth," Peng Man replied. They sought out a household, with Peng Biao knocking on the door ahead of Peng Man. Determined not to let the village chief handle such a trivial matter after all he had done, the door opened, but upon learning they were from another village seeking shelter, the homeowner abruptly slammed the door shut, ignoring Peng Biao's subsequent words. After being turned away by 3 households, Peng Biao cast an innocent look at Peng Man, who sighed. Shaking his head, "The youth is unteachable." Eventually, they found a 2-story wooden house, and this time, Peng Man began to knock. When the middle-aged homeowner opened the door, his expression was one of wariness. Peng Man said nothing, raising his right hand, a silver ingot appearing in his palm. He then stated, "We are from Pungjia village and wish to stay overnight. I hope you can accommodate us." Upon seeing the silver, the host's eyes instantly brightened. He eagerly accepted it, a smile spreading across his face as he replied, "You are too kind, sir. It is only natural for people to help one another. Please, come in." Peng Man turned to glance at Peng Biao, who wore a bemused expression. "Wife, we have esteemed guests. Quickly prepare a room on the first floor," the host shouted. At this moment, 2 more pieces of silver appeared in Peng Man's hand. The host turned back, hurriedly accepting the coins, his smile now radiating even more brightly. He then called out again, "Wife, There is no need to prepare a room on the first floor. Instead, get the largest room on the second floor ready. And bring down the roasted pig's head to stew. Also, fetch a barrel of the wine I brewed from the backyard. Hearing this, Ping Brao could not help but show an odd expression. This host was truly a talent, capable of changing his demeanor faster than Sun Bu'er. Peng Man glanced at Peng Biao, a look of smugness on his face as if to say, "Have you learned nothing?" The following morning, Ping Man and Ping Brao arrived at Bei Yuyu's residence, where a luxurious carriage was already waiting. The carriage was drawn by a tall, chestnut horse, its coat gleaming with cleanliness. The carriage itself was exceedingly spacious and lavish, equipped with 2 doors at either end. At this moment, Sun Bu'er stood beside the carriage, lovingly stroking the horse. Upon seeing the two arrive, he smiled and pointed to the rear door of the carriage, saying, "The other 4 have already boarded." Peng Biao understood Sun Bu'er's implication. He was being invited to board. Facing Peng Man, he suddenly knelt down and respectfully bowed his head. Peng Biao had always remembered the kindness he received from Peng Man, but as a man, he found it difficult to express such sentimental sentiments. Everything was encapsulated in this one bow. Peng Man was taken aback, but quickly helped Peng Biao to his feet. Having watched Peng Biao grow up, he understood the significance of this gesture. Peng Biao looked closely at Peng Man, tears welling in his eyes as he said, "Old village chief, please take care." He did not know how long it would be before he could return, and the village chief was already quite elderly. Peng Man beamed warmly, patting Peng Biao's arm, saying, "This journey is a good thing. You should be happy. In the future, remember to think carefully and observe more. Avoid acting recklessly and be cautious in all matters." Peng Biao nodded solemnly, committing the village chief's words to memory, before resolutely turning away, fearing that if he spoke further, he would lose control of his emotions. Upon entering the rear of the carriage, Peng Biao saw 4 individuals seated inside, 2 men and 2 women, positioned on either side. The 2 young men were clad in coarse garments. One was handsome, while the other had a more honest appearance. The 2 young women were identical twins, dressed in matching dresses with short hair, their features sweet but not comparable to Miss Bei's beauty. As Peng Biao boarded, the 4 regarded him with wary eyes. Unperturbed, Peng Biao thought it natural for strangers to be suspicious and chose to sit beside the 2 young men, leading to a prolonged silence where no one spoke. Just then, the door swung open, and Bei Yuyu emerged in a flowing white gown, greeting Peng Man with a polite nod. Sun Bu and Appos approached her, bowing slightly, and said, "Miss, everyone has arrived. May we depart?" Bei Yuyu nodded at Peng Man, then gracefully leaped into the carriage, lifting the sheer curtain of the front door as she entered. The carriage was divided into 2 sections, with Bei Yuyu seated in the front and the 5 others in the back. Sun Bu'er also bowed to Peng Man before jumping into the driver's seat. With a commanding shout, Sun Bu'er urged the horses forward, and the carriage began to roll away, heading into the distance. Peng Biao leaned out of the carriage window, vigorously waving to Peng Man until the carriage turned a corner and he could no longer see him. Only then did he withdraw. This journey, he hoped, would herald a new beginning. As the broad road stretched ahead, the carriage sped onward. Yet the 5 individuals in the rear remained silent. Being adults, they were unaware of each other's backgrounds, and with Bei Yuyu nearby, they preferred to keep their silence. Finding nothing to occupy his mind, Peng Biao leaned against the carriage wall and closed his eyes, pretending to doze. By midday, the carriage arrived at Yin City, a small town located about 40 to 50 miles from Pengjia village. Peng Biao peeked outside. Though Yin City was small, it was bustling, the most lively locale within a 100-mile radius. He recalled visiting with his parents during his childhood. To his surprise, 10 years had passed, yet Yin City remained largely unchanged. The town was surrounded by 2 Zhonghai earthen walls to ward off wild beasts, with only 2 gates, manned by the local lord's guards. The gates were merely openings in the walls, and the lord was nothing more than the self-proclaimed leader of the town's largest faction. In this era, where imperial authority did not reach rural areas, governance in the lower-class villages was done half-heartedly. To reach the Xingqian sect, passing through Yun City was unavoidable. Sun Bu'er slowed the carriage as they approached the city gate, addressing the 5 guards lazily leaning against their spears. "Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the carriage coming? Hurry and move the barricade." One of the guards, seemingly the leader, shouted back, "Who are you? Do you not know that entering Yun City requires a fee?" Sun Bu'er, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. These rustic guards had overstepped their bounds. As he had only ever collected fees from others, never had others dared to charge him. You wretches, I am a member of the Xingqian sect. How dare you demand money from me? Sun Bu'er retorted angrily. The head guard, used to throwing his weight around, was taken aback by the insult. You claim to be with the Xingqian sect? Let me see your token, he demanded, suspicious of Sun Bu'er's appearance, which seemed untrustworthy given the recent surge of imposters claiming to be members of the sect. Infuriated, Sun Bu'er leaped down from the carriage, striding toward the head guard. As he approached the barricade, he casually swatted it aside, sending it crashing to the ground. Ping Biao, peering from the window, was utterly astonished. He had not expected the frugal Sun Bu'er to be a cultivator. If he was indeed a cultivator, why was he so concerned with material wealth? Gold and silver held no value for those on the path of cultivation, leaving Peng Biao puzzled. Sun Bu'er reached the head guard, grabbing him by the collar and glaring as he scolded. You little rascal, do I look like a member of the Xingqian sect now? The head guard, having witnessed the boy's effortless display of strength, was frozen in fear, while the other guards hesitated to approach. They were merely farmers who had recently taken up arms and were accustomed to bullying common folk, but faced with a cultivator like Sun Bu'er, they were terrified. My lord, a member of the Xingqian sect, I was blind to not recognize your status. Please forgive me. The head guard pleaded. Umph. Sun Bu'er snorted, shoving the head guard to the ground with a mighty push, then spat disdainfully before turning back toward the carriage. The humiliated head guard could only muster a feeble smile, knowing that even as Sun Bu'er turned his back, he dared not show any sign of discontent. Every cultivator had once been a mere mortal, yet this one abused his power to bully the ordinary. Observing all this, Peng Biao felt a deep contempt for Sun Bu'er's behavior. After delivering his lesson, Sun Bu'er drove the carriage with an air of indifference, entering Yun City without further obstruction. Watching the leader of the guards, who had been bullied yet still forced himself to smile and bow, Peng Biao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Lacking strength and dignity, Peng Biao did not blame the conscript. He understood the helplessness of the small people. Upon entering Yun City, Bei Yu spoke. Bu'er, find a tavern to rest and have lunch. Yes, Mississippi Sun Bu'er raised his eyes and spotted the largest tavern in Yun City. He drove the carriage slowly to the entrance, jumped down, and called out, Innkeeper, what are your best dishes? Please repeat them for me. Lunch was eaten in the carriage, as Bei Yu preferred not to enter crowded places due to the commotion her beauty would incite, which had become tiresome over time. After finishing, Bei Yu suggested a brief rest before continuing their journey, prompting Peng Biao to step down from the carriage to stretch. Observing the bustling street, he noted that everything seemed much like it had a decade ago. Losing interest after a while, he prepared to return to the carriage, only to inadvertently collide with someone. Ouch, are you trying to kill me? Ouch, that hurts. Startled, Peng Biao frowned at the sight of a scruffy young man with a pointed face and a mole sprouting hair, who had fallen to the ground, groaning in pain. Ouch, what are you staring at? I've been injured. Quickly compensate me with at least 5 taels. No, 10 taels for medicine, or you'll regret it. Realizing the man was a fraud, Peng Biao understood this was likely not his first con. Curious onlookers gathered, quickly turning the scene into a spectacle. Peng Biao said nothing, quietly observing the charade unfold. The scammer's performance was so poor that anyone with a modicum of sense could see through it, yet no one stepped forward to speak up, merely standing by to watch. A nearby painter, finding the situation amusing, began sketching the scene, intending to share it with friends over drinks later. I have countless brothers. If you don't pay for the medicine, you'll never leave Yun City. As the scammer noticed Peng Biao's lack of response, he resorted to threats. However, as Peng Biao observed him longer, he felt a flicker of recognition. Comparing his memories with the man before him, he grew increasingly convinced. Zhang, he inquired tentatively. To his surprise, the scammer, hearing his name, proudly replied, Since you know me, Zhang, why not hurry and pay up? Zhang, it's me, Peng Biao. Do you remember 10 years ago in Peng family village? Zhang, hailing from the neighboring Zhang family village, had been Peng Biao's closest childhood friend. Without the mole and the tuft of hair, Peng Biao might not have recognized him at all. Peng Biao, is that really you? Zhang's face flushed red, his gaze darting away as he attempted to rise and flee. Embarrassed by being caught in such a disgraceful act before an old friend, he sought to escape. Where are you going? Peng Biao quickly grabbed his arm, nostalgia washing over him as memories of their carefree childhood surfaced. Ah, Peng Biao, long time no see. I have something to attend to. Let us catch up another time, Zhang stammered, trying to evade the conversation. Just then, Sun Bu'er squeezed through the crowd. Noticing the commotion, Peng Biao, what is happening? Do you need assistance? No, no. It's just an old friend reconnecting, Peng Biao replied. You should hurry. We're about to depart. After Sun Bu'er's urging, he pushed back into the crowd, which began to disperse upon realizing the two were acquaintances. How did you end up like this? Peng Biao asked, troubled by the transformation of the honest boy he once knew. Alas, the years have been harsh with droughts and snows. I had no choice but to leave the mountain village to survive, Zhang Er responded, resigned. Hurry, we must leave. Sun Bu'er called from a distance. I'm coming. Peng Biao pulled out 2 silver ingots from his pocket and handed them to Zhang Er. Here, take this 10 taels and live well. I must be on my way. For an ordinary person, 10 taels was a considerable sum, a gift from the village head. Peng Man, before his journey, Peng Biao wished for his childhood friend not to continue down the path of deception, understanding the risks involved. After giving the silver, he hurried off, leaving Zhang Er staring at his retreating figure, tears glistening in his eyes as he clutched the money. Once back in the carriage, Peng Biao leaned out the window, waving vigorously at Zhang Er in the distance. As the carriage rolled out of Yin City, it continued onward. Arriving at the foot of a mountain at dusk, Weivyi arrived. Let us disembark, Sun Bu'er's voice rang out. Peng Biao and the others stepped down. Upon disembarking, Peng Biao surveyed the surroundings. In the fading light of sunset, he observed that they stood at the base of a towering mountain. Lush with greenery and ancient trees, this was Yeshu Mountain. The path into the mountain was narrow, too small for the carriage to navigate. After stepping down, Bei Yuyu was the first to walk along the small path, while Sun Bu'er remained stationary. The 5 of them exchanged glances, unsure of whom to follow. You 5, follow the young lady. I will take care of the carriage, Sun Bu'er instructed. The 5 promptly followed, with Peng Biao leading the way. Ahead, Bei Yuyu, clad in a flowing white dress, moved gracefully like a fairy through the woods, prompting Peng Biao to steal a few glances. After walking several miles, they reached a fork in the road. To the left lay a wide valley, bordered by a tall wooden fence with a small door for one person. To the right, a narrow path shrouded in dense fog appeared ominous. Peng Biao immediately recognized the right path as an array. Bei Yuyu led the group to the left. Arriving at the small door, I am Bei Yuyu. Open the door, she commanded. As soon as she spoke, the door swung open to reveal 2 individuals in white robes, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a young bald man. The 2 hastily approached Bei Yuyu and bowed. Greetings, Senior Sister Bei. Peng Biao mused to himself that these 2 must be outer disciples of the Xingqian sect. These 5 are under my care. Please ensure they are well accommodated, Bei Yuyu instructed calmly. The 2 men promptly agreed, turning to Peng Biao and the others. Bei Yuyu smiled. You may stay here for now. I will return in a few days after reporting back to the sect. The 5 nodded in understanding as Bei Yuyu departed toward the right path. Once she left, the middle-aged man beckoned the 5 inside. As they entered through the small door, Peng Biao noticed a wooden house nearby, likely the residence of the 2 men. A table outside was adorned with a stack of white paper and a brush. Looking further, he saw that the valley contained several rows of single-story wooden houses. The middle-aged man, seated at the table, called out loudly, "Stop looking and come register." Standing nearest, Peng Biao was asked, "Name and age?" Peng Biao, 20 years old. Which Biao? Peng Biao hesitated, finding it challenging to clarify, and after a moment of thought, replied. The Biao in flying into a rage. The 2 twin girls erupted into laughter upon hearing his words, and the other 2 also wore smiles on their faces. The middle-aged man, however, cast a cold glance at Peng Biao and jotted down his personal information on a piece of white paper. You're in luck. Room A1 has just become available. Hurry along, he said, gesturing towards the rows of single-story wooden houses with a nonchalant tone. Peng Biao nodded and took a few steps before turning back to ask, Sir, you mentioned it just became available. Where did the last occupant go? Did they join the Starry Sect? It was evident that this place was meant for ordinary people, not part of the Starry Sect itself, and Peng Biao was astutely aware of this. Enough with the questions. You will be informed when it's time. If you are not told, do not inquire. That is the rule, understand? The middle-aged man barked. Stung by the reprimand, Peng Biao fell silent and proceeded towards the wooden house. Next, it was easy for Peng Biao to locate room A1. Situated at the edge of the first row of wooden houses, closest to where the middle-aged man resided. As he pushed open the door, he frowned at the sight within. The room was exceedingly small, barely 4 feet wide, furnished with nothing but a 3-foot wide wooden bed. Upon entering, the door nearly brushed against the bed. Turning his gaze to the other doors, A2, A3, A4, he counted at least 100 doors in total. The dismal living conditions took him by surprise, and he frowned deeply. However, having arrived, he resolved to endure the inadequate conditions. He was no longer the cultivator he once was. He was now merely an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, a blanket lay upon the bed, or else he would surely freeze in the mountain's night chill. Thus, Peng Biao settled in, and the next day, Sun Bu'er visited him, bringing some food. This gesture altered Peng Biao's perception of Sun Bu'er, though he understood that it was merely due to the money provided by Peng Man days past. And for 5 days, Peng Biao languished in idleness, his needs for food and drink met. There were regulations in place, forbidding late rising. Each morning, the middle-aged man and the bald young man would inspect the rooms, and only after the inspections could one venture out. During his daytime strolls, Peng Biao encountered many people. Yet each bore a countenance of vigilance towards others, their exchanges limited to polite conversation that yielded little useful information. On multiple occasions, he inquired with the middle-aged man and the bald youth about the duration of his stay and the purpose of being there, but they brusquely dismissed him with a warning to refrain from prying. Gradually, Peng Biao sensed something amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discomfort until one fateful night. In the darkness, he dreamt of being pursued by Qin Ruoshui and woke with a start. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, he was startled by a chorus of laughter from outside. Curiosity piqued. He rose and peered through the crack of his door, spotting the middle-aged man and the bald youth gathered around a bonfire in front of their wooden house, drinking and laughing heartily. This scene puzzled Peng Biao. For 5 days, these two had maintained a stern demeanor, devoid of smiles. Now, in the dead of night, they appeared to be celebrating something. Sensing something was amiss, he quietly slipped out of the house. The cover of night aided his stealth, and soon he found himself within 10 paces of the two, concealed by a patch of grass, eavesdropping on their conversation. The middle-aged man took a swig of his drink and exclaimed, "Junior brother, I am absolutely delighted. Just now, a senior from the sect informed us that our punishment is over, and tomorrow we can leave this place. Indeed, we are finally free from this torment." The bald youth replied, "It was merely a misunderstanding with that senior that landed us here to supervise these ordinary mortals." As they spoke, the middle-aged man's tone turned sour. Who could blame us for drinking too much? It was only fitting we faced punishment. I wonder who the unfortunate soul is that will replace us here. This place lacks spiritual energy. Every moment spent here is a waste of our cultivation time, he lamented, punctuating his words with a belch. The bald youth interjected, "Senior, that fellow named. What was it? Oh yes, Peng Biao. Has been pestering me repeatedly about his next assignment and the reason for his stay here. It is quite bothersome." "Oh, he has approached you as well?" "He has asked me several questions as well." "Who does he think he is? A disciple of the inner sect?" "He is but a mere ordinary mortal, destined for menial tasks," the middle-aged man scoffed. The bald youth, slightly sobering, cautioned, "Senior, keep your voice down. If they catch wind of this, they might find a way to escape, and that would complicate matters. Why worry? We leave tomorrow. After we're gone, let the floodwaters rise. What is it to us?" The middle-aged man appeared thoroughly intoxicated. The bald youth, however, refrained from responding. Continuing his tirade, the middle-aged man said, "The sect has only moved here for a few years, and now they are constructing a horse ranch and building numerous pavilions. They require plenty of laborers, and I dare say we still lack sufficient manpower. If they need more, let them find it. We cultivators have no desire to engage in such menial tasks. Let us not dwell on this. We must remember our previous lessons and avoid speaking out of turn while intoxicated," the bald youth advised earnestly. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before conceding, "True. You are right, junior brother. Let us not discuss this further. Instead, let us drink. I know you are not drunk." With that, the two resumed their drinking, exchanging banter and laughter. Yet, for Peng Biao, who had overheard their conversation, fury surged within him. "So, you deceitful wretches, I was lured here merely to be a laborer. How could you betray your own kin? No, I cannot abide this. I must escape. It is better to live out my days in Peng family village than to toil for you." Now enlightened to the truth, Peng Biao resolved to flee. Glancing towards a small door in the distance, he was pleasantly surprised to find it unlocked. Typically, it would be secured by nightfall. It dawned on him that perhaps someone from the starry sect had come to announce the middle-aged man and the bald youth's impending departure, and in their revelry, they had neglected to lock the door. Elated by this stroke of fortune, he felt it was a divine opportunity. If discovered, even in their drunken state, he would still be no match for them. Thus, he decided to wait until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Then would be his moment to escape. He silently prayed, "Heavenly deities, grant that they drink deeply. May they become utterly inebriated." Perhaps the heavens answered his prayers, for soon after, both the middle-aged man and the bald youth collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly. Seeing this, Peng Biao quickly bent low and stealthily made his way towards the small door. As he approached the ajar door, his heart raced. This was no ordinary door, but the gateway to freedom. Soon, he stood before the door, extending his hand to pull it open. With a creak, it protested loudly in the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide. "Oh no, dear heavens! Please do not toy with me." The sound struck his heart like a clap of thunder. Without time to ponder further, he dropped to the ground, peering cautiously towards the middle-aged man's quarters, internally pleading, "Please do not wake up. Please do not wake up." Yet, as often happens, dread materialized. Upon hearing the noise, the middle-aged man lifted his head, bewildered, and looked in his direction. As the door creaked open slightly, the middle-aged man muttered, "The wind is quite strong tonight." Junior brother quickly locked the door. With that, he kicked the bald young man several times. However, despite the kicks, the young man remained oblivious. "Ugh, I suppose I must take matters into my own hands. Fortunately, I have a key," he sighed, slowly rising and unsteadily making his way to the door. Upon witnessing this, Peng Biao's eyes nearly bulged out in alarm, thinking to himself, "This is it. It's all over." As the middle-aged man approached the door, only 10 paces away, Peng Biao despairingly closed his eyes and silently pleaded, "Don't come any closer. Please, don't come any closer." It was as if heaven had heard his cries. With a sudden thud, the middle-aged man stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, followed by the resounding sound of his snoring. Hearing this, Peng Biao quickly opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead now beaded with sweat. In a brief span of time, a roller coaster of events had nearly shattered his composure. Phew, being immortal is more exhausting than being a cultivator. Although the middle-aged man had fallen, Peng Biao still dared not move, as they were not far apart. After what felt like an eternity, he confirmed that the man was sound asleep before slowly rising and grasping the door. With a soft creak, he opened the door just a fraction, making a slight noise. He turned his head to check for any reactions from the two men, and upon seeing none, he pulled the door open a bit more, producing another creak. Thus, he managed to open the door wide enough to slip through, darting out swiftly. Soon after, a gust of mountain wind blew, causing the wooden door to creak loudly, awakening both the middle-aged man and his companion. The middle-aged man sat up, bewildered, glancing around before noticing the door ajar. "Damn it, I actually forgot to lock the door," he cursed, staggering to the entrance to secure it before wobbling back into the wooden cabin to resume his slumber. On this moonless night, as Peng Biao stepped outside, he reflected on the path he had traversed, his vision obscured by darkness as he cautiously made his way forward. He walked for quite some time, his clothes tattered by thorns. Ahead, there was likely a bend, and after traveling another 100 paces, he would reach the foot of the mountain. Peng Biao contemplated this as he gazed ahead. Suddenly, he caught sight of a flicker of light around the bend. Panic surged within him, realizing someone was approaching. He promptly dove into the nearby bushes to conceal himself. Moments later, a figure emerged, brandishing a lit torch in their right hand and holding 2 or 3 unlit torches in the left. As the figure drew closer, Peng Biao squinted, only to discover it was a familiar face, Sun Buer, the servant of Bei Yuyu. From his appearance, it seemed he was on patrol. At that moment, Sun Buer was about to pass right in front of Peng Biao's hiding spot. Suddenly, Peng Biao felt something sliding across the top of his foot. He cautiously reached down to touch it and was met with a slick, icy sensation. Bewildered, he realized it was a snake, having been bitten by one in his youth. He was no longer afraid of snakes, but he dreaded the potential consequences of this encounter. Indeed, the sound of the snake slithering startled Sun Buer. For cultivators are exceptionally sharp and sensitive to sounds compared to ordinary mortals. "Who? Step forward," Sun Buer barked, glancing in the direction of Peng Biao's hiding place, assuming a defensive stance. Seeing this, Peng Biao's face paled, cursing his ill fortune. As Sun Buer took cautious steps toward him, Peng Biao knew he could no longer remain hidden. He sighed deeply and stood up, resigned to his fate. Just as he thought it was all over, a gust of wind swept past him, and nothing happened. Opening his eyes, he found Sun Buer had vanished. Turning around, He was taken aback to see Sun Bu'er placing his lit torch into the ground beside a small tree, freeing one hand to relieve himself. After finishing, Sun Bu'er took one of the unlit torches from his left hand, ignited it with the flame of the torch in the tree, and continued his patrol. Sun Bu'er walked away as if he had never seen Peng Biao, and the implication was clear to Peng Biao. Watching Sun Bu'er's retreating figure, he couldn't help but admire the village chief, Peng Man, for his foresight. He had known that such a person would surely be of use, and that silver was not given without reason. Seizing the torch left behind by Sun Bu'er, Peng Biao strode confidently toward the mountain's base, his path illuminated. After traveling a short distance, he extinguished the torch, mindful of the risk of revealing his position to anyone from the Xingqian sect who might be watching from above. The remaining journey would be along broader paths, where navigating without a torch would be far less arduous than in the wilderness. However, Peng Biao did not discard the torch. Should a malicious individual find it, they could piece together the events of the night, leading to Sun Bu'er's predicament. One must always prepare for the worst-case scenario. Clutching the extinguished torch, Peng Biao ventured further away. Gradually, dawn broke, illuminating the path ahead, prompting him to quicken his pace. By the time the sun fully rose, the two senior brothers would certainly check the rooms, and his would be the first they examined. They would soon discover his absence. Time was of the essence. He needed to escape as far as possible. Peng Biao still had energy left, running for quite a while without stopping. Eventually, as the day brightened, he realized that his escape must have been detected by now. He dared not run along the main road, as it would attract too much attention. Instead, he chose a side path, running for several miles before progressing parallel to the main road. Thus, he continued to run and walk until midday. When he finally came to a halt, thirsty and hungry, he had long discarded the torch. Upon spotting a small village not far ahead, a smile spread across his face. Feeling in his chest, he discovered a piece of silver remaining. Recalling how the village chief, Peng Man, had cleverly used silver back in Bei family village, Peng Biao thought, with silver, how could I lack food and drink? For a mortal, silver is truly omnipotent. With a confident smile, he made his way toward the village. This village was modest in size, comprising only a dozen stone houses, yet they were built closely together, suggesting a strong sense of community among the inhabitants. As he approached the village entrance, he encountered an elderly woman with graying hair, carrying a bamboo basket as she walked out of the village. As they drew near, Peng Biao noticed that the basket was covered with a cloth, and through the gaps, he could see many flatbreads inside. The elderly woman appeared to be delivering lunch to her family laboring in the fields. Having worked on a farm himself, Peng Biao quickly surmised her purpose. Swallowing hard, Peng Biao respectfully bowed and said, "Elder, I have been hungry for a long time. Might I trouble you for some of your flatbread? Rest assured, I will pay with silver." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, revealing a small piece of silver. Although it was not a substantial amount, it was sufficient to purchase the food. The elderly woman, upon seeing this, broke into a warm smile. She lifted the white cloth from her bamboo basket, revealing 4 or 5 palm-sized golden brown flatbreads and a clay pot filled with clear water. Peng Biao was elated. This was exactly what he needed. The old woman slowly approached him, extending the bamboo basket and gesturing for him to take what he wished. He did not hesitate, reaching out with his left hand toward the flatbreads, his hunger leaving him focused solely on them. Suddenly, the old woman grasped the silver in his right hand, simultaneously seizing his palm. Peng Biao, momentarily stunned, thought to himself how impatient she was. Did she fear he might default on payment? However, the next moment, he was taken aback. "Help! Someone is stealing from me! Someone is stealing!" The old woman's voice rang out, shrill and piercing, nearly deafening Peng Biao. Her cry was like a hornet's nest being disturbed. The villagers, hearing the commotion, rushed out. Some, upon seeing Peng Biao's imposing figure, retreated momentarily, only to return armed with kitchen knives, hoes, and sticks. Within moments, dozens of villagers had surrounded Peng Biao and the old woman, a diverse crowd of men, women, and children, even the little ones brandishing slingshots. The local populace was known for their fierceness. Peng Biao was taken aback. All he wanted was a simple flatbread, yet it had summoned such a crowd. It dawned on him that he had fallen into the old woman's trap. He had offered far more silver than the value of the flatbread, and the old woman was exceedingly greedy, unwilling to part with even a single piece. Village chief, the saying goes that gold and silver pave the way for prosperity, but your trick is not always effective. Peng Biao thought bitterly. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward from the crowd, wielding a stick, casting a glance at Peng Biao before inquiring of the old woman, Elder Zhong, what has transpired? Elder Zhong clutched the silver in Peng Biao and Appo's hand tightly, and, with a mournful expression, exclaimed, "This shameless little thief attempted to rob me of my flatbread." The villagers erupted in outrage at the audacity of someone attempting to steal food at their village's entrance. The burly man, upon hearing this, turned to Peng Biao with fury. "How dare you come to our village to steal? Villagers, seize him." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Peng Biao thought quickly. He had not anticipated that they would take immediate action without giving him a chance to explain. As the crowd surged forward, he called out, "Please, everyone, allow me to explain." "Shut up. Beat him." A roar interrupted him, igniting the villagers' fury. In an instant, sticks and fists were raining down upon Peng Biao. As a mere mortal, he was no match for so many. "This is bad," he thought, sensing impending doom. With no time to waste, he acted swiftly, stepping forward and grasping Elder Zhong's neck with his right hand. "Stop," he shouted, eyes wide with intensity, glaring at the onlookers. The burly man, startled at the sight of Elder Zhong being restrained, quickly raised his hand to halt the crowd. Aware of their hesitation, Peng Biao seized the moment, ordering, "Clear a path. Let her go, or you'll regret it." The man warned, gripping his stick tightly. "Regret? I am curious to see how you plan to make me regret it. I offered silver for bread, yet I am being wrongfully accused. You are nothing but a bunch of rogues." Peng Biao retorted angrily. The villagers, upon hearing his words, flushed with embarrassment. They knew well the character of Elder Zhong, but sometimes, right and wrong were of little consequence. What mattered was allegiance. They stood with Elder Zhong, even if she was in the wrong, even if she was lying through her teeth. Peng Biao noticed their reluctance to let him go, and he tightened his grip on Elder Zhong's neck, who was turning red from lack of oxygen. "Clear a path, or I will not be merciful," he warned coldly. The burly man, gritting his teeth in frustration, pondered briefly before commanding the villagers to part. Peng Biao, sensing his chance, cautiously moved with Elder Zhong, keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding crowd. Once they had exited the encirclement, he eased his grip and declared, "I will release this old woman after I have walked 5 miles. You are not to follow, or I will send her to her end." With that, Peng Biao hastily retreated with Elder Zhong in tow. The villagers turned their gaze to the burly man, whose expression fluctuated before he merely snorted. Choosing not to send anyone after them, Peng Biao continued his retreat, having made it 5 miles away. Once he felt safe, he shoved Elder Zhong to the ground, snatched the basket from her, and began devouring the flatbread. Elder Zhong lay trembling on the ground, too frightened to move. After a short while, Peng Biao, feeling somewhat satiated, set the basket down and noticed a sharp stone at his feet, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. Elder Zhong, sensing danger, quickly scrambled to her knees, pleading, "Brave warrior, I was blind to your stature and have wronged you. Please do not hold it against me. I am in dire straits. My son is dead, and my grandson needs money for his treatment. I lost my senses for a moment. Please spare my life." Peng Biao looked down at her disheveled gray hair and tear-streaked face, filled with fear and desperation, and was reminded of the village chief, Peng Man, who was also an elder. If he were to kill her, her family would undoubtedly suffer greatly. "Enough. You are merely greedy. Your crime does not warrant death." With that thought, he coldly stated, "You may leave. I will spare you this time, but should I learn that you engage in such actions again, I will not be so lenient." "Ah, thank you, brave warrior, for your mercy." Elder Zhong hastily dropped the silver she had taken and scurried away, leaving behind her basket and food. "Wait," Peng Biao called out sharply. Elder Zhong, having taken only a few steps, halted, anxiety flooding her heart. Peng Biao glanced at the silver on the ground and remarked, "Take this silver for your grandson's treatment. Consider it payment for the food." Elder Zhong could hardly believe her ears. Once she comprehended his words, she expressed her immense gratitude, swiftly picking up the silver and dashing away. Watching her retreating figure, Peng Biao sighed inwardly. This encounter left him with profound reflections. When one is in a position of weakness and possesses something that others desire, even if they are on the righteous side, they will not command respect. Furthermore, when confronting an unknown individual, if one carelessly reveals their vulnerabilities and wealth, calamity will inevitably ensue. After a hearty meal, Peng Biao continued his journey toward Cloud City, opting for less traveled paths and traveling under the cover of night for safety. Finally, after 5 arduous days, he arrived at Cloud City. By then, his clothes were tattered from thorns, and he had injured his right leg during one of his nighttime missteps, causing him to limp painfully. Yet, His eyes sparkled with a keen sharpness amidst the fatigue. These 5 days had been immensely challenging yet transformative, imparting him with invaluable lessons. Gazing at the earthen walls of Cloud City from a distance, the disheveled and unkempt Ping Biao murmured to himself, "At last, I have arrived in Cloud City, though only a few dozen miles. It feels as if I have traveled for half a year." The journey was not merely a reference to the physical path traversed, it also symbolized a profound emotional odyssey. Ever since his master departed, his fortune had dwindled significantly. "Heaven, why must you treat me so harshly?" Peng Biao cried out, the long-standing frustration weighing heavily upon him. His internal struggles were numerous: a shattered Dantian, betrayal by a beloved, the loss of his spiritual weapon, a short lifespan, deceit from others, encounters with serpents while hiding, and confrontations with unscrupulous individuals. Once a prodigy in the realm of cultivation, he had tasted the sweetness of superiority. Now, he found himself reduced to the plight of an ordinary mortal, facing adversities beyond imagination. "That beggar, do not block the way." "Yes, I mean you," shouted a guard at the city gates, brandishing a spear at Peng Biao. Lowering his gaze, Peng Biao examined his own tattered and filthy appearance before glancing at the broad pathway, realizing that even a dozen of himself could not obstruct it. However, he understood that the guards were merely bullies, preying on the weak. Choosing not to engage, he found a large tree by the roadside and settled down beneath its shade to rest. Entering the city seemed impossible, as he lacked the funds to pay the entry fee. After a brief respite, he contemplated taking a longer route back to Peng family village. As he prepared to doze off, the sound of footsteps approached. "Ah, Master Zhang, you have returned," came the obsequious voice of the guard. "What do you mean, returned? Can you not speak properly? I have purchased a house in Cloud City. I am merely going home." A familiar voice reached Peng Biao's ears. Opening his eyes in confusion, he beheld Zhang adorned in flamboyant attire, his face marked with moles, standing with his hands behind his back, conversing with the guard like a curious parrot surveying its surroundings. Peng Biao was taken aback. It had only been 10 days since they last met. Yet Zhang appeared to have prospered, flaunting his newfound wealth. However, given his own dismal state, Peng Biao was reluctant to acknowledge him. Zhang, upon arriving at the city gates, was in no rush to enter. He wished to display his success, ensuring that acquaintances recognized his newfound status. Fortune often plays tricks like this. Zhang, scanning his surroundings, suddenly spotted the beggar beneath the tree, who bore a striking resemblance to someone he knew. Curiosity piqued. He approached Peng Biao, who, sensing recognition, initiated the conversation. You have truly thrived?" While reluctant to reveal his identity, Peng Biao felt no fear in being recognized. At the sound of Peng Biao's voice, Zhang surprise was palpable. "Peng Biao, it is really you. How have you changed so drastically in just 10 days? Shaking his head, Peng Biao replied, "It is a long story." Understanding his reluctance to elaborate, Zhang continued, "Come, let us enter the city. I now own a house within, and you can stay with me." He then bent down, placed Peng Biao's arm around his shoulder, and helped him up. Unfazed by the beggar's unkempt appearance, Zhang gesture stirred a sense of gratitude within Peng Biao. As they approached the city gate, the guard inquired, "Master Zhang, who is this?" "This is my brother. I reside in the city. Let my brother pass without the entry fee," Zhang commanded. The guard, intimidated, quickly ushered them through. Once inside, they navigated the winding streets until they arrived at a modest wooden house, single-storied and unassuming. Zhang opened the door, assisted Peng Biao inside, and announced, "Peng Biao, I shall prepare some hot water for you. You need to wash up, and afterwards, I will take you to see a doctor to tend to your leg." Peng Biao nodded. At this juncture, he had no choice but to rely on Zhang's kindness. The house, though small, contained 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a toilet, everything one could need. After a difficult wash, Peng Biao donned the clothes Zhang had procured for him, and with support, they set off to consult the physician. Soon, leaning on a cane, Peng Biao walked slowly along the street beside Zhang I must express my gratitude," Peng Biao said sincerely. Zhang shook his head, replying, "Peng Biao, as brothers, there is no need for such formalities." Peng Biao smiled, but remained silent. "By the way, where have you been for the past decade? When we visited Peng family village, we found your home abandoned." "I went to another region to conduct business," Peng Biao replied, wishing to keep his cultivation journey private. "Peng Biao, you are truly remarkable. Even as a child, I recognized your extraordinary potential. It was clear you would achieve greatness." Peng Biao smiled silently. Although he faced setbacks now, he believed that great character is forged through adversity, and he was confident that he, Peng Biao, was destined for significant accomplishments. Brother, when you prosper, do not forget Zhang Er, he said, glancing at Peng Biao's injured leg with reassurance. I will not forget you. Peng Biao replied, though he thought to himself that there might be no future to speak of. In just 10 days. How did you manage to buy a house in Cloud City? Peng Biao shifted the conversation. As a villager from Zhang family village, acquiring property in the city was no small feat. Upon hearing this, Zhang Er cautiously surveyed his surroundings before pulling Peng Biao to a secluded corner, speaking in hushed tones. This matter began when I encountered someone. Intrigued by Zhang Er's caution, Peng Biao listened intently as he continued. 10 days ago, you gifted me 10 taels of silver, remember? I must admit, I thought to try my luck at the gambling house. However, as you know, one often loses more than they gain. Thankfully, I regained my composure and left with some capital. Feeling disheartened, I decided to buy some food and good wine for the journey back. When I came across a fortune teller by the roadside, compelled by some instinct, I approached him and asked for a reading, specifically about gambling, given my recent losses. The fortune teller was accommodating, asking only for the food and drink I had brought, which I thought was a trivial trade. After accepting my offering, he instructed me to enter the gambling house without hesitation, bet on anything, and play 3 rounds, promising I would win every time, but advised me to stop afterward. I was so captivated that I believed him and wagered all I had. Zhang Er recounted. At this point, Peng Biao was deeply engaged, eagerly asking, what was the outcome? Would you believe it? Just as the fortune teller had said, I won all 3 rounds, accumulating a substantial amount of silver. However, in my excitement, I disregarded his warning and continued to gamble, which led to a devastating loss in the 4th round. Realizing my folly, I withdrew with what little silver I had left. Zhang Er lamented. Peng Biao, having surmised the conclusion, inquired, so it was thanks to this fortune teller that you used your winnings to purchase a house in Cloud City? Zhang Er chuckled, indeed. Upon realizing the fortune teller's wisdom, I chose not to rush back to the village and instead visited him daily, bringing fine food and drink. He understood my intentions and accepted my offerings, advising me not to gamble every day, but rather to visit every couple of days. Under his guidance, I consistently profited, and as I controlled my winnings, no one has yet taken notice of my success. Hearing this, Peng Biao felt skepticism arise within him. He had never encountered a genuine fortune teller, only charlatans. If everything were predetermined, why would cultivators strive to enhance their abilities? Surely they could simply wait for fate to unfold. Zhang Er, noticing Peng Biao's skepticism, chose not to elaborate further and simply stated that he would take Peng Biao to meet a wise individual. Thus, Zhang Er procured a roasted chicken and a gourd of fine wine, leading Peng Biao down a deserted street. In the distance, Peng Biao spotted an elderly man with white hair and a youthful countenance, seated cross-legged with his eyes closed. Before him lay nothing, save for a staff with a piece of cloth hanging from it, inscribed with the words divination and fortune-telling. Peng Biao's initial reaction was to deem the man a charlatan. Typically, fortune tellers would at least set up a small table adorned with tortoise shells or coins, yet this man had none. Furthermore, such practitioners usually favored bustling streets, not an isolated alley. Had it not been for Zhang Er's recent acquisition of property, Peng Biao would have swiftly turned back. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Er approached the elder and respectfully announced, Master, I have returned to see you. The old man twitched his nose and praised, excellent chicken, splendid wine. Notably, he did not open his eyes. Zhang Er hastily placed the roasted chicken and the wine gourd on the ground before the elder and inquired softly, Master, may I try my luck at the gambling house today? The elder, still with eyes shut, picked up the gourd, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig. Peng Biao was astonished. How could the elder discern the gourd's position without opening his eyes? Could he possibly be a cultivator? Go ahead, but remember, you must not exceed 3 bets, the elder advised after a few sips of wine. Very well, thank you, Master, Zhang Er replied, signaling to Peng Biao to accompany him to the gambling house. After they departed, the elder tilted his head back and drained the gourd of its remaining wine, then sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, a fated person, why have you yet to arrive? My time is running short. Zhang Er led Peng Biao to a large wooden building, its entrance adorned with a plaque that read Yun City Gambling House. 4 burly men in black attire stood guard outside. Peng Biao, this Yun City Gambling House is quite remarkable. It is said that the owner behind it is none other than the Lord of Yin City. I have never set foot inside a gambling house before. Come, let me show you around today. Upon entering, a cacophony of noises assaulted Peng Biao's ears, leaving him somewhat disoriented, while Zhang Er navigated the establishment with ease, as if a fish in water. The casino was teeming with patrons, enveloped in a haze of smoke. It served as a den of iniquity for Yun City and its neighboring villages. Zhang Er guided Peng Biao through the throng until they reached a less crowded gaming table. Along the way, numerous individuals greeted Zhang Er, who reciprocated warmly, indicating his extensive network within the establishment. Many gazed at Peng Biao with curiosity, while others offered him approving gestures, recognizing him as a symbol of resilience despite his disability. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Peng Biao attentively observed the various games, quickly grasping the fundamentals of gambling. Soon, they arrived at a table for the game of big or small. Zhang Er stood at the forefront while Peng Biao stood behind him, keenly watching, eager to see if the events would unfold as the fortune teller had predicted. The game commenced with the croupier cheerfully calling, "Place your bets, everyone." Zhang Er pulled out a silver ingot from his pocket, placing it on the side marked small, exclaiming, "5 tails on small." The croupier shook the dice vigorously and announced roll. The result was 1, 2, 4, 7 points, small. With a grin, Zhang Er accepted the croupier's 10 tails, opting to wager again on small. The outcome was 2, 2, 4, 8 points, small. Zhang Er secured 20 tails, stowing away 5 and placing the remaining 15 on big. The roll revealed 3, 5, 6, 14 points, big. Peng Biao watched in astonishment. It was truly remarkable that Zhang Er had won 3 consecutive bets. It was beyond belief. He observed closely as Zhang Er placed his bets seemingly at random, devoid of any apparent strategy. Just then, a burly man with an unkempt beard and yellowing teeth grinned broadly at Zhang Er, saying, "You, my friend, are quite lucky to win 3 times in a row." Zhang Er humbly accepted his 30 taels, replying, "You flatter me, sir, it's merely luck." It was evident that he was familiar with this man. After concluding his bets, Zhang Er had attempted to leave, but the bearded man clamped an arm around his neck, teasing, "Where's the rush? Give me face and play one more round. I refuse to believe your luck can hold." Zhang Er, being of smaller stature, struggled to breathe under the man's grip, gasping, "Sir, I wish to play at another table." "No, you must play here," insisted the bearded man, who was a brother of the casino's owner, compelling Zhang Er to comply. Desperate, Zhang Er discreetly signaled to Peng Biao, who understood the cue and pretended to collide with a nearby patron. "Ouch, my leg is broken." Peng Biao dramatically fell to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing, thus drawing the attention of many onlookers. In the past, Peng Biao would have never disgraced himself in public, but after enduring numerous trials, he had grown indifferent to such concerns. Zhang Er feigned urgency, addressing the bearded man, "Sir, he is my brother. His leg was already injured, and this collision may have worsened it." The bearded man, noticing the crowd's scrutiny, furrowed his brow and finally released his grip, barking at Zhang Er. "What business does a cripple have in a gambling house? A disgraceful gambler. Take him to see a physician." Zhang Er felt as if a weight had been lifted and quickly assisted Peng Biao to his feet, guiding him toward the exit. As they distanced themselves, the bearded man summoned a casino worker clad in black and whispered, "Follow them and report back whether they truly go to see a physician." "Yes, sir," the subordinate replied. Once outside, Zhang Er intended to speak, but Peng Biao caught sight of someone behind them and urgently whispered, "Do not speak. We are being followed. Do not look back. We must go to the physician." When Zhang Er attempted to turn, Peng Biao quickly intervened. They both understood that the individual was undoubtedly sent by the bearded man, as Zhang Er's recent wins had attracted unwelcome attention. Even though Zhang Er had been cautious in his winnings, they accumulated to a substantial sum. Upon reaching the physician's establishment, the doctor assessed Peng Biao's injury and declared it minor. However, Zhang Er discreetly offered 5 taels to the doctor, instructing, "If anyone inquires about my brother's condition, please describe it as serious." The physician accepted the silver without a flicker of surprise, clearly accustomed to such dealings. Indeed, shortly after they exited, a man in black entered the clinic. Emerging from a concealed corner, the 2 men wore solemn expressions. We should refrain from visiting the gambling house in the future. Let us focus on honest work instead," Peng Biao advised. "Agreed. I have already earned quite a bit." It would be wise to avoid such ill-gotten gains from now on. Zhang Er nodded in agreement. Peng Biao then asked, "What are your plans moving forward?" Zhang Er pondered for a moment before responding. "After wandering for so long, I find myself yearning for the familiarity of home. You see, Zhangjiakan is nestled in the mountains, renowned for its exquisite local delicacies. I intend to use my savings to establish a trading caravan, aiming to bring prosperity to my fellow villagers." Peng Biao nodded, patting Zhang Er's shoulder, and praised, "It's commendable to remember your roots when fortune smiles upon you." Zhang Er chuckled, as the saying goes. When one is impoverished, one focuses solely on self-improvement. Yet, upon achieving wealth, one should strive to benefit the world. They exchanged knowing glances and burst into hearty laughter. On the way back, Peng Biao confided, "I plan to consult that fortune teller. I wish to seek his insights." Having witnessed Zhang Er's success, he was finally convinced of the fortune teller's genuine abilities. Feeling discontented with his own fate, Peng Biao yearned for the fortune teller's guidance as well. "Very well. I shall accompany you," replied Zhang Er. "Have you ever asked him about your future?" Peng Biao inquired. Zhang Er responded, "I consulted him long ago. He proclaimed that I would amass great wealth and achieve high office. His words were quite flattering, and I was so pleased that I treated him to a lavish feast. Perhaps you might indeed attain a position of power." Peng Biao jested. Zhang Er humbly replied, "I dare not dream so grandly. My utmost aspiration is to ensure that all my fellow villagers enjoy delicious food and wear fine garments. You have no idea of our village's plight during the snow disaster. The frigid weather claimed the lives of children. It was truly heartbreaking." As they conversed, they hurried towards the fortune teller's abode, stopping midway to purchase a roasted duck and a flask of fine wine, for such was the custom. Upon reaching the fortune teller's residence, the previously gifted roasted chicken and wine had vanished, presumably consumed. "What brings you back, young man?" the fortune teller inquired, still with his eyes closed as they approached. Zhang Er respectfully placed the roasted duck and wine before the fortune teller, smiling as he explained, "Master, it is not for me. My brother wishes to seek your counsel regarding his future. Just a trifle. Extend your left hand," the fortune teller commanded, seemingly unfazed. Peng Biao, leaning on his cane, stepped forward and extended his palm, unable to crouch down. With lightning speed, the fortune teller grasped Peng Biao's hand, examining it briefly before withdrawing. "Orphaned and forlorn, you are destined for solitude, yet a benefactor shall assist you, leading you to enlightenment amidst great upheaval." Time will tell. Zhang Er was present, but did not catch the fortune teller's final words. However, Peng Biao was left astounded. The elder had gleaned his circumstances with merely a touch, truly an extraordinary sage. Zhang Er, though not fully comprehending the fortune teller's words, couldn't he help but feel a sense of pride at Peng Biao's astonishment. "Master, do I still have hope?" Peng Biao hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing the question. "Is such a matter not clear enough without my explicit confirmation?" The fortune teller smiled faintly, unwilling to be direct. Yet, Peng Biao understood. The fracture of his destiny was insurmountable. Peng Biao was engulfed in utter despair. Such a remarkable figure had deduced the irreparable state of his Dantian. "Master, Peng Biao, what on earth are you discussing?" Zhang Er could not comprehend the hidden meanings in their conversation. Yet, neither of the two paid Zhang any heed. Unperturbed, Zhang noticed Peng Biao's dejected demeanor and quickly shifted the topic, addressing the fortune teller. "Master, could you enlighten us about my brother's romantic prospects? Romance does not bode well. My young friend, you are yet to marry. It is imperative to find a partner and bear offspring," the fortune teller advised. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Peng Biao's eyes, prompting him to respond, "Master, you are mistaken. I am already married." "What did you say? That is impossible." The fortune teller's face turned astonished. "I assure you, master, I speak the truth, but my wife has passed away," Peng Biao revealed. The fortune teller's expression shifted drastically. He swiftly rose, grasping Peng Biao's left hand and examining it closely. Peng Biao dared not move, exchanging glances with Zhang Er. After assessing Peng Biao's hand, the fortune teller extended both hands to scrutinize his facial features. Peng Biao recognized this as a common ruse employed by many charlatans. He stood still, allowing the fortune teller to proceed. How is this possible? The fate has altered. Everything has changed. I miscalculated. I truly miscalculated." The fortune teller murmured in disbelief. Suddenly, he paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "A fated person, is this what it means? The destined one has arrived. I have finally awaited the arrival of a fated individual, haha. This rare occasion of miscalculation signifies the coming of the destined one, ha ha ha. The fortune teller laughed heartily, dancing with exuberance. Peng Biao and Zhang exchanged glances, both pondering whether the fortune teller had lost his sanity. Once the laughter subsided, the fortune teller resumed his seated position, kindly inquiring, "Young friend, what is your name?" "Master, I am Peng Biao," he replied, then added to ensure clarity, "Biao," as in to surge. The fortune teller's expression stiffened momentarily before he stated, "You need not elaborate. I know which character you mean." Zhang struggled to suppress a laugh, his face turning crimson. "I retract my previous statement. You are not beyond saving. A turning point awaits you in the coming days, and your future achievements will be remarkable," the fortune teller proclaimed. "Master, I do not understand. My situation is clearly. Trust me, your turning point is imminent. Seize the opportunity and do not inquire too much. The secrets of fate must remain concealed," the fortune teller replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao ceased his inquiries. "Young friend, would you like to take me as your master and learn the art of divination?" the fortune teller suddenly proposed. Peng Biao was taken aback, yet elated. Who would refuse such an opportunity? He promptly responded, "Master, I am willing, but are there any conditions?" Despite his joy, having experienced the treachery of human nature, Peng Biao felt it wise to clarify the terms to avoid falling into another trap. "There are no conditions. My only desire is for the art of divination to endure and be passed down through generations," the fortune teller said solemnly. Both Peng Biao and Zhang were profoundly moved by this sense of mission. Though injured, Peng Biao grit his teeth and knelt, respectfully bowing thrice to the fortune teller as a gesture of apprenticeship. "I have paid my respects, master." "Very well, extend your head," instructed the fortune teller. Peng Biao bowed respectfully, and the fortune teller gently stroked his head. When Zhang was momentarily distracted, a gray luminescence flickered from the fortune teller's palm before vanishing. Then, the fortune teller withdrew his hand, revealing a fist-sized piece of bronze. Indeed, he was a practitioner of the mystical arts. The bronze was irregularly shaped, appearing to be part of an object, adorned with minute inscriptions and intricate patterns. "This item is crucial for mastering the art of divination. You must guard it diligently," the fortune teller stated earnestly. Peng Biao's face remained serene, but internally, a tempest was brewing. This bronze bore an uncanny resemblance to the piece he had discovered on the lakeshore. Strangely, the former had entered his body, while this one had not. "Yes, master," Peng Biao replied, accepting the bronze with reverence despite his confusion. "Enough, you may leave now," the fortune teller declared, beginning to usher them away. Peng Biao was taken aback. Was that all, just a piece of bronze? What of the promised teachings in divination? Though reluctant to disobey the master's command, he felt compelled to inquire, "Master, I still do not know a name is merely a designation. Others refer to me as the half-diviner," the fortune teller interjected, anticipating Peng Biao's question. "Remember, do not disclose to anyone that you are my disciple. You will not see me again." This was the final admonition from the half-diviner. With their minds swirling with questions, Peng Biao and Zhang departed. Naturally, they headed to the healer's abode, as Peng Biao, who had knelt with difficulty, now felt a twinge of pain. On the way, Zhang exclaimed, "Peng Biao, does this mean you will become a fortune teller in the future?" "Perhaps," Peng Biao replied dismissively. "How could I claim to be a fortune teller without even mastering the art?" "How wonderful. Before undertaking any significant endeavors, you must consult me for a reading," Zhang added. "By the way, how did your master conjure that object so effortlessly? Could he be a legendary practitioner?" Many commoners had encountered practitioners, and through tales passed down, Zhang was not surprised by the existence of such individuals. Perhaps he is. If you are a disciple of a practitioner, does that not mean you will also become one in time? Peng Biao, I always knew you were destined for greatness. Do not forget me when you achieve success. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. But remember, this matter must remain confidential. My lips are sealed. You need not worry." Not long after Peng Biao and Zhang departed, the half-diviner gazed skyward, murmuring, "My time has come." Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. They were not orbs of flesh, but two abyssal voids, as dark as the deepest chasms. As the half-diviner opened his eyes, his life force swiftly dissipated, and his head drooped limply. About half an hour later, two figures appeared, one stout and the other slender, both clad in white garments with flowing white hair. The stout elder glanced at the half-diviner and solemnly remarked, "We are a step too late. He has already passed." The slender elder replied coolly. He was a master of divination. He must have made preparations prior to his passing. Let us search carefully. Indeed, brother, the stout elder said, crouching to retrieve a black storage pouch from the half-diviner's embrace. Brother, his precious bronze piece is missing. Search. The slender elder cast one last glance at the half-diviner, then waved his sleeve, and the half-diviner disintegrated into ash, swept away by the wind, leaving no trace of his existence. Zhang supported Peng Biao as they exited the healer's quarters, heading towards their residence. Suddenly, Peng Biao halted, feeling the bronze piece in his Dantian pulsating rhythmically. Akin to a heartbeat, an unprecedented sensation. Then, the bronze piece he had held in his embrace vanished without a trace. Startled, Peng Biao touched his now sunken chest and pondered. Where has this bronze piece gone? Could it have also entered my Dantian? Peng Biao, why have you stopped? Do you feel unwell? Zhang inquired, noticing Peng Biao's sudden pause and his hand on his chest. No, it's quite all right. Let us return. Shortly after, the two made their way back to their residence, only to find the front door inexplicably ajar. Zhang was taken aback, wondering if they had been robbed. Consequently, they hastened their pace. Upon hastily entering the main hall, an unseen force abruptly pushed them to the ground, causing Peng Biao, already injured, to cry out in agony. At that moment, two elderly figures clad in white emerged, one stout and the other slender. The portly elder unfurled a cloth map, glanced at the wincing Peng Biao, and directed his inquiry at Zhang. Do you know this individual? Upon hearing the question directed at him, Zhang realized they were not mere thieves. He steadied himself and focused on the map, which prominently featured a figure resembling a fortune teller. His mind raced, and he promptly responded, I have seen him before. He is a fortune teller, and I have consulted him several times. At this, the stout elder's eyes narrowed, and he seized Zhang hand. Zhang felt a warm current circulate through his body before dissipating. Releasing Zhang, the elder approached Peng Biao and conducted a similar examination. Once both had been assessed, he stood and addressed the thin elder, stating, Brother, one of them lacks the aptitude for cultivation, while the other has a shattered Dantian. Their belongings are not upon them. One is an ordinary person, the other a wastrel. I shall not waste my time on them. We should depart. With that, the two vanished without a trace. This sensation was undoubtedly that of a powerful practitioner, perhaps even stronger. Peng Biao was left in a state of shock. Faced with these two elders, he felt an uncanny resemblance to the former leader of the Heishan sect. Master, who exactly are you? The evident intent of the two formidable figures was to seek the fortune teller, igniting an insatiable curiosity within Peng Biao regarding the fortune teller's identity. Their imposing presence left him pondering his own fate, had it not been for his shattered Dantian and the bronze fragment already within him. His chances of survival would have been non-existent. Zhang hurried to Peng Biao's side, expressing concern. Peng Biao, how are you faring? He then assisted him to his feet. In response, Peng Biao subtly gestured with his eyes towards Zhang. Understanding the implication, Zhang realized that Peng Biao feared they might be under observation, urging him to refrain from discussing the fortune teller. Peng Biao's keen insight filled Zhang with deep admiration. Had it not been for Peng Biao's silent warning, he might have unwittingly revealed crucial information. To Peng Biao, the two figures were undoubtedly practitioners of cultivation, necessitating a cautious approach, regardless of whether they were being surveilled. Discussing the fortune teller's matters was strictly off-limits. Peng Biao, these two masters must be cultivators. It is my first encounter with such prowess, arriving and departing without a trace. Zhang remarked. As long as the fortune teller's name remained unspoken, they would be safe. Remaining silent would only arouse more suspicion. Peng Biao remained silent, gazing intently at the doorway, his eyes reflecting a yearning for the power embodied by such cultivators. His spirit ignited with determination. The notion of the fortune teller resonated in his mind, hinting at a potential turning point where he could reclaim his path as a cultivator. Could it be that the remedy mentioned by Bei Yu truly existed? A potion capable of restoring one's cultivation aptitude or repairing a shattered Dantian. And was it indeed located within the Xingqian sect, or was there another opportunity? Regrettably, he had escaped, having been deceived by Bei Yu under the pretense of labor. How could he not flee? Such manipulation left him feeling profoundly humiliated. Had he known he would be tasked with menial labor, he would have outright refused. As it stood, he was uncertain of his next destination. I shall reside here for a while, Peng Biao declared. This decision was not solely due to his injuries, but also a means of cloaking his whereabouts. He was well aware of the protocols within the cultivation sects, having registered and subsequently fleeing. The Xingqian sect would undoubtedly send individuals to retrieve him. Those dispatched by the Xingqian sect would likely head directly to Peng family village to capture him, making a return to his home a perilous endeavor. Very well, consider this place your home. Stay as long as you wish, Zhang Er replied, showing kindness towards Peng Biao. As anticipated by Peng Biao, upon learning of his escape, Bei Yuyu, accompanied by Sun Buer, made haste to Peng family village. However, one detail Peng Biao overlooked was that after his departure, the middle-aged man and the bald young man, having indulged in excessive drinking, neglected to check the rooms, opting instead to hand over the situation to their successors. Therefore, it was not until the morning of the third day that the guards discovered Peng Biao's absence and promptly reported it. Within the Xingqian sect, the escape of an ordinary individual was not deemed significant, leading to a sluggish response, and it took several days for the news to reach Bei Yuyu. Since it was Bei Yuyu who had brought him in, the responsibility of retrieval naturally fell upon her. However, she found herself in a bind. Searching for someone was a cumbersome task, and were it not for Peng Biao's registered identity, she might have resorted to capturing anyone at random to stand in for him. Subsequently, accompanied by a nervous Sun Buer, they hurried to Peng family village, only to find no trace of Peng Biao. Bei Yuyu refrained from seeking out Peng Man, making every effort to keep him unaware of their pursuit of Peng Biao. That night, as Peng Biao lay in deep slumber, he experienced a peculiar dream in which he envisioned his master, the fortune teller. In this dream, the fortune teller sat cross-legged in the void, radiating golden light, imparting to Peng Biao an ancient script, explaining that he had spent a lifetime deciphering it and urging Peng Biao to commit it to memory. Upon waking, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Dawn had yet to break, and he realized it had all been a dream. In the adjacent room, Zhang Er snored thunderously. Suddenly, a disquieting thought struck Peng Biao, and he recalled the ancient characters he had learned in the dream, which now felt increasingly familiar. Upon closer reflection, he recognized them as the minuscule inscriptions on the bronze fragment. Could it be that the method of divination was inscribed upon the bronze? Had his master intended for him to study it word by word to deepen his understanding? Alas, the bronze fragment had integrated into his being, leaving him in a quandary. He realized that the fortune teller had imparted ancient knowledge to him unbeknownst to himself. Regrettably, with the bronze fragment embedded within him, he could no longer examine it. To gain insight, he must first become a cultivator. How ironic that he found himself stymied at this very stage. With no other recourse, he could only hope for the swift arrival of the opportunity his master had foretold. Before long, dawn broke. During the day, as Peng Biao and Zhang Er sat in the main hall, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Zhang Er promptly rose to answer it, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by a man and a woman. The man seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not place where he had seen him before. The woman, clad in a white dress and veiled, obscured her features, but her figure was enough to leave many men awestruck. Sun Buer, recognizing Zhang Er from their previous encounter, spoke coolly, "Let Peng Biao come out." Zhang Er was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Peng Biao is not here." The memory of their earlier meeting flooded back to him. Sun Buer gently pushed Zhang Er aside and entered, followed closely by Bei Yuyu. Peng Biao, having overheard their conversation, understood that Bei Yuyu had come seeking him. He stood calmly, leaning on his crutch. As Sun Buer and Bei Yuyu entered the hall, Zhang Er trailed behind, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Peng Biao, do you know that Buer and I have been searching for you?" Bei Yuyu inquired with genuine concern upon seeing him. "Oh, in that case, I must commend your efforts," Peng Biao replied nonchalantly. Sun Buer questioned, "Peng Biao, are you not curious how we found you? With enough silver, countless individuals are willing to run errands for you." Peng Biao chuckled lightly. He had encountered many in Yun City. If they were to offer substantial rewards, who would hesitate to provide information? And silver was something Bei Yuyu lacked not. Bei Yuyu cast a deep glance at Peng Biao, surprised by his psychological resilience and quick wit. A person deemed a failure with less than a year left to live, remaining calm and composed in the presence of two cultivators, truly astonished her. This individual was no ordinary character. She realized she had underestimated him previously. "Brother Peng Biao, I fail to comprehend why you wish to flee. Have I caused you any distress?" Bei Yuyu's expression reflected genuine sorrow. Since the other party sought clarification, Peng Biao did not hesitate to voice his concerns. "Miss Bai, You previously mentioned that good performance would lead to the bestowal of medicinal pills. Does this imply that I am to serve as a mere laborer? If that is the case, I refuse to comply, he stated gravely. Peng Biao. One cannot expect to receive elixirs without contributing. Such bargains do not exist in this world, Sun Buer interjected forcefully, his eyes flickering, fearful that Peng Biao might reveal his leniency. Noticing Sun Buer and Apos' apprehension, Peng Biao understood his thoughts but was resolute in keeping his silence. He owed Sun Buer a debt of gratitude for his kindness and would not betray him. If labor is what is required, then it should have been communicated beforehand, allowing me to make an informed choice. Why conceal it from me? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu sighed. Brother Peng Biao, you misunderstand me. It is also my fault for not explaining clearly. I had no choice. I had to present gifts to the elder alchemist to plead for your case. Until he consented, I could only place you outside the sect. Peng Biao was naturally skeptical. Such matters could have been clarified face to face. Why hadn't she done so at that moment? Bai Yu continued. During this time, I have negotiated with the elder alchemist, and he has agreed to bestow the elixir. Brother Peng Biao, if you accompany me back, you shall immediately consume that potion. Following this, you will recover your Dantian and regain your qualifications for cultivation. Still dubious, Peng Biao pondered why Bai Yu, with no ties to him, would treat him so kindly. This was indeed a significant red flag. At that moment, Zhang who had been listening intently, exclaimed, Peng Biao, you must not let this opportunity slip away. Do not forget what the fortune teller foretold about your future. Having overheard everything, he realized that Peng Biao was once a cultivator who had encountered physical hardships, and it appeared that these two were here to assist him. Zhang was anxious to see Peng Biao refuse their help. Peng Biao fell silent, contemplating the fortune teller's prediction of his return to cultivation. Was this moment the fulfillment of that prophecy? Bai Yu, unaware of any fortune teller, regarded them as mere charlatans. Brother Peng Biao, your distrust towards me is understandable, as we have not previously interacted deeply. However, consider this. With the combined strength of myself and Sun Buer, should we wish you harm, it would be a trivial endeavor. If we truly intended to bring you misfortune, why would we engage in such extensive discourse? Bai Yu added, intensifying her argument. Her words struck a chord with Peng Biao, for if she truly meant to harm him, she could have simply captured him without all this unnecessary dialogue. Very well, I shall trust you once more, Peng Biao resolved. Swayed by the fortune teller's words to accompany Bai Yu exhaled in relief, while internally, she mused about Peng Biao's heightened wariness after their time apart. With Peng Biao's agreement, Sun Buer presented a green pill the size of a soybean. Consume this pill, and your leg injury will heal instantly. He tossed the pill to Peng Biao. Peng Biao caught it and inspected it closely before swallowing it. The elixir coursed through him, transforming into a warm current that swiftly reached his injured area. Moments later, he discarded his crutch and stood upright once more. He was not surprised. He had witnessed the miraculous nature of cultivators and Apos pills before. However, Zhang was left utterly astonished. Heavens! A single pill has mended a broken leg. This is the prowess of cultivators? He marveled. With Peng Biao's injury healed, Bai Yu decided it was time to depart. Exiting, they found a carriage waiting nearby. Peng Biao turned to Zhang and expressed, I am grateful for your care. I shall not forget it, and I promise to repay you in the future. Zhang now coming to his senses, chuckled, Peng Biao, travel safely. I look forward to that day. As Peng Biao settled into the rear of the carriage alongside Bai Yu, she seemed wary, perhaps fearing his potential flight. They sat facing each other, and Bai Yu remarked, your friend appears quite loyal to you. Indeed. He is likely my only true friend, Peng Biao reflected. One does not require many friends. A few genuine ones suffice. In the realm of cultivation, friendship is a rare luxury. Bai Yu spoke wistfully. Peng Biao resonated with her sentiment. Reflecting on his 10 years in the Black Mountain sect, he realized he had no friends at all. Curiously, he inquired, is there truly no genuine friendship among the cultivators in the sect? Very few. It is difficult to discern whether others approach you for authentic companionship or ulterior motives. Thus, the best approach is to maintain a distance from everyone, Bai Yu lamented. Peng Biao pressed further, and what of spouses? Surely, there are those who unite in marriage among cultivators? Most marriages are merely unions of convenience. The saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, but when calamity strikes, they often flee in opposite directions. She succinctly captured the essence of marital ties. Peng Biao fell silent. recognizing Bai Yu's depth of insight regarding the complexities of relationships among cultivators. The world of cultivation was fraught with intricacies, a stark contrast to the simplicity of ordinary life. Cultivators, with their extended lifespans, likely spent their time embroiled in schemes and rivalries. As silence enveloped them, the atmosphere grew tense. Bored, Peng Biao's gaze wandered until he noticed 4 characters embroidered on by Yu's clothing. Inner sect disciple. He mused, so, disciples of the Xingqian sect signify their identity through embroidery. This is quite clever, something I had overlooked before. Bai Yu soon noticed Peng Biao's unwavering gaze fixated on her chest, and a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Is brother Peng Biao so curious about the female form? She questioned icily. Realizing his indiscretion, Peng Biao quickly turned his head away, chastising himself for his lapse in focus. However, he couldn't help but think, it truly is remarkable. After some time, the carriage reached the foot of the mountain, and Peng Biao followed Bai Yu up the slope, while Sun Buer went to return the carriage. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Bai Yu chose to lead Peng Biao to the right, not the left as before. Approaching a formation shrouded in white mist, she stepped forward without hesitation into the fog. As Bai Yu entered, the mist parted, revealing a wide passage. Observing this, Peng Biao followed suit. The two traversed the mist and soon emerged into an expansive valley, filled with pavilions and intricately carved stone buildings, antique wooden structures, and towering halls. Wisps of smoke rose from the valley floor, and spiritual energy danced like silken threads, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. In contrast, Yin City felt like a beggar-esque dwelling. Peng Biao inhaled deeply. The air here imbued with a sweet fragrance that invigorated his mind, far purer than the air outside. He mused. The abundance of spiritual energy rivals that of the Black Mountain sect. This place must be embedded with a gathering formation. Follow me, Bai Yu softly uttered, then proceeded along the stone-paved path, with Peng Biao hastily following suit. After walking a short distance, Bai Yu turned right, taking a side path. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a quaint 2-story wooden building. Peng Biao glanced around and noticed an abundance of exotic flowers and plants surrounding the area. It appeared they had reached the residence of the elder alchemist. Bai Yu led Peng Biao into the hall of the wooden building and called out, "Elder One, are you there? Bai Yu seeks an audience." "Ah, Bai Yu, you have come again. How diligent of you." A venerable voice resonated. An elderly man clad in white descended from the upper floor. His head was completely bald, while the rest of his head was adorned with a lush crown of white hair. "Elder One, this is Peng Biao." "Peng Biao, this is Elder One, the alchemist of our Xingqian sect." Bai Yu introduced them to one another. "It is an honor to meet you, Elder One." Peng Biao respectfully bowed. Recognizing him as a master of the core realm, Elder One remained silent, squinting his eyes as he scrutinized Peng Biao, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. It seemed as if Elder One was not gazing at a person, but rather inspecting a mere rodent. "Peng Biao, you must listen attentively to Elder One while you are here. He possesses elixirs that can restore your Dantian, granting you the ability to cultivate once more," Bai Yu informed him. However, a sense of unease lingered within Peng Biao's heart. "Ha, Peng Biao is it? Come, follow me to the back room." Elder One beckoned without allowing Peng Biao a moment to ponder. Feeling apprehensive, Peng Biao grasped Bai Yu's arm and said, "Miss Bai Yu, you must stay here and wait for me." In his mind, even if Bai Yu could not be fully trusted, she was at least a distant relative of Ping Man, which made her more reliable than this peculiar old man. Bai Yu paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, "Do not worry, I will wait here for you." With a heavy heart, Peng Biao entered the back room, where he found a large wooden tub filled with a green liquid, floating with various flowers, plants, branches, and even insect carcasses. Elder One stood beside the tub, casually instructing, "Remove all your clothes and enter the tub." Having reached this point, Peng Biao had no choice but to comply, despite his complete ignorance regarding elixirs. Elder One examined him from head to toe and remarked, "You have quite a fine physique. You must also remove your undergarments." Peng Biao felt utterly speechless, yet reasoning that they were both men, he decided it was of little consequence and removed his underpants. "You seem to possess ample resources," Elder One complimented. Peng Biao rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Once he entered the tub, only his head remained above the surface. As his body soaked in the green liquid, he felt a wave of warmth penetrating his form, akin to the influx of spiritual energy during his past cultivation, causing him to involuntarily close his eyes in comfort. "Enjoy it now, for discomfort will soon follow," Elder Wen's voice echoed, and then the sound of chains rattled. Ping Biao looked over to see Elder Wen approaching with two chains anchored to the ground, promptly fastening Ping Biao's hands with the restraints. What are you doing? Let me go? Peng Biao shouted angrily, realizing he was now completely at the mercy of the elder. Are you feeling anxious? Fear not. If I truly intended to harm you, why would I bind you with chains? A mere flick of my finger could end your life. The chains merely restrict your movements. Elder Wen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao calmed down, recognizing the logic in Elder Wen's words. If the elder had wished to do him harm, he need not resort to such measures. Presently, he was just an ordinary man. What could he possibly do? Elder Wen then brought forth a bowl and placed it at Peng Biao's lips, stating, "Drink this. Remember, once you consume it, harbor no thoughts of resistance, or it will turn into a deadly poison." Gazing at the golden concoction in the bowl, Peng Biao hesitated. Do you still wish to restore your Dantian? Elder Wen sensed Peng Biao's reluctance and barked. With that, a resolute determination began to surface in Peng Biao's eyes. Had he not come this far solely to repair his Dantian and regain his cultivation potential? Here goes, I'll take the plunge. With a satisfied smile from Elder Wen, Peng Biao gulped down the golden potion. However, he felt nothing particularly extraordinary at first. About 15 minutes later, the effects began to manifest. His skin suddenly turned crimson, as if engulfed in flames, and before he could comprehend it, his complexion shifted to a ghostly pallor, akin to being frozen. Soon after, he was besieged by a torment akin to 1,000 knives rending his flesh. This agony surged in rapid succession, mercilessly ravaging both his body and spirit. Ah! Peng Biao cried out in anguish, his veins bulging, eyes wide with horror, seemingly on the verge of popping out of their sockets. The chains rattled violently as he strained against them. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, then an entire hour. Peng Biao endured this torment for a full hour. Remarkable. Among the 5 individuals Beiyu brought, you have held out the longest. Elder Wen's voice reached him. What? What about them? Peng Biao struggled to maintain his clarity, querying each word with painstaking effort. They're dead. None could endure the ordeal, Elder Wen stated, as if recounting the fate of a hapless lab rat. Ah! Peng Biao let out another tortured scream, torn between physical pain and the regret gnawing at his psyche. The truth dawned upon him. The 5 individuals brought by Beiyu were mere subjects of Elder Wen's experiments. No wonder Beiyu had chosen only tall and robust individuals. The frail could not withstand such torment. He now understood why Beiyu had coaxed him to return willingly rather than simply overpowering him. This experiment required the participant to willingly consume the golden potion, devoid of any intention of rebellion, lest it fail to yield the desired results. He felt regret. He felt hatred. At that moment, waves of pain surged, leaving him no room for further contemplation. Peng Biao sensed his vision blurring, teetering on the brink of collapse. No, I must hold on. My master once told me that I would regain my cultivation potential, and it must be now. It has to be now. I must endure. In the final moments, a jolt of realization struck him, recalling the words of the semi-divine being. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persevered for yet another hour. By now, the green liquid in the tub had completely transformed into clear water, the medicinal effects fully absorbed by Peng Biao's body. Upon witnessing this, Elder Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement. As he muttered, "Endure, endure. After so many subjects, will one finally succeed? If I succeed, the name of Wenbuchu shall resonate throughout the realm of cultivation. I shall solve the ancient conundrum of irreparable Dantian damage and emerge as an epic-making hero. How could a mere Xingqian sect contain me? My aspirations soar towards greater sections." In the midst of Wenbuchu's musings, Peng Biao let out a thunderous roar, and in an instant, radiant golden light erupted from his body, with a resplendent glow emanating from his Dantian. Elder Wen's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment as he bellowed, "It worked! It worked! I never imagined the methods recorded in ancient texts were true. What caution! Mere nonsense! Haraha! The ancients do not deceive me. The ancients do not deceive me." After waiting in the hall for what felt like an eternity, Beiyu heard Elder Wen's jubilant exclamations and raised her delicate eyebrows in astonishment. Is it truly successful? How peculiar. The first 4 perished, yet Peng Biao alone has triumphed. I had originally prepared to collect his remains, but now it seems I must offer my congratulations. It appears I have gained an additional junior disciple. I must see for myself, she declared, making her way to the back room. Inside the back room, the golden radiance enveloping Peng Biao gradually faded as he let out a fierce shout. unleashing his energy, causing the wooden tub to shatter into countless splinters, dousing the floor with clear water and remnants of various medicinal herbs. Unfazed by the situation, when Buchu casually placed his hand on Peng Biao's shoulder. In a flash, he nodded, saying, "Indeed, you have absorbed all the medicinal power. Not only have you restored your Dantian, but you have also made a significant breakthrough to the late stage of the strength realm. Quite commendable." Upon hearing this, a bitter smile curled on Peng Biao's lips. Had it not been for his resilience, he might have long since perished. Yet at this moment, he felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. His master had indeed foreseen this turning point, declaring it would come in a matter of days, and here it was indeed. Qin Ruoshui, Qin Ruoyan, Zhang Xiang, just wait. I, Peng Biao, will return eventually, and all who have wronged me shall pay the price, he fervently declared within himself. At that instant, Bei Yuyu entered the room. Upon meeting her gaze, Peng Biao was momentarily taken aback. Now he stood completely naked, his arms bound tightly by iron chains, rendering him unable to turn his body and transforming him into an object of observation. He exerted his strength, attempting to break free from the shackles, but the chains seemed to be forged from an unknown material, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Peng Biao could only shift his body slightly, yet it felt as if he was merely presenting himself from another angle for her amusement. For a moment, he was at a loss for any viable solution. Contrary to his expectations, Bei Yuyu did not scream and cover her face before fleeing. Instead, she gazed at him with a smile that was neither wholly amused nor entirely serious. With an appreciative glint in her eyes, she observed the exposed Peng Biao without averting her gaze. After a prolonged silence, Bei Yuyu nodded in approval, remarking, "Peng Biao, I must say, you are quite well endowed." Peng Biao was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining his composure, he could not help but roar in indignation. "You shameless." Bei Yuyu rolled her eyes dismissively and retorted, "Do you think I am enamored by your physique? Let me tell you, the women of the cultivation world are not akin to those of the mundane realm. Do not measure cultivators by the standards of ordinary mortals." Observing Peng Biao's flustered expression, Bei Yuyu coldly remarked, "I fear not the act of killing. Why should I be embarrassed to see you in your birthday suit? Do you think I am merely a delicate woman who blushes at the sight of a naked man? The physical body is but a vessel, a mere shell for the soul." "You are right, Peng Biao," when Buchu interjected, "now that your Dantian is restored, you must cast aside the trappings of the mundane world. In the realm of cultivation, it is the pursuit of power that reigns supreme. Everything else must take a back seat." He regarded Bei Yuyu with admiration, recognizing her exceptional capabilities and cunning. Influenced by their words, Peng Biao hesitated, questioning whether he had been overly sensitive. Yet he quickly realized that these two individuals likely possessed perspectives far removed from those of ordinary people. This realization steadied his mind, allowing him to avoid viewing everyone as lecherous. After casting a glance at Peng Biao, Bei Yuyu resumed her scrutiny, drawing closer for a more detailed examination. At this point, Peng Biao began to suspect that Bei Yuyu and Apos' mindset was peculiar. "Quickly unbind me," he urged, a shiver of discomfort coursing through him, and he shouted towards Wenbuchu. Do you dare to shout at me?" Wenbuchu coldly replied, "Bei Yuyu would not dare to act so brazenly in my presence. What right do you, a mere junior of the strength realm, have to make demands of me?" With a disdainful snort, he turned away, leaving Peng Biao in despair as he closed his eyes, feeling as if his spirit had been extinguished. "Stop whining. Watching you is akin to preparing to carve your flesh. Yet it is merely this," Bei Yuyu remarked nonchalantly, illustrating the principle that as long as one remains unembarrassed, it is others who will feel the awkwardness. With the sound of clinking metal, Bei Yuyu personally unlocked the iron cuffs binding Peng Biao. Once freed, he swiftly dashed to his clothing, hastily dressing himself. "Is it necessary? Everything worth seeing has already been laid bare. Why bother with clothes?" Bei Yuyu teased, observing his flustered demeanor. Peng Biao shot her an angry glance. Suddenly, Bei Yuyu leaned in closer, playfully suggesting, "Peng Biao, since I have seen all of you, have you ever thought of returning the favor? I can accommodate you, you know." At her words, Peng Biao cursed inwardly and promptly distanced himself from her. Bei Yuyu, unfazed, glanced downwards and erupted into laughter before striding out, leaving behind a trail of melodious giggles. "Hey, Bei Yuyu, don't go. You want to look at me?" Wenbuchu exclaimed urgently. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao couldn't and Apos' help but think, what a shameless old man. He could be mistaken for someone's ancestor with such audacity. Ah, call him grandfather for me to hear. When Buchu quipped. Ha ha, Elder One certainly knows how to tease. Bei Yuyu's voice echoed as it faded into the distance. Ping Biao, listening to their exchange, wore a bemused expression, realizing how eccentric both were. When Buchu, noting Ping Biao's peculiar look, chuckled softly. Young man, do not underestimate Bei Yuyu. If you think her a wanton woman, you are gravely mistaken. Her cunning is profound, he advised, recognizing the necessity of keeping Ping Biao close for observation. Now that he was the first successful subject of their experiments, Peng Biao scoffed. That woman was anything but restrained just now. How could she not be lewd? She remains a maiden, when Buchu replied calmly, a single statement that spoke volumes. However, Peng Biao was left in shock at this revelation. Do not look at me like that. I am not as lecherous as you might think. When your cultivation reaches a higher level, you will understand, when Buchu remarked. Perceiving Peng Biao's thoughts with ease, reflecting on when Buchu's words, Peng Biao began to ponder. He increasingly felt that when Buchu was indeed correct. After all, his animosity towards Bei Yuyu had considerably diminished following her antics. Initially intent on seeking revenge, he now found such thoughts fading away. Bei Yuyu was indeed formidable. Her seemingly chaotic behavior was laced with intention, each action and word serving a purpose. This woman is not simple, he concluded. When Buchu observed Peng Biao's expression, nodding inwardly, his ability to discern the deeper implications of Bei Yuyu's actions indicated that Peng Biao was no fool and thus worthy of cultivation. From now on, at the Starry Sect, you shall accompany me, helping with chores and tending to spirit herbs, when Buchu ordered. Although Peng Biao initially hesitated, he recognized his unfamiliarity with the environment. Aside from Bei Yuyu, he knew no one at the Starry Sect. Furthermore, when Buchu's tone, though seemingly negotiable, carried an authoritative weight that left little room for refusal. Thus, Peng Biao reluctantly nodded in agreement. Though I do not carry myself with airs, should you defy me, there will be consequences, when Buchu warned. Casting a wary glance at Peng Biao. I understand, Elder One, Peng Biao replied resignedly. It would be disingenuous to claim he held no resentment towards Wen Buchu. After all, this man treated living beings as mere subjects for experimentation, driven by an unyielding pursuit of his goals. Yet, the current Peng Biao, despite facing someone he loathed, had learned to mask his inner turmoil, having been an experimental subject when his Dantian shattered, and now reborn as a cultivator. Peng Biao found himself aligned with Wen Buchu's mindset. The past and present were distinct, and he had adeptly adjusted his role. In the world of adults, pragmatism reigns supreme. Emotions must ebb and flow in accordance with interests and allegiances. As long as one possesses the aptitude for cultivation and reaches the strength realm. With a recommendation, one may become an outer disciple of our Starry Sect. Follow me, and I shall take you to collect the items for outer disciples. When Buchu said without further ado, leading the way outside. Upon entering the hall, they found that Bei Yuyu had already vanished, presumably having departed. When Buchu guided Peng Biao out of the wooden building, traversing numerous pavilions, until they arrived before a grand hall that spanned an extensive area. Peng Biao noticed a plaque above the entrance inscribed with the characters Starry Hall. This is the place for disciple registration and distribution of items. A significant location for the Starry Sect, when Buchu remarked. Stopping at the entrance, when Buchu refrained from entering, Peng Biao peered inside, observing numerous disciples clad in white garments busily attending to their tasks. At that moment, a male disciple spotted Wen Buchu standing outside and hurried over, respectfully greetings. Elder One. Peng Biao noticed the insignia on his chest reading Outer Disciple. This is the newly accepted Outer Disciple. Peng Biao, please register him, Wen Buchu stated casually. Hands clasped behind his back. The male disciple produced a sheet of paper and a brush, inquiring about Peng Biao's age and cultivation level. 20 years old. Late stage of the strength realm. You know how to write Biao, right? Peng Biao asked habitually. Of course, it's the character for insert a sign and sell ahead. The disciple replied. No, it's the character for to rage. Peng Biao chuckled, bemused by the disciple's misunderstanding. The disciple swiftly recorded the information and then mentioned. Outer disciples have menial duties assigned. Currently, there is no need. His duty is to assist me in tending to the spirit herb garden, when Buchu interrupted. Elder One, isn't this against the rules set by the sect master? The disciple appeared troubled. Just reported upwards. I have my privileges, when Buchu insisted. The disciple could only nod in compliance, subsequently presenting a set of white garments to Peng Biao, along with a circular token the size of a palm, made of an unknown material, adorned with intricate patterns and inscribed with the characters starry in relief. Peng Biao accepted the garments and the token. The disciple cautioned, "The token serves as the key to enter the sect's grand formation. Please bloodbind it to recognize ownership and do not lose it." Peng Biao nodded, pricking his finger to let a drop of blood touch the token, which promptly absorbed it. "Let us proceed to the transmission hall," Wen Buchu announced, leading the way. As they walked, countless disciples in white respectfully bowed to Wen Buchu. Soon, they arrived at another grand hall, its entrance marked by a plaque inscribed with Transmission Hall. Once again, Wen Buchu remained outside, cautioning, "These are critical areas of the sect. Unless one is on duty, it is best not to enter to avoid unnecessary trouble." Peng Biao nodded in understanding, well aware of such protocols from his previous experiences at Black Mountain Sect. Peering into the transmission hall, he observed numerous bookshelves filled with various texts and animal hides. A male disciple from within approached Wen Buchu and bowed respectfully. "This is the newly accepted outer disciple. Please provide him with the cultivation methods," Wen Buchu instructed. "Yes, Elder, just a moment," the disciple replied, moving towards the shelves. "Fetch the third-grade cultivation method," Wen Buchu called out. The disciple turned, stating, "Elder, outer disciples are only permitted to cultivate first-grade methods. Acquiring a third-grade method may not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Report it. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry," Wen Buchu retorted, glaring. "Very well." The disciple relented, recognizing the authority of the elder. Peng Biao thought to himself, "Elder Wen is quite generous, directly requesting a third-grade method for me. When I first entered the Black Mountain Sect, I was only granted a second-grade method, and only after becoming a core disciple was I allowed to cultivate the third grade. Cultivation methods are classified from 1 to 9 grades, with first-grade methods allowing cultivation up to the Qi realm, second grade up to the core realm, and third grade up to the aperture realm, and so on. The higher the grade, the more valuable the method, though even among the same grade, variations exist based on their focus. The disciple soon returned with over 10 volumes of texts and hides, placing them on a nearby table. "Brother, please select. If unsatisfactory, there are more inside." Peng Biao used one hand to browse through the selections, quickly choosing a scroll of hide. "This one will suffice," he declared. The disciple nodded, taking the token from Peng Biao's attire, inspecting the reverse, and channeling a grayish energy towards it, recording on a sheet of white paper, "Peng Biao, outer disciple. Selected Luan Dao." Peng Biao understood that the token contained his personal information since the moment he bloodbound it. The reverse of the token also bore his details, requiring confirmation through comparison. "Brother, this is the internal map of the Starry Sect along with important notes. Please keep it safe." The disciple handed over a small booklet to Peng Biao. After returning the token, he carried the remaining cultivation methods back into the hall. "I didn't expect you to have such an interest in physical cultivation methods," Wen Buchu remarked, surprised. The advantages of physical cultivation are evident, yet so are its drawbacks. To strengthen the body, one must absorb a substantial amount of true energy from the Dantian. Cultivators already spend considerable time absorbing spiritual energy to transform it into their true energy, if their bodies were to siphon off true energy. The time required for spiritual energy absorption would increase significantly. Peng Biao chuckled, refraining from elaborating. He often contemplated that had he practiced physical cultivation at Black Mountain Sect, even after his Dantian was destroyed and true energy dissipated, the strength gained through physical cultivation would remain, preventing him from being overpowered by those villagers. Most importantly, Peng Biao was untroubled by the drawbacks of physical cultivation, as he possessed a mysterious bronze that aided in absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, thus alleviating concerns about insufficient true energy. Having acquired the cultivation method, Peng Biao returned with Wen Buchu. "I have secured the highest grade of cultivation method possible for you. As for mystical abilities, you must find a way to acquire those yourself," Wen Buchu stated as they walked. "Mystical abilities? Elder, what are mystical abilities?" Peng Biao feigned ignorance, fully aware of their nature, asking only to portray himself as a humble novice. "How could you, a former cultivator, not know about mystical abilities?" "Very well, I shall enlighten you. Cultivation methods are for training, while mystical abilities are for combat. To obtain mystical abilities, there is no other way but to undertake tasks at the mission hall. Rewards for completed tasks often include mystical abilities. Cultivation methods only enhance your realm, while mystical abilities are the essence of combat strength. Peng Biao nodded, indicating his comprehension. Remember, sharing mystical abilities and cultivation methods privately is strictly forbidden if discovered. The consequences can range from losing your Dantian to execution, Wen Buchu warned. Peng Biao pretended to change his expression, though he was already aware of such regulations, which are largely similar across various sections. Upon returning to Wen Buchu's wooden building, the elder tossed a thick tome at Peng Biao. You have 3 days to memorize the characteristics of all the spirit herbs within. From now on, the care of the spirit herbs will be entirely your responsibility. Wen Buchu seemed to have found a scapegoat, clearly aware of the complexity involved in nurturing spirit herbs. Keep in mind, most spirit herbs are more precious than your life. If your negligence leads to damage or wilting of the herbs, be prepared for punishment, Wen Buchu warned, concerned that Peng Biao might take it lightly. Peng Biao found himself devoid of any options as he accepted the book, eager to flip through its pages. Perhaps later, he thought, you were quite the rogue in your past, weren't you? Allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge about cultivators, lest you embarrass me with your ignorance once you step outside. With a sheepish smile, Peng Biao mused internally, another waste of time. The two settled onto the cushions in the hall, with Peng Biao feigning earnest attention. Those who are called cultivators aspire to achieve immortality, a goal that is notoriously challenging. Wen Buchu began to elucidate. Individuals are categorized into those with and without the aptitude for cultivation, with the latter representing the vast majority. Among those possessing the talent, there are 2 types: those who have practiced cultivation techniques and can elevate their realms based on personal aptitude, and those who, without such techniques, can only absorb a limited amount of natural essence through physical training, ultimately achieving only modest accomplishments. Suppressing a yawn, Peng Biao pretended to listen with interest. Wen Buchu continued, cultivators progress through 3 stages: mortal, divine, and immortal, with the mortal realm further divided into 5 tiers: strength, qi, yuan, core, and aperture. Each tier is subdivided into early, mid, and late stages. One can expect to live a century at the strength stage, gaining an additional 100 years with each subsequent breakthrough, ultimately reaching a lifespan of 500 years upon entering the aperture stage. What realms exist after achieving divine status, elder? Peng Biao inquired earnestly, recalling his previous conversation with Zhang Bufan, who had merely advised him to focus on gradual progress rather than lofty ambitions. As a lowly mortal at this stage, contemplating divinity is futile and counterproductive, Wen Buchu admonished. Do all elders deliver the same reproach to their disciples? Peng Biao silently reflected. That will suffice for now. Should you have further questions, consult the library. It contains a wealth of miscellaneous literature. Yes, elder, Peng Biao feigned compliance, knowing well that he was already well versed in the basics. That night, Peng Biao was assigned a guest room on the first floor by Wen Buchu for rest. Lying in bed, he began to introspectively examine his Dantian, now restored to its pristine condition, appearing even more robust and imbued with an inexplicable vitality. Where his previous Dantian had been a mere vessel for absorbing true energy, it now resembled a living entity, exuding a unique spirit. Gray strands of true energy swirled within the Dantian, at its center resting 2 bronze pieces. They leaned against each other, as though on the verge of merging. One piece gradually inhaled and exhaled true energy, reminiscent of a sentient being, while the other remained inert, clearly devoid of life. Peng Biao deduced that the animated bronze was the one he had found on the lakeshore, while the lifeless piece had been bestowed by his master, a semi-divine figure. Could it be that the bronze I found has developed consciousness, allowing it to absorb the essence of the world and integrate into my being? While my master's bronze lacks such awareness, he pondered, unable to comprehend the notion of inanimate bronze possessing consciousness. Regardless, I shall first examine the inscriptions on the bronze, he resolved. He scrutinized the piece gifted by his master. The path of divination encompasses self, others, all beings, and the cosmos. Everything in existence is encompassed within divination. This revelation was indeed astounding, yet the complexities of cultivation seemed daunting. No meditation or absorption of essence was required. Mere comprehension of life and the universe could yield significant achievements in divination. Even those with lesser cultivation could master it, provided they possessed profound insights into the world. What a perplexing conundrum, Peng Biao mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Though divination is extraordinary, it is not a technique but rather an art. devoid of boundary restrictions. Anyone with cultivation aptitude can practice it. Yet, the essence of life and the cosmos is elusive, making it challenging to grasp. After much contemplation, he concluded, perhaps only those who have traversed the vicissitudes of life and discerned the nuances of human experience can elevate their mastery of the art. This, he realized, was the inherent limitation of divination. Regardless of one's cultivation level, without a genuine understanding of life and the universe, mastery remained elusive. Yet, divination possessed its own merits. Even a cultivator at the strength stage could attain profound depths in this art, provided their life experiences were rich enough. With renewed curiosity, Ping Biao turned his attention to the bronze piece he had discovered on the lakeshore. The body domination technique, a 9th-tier physical cultivation method. Good heavens, a 9th-tier technique. This is a remarkable fortune. The words leaped out at him, igniting a surge of exhilaration. The mere thought of encountering such a technique, let alone practicing it, had been beyond his wildest dreams. Suppressing his excitement, he meticulously read on, his enthusiasm mounting. The body domination technique comprised 9 chapters, with the first capable of elevating one to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Having absorbed this knowledge, sleep became a distant thought. He hastily rose to channel the technique and absorb the essence of the world. As he invoked the body domination technique, it felt as though he had awakened the very bronze he had discovered. The bronze emitted a powerful pull, drawing the surrounding essence into his Dantian. The sensation was exhilarating. Such speed and volume of essence entering his body was an experience he had never encountered before. As the essence flowed into his Dantian, it transformed into true energy, following the designated path of the body domination technique. After one cycle, all seemed well, but during the second, he was struck by a piercing pain. Within him, the channels through which the true energy flowed were forcibly shattered and then restructured. The newly formed channels became broader and more resilient. Externally, Ping Biao gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he understood the necessity of perseverance. A 9th-tier technique is an invaluable treasure. The pain endured must be beyond ordinary tolerance. He envisioned the power he would gain, far surpassing others at the same level if he could endure this trial. I must persist. Qin Ruoshui and Qin Ruoyan, await my vengeance. I will not let you escape. As he shifted his focus to the siblings who had betrayed him, feelings of betrayal and humiliation surged, rendering his physical pain somewhat more bearable. The true energy expanded his channels while simultaneously being absorbed by his flesh and bones, fortifying every aspect of his physique. The amount of true energy absorbed by his body was substantial. Had it not been for the rapid absorption of essence by the bronze piece, he would have struggled to cultivate the body domination technique. Without the bronze, his efforts would have been futile, leading to failure due to insufficient true energy. After enduring the second cycle, he could no longer sustain the exertion and abruptly halted his practice. However, the bronze did not cease its absorption. The essence continued to flow into his Dantian, transforming ceaselessly into true energy. Observing the increasing accumulation of true energy within his Dantian, Peng Biao grew apprehensive, fearing its imminent rupture. Yet, he found himself powerless to halt the influx from the bronze fragment. In desperation, he resorted once more to channeling the overlord body technique. However, the technique and Oppo's rate of energy consumption paled in comparison to the escalating generation. Peng Biao realized with mounting horror that his Dantian was nearing its capacity. Finally, it brimmed with true energy, yet the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth persisted relentlessly. Peng Biao felt an agonizing distension within his Dantian. It's over. He lamented, my Dantian is about to burst again. Just as he braced for the impending rupture, a resonant hum emanated from the bronze fragment he had discovered. A ripple of energy pulsed outward from its core. Simultaneously, Peng Biao experienced a searing pain in his Dantian, followed by a swift descent into unconsciousness. In his fading thoughts, he despaired. I painstakingly repaired my Dantian, only to have it shattered once more by my own energy. No one could be more unfortunate. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Peng Biao and Oppo's face. He stirred awake, startled, and immediately examined his Dantian with his inner eye. What he beheld caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. His Dantian had undergone a remarkable expansion, its dimensions now tenfold compared to its previous state. Within it swirled a dense, gray essence of true energy. How? He questioned. Are cultivators' Dantians not uniformly sized, fixed from birth? Why is mine expanded tenfold? Following his initial shock, Ping Biao was overcome with elation. In combat, he mused, I could potentially outlast any opponent through sheer energy reserves alone. He turned his attention to the bronze fragment within his Dantian, noting that it had merged into a single piece. Its volume noticeably increased. It continued to pulse, drawing in and expelling true energy. Ping Biao surmised that the two bronze fragments had fused, and that their union was responsible for the tenfold expansion of his Dantian. What manner of treasure is this bronze fragment? He wondered. How can it possess such extraordinary properties, capable of even augmenting a cultivator's Dantian? As the initial shock subsided and he began to relax, Peng Biao was assailed by a foul odor. Upon removing his garments, he discovered his entire body coated in a layer of black, viscous grime, as if he were encased in a custom-fitted suit of filth. Is this impurities purged from my body? How revolting! Peng Biao pinched his nostrils and hastily exited the premises. He noticed that when Bu Chu was absent, Peng Biao reasoned that when Bu Chu, being an alchemist, was likely occupied with concoctions in the upper chambers. He hurried to the rear courtyard, drew a bucket of water from the well, and cleansed himself from head to toe. After a prolonged scrubbing, Peng Biao managed to rid himself of the grime. Having expelled the impurities from his body, his complexion appeared fairer, his skin smoother, almost like polished jade. Donning the attire of a Star Sect outer disciple, Peng Biao felt revitalized, his spirits soaring. Just then, his stomach emitted a series of audible growls. Peng Biao chuckled wryly. Alas, he thought, I must familiarize myself with the various spiritual herbs, and my hunger pangs are distracting. Otherwise, I would dedicate myself to further cultivation. Thus, Peng Biao spent his days studying the properties of spiritual herbs and his nights practicing the overlord body technique, his physical strength increasing with each passing day. 3 days later, having mastered the knowledge of all the spiritual herbs, Peng Biao proactively began tending to the herbs surrounding the wooden edifice. Having endured a tumultuous upbringing marked by hardship, Peng Biao approached every task with patience, ensuring the spiritual herbs received meticulous care. Wen Buchu frequently observed Peng Biao from the upper floor. As he witnessed Peng Biao's diligent tending of the herbs, his satisfaction grew. In the past, the sect had dispatched numerous outer disciples to assist in the care of the spiritual herbs. However, these individuals were invariably impetuous and restless. Each time the sect sent someone, several herbs in the garden would wither and die. Over time, Wen Buchu had simply ceased requesting assistance from the sect, preferring to tend to the garden himself. However, this reduced his available cultivation time, especially given his frequent obligations to concoct elixirs and pills for the sect. Wen Buchu had only entrusted Peng Biao with the task as an experiment, never expecting him to excel at it. A month passed in this manner. One morning, Wen Buchu summoned Peng Biao from the spiritual herb garden into the main hall and handed him a small wooden vial. You have worked diligently during this period, he said. This is a rank 1-foot chi enhancement pill. When consumed by a late-stage strength realm cultivator, it offers a chance to break through to the chi realm. Thank you, Elder, Peng Biao replied, accepting the vial with genuine gratitude. Come, Wen Buchu instructed, allow me to assess your physical condition. Peng Biao approached Wen Buchu, who placed a hand on Peng Biao's shoulder, releasing a fleeting pulse of gray spiritual energy. Peng Biao understood that Wen Buchu was checking for any abnormalities in his body. After all, Peng Biao and Amp Oppo's Dantian had been restored through Wen Buchu and Amp Oppo's experiment, and he would undoubtedly want to monitor the situation closely. Wen Buchu's examinations of Peng Biao's physical condition were frequent, occurring every few days. But Peng Biao did not object. Excellent. Everything appears normal, Wen Buchu said with a nod and a smile. Everything normal implied that the experiment had proven viable. There are no pressing matters in the coming days, Wen Buchu continued. I understand that your home is not far from the Star Sect. Perhaps you should return for a visit. As the first successful subject of the experiment, I feel inclined to grant you this privilege. Thank you, Elder, Peng Biao exclaimed, overjoyed. He had longed to see village chief Ping Man since leaving Ping family village. You must return in 5 days, Wen Buchu reminded him. Outer disciples are typically not permitted to use carriages, but I have arranged for one from within the sect in my capacity as an elder. You may collect it at the foot of the mountain. Peng Biao bowed respectfully and strode out, eager to return and see village chief Peng Man clad in white robes. Peng Biao passed through the white mist barrier with his token, exiting the sect's protective formation. Casting a final glance at the dense white mist, Peng Biao's spirits lifted. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, he was greeted by an outer disciple. "Are you senior brother Ping Biao?" The disciple inquired. "I am here under Elder Wen's orders." Peng Biao nodded and presented his token for inspection. The disciple then handed over the reins to the carriage. Peng Biao stroked the chestnut mare, then boarded the carriage and set off at a brisk pace. Traveling without pause, he arrived at Cloud City by midday. The gate guards of Cloud City, now wiser, recognized the affiliation with the Star Sect and the luxurious carriage. Without hesitation, they granted passage. Peng Biao did not linger in Cloud City, but continued towards Peng Family Village. Finally arriving before sunset, Peng Biao reached Peng Man's stone dwelling, parking the carriage in front and retrieving hay from the carriage. The disciple had foreseen that Peng Biao would be traveling alone and had loaded the carriage with ample hay for the horse's sustenance. This hay was not ordinary grass, but rather grown within the Star Sect in an area abundant with spiritual energy, ensuring the horse's robust health. As much as Peng Biao was delighted to return to Peng Family Village, he also felt a sense of unease. Having resided in an area saturated with spiritual energy for so long, he found the scarcity of spiritual energy in the outside world unsettling. He pushed open the door, but did not see Ping Man. Shouldn't he be preparing dinner at this hour? Ping Biao wondered. He then pushed open the bedroom door, and his heart sank at the sight of Peng Man lying in bed. Peng Biao acutely sensed that Peng Man's condition was grave. "Village chief, village chief," Peng Biao cried, rushing to the bedside. Peng Man's eyes were closed, his breath shallow. It appeared he had little time left. Peng Biao was alarmed. He seized Peng Man's hand and channeled his true energy into Peng Man's body. With the infusion of Peng Biao's true energy, Peng Man stirred awake. Ping Biao was relieved. "Village chief, do you feel any better?" "What happened to me?" Ping Man asked. "I recall contracting a cold yesterday. After falling asleep, I felt myself sinking into darkness, as if I could not awaken." "Village chief, it was merely a common cold. You are well now." "No," Peng Man insisted. "I can feel it. I believe my time is near." Peng Man, with his hair turned white, his face etched with deep wrinkles and dotted with age spots, had eyes that had lost their former luster. "Village chief, do not fret. You are in good health." Peng Biao offered a strained consolation, having already sensed that Peng Man's vitality was waning. Indeed, the village chief's time was drawing near. "Child, do not deceive this old man. I know my own body well." Peng Biao bit his lip, remaining silent. "By your appearance, you should soon become a cultivator again." "Very well. In that case, I can leave with peace of mind, knowing I have fulfilled my obligations to your parents." "Village chief, please refrain from saying such things," Peng Biao urged, tears brimming in his eyes. "If not now, when should I speak?" Peng Man continued. "Biao, I owe my gratitude to Miss Bei. Ensure you thank her properly in the future." "Rest assured, I will express my gratitude to her," Peng Biao replied, reluctantly uttering those words to comfort Peng Man. "Before I depart this world, I must reveal to you the truth behind your father's death." "Village chief, did my father not die by accident? Did you not say he was devoured by a ferocious tiger?" Peng Biao gasped, urgently pressing for answers. Having always believed that his father had perished at the jaws of a tiger while hunting. "You were merely 10 years old at the time. What use would the truth have been to you? You later followed Master Zhang to cultivate for a decade, and upon your return, you had little time left. Thus, I chose to remain silent." "Village chief, please tell me how my father truly died," Peng Biao implored, desperation rising within him. "Years ago, your father and I went hunting and encountered a group of men under the cover of night. I could not discern their faces, but they referred to their leader as the descending mountain tiger. They sought to seize our catch during a time of famine. We naturally refused, and they resorted to violence. Your father bravely stood against them to allow me to escape, but he was slain by their blades. I am deeply sorry for your family. Descending mountain tiger, no matter who you are, I will find you and avenge my father." Peng Biao seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. "Biao, all the silver I have saved over the years is in the cabinet. After my passing, it shall all belong to you." "Village chief, you must not speak of such things. I can no longer endure." Peng Man's breath weakened, rendering him speechless. As he gazed at Peng Man, whose breaths grew shallow, Peng Biao felt a profound anguish. The span of human life is predetermined, beyond the influence of others. This holds true not only for mortals, but also for cultivators, whose lifespans eventually come to an end. Even those at the pinnacle of their craft can only hope to live for 5 centuries. It is precisely due to the limitations of life that cultivators strive to elevate their realms, seeking to extend their existence. Imagine a world where every individual lived indefinitely. The vibrancy of life would undoubtedly diminish. Eventually, Pang Man passed away, leaving Pang Biao powerless to do anything but watch as the village chief departed from this world. He stared blankly at the elderly man, who, despite lacking any blood relation, had treated him with utmost kindness until dawn broke. At which point he informed the others in Pinjia village of Pang Man's demise. Pang Man held immense respect within the village, and his death plunged many villagers into sorrow. They elected a middle-aged man, whom Pang Man had favored, to assume the role of village chief and manage the affairs that followed his passing. The new village chief, Pang Quan, was a robust man with a seemingly honest demeanor. Aware of the close bond between Pang Biao and Pang Man, Pang Quan sought his counsel on how to proceed with the funeral arrangements. Let us keep it simple. The old man preferred tranquility. Given the heat of the day, we should hasten the burial. Pang Quan nodded in agreement. Upon learning of Pang Man's death, the local coffin maker generously provided the finest casket. In the afternoon, Pang Man was taken up the mountain, with Pang Biao personally carrying the coffin, followed closely by all the villagers who wished to pay their final respects to their beloved village chief. After the burial, villagers approached one by one to bow in reverence, while some who had benefited from Pang Man's kindness wept openly, kneeling in homage. Witnessing this poignant scene, Pang Biao was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. While mortals may lack the formidable powers of cultivators, and their lifespans may be shorter, they are rich in emotions, something cultivators often lack. The higher the realm of a cultivator, the more detached they tend to become. In the end, as all the villagers departed, only Pang Biao and Pang Quan remained. With a white cloth tied around his head, Pang Biao knelt before the gravestone he had personally inscribed, lost in silence. He had always regarded Pang Man as family, and now, with the last of his kin gone, he found himself utterly alone in the world. Biao, the sun is setting. We should not disturb the venerable Pang Man any longer, Pang Quan gently urged, helping him to rise. Village chief, I will not stay in Pingjia village. I entrust you to look after my wife, Yin, and the residents of Pang Man. Please do not allow anyone else to occupy it. Do not worry. I shall take good care of them, Pang Quan assured, fully aware of the distinguished demeanor of the young man before him, having witnessed the luxury of his carriage. That night, Pang Biao returned to Pang Man's stone dwelling and rummaged through a dilapidated wooden box he found in a cabinet, uncovering dozens of silver ingots. The old man had lived modestly, and these coins were likely saved from his hunting days in youth. Gold and silver held little value for cultivators. So Pang Biao followed suit, digging a large pit in the center of the room to bury the box. The next morning, with a white cloth tied around his head, Pang Biao departed from Pingjia village. With the passing of a loved one is traditionally expected to observe a 3-year mourning period. However, Pang Biao knew he could not afford to do so, yet he could wear the white cloth for 3 years in its stead. He resolved to remove it after that time. Pang Biao left, having initially come to visit Pang Man, and with his passing, there was little left to tether him to Pingjia village. It was best to return to Xingqian's sect without delay. Before noon, he arrived in Yunqing, only to find the city entrance obstructed. As he peered ahead, he saw 5 donkey carts blocking the way, laden with bulging sacks. The carts were worn, and the 5 donkeys appeared emaciated, their ribs starkly visible beneath their skin. Such frail creatures would likely move slower than a person, and Pang Biao wondered to whom they belonged. As he waited patiently, he noticed that the carts remained unmoving. Soon, shouts erupted at the city gate. Are you deliberately making things difficult? I have come several times before without issue. Why is it different this time? I told you. Your donkey's droppings have polluted the streets of Yunqing, and someone has reported you to the city lord. Bah, there are plenty of people defecating in the city. Why do you not address them? You choose to target me, a mere merchant. My donkeys have only left a few piles. Once they finish, I will clean up. Regardless, orders have come from above. You cannot enter. It is pointless for you to argue further. You wretched cur, how dare you belittle me? My brother is a cultivator. You would do well not to offend me, or I will make you regret it. You claim to have a cultivator for a brother? Look at yourself in the mirror. You are hardly impressive. Do not think I do not recognize you. You were the fraud who used to con people in Yunqing. Only now you wear different clothes. Ha ha. Brother, so he was a fraud. No wonder he looks so sleazy. I will beat you to death. Do not act rashly. Pang Biao, listening from behind, recognized the voice. It was none other than Zhang. It appeared that Zhang was embroiled in a dispute with the gatekeeper. Knowing that Zhang was in trouble, Peng Biao felt compelled to lend a hand. He leapt down from the cart and strode forward. As he passed the donkey carts, he touched the towering sacks, surmising they contained dried goods and medicinal herbs. Peng Biao secretly admired Zhang Er's ambition to lead his fellow villagers to prosperity, not expecting him to take action so swiftly. Upon arriving at the city gate, he observed two groups of individuals locked in a standoff, separated by a barricade. On one side stood 5 sturdy gatekeepers, while on the other were Zhang Er and his companions. Zhang Er, clad in a tattered yet clean and faded garment, wore a face full of anger. Accompanying him were a frail old man and 5 burly villagers, all seemingly timid and averse to conflict. The old man was trying to restrain Zhang Er, urging him to avoid confrontation with the gatekeepers. "What has transpired, Er?" Peng Biao approached and inquired. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Er turned in surprise, quickly recognizing Peng Biao and feeling a surge of joy. "Peng Biao, they are being overly oppressive, forbidding my entry into Yun City." Zhang Er then directed a cold laugh at the lead gatekeeper, declaring, "Now that my brother has arrived, prepare for misfortune." Peng Biao nodded at Zhang Er and stepped forward, frowning. "Why are they not allowing them in? Do you not realize my cart is blocked behind?" The lead gatekeeper, taken aback by Peng Biao's dignified appearance, began to reconsider. Remembering Zhang Er's earlier mention of Peng Biao being a cultivator, he dared not offend him further. "My lord, I was unaware that Zhang Er is your friend. It was a misunderstanding. Please do not take offense," he said after a moment of contemplation, deciding to acquiesce. For he could not afford to provoke a cultivator. "Then why do you not clear the way?" Yes, I shall do so at once." The lead gatekeeper instructed his men to remove the barricade, but at that moment, a voice rang out. "Wait, they cannot enter." Emerging from within the city gate was a burly man whom Peng Biao recognized as Yi, someone he had met at the Yun City gambling house. Yi strode up to the lead gatekeeper and barked, "There are donkeys defecating in the city. They cannot be allowed in." The lead gatekeeper, well aware of Yi and Apos' authority, spoke softly. "Yi, they have a cultivator assisting them. I find myself in a difficult position." Yi glanced at Peng Biao, his brow furrowing as he recalled the young man who had visited the gambling house with Zhang Er a month prior. With a mocking smile, Yi approached Peng Biao and sneered, "I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just that limping boy from the gambling house. What is this? Now that your leg has healed, you've taken up deceit like Zhang Er? If I weren't aware of your background, you might have fooled me with that attire." As Yi spoke, the lead gatekeeper exclaimed, "What? Yi, are you saying he is an imposter?" "Indeed. He was at my brother's gambling house a month ago." "How dare he deceive you?" The lead gatekeeper pointed his spear at Peng Biao, who, taken aback, realized the situation had escalated unexpectedly. Recognizing Yi's interference, he understood that Zhang Er and Apos' recent winnings had drawn Yi and Apos' ire, seeking revenge. Losing patience, Peng Biao declared, "You have 3 breaths to clear the barricade, or else." "Or else what? Are you going to beat me?" Yi retorted with scorn. "You are audacious," Peng Biao shouted, raising his hand to strike, sending the barricade flying several feet away. He then shifted his hand into a claw, reaching for Yi's throat. Seeing the barricade sent flying, Yi was startled and realized he had crossed a line. As Peng Biao lunged, he quickly dodged by crouching. Peng Biao, surprised that his casual strike had failed to connect, soon realized that Yi might also be a cultivator. Meanwhile, the lead gatekeeper, panicking, dropped his spear. Internally cursing Yi for leading him to offend a cultivator, he distanced himself from the scene. Zhang Er, however, wore an expression of excitement, ignoring the lead gatekeeper. Peng Biao no longer held back, accelerating towards Yi and delivering a powerful kick to his chest. Yi was launched backward, spitting blood as he struggled to rise. Upon seeing Peng Biao approaching again, Yi shouted in anger, "Do not come closer." Peng Biao was taken aback, offended that Yi dared to use his own phrase, and advanced, seizing Yi by the collar and lifting him. "Spare me, my lord. I truly did not know your identity," Yi pleaded. Peng Biao remained unresponsive, channeling his energy into Yi and discerning that he was a mid-level cultivator, albeit one without true energy, having only relied on physical training to reach his status. "Yi, you are no mere commoner. You are clearly a fellow cultivator." Peng Biao scoffed. "Please, my lord, do not jest. My power is insignificant. I would never presume to call you a peer." Yi stammered. "If you wish for me to release you, it will cost you 100 taels of silver." Surprised, Yi nodded vigorously, realizing that a cultivator like Peng Biao valued silver so highly. He could indeed procure that amount. Peng Biao released Yi, who, gritting his teeth in pain, approached the lead gatekeeper to instruct him to fetch the silver from the gambling house, as he had none on his person. The lead gatekeeper hurried off, and Peng Biao turned to Zhang who gave him a thumbs up and introduced the frail old man beside him. Peng Biao, this is my grandfather. Grandfather, this is Peng Biao, the cultivator I mentioned. Greetings, esteemed teacher, the old man bowed respectfully. No, please rise. Peng Biao quickly assisted him. I am like a brother to Your grandson is my family. There is no need for such formality. The old man smiled bashfully and remarked, is indeed fortunate. A simple village boy has such a remarkable friend. Grandfather, how can you say that about your own grandson? Zhang protested. Do not underestimate He is leading our village in commerce, ensuring a better life for everyone. In some ways, he surpasses me. Peng Biao praised Zhang Indeed, while cultivators often pursued personal gain, Zhang remained mindful of his suffering kinfolk. In terms of vision, many cultivators could not compare to him. Zhang felt a bit shy from the compliment, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. By the way, what happened to your house in Yin City? Peng Biao inquired curiously. I sold it, Zhang replied nonchalantly. Sold it? Why would you do that? To bring prosperity to the entire village. I lacked the funds. So I had no choice but to sell the house, Zhang explained. Peng Biao recalled the 5 old, frail donkeys. Understanding that Zhang ambition to uplift the villagers would be a challenging endeavor. Peng Biao, what happened to you? Zhang pointed at the white cloth tied around Peng Biao's head. Alas, the old village chief has passed away. I am sorry for your loss. Zhang said. Though he and Peng Biao were not well acquainted, it was the best he could offer. Before long, the leading strongman delivered the silver. After graciously accepting the large bundle of silver presented by the second master, Peng Biao handed it over to Zhang saying, this is all for you. Take it. Zhang promptly declined, insisting he could not accept it. Listen to me. What you are doing now is a truly noble endeavor, and I, Peng Biao, admire you greatly. Consider this my support for your cause. Hearing such words from Peng Biao, Zhang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted the silver, as he was in dire need of funds. Upon seeing Zhang finally accept the money, Peng Biao patted him on the shoulder and turned to see the glimmering gaze of the second master. Narrowing his eyes, Peng Biao fixed his gaze on the second master and said with profound meaning, should you encounter any insurmountable issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Xingqian sect. Just mention my name when you meet someone at Wild Fox Mountain. Understood, I will remember, replied Zhang Peng Biao was concerned that the second master might retaliate against Zhang should he feel threatened, which was why he chose to speak those words in front of him, also serving as a subtle warning. Having reached this point in their conversation, if the second master remained ungrateful, Peng Biao was prepared to take decisive action. Although he had considered eliminating the second master immediately, he recognized the depth of the second master's ties with the casino owner, who was backed by the Lord of Yin City. To ensure Zhang's future safety, it would be necessary to eliminate all potential threats, which would inevitably lead to a greater number of casualties. Thus, after much contemplation, Peng Biao opted for intimidation instead. As the formidable Peng Biao finally entered the city, the leading strongman bid him farewell with a smile, even waiving Zhang's entry fee. Upon entering the city, Zhang prepared to bid farewell to Peng Biao, eager to sell the items quickly and return home for much-needed rest, especially after their early morning departure. Peng Biao pondered for a moment and then said to Zhang I have a favor to ask. Peng Biao, there is no need for formality between us. Just speak your mind. If you have the time, please help me inquire about a certain individual. I do not know his exact name, but he is known by the moniker Descending Mountain Tiger, as a cultivator. Peng Biao knew he must devote most of his time to his training, making Zhang who was adept at business, the more suitable choice for gathering information. What? The Descending Mountain Tiger. Master Peng, why are you seeking him? Before Zhang could respond, his grandfather interjected, astonished. Old sir, you know the Descending Mountain Tiger? Peng Biao quickly inquired. Indeed, the Descending Mountain Tiger is a notorious bandit who wreaked havoc around Yun City 20 years ago, committing all manner of atrocities. However, he gradually vanished from sight. It is uncertain whether he perished, retired, or fled elsewhere. This was disheartening news. If the Descending Mountain Tiger had disappeared, how could Peng Biao exact his revenge? Grandfather, I implore you to help me look into this matter when you have the chance. This individual bears a deep grudge against me. Fear not, Peng. I shall ensure your request is fulfilled, Zhang assured him. Good, then I entrust this to you. Remember, do not act hastily. It is best to proceed discreetly. Peng Biao cautioned, feeling uneasy. If the descending mountain tiger had indeed retired, yet Zhang were to spread inquiries, it could spell danger for him. Rest assured, I shall exercise caution. After their parting, Peng Biao had a light meal and continued his journey, arriving at the foot of Wild Fox Mountain by afternoon. He first returned the cart to the stable. By now, he had grown familiar with the various locales of the Xingqian sect. Upon returning to Wenbuchu's herbal garden, he walked in to find Bei Yuyu standing in the hall, while anguished cries echoed from the back room. This Wenbuchu, once again conducting experiments on living beings. Peng Biao frowned, harboring a strong aversion to Wenbuchu's practices, yet feeling powerless to intervene due to his own limited strength. Peng Biao, Elder Wen mentioned you were to be away for 5 days. Why have you returned after only 2? Bei Yuyu inquired, perplexed. It's nothing. The spiritual energy outside is too thin. It is far more comfortable to remain within the sect. However, Bei Yuyu found Peng Biao's demeanor somewhat odd, noticing the white cloth tied around his head. What is that for? The village chief has passed away. What? Grandfather Peng. Alas, life is unpredictable. Everyone must face this day. A look of deep sorrow enveloped Bei Yuyu's beautiful face. Why do you always bring ordinary mortals to Elder One? Peng Biao shifted the conversation. Wishing to avoid further discussion about the late village chief, Peng Man, do you not know how to speak? You should call me senior sister. Bei Yuyu retorted. But Peng Biao scoffed. Senior sister? You sold me to Elder One, and I still have not settled the score with you. Yet you dare to ask me to call you that? You truly do not appreciate the kindness shown to you. Without my intervention to bring you to Elder One, would you have been able to mend your shattered Dantian? Not even a simple thank you, and you treat me like an enemy. Peng Biao was at a loss for words. Bei Yuyu's statement held truth. Without her, he would have faced a grim fate. Although her intention was not to save him, she had inadvertently aided him. I will not waste words with you. Answer me. Why do you continually bring ordinary mortals to Elder One? Bei Yuyu clearly held little regard for human life. What concern is it of yours? I warned them of the risks before they came, yet they chose to proceed. If they perish, that is of no consequence to me. Did you not mention the high mortality rate? I would never say such a thing. If I did, who would dare come with me? What makes you different from a human trafficker in the secular world? Peng Biao, for the sake of Grandfather Peng, I shall not hold this against you, but do not overstep. Bei Yuyu shot back. Elder One requires individuals, and we disciples assist him, after a certain number of times. We may request elixirs in return. It is a trade. You think yourself clever? Then go convince Elder One to cease his experiments, and then no one would die. Bei Yuyu's face hardened with anger. What is all this noise? If you wish to quarrel, take it outside. Do you think this is a place for bickering? When Buchu emerged from the back room, his expression dark, it appeared that the experiment had gone awry. Peng Biao and Bei Yuyu quickly bowed their heads, refraining from further conversation. Although when Buchu typically lacked airs, he was nonetheless an elder and a formidable figure. When angered, both felt a sense of fear. Peng Biao, come here, when Buchu commanded coldly. Peng Biao complied, and when Buchu placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his true energy into Peng Biao and Appo's body before withdrawing his hand. Furrowing his brow, Elder, what is the matter? Bei Yuyu asked cautiously. Since Peng Biao's success, all subsequent experiments have ended in failure. I cannot fathom where the issue lies. When Buchu expressed his confusion, if the experiments were flawed, how had Peng Biao succeeded? Conversely, if the experiments were sound, why had everyone else failed? When Buchu needed to find a way to transform the randomness of the experiments into certainty, should he fail to identify the problem, his aspirations for renown within the cultivation world would ultimately prove illusory. But how to discern the issue? This was the source of his current vexation. Bei Yuyu pondered for a moment and said, Elder, could it be that you selected the wrong subjects for your experiments from the outset? Might your concoction only be effective for those with shattered Dantian? Upon finishing her thought, she glanced at Peng Biao, for he was the sole individual to succeed. And at that time, he had indeed been afflicted with a shattered Dantian. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? It must be the case. When Buchu's eyes glimmered with realization. Elder, if the issue has been identified, then what about the elixirs I requested? Bei Yuyu, the matter of elixirs can wait. For now, go capture another cultivator and destroy their Dantian, and I shall provide you with the elixirs you seek. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao's expression turned peculiar, inwardly thinking, what a lunatic, first inflicting harm on mortals, now seeking to do the same to cultivators. Bai Yu wore a troubled expression and said, Elder, where can I find a cultivator for capture? Moreover, even if we manage to capture one, they will undoubtedly harbor some resistance within, making it impossible to conduct the experiment. This is your concern. Who do you think I am? My elixirs are not so easily obtained. Indeed, who does not know that you are the sole alchemist of the Starry Sect? The entire sect relies on the potions you concoct. That is only natural. Even the sect master must show me some respect. Bai Yu forced a smile while inwardly cursing, you shameless old man. Why don't you say the sect master is your little brother? At that moment, Bai Yu's eyes twinkled as a clever idea struck her. Elder, I have a brilliant plan. We can find some wandering cultivators. I can shatter their Dantian and let them escape. And then you can pose as a wandering master and bring them into the Starry Sect, where they can consume the concoctions you prepare. Wouldn't that work? Not a bad idea at all. Bai Yu, you delicate beauty. How can your thoughts be so wicked? Elder, just tell me what you think of this plan. Do you like it? Though it is a bit unscrupulous, I find it agreeable. When Buchu chuckled, Peng Biao watched the unlikely duo, one large and one small, conspiring together, feeling a wave of sympathy for the wandering cultivators who would encounter this duo. Both cunning and powerful, a misfortune indeed. However, I must refine elixirs in the coming days and have little time, when Buchu hesitated. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu glanced at Peng Biao and suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped, resembling a cunning little fox whose plot had succeeded. Peng Biao was taken aback, thinking, this enchantress doesn't mean to involve me, does she? Sure enough, Bai Yu said, Elder, isn't this simple? Let Peng Biao take your place. You wicked woman, you want to drag me into this? Bai Yu, did I offend you in a past life to deserve this? Peng Biao cursed inwardly. Peng Biao? No, his strength is too weak. It would not suit him to shatter someone's Dantian or to impersonate a master. When Buchu promptly rejected the idea. In truth, the most crucial point he kept to himself was that Peng Biao was the only successful experiment subject, and when Buchu wished to observe him closely, not wanting any mishap to occur. If he encountered a formidable wandering cultivator and Peng Biao is killed, when Buchu would have no place to lament. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao breathed a sigh of relief. He had no desire to partake in such a treacherous scheme. Bai Yu shot a half-smiling glance at Peng Biao. Her eyes filled with meaning. Peng Biao realized he had once again been toyed with by this enchantress. Very well, then it shall be the two of us. Delaying a few days of alchemy is of no consequence. I can make up for it later. When Buchu resolved, immediately setting off with Bai Yu, they soon halted. And when Buchu turned to Peng Biao, saying, Peng Biao, just take care of the spiritual herbs. For the next few days, visit the task hall and accept a simple mission for some practice. Remember, do not take on anything too dangerous. Yes, Elder. When it came to taking on tasks, Peng Biao's first thought was of storage bags. Becoming a cultivator again without a storage bag felt quite inconvenient. Aside from ensuring the safety of cultivators and providing a spiritually rich environment for practice, along with a manual, the sect required cultivators to undertake tasks to acquire anything else. Want divine powers? Want spiritual weapons? Want spirit stones? Want elixirs? Then go accept some tasks. Completing tasks yields corresponding rewards. The next morning, Peng Biao tended to the numerous spiritual herbs in the garden before hurrying to the task hall. After a short while, he arrived in front of a grand stone hall, where a plaque hung over the entrance inscribed with the words Task Hall, and many disciples of the Starry Sect came and went. Upon entering the hall, Peng Biao's arrival went unnoticed. Inside, a bustling crowd filled the space, with countless disciples in white robes observing a stone wall towering 10 zhang in height and 3 zhang in width, occasionally engaging in discussions. Countless palm-sized iron plaques hung on the stone wall, organized into 5 rows from top to bottom. The top row contained only a little over 10 plaques, while the rows below increased in number, with the bottom row boasting at least several hundred plaques. Similar to the task hall of the Black Mountain sect, tasks were also arranged by realm. There were only a little over 10 tasks for the Qi realm. Let me see. To slay a level 5 early stage beast, the emerald python, and obtain its inner core, or to slay a level 5 early stage beast, the crimson spider, and obtain its inner core, both reward a lower grade spiritual weapon. TSK, perhaps I should look at the tasks for the strength realm. Peng Biao approached the task wall, searching for tasks he could complete. With my current strength, I should be able to handle a level 2 early-stage beast. Anything stronger remains uncertain, he mused, cultivating a 9th-grade body refinement technique. With a Dantian 10 times larger than that of an ordinary cultivator, Ping Biao had every confidence and capability to challenge realms beyond his own. Beasts were the sworn enemies of cultivators. Their inner cores and certain body parts were essential for alchemy and elixir creation. Likewise, cultivators were objects of desire for beasts, as the vast amounts of true qi within cultivators were greatly enticing to them. There was a strict classification of beast levels corresponding to cultivators. A level 1 beast equated to a cultivator in the strength realm, a level 2 beast to a cultivator in the qi realm, and so forth. Long ago, cultivators and beasts had engaged in several large-scale wars, all culminating in the victory of the cultivators. Nowadays, beasts have diminished in power, retreating to the shelter of high mountains and deep valleys to survive. Slay a level 1 late-stage beast, the Azure Wolf, and obtain its inner core. The reward is a storage bag. Yes, this will do. Peng Biao's eyes lit up. First, he must secure a storage bag. As he squeezed through the crowd, just as he was about to take down the iron plaque, a hand swiftly snatched it away first. Peng Biao was taken aback and turned to look. It's you. Both he and the man exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. The man, a middle-aged figure with a rather dark complexion, was one of the two who had once guarded Peng Biao. Lu Deshang had not expected to encounter the very person he despised, who had evaded him with such audacity. He had a vivid impression of Peng Biao, even to the extent of harboring deep-seated hatred. After Peng Biao's escape, the Starry Sect had naturally conducted an investigation. It came to light that Peng Biao had fled during Lu Deshang's watch. The sect punished the two with a month of guarding duty and confiscated their storage bags. Following this incident, Lu Deshang and his companion had become the laughingstock among outer disciples. Some even derided them as useless. Two cultivators allowing an ordinary person to escape right under their noses. Was that not the height of incompetence? Thus, Lu Deshang and his companion had indelibly marked Peng Biao in their memories. After finishing his watch just days ago, Lu Deshang had returned with the intent to complete tasks and regain his storage bag. You little brat, I'll take you down. Lu Deshang's anger flared, disregarding the situation, as he reached out with a large hand toward Peng Biao. Peng Biao was startled. He had no idea why the man suddenly attacked him. As he saw Lu Deshang's assault, Peng Biao's right hand shot out to seize Lu Deshang's wrist with lightning speed, gripping tightly. Ah, let go of me. Lu Deshang howled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling as though Peng Biao might crush his wrist bone. Peng Biao snorted coldly and then forcefully shoved Lu Deshang to the ground. His physical strength far surpassed that of others at the same realm. Lu Deshang was simply no match. The altercation instantly attracted the attention of others, who turned to watch. Hey, isn't that Lu Deshang, the incompetent? His month of punishment is up? Who is that young man? To be able to subdue Lu Deshang, he can't possibly be an unknown figure. Why have I never seen him before? Interesting. Daring to cause a ruckus in the task hall, not afraid of punishment from the elders. Lu Deshang, without provocation, assaulted others within the task hall, resulting in a penalty of 1 month and Appo's prohibition from accepting tasks. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated throughout the hall, reaching the ears of all present. Lu Deshang naturally heard it. He rose, his face ashen, rubbing his still aching wrist, and bitterly remarked, Peng Biao, we shall see. He then placed the iron token back in its position and strode out of the task hall. Is this how you leave, you fool? Show some mercy with your words. If his nephew hears of this, you'll regret it. Two disciples debated heatedly. What is there to fear? A dignified cultivator allowing a mere mortal to escape right under his nose. What is wrong with calling him a fool? At this point, Peng Biao suddenly realized that Lu Deshang harbored such animosity towards him because he had been mocked for fleeing. He was no longer young, yet still acted with youthful impetuosity. It was no wonder he remained at the late stage of the strength realm in middle age. After a few internal musings, Peng Biao dismissed the matter from his mind. He picked up the iron token for slaying the green wolf and then noticed another one. Slay the level 2 initial stage beast, the unicorn tiger, and obtain its inner core. Reward, 1 grade, 2 youth-preserving pill. Since he was heading to the Woofing Mountain range anyway, he decided to accept it. The youth-preserving pill, while somewhat trivial, could at least halt the aging process. Just like mortals, cultivators' appearances change with age. Even those over 50 begin to show signs of aging. Albeit they live longer, hence many cultivators are elderly, with white beards and hair. However, Consuming the youth-preserving pill would freeze one's appearance at the moment of ingestion, preventing any further aging. Due to this characteristic, the pill was quite favored among cultivators, especially female ones. Upon seeing Peng Biao select a token from the Qi realm section, many in attendance displayed expressions of surprise. Ah, another audacious individual, utterly oblivious to his limitations. Brother, well done, your spirit is commendable. Kid, we shall see the outcome in 10 days. Just don't perish out there. Tasks have a time limit, a maximum of 10 days. Exceeding this time frame results in a failure, even if the task is completed. Of course, for particularly challenging tasks, the time frame may be more lenient. And some extremely difficult tasks have no time constraints at all. Many scoffed at Peng Biao's actions, believing he merely sought to draw attention to himself. Ignoring all the discussions and glances, Peng Biao walked straight to a corner of the hall to register. In the corner stood a table with paper and writing instruments, behind which sat a disciple on duty, with an elderly man with closed eyes seated behind him. After handing over his task token and badge to the disciple, Peng Biao glanced at the elder, who was likely the elder of the task hall, responsible for distributing rewards upon task completion. Once the disciple completed the registration, he took back the iron token and produced a small horse sculpture the size of a finger for Peng Biao. Accepting the sculpture and reclaiming his badge, Peng Biao proceeded outside. Arriving at the horse stable at the foot of the mountain, he exchanged the sculpture for a tall horse laden with several bundles of fodder. Mounting the horse, he set off towards the northern Wufeng mountain range. The Wufeng mountain range is a gathering place for the beasts of the Jiang kingdom, teeming with primordial forests stretching for thousands of miles. It lies 1,000 miles from the Xingqian sect. And even with a horse that could travel 500 miles a day, it would take 2 days to reach. If only I were a core realm expert, I could fly with my vessel, avoiding the need to ride like a mere mortal. By evening, Peng Biao arrived at Qinghua County, 500 miles away. Gazing at the towering stone walls that reached heights of 5 to 6 zhang, he marveled. Now this is a city, compared to it. Yun City is merely a rural settlement. Qinghua County is the southernmost county of the Jiang Kingdom, bordered to the north by the desolate Wufeng Mountains and to the south by the Xian Kingdom. The city of Qinghua serves as the center of the county. Upon reaching the city gate, a guard clad in armor barred his way. Sir, please present your badge. The guard recognized Peng Biao's attire as that of a cultivator from the Xingqian sect, yet he was cautious, suspecting he might be an impostor. Peng Biao presented his badge, and after a careful inspection, the guard bowed respectfully. Receiving the badge back, Peng Biao led his horse into the city. The streets within bustled with activity, alive with the movement of carriages and people. If the local specialties and herbs from the region were sold here, business would surely flourish, Peng Biao mused to himself. He found a modest inn to spend the night, and early the next morning, he set off northward. Before sunset, he reached the outskirts of Wufeng village. Within the village, there were no mortals. Mere humans dared not inhabit areas near the mountain ranges teeming with beasts, even though most beasts held little interest in mortals, as consuming them would not significantly enhance their power, unless in vast quantities. Instead, Wufeng village was inhabited by members of various cultivation sects, stationed there for duty. Peng Biao led his horse to a grand 3-story wooden building adorned with the Xingqian sect's plaque and knocked on the courtyard door. The door swung open, revealing a young outer disciple, his eyes filled with wariness as he regarded Peng Biao, who also wore white robes. Only when Peng Biao produced his badge did the disciple's demeanor soften. Brother, please come in. As Peng Biao entered the courtyard, he was greeted by a rush of spiritual energy. He was surprised to find that even a small courtyard was equipped with a spirit-gathering array. With such an array, it was certain that defensive formations were also in place. Indeed, many disciples came here for tasks, and measures had to be taken for their protection. Otherwise, a sudden beast attack could result in significant losses. Brother, please hand over the horse to me. During your task, the horse will be kept here, the young disciple said, taking the reins from Peng Biao and leading the horse to the back courtyard. Entering the wooden building, Peng Biao saw a disheveled elderly man sitting at a table near the entrance, dozing off. His arrival startled the man awake. The elder yawned and lazily demanded, "Present your badge." Peng Biao respectfully handed over his badge, although he was unaware of the elder's identity. It was prudent to show deference to the elderly in the realm of cultivation, lest he inadvertently offend a powerful figure. After registering Peng Biao's information, the elder returned the badge and stretched, saying, "First floor, room 5." Seeing the door marked with the numbers 105, Peng Biao pushed it open and couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. A 3-foot bed, a 4-foot room. Opening the door leads directly to the bed, just like the quarters at the Xingqian sex camp. Well, since I am here to undertake a task, there is no need to insist on better accommodations. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the area. Peng Biao sat cross-legged on the bed when he heard a knock at the courtyard door, followed by the creaking of the door and the sound of footsteps. He opened his eyes, puzzled. Who could come here at such a late hour? Are those footsteps belonging to a disciple of the Xingqian sect? Did someone enter without making a sound? Soon after, voices reached Peng Biao's ears. Who might you be? He recognized the voice of the gatekeeper elder, though it was no longer languid. A resounding voice replied, "Friend, I am Ling Jintian of the Heishan sect." Ling Jintian, the first elder of the Heishan sect, a late-stage core realm expert. What is he doing in Wufeng village? Peng Biao frowned. He was well aware of Ling Jintian's reputation during his time at the Heishan sect. A renowned figure, he had many acquaintances and a broad disciple base. Su Xing, who was killed by Qin Ruoshui, was one of his disciples. At the time of Su Xing's demise, Ling Jintian had been in seclusion. Otherwise, Peng Biao might have met a tragic end. However, he did not know Ling Jintian well, as the elder had a strained relationship with Peng Biao's master, Zhang Bufan. It is indeed Elder Ling. I apologize for my lack of courtesy. May I inquire about Elder Ling's purpose for visiting? I wish to extend an invitation to my esteemed friend to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition to an ancient cultivation cave. Oh, that sounds promising. But why would Elder Ling seek me out? Surely, there are many formidable experts within your Black Mountain sect. This cave is fraught with peril. Last year, our sect sent forth individuals, resulting in the loss of an elder. Now, I have gathered all my friends and the elite practitioners from Wufeng village. Would you consider joining us on this venture? Elder Ling, might we discuss this in a more private setting? Certainly. Following this, the two fell silent. Last year, when an elder was lost, could it be that Ling Jintian was referring to my master? As Peng Biao pondered further, it became increasingly apparent that Ling Jintian must be speaking of Zhang Bufan. At the elder's level, the likelihood of demise is minimal. Considering the timeline, it must indeed be Zhang Bufan. Before his passing, my master bestowed upon me a spiritual artifact and spoke few words. If my master perished due to this ancient cultivation cave, should I stealthily follow Ling Jintian to investigate? Upon this thought crossing his mind, Peng Biao dismissed it. He was currently only at the late stage of the Force realm, while the others were all elite practitioners. There was no way he could keep pace with them if they took to the skies. The latter half of the night was spent in his restless musings. The following day, Peng Biao deliberately rose late, waiting until the sun was high in the sky. Upon emerging, he discovered the old man had already departed. And the outer sect disciple from the previous day sat behind a table, casting a peculiar gaze upon Peng Biao. The other disciples, tasked with missions, had set out early, leaving Peng Biao as the last to rise. Unfazed, he requested a piece of white cloth from the disciple and covered the lower half of his face. The disciple thought nothing of it. Eccentricities were commonplace in the world of cultivation, and a masked face was hardly an oddity. Now, no one would recognize him. Peng Biao stepped out the door and made his way toward the Wufeng mountain range. He feared encountering familiar faces from the Black Mountain sect who might identify him. In the verdant expanse of the ancient forest, Peng Biao vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Oddly enough, where were the Blue Wolves? He distinctly recalled this area being their territory. During his time in the Black Mountain sect, he had traversed the Wufeng mountain range and was well acquainted with the distribution of various beast clans. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as a branch snapped, followed by a rush of wind approaching from behind him. Startled, Peng Biao immediately infused his body with true energy, clenched his right fist, and spun around to deliver a powerful strike. Upon closer inspection, a massive wolf, measuring over 10 feet in length and covered in azure fur, leapt toward him, its sharp fangs bared in a fierce snarl, releasing a nauseating stench as it extended its left paw, ready to clash with Peng Biao's right fist. The blue wolf's eyes glinted with mockery. Being a creature of considerable intelligence, it understood that the physical prowess of beasts far surpassed that of cultivators. It looked down upon the reckless confrontation. However, disbelief soon clouded its gaze. When Peng Biao's fist connected with the wolf's paw, a sickening crack resonated as the wolf's bone shattered, sending it tumbling sideways from the force. Peng Biao, not one to relent, capitalized on his advantage. With a swift motion, he channeled his true energy, his fingers rigid and poised like blades, and thrust toward the wolf's neck, aiming for a critical strike. The neck, A vulnerable passage connecting the head and body was devoid of defenses and thus the wolf's Achilles heel. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao's hands, along with his arms, penetrated the wolf's neck, then forcefully swept to either side, severing the beast's head from its body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, prompting Peng Biao to swiftly evade the spray. The wolf's enormous head rolled to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to comprehend that it had been slain by a cultivator through sheer physical might. 2 moves, merely 2 moves, and it would have surely perished with a single strike in a direct confrontation. This wolf was likely a scout for the pack. He needed to depart quickly to avoid being surrounded. Peng Biao strode over to the wolf's head, clenched his fist, and struck downwards. With a sickening crunch, his fist created a gaping hole in the wolf's skull, spilling its crimson and white innards. As he withdrew his hand, he discovered a small azure orb, radiating immense spiritual energy. With the inner core secured, he hastened to make his escape. Bounding in a chosen direction, he fled swiftly. Meanwhile, the anguished howls of wolves echoed in the distance. Once he exited the territory of the wolf pack, he arrived at a small stream to cleanse the blood from his hands and body. Indeed, the garments provided by the grand sect were of exceptional quality. The bloodstains washed away effortlessly. After cleansing himself, Peng Biao proceeded toward the domain of the single-horned tiger, hoping for good fortune in quickly locating one. The single-horned tiger, a solitary beast, was not easily found. Fortune often played a vital role in such encounters. Evidently, luck smiled upon Peng Biao, as he soon spotted a single-horned tiger. He crouched behind a patch of grass, observing the vibrant striped beast lounging 100 feet away, excitement bubbling within him at this fortuitous discovery. Measuring over 20 feet in length, its body was adorned with vivid stripes, and aside from the over-foot-long white horn protruding from its forehead, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary tiger, albeit significantly larger. Noticing the absence of any cover, Peng Biao understood that a stealthy attack was no longer feasible. Furthermore, carrying the inner core of the blue wolf, any closer proximity would surely alert the single-horned tiger. With stealth no longer an option, he prepared for a direct confrontation. Peng Biao leapt into action, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the single-horned tiger and Apos' ears perked up, and it swiftly turned, rising to face the oncoming Peng Biao, bearing its long fangs. With a thunderous roar, the single-horned tiger surged toward him. As man and beast were on the verge of colliding, the tiger reared onto its hind legs, its front paws poised to strike down upon Peng Biao. Unfazed, he clenched his fists, raising his arms to shield his head while bracing his shoulder against the tiger's midsection, targeting its vulnerability as always. The single-horned tiger regarded him with disdain, thinking, "You wish to attack my abdomen? You won't even survive my paw." As the tiger's paw descended, Peng Biao halted in his tracks, bellowing fiercely as he stomped both feet against the ground, creating a thunderous sound as they sank knee-deep into the earth. He then extended his arms, positioning them to intercept the tiger's powerful strike. With a resounding crash, the tiger's paw collided with his arms, propelling Peng Biao downward toward the ground. He quickly braced himself, summoning strength to rise, then propelled himself upward, driving his shoulder into the tiger and Apos' belly. The single-horned tiger had expected that a single blow would incapacitate or severely injure this man, if not send him flying. To its astonishment, Peng Biao withstood the assault. Momentarily stunned, the tiger saw Peng Biao charging toward its midsection and, in alarm, attempted to retreat, yet it was too late. With a resounding impact, all of Peng Biao's force concentrated upon the collision, overwhelming the single-horned tiger. The massive beast was sent hurtling backward, crashing through countless trees until it lay upturned. Legs in the air, a distance away, Peng Biao surged forward, fingers splayed and brimming with true energy, poised to plunge into the tiger's abdomen. Intending to rend its insides asunder, certainly, it would meet its demise. The single-horned tiger, however, startled by the impending doom, instinctively rolled away, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Seeing his attack foiled, Peng Biao advanced, seizing the tiger's tail with a firm grip, lifting its entire body effortlessly. "Ha!" Peng Biao bellowed fiercely, swinging the unicorn tiger and crashing it down upon the ground, only to reverse direction and slam it onto the opposite side. In that moment, the sounds of splintering trees and the thuds of flesh colliding with the earth echoed ceaselessly. The unicorn tiger was taken aback, terrified, unsure of what manner of creature stood before it. In its presence, its once prized physical prowess seemed trivial. Initially, it retained a semblance of cognitive capability, but gradually, its mind became foggy from the relentless impacts, and it could only see stars, unable to discern the world around it. After dozens of strikes, Peng Biao seized the unicorn tiger by its tail and spun it around, toppling numerous trees before hurling it into the sky. The unicorn tiger soared dozens of feet high before plummeting back down, while Peng Biao launched himself upward, his fists brimming with vital energy, aimed squarely at the descending tiger's abdomen. The unicorn tiger had lost all capacity to resist, rendered completely at the mercy of Peng Biao. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao's fists penetrated the unicorn tiger's belly, and he began to stir violently within, causing a torrential downpour of blood to rain down from the sky. Blood cascaded over Peng Biao, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson, yet he paid it no mind. Just before hitting the ground, he withdrew his hands and leapt aside. With a loud crash, the unicorn tiger fell lifelessly, convulsing feebly before a pool of blood spread around it. Moments later, the unicorn tiger and Apos' vitality ceased. A formidable second-tier beast had perished at the hands of a cultivator in the late stages of physical cultivation. In a purely physical confrontation without the aid of any spiritual artifacts or supernatural abilities, this outcome would surely be unfathomable to the unicorn tiger even in the afterlife. Peng Biao gazed at the lifeless beast before him, clenching his fists in exhilaration. The body dominance technique. What a remarkable art. With my current physical prowess, I could likely contend with mid-tier second-level beasts, and should I wield spiritual artifacts and supernatural abilities, even late-tier beasts would pose no threat. As for other cultivators, their methods are too numerous to gauge, but under normal circumstances, I would have no fear of those at the mid-stage. Qin Ruoshui, wait for me. I shall reclaim what has been lost to me. The day shall not be far off. He then approached the unicorn tiger, eager to extract its inner core. As the commotion had been considerable, and the scent of blood would likely attract other beasts. As he crouched down, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Peng Biao sensed danger and quickly dodged to the side, but alas, it was too late. A throwing knife, no longer than a finger, sliced through his arm, leaving a streak of crimson before vanishing into the distance. Following that single strike, before he could react further, a tingling sensation spread from the wound. This is bad. The knife is poisoned. Ha ha, you've been struck by my poison. Even if you are in the late stages of physical cultivation, you shall not survive a minute. A youthful voice echoed from afar, followed by the swift approach of a dark figure. Turning to look, Peng Biao found a young disciple of the Black Mountain sect before him, handsome in appearance, yet bearing a hawkish nose, indicative of a mid-stage cultivator. However, Peng Biao had no recollection of this individual. During his time at the Black Mountain sect, he had assisted many juniors but had not made a point to remember them. Embodying the ethos of doing good without seeking recognition, the young man halted at a distance, observing Peng Biao clutching his wounded arm with a grin. You must be from the Starry sect. I must admit, you were quite impressive against the unicorn tiger. But what does that matter now? With my poisoned throwing knife, you won't last a minute. Do you feel your body stiffening and unable to move? Hearing this, Peng Biao felt perplexed. He merely sensed a slight tingling at the wound and did not feel immobilized at all. However, a thought struck him, and realization dawned. It must be my cultivation of the body dominance technique that has rendered the poison ineffective. With the threat to his life mitigated, Peng Biao decided to play along. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, feigning weakness as he stammered, You know I'm from the Starry sect, yet you still ambush me? We are all cultivators here. Oh, your body seems quite resilient. You can still speak, said the young man with a chuckle. I and Apos, LL enlighten you. Your Starry sect is merely an outsider. The entire Jiang Kingdom's cultivation sects disdain your presence. Since I encountered you, I shall not let you go. Understanding, Peng Biao grasped the situation. The Starry sect had only recently established itself in Jiang Kingdom, and naturally, the local cultivators would resent their intrusion, for resources are limited. And the emergence of a new sect meant less for everyone else. Ah, ha, the effects of the poison are kicking in. Hurry up and die. The young man cackled, then suddenly his expression shifted as he remarked, Why do you seem somewhat familiar? Let me remove your mask. At that moment, Peng Biao's face was obscured by a mask, and his body was drenched in blood, causing the young man to fail to recognize him. However, as a former talented core disciple of the Black Mountain sect, he had frequently been in the public eye, and many of his peers would surely remember him. The young man approached to within 2 zhang of Peng Biao, abruptly halting with a flash of wariness in his eyes. He then summoned his vital energy, manifesting it as a great hand that reached for Peng Biao and Apos' mask. When the hand made contact, the young man relaxed, sneering, "I thought you were a formidable figure. Turns out you and Apos were just a minor character in the late stages of physical cultivation." He felt he had been overly cautious. Yet, recalling that this individual had managed to slay a second-tier beast, he became wary once more. The young man laughed heartily. "A genius capable of overcoming the odds to slay beasts. I shall see who you truly are." With that, he ripped the mask from Peng Biao's face. But in the next moment, the young man was left dumbfounded. You, Brother Peng, how could it be you?" he exclaimed in shock. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Peng Biao's eyes as he seized the opportunity while the young man was stunned. He thrust his right index finger forward towards the young man, standing 2 zhang away. His fingertip gleamed with golden light, transforming into a golden hue akin to that of forged gold. In an instant, the golden glimmer vanished as he struck the young man's chest, returning his finger to its normal state. The moment the golden light appeared, the young man snapped back to reality and attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a piercing sound, the golden light pierced through the young man's left chest, leaving a finger-sized hole, while an enormous cavity erupted from his back. The residual force of the golden light continued unabated, piercing through several trees behind him before finally dissipating. With a thud, the young man collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to speak. Diamond Finger, you truly are Brother Peng. But why? You were poisoned." The Diamond Finger, a second-tier lower-grade supernatural ability, was a technique Peng Biao had learned at the Black Mountain sect. However, he generally refrained from using it now to avoid revealing his true identity. Standing tall, the tingling sensation had entirely faded, and he couldn't help but marvel at the power of a 9th-tier physical cultivation technique. Approaching the fallen young man, Peng Biao looked down upon him with icy eyes. The young man pleaded, "Brother Peng, I have received your guidance before. Before I die, could you tell me how you repaired your Dantian and why you remain unharmed despite being poisoned? You will understand the reason below," Peng Biao replied coldly. "Ah." The young man fell lifeless to the ground, his eyes still wide open in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a cultivator in the late stages of physical cultivation had brought about his demise. Peng Biao let out a cold laugh. Ever since he was expelled from the Black Mountain sect, he had severed all ties with its members. What did it matter if he had once offered guidance? Even if there had been some form of gratitude, it was meaningless now. How dare they launch a surprise attack? They should be prepared for death. Approaching the unicorn tiger, Peng Biao produced a white inner pill, the size of a finger, radiating an astonishing spiritual energy. He broke off the unicorn horn, an excellent material for alchemy. Observing the unicorn tiger and Apos' Dantian, he smiled faintly. The spiritual energy contained within its inner pill far surpassed that of the azure wolf and Apos'. Reapplying his mask, Peng Biao moved to the side of the deceased young man, rummaging through his belongings to find a black storage bag. Channeling his true energy into the bag, he opened it. Within a space of about 10 feet, he discovered numerous white cubic objects, some glass vials, and a black circular token. 200 spirit stones, neither rich nor poor. Spirit stones served as the currency within the cultivation world, allowing for the exchange of most items, although some rare treasures required bartering. Additionally, spirit stones could be utilized for cultivation, proving far more efficient than merely absorbing external spiritual energy. Peng Biao placed all his possessions into the storage bag. Then a flash of black revealed the token in his hand. After contemplating, he resisted the urge to probe it with his true energy. After all, it belonged to a corpse. Who cared who he was? If the token harbored a trap that could potentially reveal his presence, that would be disastrous. He tossed the token far away and began to obliterate the tree that had been pierced by the Diamond Finger, ensuring no trace remained. With a series of resounding crashes, the area was engulfed in flying wood shavings. Once finished, he walked over to retrieve the throwing knife. The knife, the length of a finger, gleamed brilliantly. Imbued with spiritual essence, its blade shimmering with a hint of blue, clearly coated with deadly poison. Examining the knife closely, Peng Biao noted its exceptional sharpness. Although classified as a low-grade spiritual weapon, its cutting ability rivaled that of a mid-grade weapon. No wonder it had pierced through my flesh. Luckily, he had underestimated me. Otherwise, Had he used this knife against me from the start, I would have been in trouble. Subsequently, Peng Biao stored the knife within the storage bag, deciding to claim ownership later. With everything in order, he prepared to depart. However, upon reflection, he realized he needed to destroy the wounds on his body as well. Turning back, he approached the young man, intending not only to obliterate the wounds, but also to validate some of his suspicions. As he neared the young man, Peng Biao clenched his fists, ready to strike. Suddenly, the young man flipped over, stumbling but swiftly fleeing into the distance. Peng Biao couldn't and oppose, help but sneer. He had been feigning death all along. I knew it was impossible to utter so many words before dying. Yet, how could he still be alive after having his heart shattered? This was the perplexing aspect for Peng Biao. While cultivators possessed formidable vitality, a vital organ's destruction should lead to death, be it the head, heart, or neck. He never expected to encounter someone whose heart had been obliterated yet could still barely escape. Observing the young man's desperate flight, Peng Biao's index finger turned golden once more, and with a flash of golden light, a powerful energy erupted. The young man's Dantian exploded, and he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes filled with resentment. Peng Biao remained unfazed as he crouched down, reaching for the young man and Appo's chest, and suddenly realized, I wondered what the cause could be. It turns out his heart is on the right side. You will face retribution. The young man managed to utter before perishing, this time truly dead. Retribution? What a joke. Cultivators defy fate itself. They are inherently beings that challenge the heavens. If one fears retribution, they might as well live like mortals, leading a simple, fleeting life. After a series of punches, the young man's face was utterly transformed, his body reduced to a pile of flesh. With the task complete, it was time to return. Just as Peng Biao prepared to leave, he suddenly looked up to see dozens of gray lights soaring through the sky. Quickly, he ducked under a tree and glanced again. Upon closer inspection, he noticed weapons, knives, guns, swords, and halberds, mixed within the gray lights. They were clearly experts in the core realm. Yet why did so many of them seem to be fleeing in panic? Perplexed, Peng Biao observed that typically, core realm experts would fly with an air of calmness. Now, however, they were in a frantic chase, as if they were fleeing for their lives. Just then, one gray light dimmed, revealing a massive sword that plummeted towards Peng Biao. The other lights ignored him, continuing their frantic escape. The giant sword descended rapidly. Just before reaching the ground, it abruptly halted, gently landing. A white figure rolled off the sword and fell 10 yards away from Peng Biao, its fate uncertain, while the sword transformed into a mere palm-sized object. Focusing intently, Peng Biao recognized the disheveled white-haired elder lying on the ground. It was the elder from the starry sect he had seen just the day before. Since he was a member of his own sect, Peng Biao rushed to the elder and Appo's side. Upon inspection, the elder and Appo's aura was weak, his face contorted in pain. With a large wound in his abdomen, yet miraculously, there was no blood. His injury had evidently been sealed with true energy. Upon seeing Peng Biao, the elder's expression brightened with surprise. He had thought he was doomed, only to encounter someone from his sect. Quick, hide. The human-faced tiger butterfly is right behind us, the elder urged, gritting his teeth to finish his words. A human-faced tiger butterfly? A fourth-level demon beast? Peng Biao was taken aback, his heart racing in alarm. The human-faced tiger butterfly favored group living, and in adulthood, possessed the strength of a fourth-level beast. They thrived in clusters, whether in combat or daily life, and once provoked, would attack en masse. The thought of facing a horde of fourth-level beasts sent shivers down his spine. Scanning the surroundings, Peng Biao realized there was nowhere to hide. Reluctantly, he picked up the spiritual weapon and carried the elder toward the unicorn tiger's corpse. Soon after, a butterfly the size of an adult descended, its body and wings adorned with tiger stripes, yet its head bore the face of an adult man. Indeed, it was the fourth-level demon beast, the human-faced tiger butterfly. Its green eyes swept over the area, landing on the remains of the once human corpse and the unicorn tiger's body. A flicker of confusion crossed its eyes. It had clearly seen an injured individual nearby, yet he was nowhere to be found. It approached the unicorn tiger's corpse. Just as it drew near, a deafening roar echoed from above. With a furious roar, it took to the sky, flapping its vividly patterned wings. Ascending into the air, it beheld a chaotic battlefield in the distance, where hundreds of human-faced tiger butterflies clashed with a dozen cultivators, the latter appearing wounded and slow to flee. With a mighty cry, it soared toward the fray. Though the human-faced tiger butterfly departed, its terrifying aura lingered, deterring other beasts from approaching. After all, this was the periphery of the Five Peaks mountain range, where the beasts generally lacked high levels of power. As night passed into dawn, the unicorn tiger's corpse stirred slightly, revealing Peng Biao's bloodied head emerging from within. Assured that no danger lurked nearby, he breathed a sigh of relief, crawling out and subsequently pulling the bloodied elder along with him. The elder's external injuries had healed under the influence of true energy, but internal wounds still persisted. Once out, the elder sat on the ground, glancing at the massive corpse of the unicorn tiger and then at the remains of the Black Mountain sect disciple, reduced to a pile of flesh. Did you do this? Indeed, since he is already killed and was discovered by the old man, what is there to be ashamed of? What audacity you possess to dare slay a disciple of the Black Mountain sect. Once we return to the sect, I shall see how you will be punished. Peng Biao was astonished. This old man was utterly unreasonable. After saving him, he offered not a word of gratitude but instead sought to hold Peng Biao accountable for the death of a disciple of the Black Mountain sect. Esteemed elder, why do you not inquire about the circumstances at that moment? If someone seeks to take my life, am I not entitled to retaliate? Peng Biao replied in a low voice. Humph, retaliation? Is that merely turning your opponent into a pile of flesh? Cultivators across the world are akin to family. Regardless of familiarity, we must look out for one another. Your actions are no different from those of certain fiendish sects. Peng Biao exhibited a peculiar expression. It was his first encounter with an elder who preached benevolence in such a manner. He could hardly fathom how this individual had attained the core realm without having faced any treachery. If he were to return to the sect and reveal my transgression of slaying a disciple from the Black Mountain sect, I would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Even if I were to escape unscathed, the news would eventually reach the ears of those from the Black Mountain sect. What should I do? Should I take advantage of his current injury to end him? But core realm cultivators possess numerous hidden cards. What if I fail and become the one who is killed? Perhaps it is best to flee and live as a rogue cultivator instead? Peng Biao's thoughts were in turmoil. The old man observed Peng Biao's flickering gaze with an air of calmness. However, when he caught sight of a glimmer of murderous intent in Peng Biao's eyes, he realized that the jest had gone too far. It was time to stop playing games before things turned serious. Haraha. To be able to kill a second-tier demon beast across realms, my young friend, you possess remarkable skills. I am truly impressed. Seeing the old man suddenly smile, Peng Biao did not feel relieved. Rather, his murderous intent intensified. You old scoundrel, now that you are gravely injured and lack the ability to resist, you seek to pacify me with sweet words, only to return to the sect and deal with me later? At your age, you should understand the principle of yielding and bending. Upon seeing the fierce glint in Peng Biao's eyes, the old man was taken aback. It seemed he had overstepped his bounds, and his jest had backfired. Wait, young friend, what are you planning? I am an elder of the Starry Sect. And what of it? If you wish to expose this matter, I care not whether you are an elder or the sect master. Even if a divine being were to come and threaten me, I would not hesitate to kill. My young friend, this is a misunderstanding. I was merely jesting to test your resolve. I did not expect your murderous intent to be so profound. Alas, elder, at this stage, there is no need for pretense. You may save those words for the afterlife. This, alas, can there be no trust between people? You and I are both members of the Starry Sect. What concern is it of mine who dies in the Black Mountain sect? Did you not just claim that all cultivators are akin to family? Now that the situation has turned unfavorable, you immediately change your tune? The elder's incoherent words only strengthened Peng Biao's resolve to end his life. Curse it, I am wronged. Yujiqiu, swear to the heavens that I will never utter a word of this matter. You saved my life, and I am grateful. How could I repay kindness with malice? Yujiqiu, are you truly Elder Yujiqiu? Peng Biao paused for a moment, hastily inquiring. Of course, Peng Biao knew who Yujiqiu was. Yujiqiu, a late-stage core realm cultivator, ranked third among the elders of the Starry Sect, known for his ambiguous morality and carefree demeanor. Yet he was clear in matters of gratitude and enmity, keeping his promises. With a flick of his hand, Yujiqiu produced a token, and Peng Biao examined it closely. It bore the inscription of Yujiqiu's name. Elder Yu, forgive my offense. I did not recognize you, Peng Biao said, kneeling on one knee. Upon realizing the identity of the man before him, Peng Biao retracted his murderous intent. Yu Zhiqiu's playful nature meant that anything he said should not be taken too seriously. My young friend, please rise. Ignorance is no crime. Besides, it is merely the death of a cultivator. What is there to be concerned about? Most sects in the Jiang Kingdom harbor enmity towards our starry sect. They deserve to die. Yu Zhiqiu urged Ping Biao to stand quickly. Had he not been unable to move, he would have already stepped forward to assist him. Peng Biao rose to his feet. Yu Zhiqiu looked at him, nodding in satisfaction, and remarked, "You possess immense potential and decisiveness, Peng Biao. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable." The elder is overly complimentary. Peng Biao replied humbly, "I am a person who values gratitude, and you have saved my life. I must repay you. Speak, what do you desire? Techniques, divine powers, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, spirit stones, whatever you wish, I shall endeavor to fulfill." Observing Yu Zhiqiu's earnest demeanor, Peng Biao contemplated deeply, yet he could not quite discern what he truly needed. At present, he lacked nothing urgent. All he required was time. Given time, he was confident in his ability to grow rapidly. If he were to declare that he needed nothing, it would surely raise Yu Zhiqiu's suspicions. A cultivator of the strength realm devoid of desires would inevitably provoke various speculations. Suddenly, with a thud, Peng Biao knelt on both knees and respectfully stated, "Elder, I ask for nothing but to be your disciple and serve you henceforth." "Oh, haha, splendid. I accept your request. Please rise." Naturally, Yu Zhiqiu was thrilled to have a disciple with such great potential. This was no small endeavor for Peng Biao. He was a person capable of maximizing opportunities. Yu Zhiqiu and Appo's regard for Peng Biao increased yet again. Peng Biao did not immediately heed Yu Zhiqiu's words to rise. Instead, he performed 3 respectful bows before standing up. In the face of such a courteous disciple, Yu Zhiqiu smiled and nodded, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Having taken Yu Zhiqiu as his master, Peng Biao felt a sense of security against Wen Wuzhu. He had always harbored caution towards Wen Wuzhu, as their relationship was fundamentally one of experimenter and subject. If Wen Wuzhu's upcoming experiments were to go awry, he might turn his attention back to Peng Biao. Thus, it was essential for Peng Biao to ensure that Wen Wuzhu would hesitate to act against him. And Yu Zhiqiu's emergence presented an excellent opportunity. "Peng Biao, I have strict standards for accepting disciples. All my disciples are of the Yuan realm. Your current cultivation level is too low. How about starting as a registered disciple?" Yu Zhiqiu expressed, slightly embarrassed, yet unable to avoid the truth. If he were to directly accept Peng Biao as a disciple, the other Yuan realm disciples would surely resent him and harbor jealousy, which would ultimately hinder Peng Biao's growth. After all, they had toiled to reach the Yuan realm before being accepted as disciples. What right did a mere strength realm novice have to stand on equal footing with them? Others would not consider whether Peng Biao had saved Yu Zhiqiu. The debt of gratitude owed to the master did not extend to them. Peng Biao understood this reality and replied respectfully, "Disciple appreciates the master's intentions. To be a registered disciple is already a great honor, and I will strive to cultivate diligently to reach the Yuan realm, so that the master may formally accept me as a disciple." "Good, such ambition. You truly are worthy of being my disciple," Yu Zhiqiu said, exceedingly pleased, as he regarded Peng Biao with increasing fondness. "Master, I currently work under Elder Wen Wuzhu. Will he be displeased if I take you as my master?" Peng Biao pointedly inquired. "Oh, is that so? Have you pledged yourself to Wen Wuzhu?" "Not at all. I merely assist him in tending the spiritual herb garden. Then it is of no consequence. I shall speak with him upon my return." "Thank you, master. By the way, how did you sustain such grave injuries? And why were you pursued by the man-faced tiger butterfly?" This was a question Peng Biao had long wished to ask. It was evident that Yu Zhiqiu had ventured to the ancient cultivator's cave with Ling Jintian in search of treasure, a place that might very well be where his first master, Elder Zhang Bufan, had been grievously wounded, ultimately leading to his demise. Everyone possesses profound feelings for their first experiences, and Peng Biao shared an equally deep bond with his first master, Zhang Bufan. Naturally, he yearned to learn about the ancient cultivator's cave, even seeking to investigate Zhang Bufan's cause of death and avenge him, although his current strength did not permit such endeavors. There, alas, I fear that all high-level cultivators in the Jiang Kingdom may be stirred into action because of that place, Yu Zhiqiu sighed, his expression reflecting both fear and regret. Peng Biao felt puzzled and asked, "Master, what lies within that ancient cultivator and Appo's cave? Your strength is too low. That is not information you should concern yourself with." Peng Biao felt helpless and inwardly lamented. Why do all the elders enjoy saying that? Peng Biao, find a safe place to rest. Return to Wufing village in 3 days. Yes, master, Peng Biao replied respectfully, though confusion lingered on his face. Yu Zhiqiu glanced at him and said calmly, the man-faced tiger butterfly will undoubtedly attack Wufing village. Returning too early would be tantamount to courting death. Peng Biao comprehended, master. Does that mean the people from various sects in Wufing village are doomed? Each sect has protective formations. Our Xingqian sect's formation alone can withstand attacks from Qi realm experts for quite some time. The man-faced tiger butterfly will need to guard that ancient cultivator's cave. Seeing that it cannot breach our formation in the short term, it will naturally retreat. Peng Biao nodded, silently acknowledging. So the man-faced tiger butterfly is guarding that ancient cultivator's cave. No wonder it pursued the group of Qi realm experts seeking treasure. Thus, Peng Biao found a large tree, hollowed it out, and he and Yu Zhiqiu took refuge inside. Yu Zhiqiu, being a Qi realm cultivator, no longer required external sustenance, while Peng Biao resorted to feasting on the flesh of a unicorn tiger whenever hunger struck. 3 days later, the two departed the Wufing mountain range. Although Yu Zhiqiu's injuries had improved somewhat, he was still unable to fly. Due to Yu Zhiqiu's slower pace, Peng Biao carried him on his back. Before leaving, they had already located a pond to cleanse the blood from their bodies, and Yu Zhiqiu changed into a fresh set of robes. Upon returning to the wooden building of the Xingqian sect, the outer disciples hurriedly approached to offer their greetings. Elder, a few days ago, a beast attacked Wufing village. Did the sect and Apos' disciples suffer any losses? Returning, Elder, when the beast attacked, the disciples were within the formation, so they sustained no significant losses. However, other sects did incur some casualties. As long as our sect is unharmed, we need not concern ourselves with others. Peng Biao, follow me. Yu Zhiqiu led the way, with Peng Biao obediently trailing behind him. They arrived at a room at the far end of the first floor, and upon opening the door, they found a space of approximately 2 zhang in size, where a young disciple sat cross-legged on a mat in the corner, with the rest of the room devoid of any furnishings. Upon seeing Yu Zhiqiu enter, the young disciple quickly stood to pay his respects. A glance at his chest confirmed he was an inner disciple. Yu Zhiqiu brought Peng Biao to the center of the room and instructed, activate the teleportation formation to send us back to the sect. Yes, Elder. The young disciple formed hand seals, and moments later, a surge of true energy emanated from his fingertips, striking the ground. With a hum, white light flickered, revealing a circular formation on the floor, approximately 2 zhang in size. The formation covered nearly the entire room except for the corners, and the young disciple stood in one of those corners. The formation was adorned with intricate patterns, which Peng Biao found exceedingly complex at a glance. Oh no, my horse is still here. Peng Biao suddenly recalled the horse's presence. What are you fretting about? Once we return, simply inform the stables, and they will coordinate with Wufing village. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the two vanished without a trace. The formation in the room also disappeared, gradually restoring to its original state. In the teleportation hall of the Xingqian sect, a burst of white light signaled the arrival of Peng Biao and Yu Zhiqiu. It turned out that there was a direct formation linking Wufing village to the teleportation hall, which explained why the master was unconcerned about the man-faced tiger butterfly attacking Wufing village. Even if the wooden building's formation was unable to defend, the disciples could retreat through the teleportation array. It seems that my realm is too low. I still have to ride a horse to Wufing village. If I were a core disciple, I could surely utilize the teleportation array, Peng Biao mused. Brother Yu, why have you returned? An elderly man in the corner of the transmission hall rose from his mat and inquired. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I returned. Yu Zhiqiu replied hastily as he made his way toward the hall's exit, with Peng Biao following closely behind. Brother, are you injured? The elder sensed that Yu Zhiqiu's aura was somewhat unstable and quickly caught up to him. Spare me the chatter. Do not hold me back. I must find the sect master, Yu Zhiqiu exclaimed, shaking off his sleeve as he exited the hall. Once outside, he said, Peng Biao, I need to see the sect master now. As for your matters, I will speak with Elder when I have the time. With that, Yu Zhiqiu hurried away. Peng Biao observed his retreating figure, thinking to himself, there must be some significant event unfolding at the ancient cultivator's cave, or perhaps a treasure has emerged. Alas, my current realm is too low to partake in such matters. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and headed toward the task hall. For he had completed his task and was due for his reward. Unlike his initial visit to the task hall, when no one paid him any heed. This time, Peng Biao's entry drew several curious gazes. Look, that arrogant lad is back. He returned in just 5 days. Taking into account the 4 days of travel, it means he had only 1 day to complete his task. 1 day is hardly enough to finish a task. There's no way he succeeded. He doesn't appear to be a failure, though. That stubborn fool. He must have completed the task of slaying the blue wolf. But there's no chance he could have killed a second-tier beast like the unicorn tiger. A handful of disciples began to whisper among themselves. 5 days prior, when Peng Biao accepted the task, he had left a deep impression on some, which explained why they noticed him immediately upon his entrance. Many of the uninformed disciples inquired of those nearby, and soon, laughter ensued. A late-stage strength realm disciple thinks he can slay a second-tier beast like the unicorn tiger? How absurd. They began to mock Peng Biao, yet one individual with flickering eyes stealthily slipped away. Peng Biao paid little mind to the scorn of the crowd. They were mere jesters. Those truly capable would not squander their time discussing others, but would instead focus on enhancing their own strength. He had already concealed 2 internal cores within his robe, knowing that retrieving items from his storage bag in the task hall would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. You accepted the task 5 days ago, clearly aiming for the storage bag. How did you acquire one after merely going out? Did you rob someone? Such inquiries could easily arouse suspicion, and currently, Peng Biao sought to remain discreet. As he approached, the smiles on some faces began to wane, replaced by uncertainty. Peng Biao exuded a formidable aura of spiritual energy, perceptible to any cultivator. This energy could only emanate from a beast's internal core, and the mere core of a blue wolf would not radiate such a presence. Could it be that this lad truly killed the unicorn tiger? Thoughts raced through the minds of the spectators, and silence enveloped the scene. Peng Biao reached the corner of the task hall and produced a blue and a white internal core along with his token. Addressing a disciple behind the desk, I accepted a task 5 days ago, and I have now completed it. I am here to collect my reward. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples present were struck with disbelief. A late-stage strength realm disciple truly slayed a second-tier beast like the unicorn tiger? How could this be? They immediately began to murmur among themselves. The disciple at the desk, not daring to be negligent, quickly flipped through the records from 5 days prior. After confirmation, he approached the elderly man seated behind him and respectfully presented the 2 internal cores. The elder opened his eyes, glanced at the cores, and then at the composed Peng Biao, nodding slightly with a look of approval in his gaze. Reaching into his robe, he produced a palm-sized storage bag and tossed it to Peng Biao, commending, "Well done, young man. The rejuvenation pill is within this storage bag. It is the last one I possess." Due to the limitations of the storage bags, the elder could not carry many at once. Once he distributed them, he would have to wait until the next day for more. Good heavens. Elder Feng actually praised someone, and it's an outer disciple at that. Am I hearing this correctly? After all these years as a disciple, I have never heard Elder Feng praise anyone. This Peng Biao is impressive. Peng Biao received the storage bag, bemused by the surrounding chatter. Was it truly so remarkable to receive praise from Elder Feng? Elder Feng? Could he be Elder Feng Qingping, who ranks second among the elders of the Xingqian sect? If that were the case, it would indeed be understandable, Peng Biao thought to himself. Elder Feng Qingping, at the peak of the core realm, was the second most powerful elder, known for his taciturn nature and lack of mirth. Few in the Xingqian sect had ever earned his commendation. Peng Biao respectfully bowed to Elder Feng Qingping. Elder Feng, I suspect that Peng Biao is engaging in deception. How could a late-stage strength realm outer disciple possibly slay a second-tier beast? It is highly likely he had assistance. I implore Elder Feng to investigate thoroughly. Such behavior must not be tolerated, for the purpose of these tasks is to hone our practical abilities. If assistance is allowed, what value do the tasks hold? A particularly unattractive female disciple shouted, setting aside the facts. Peng Biao's actions are utterly disgraceful. A faction of jealous disciples immediately joined in, transforming a trivial matter into a debate about character. The remaining disciples stood dumbfounded. How did something so minor escalate into such a scandal? Elder Feng Qingping, hearing the cacophony, closed his eyes and ceased to engage with them. Seeing the elder's indifference, the jesters grew bolder. Enough. A gathering of clowns, mere frogs at the bottom of a well, only capable of flapping their gums. It is a disgrace for me, Peng Biao, to share a sect with you, he bellowed, his voice laced with true energy, causing many ears to ring and quieting the din. Some inner disciples nodded in agreement. Just from that powerful shout, they could discern Peng Biao's true strength. He was no ordinary late-stage strength realm disciple. You lot are a bunch of miscreants, dismissing the truth? If we disregard the facts, then I am your father, and you are my daughter. Why don't you call me father? Peng Biao continued his retort, particularly targeting the unattractive female disciple. Laughter erupted among most of the disciples. Peng Biao had a sharp tongue. The group that had previously mocked him now bore flushed faces, especially the ugly female disciple, whose neck turned crimson. Peng Biao, you shameless. How dare you insult Sister Baijia? Peng Biao extended his right hand, pointing at each of those who had just ridiculed him, his eyes glinting with a captivating light, as he declared loudly, you insignificant wretches, engaging in such cowardly behavior. If you are unsatisfied, do you dare to meet me on the battle platform and sign a death contract to settle this? As soon as this was uttered, the venue fell silent. They were all outer disciples who struggled in their pursuits, reliant on disparaging others to gain a sense of significance. For them, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. What mattered was whether they had vented their frustrations. In such situations, they behaved like fierce tigers, yet when faced with reality, they resembled sickly cats. Sign a death contract? What nonsense is this? That's a matter of life and death. Isn't it better to live? At the very least, one can live to a ripe old age and still have decades to ridicule others. Why bother with this reckless madman, Peng Biao? It seems prudent to seek out individuals of a more delicate constitution in the future. Attempting to denigrate Peng Biao is futile, as he resorts to desperate measures with ease, a formidable individual best left undisturbed. The collective of detractors inwardly vowed to never again assail Peng Biao. Observing their silence, Peng Biao offered a contemptuous sneer, branding them as a pack of spineless curs, skilled only in incessant barking. Had even one among them possessed the courage to stand forth, Peng Biao might have held them in higher regard, yet each proved to be a craven coward. It is the wont of the weak to hope for another to take the lead, never considering that they themselves might rise to the occasion. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from beyond the mission hall. It was closely followed by a crisp, clear voice that proclaimed, Peng Biao, what audacity you possess, daring to insult so many fellow disciples. As the words faded, two figures entered the mission hall, one of whom was Lu Desheng, now glaring at Peng Biao with undisguised malice. Beside Lu Desheng stood a young man clad in the attire of an inner sect disciple. The man, adorned in white, possessed a lean frame, yet his eyes shone with intelligence, and his lips curled into a disdainful smile as he regarded Peng Biao. These very words had been uttered by him. Upon the man's entrance into the mission hall, a palpable sense of apprehension washed over many disciples. What brings Lu Meng to the mission hall? Has he not been in seclusion of late? Have you not noticed Lu Desheng by his side? Lu Meng is Lu Desheng's nephew. After Lu Desheng's humiliation at Peng Biao's hands 5 days prior, Lu Meng has undoubtedly come to avenge him. Peng Biao is in dire straits now. Lu Meng's cultivation has already reached the middle stage of the Qi realm. Perhaps not. Peng Biao need only ignore him. Within the sect, conflict is forbidden outside the dueling platform. What can Lu Meng do under such circumstances? A flurry of whispers arose from the crowd, revealing the identities of the newcomers to Peng Biao. Approaching him with Lu Desheng, Lu Meng pointed a finger at Peng Biao and commanded, Peng Biao, you have shown utter disrespect by audaciously insulting your fellow disciples in the sacred mission hall. Kneel at once and beg their forgiveness. As Lu Meng spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Feng Qingping, and noticing that the elder remained impassive with his eyes closed, he felt reassured. It would seem this elder Feng was as taciturn as the rumors suggested, unwilling to concern himself with such trivial matters. Upon hearing Lu Meng's words, the detractors were elated. Finally, someone has taken the lead. Dozens of outer sect disciples promptly rushed to Lu Meng's side, lodging their complaints against Peng Biao. Senior brother Lu, you must champion our cause. Peng Biao has been far too insolent. Indeed, he relies on his superior strength and shows no regard for camaraderie, wantonly insulting us. Woe is me. He even sought to become my father. How can a fair maiden in the bloom of youth endure such humiliation? The homely Bai Jie squeezed out a few crocodile tears. Bai Jie's declaration silenced the crowd, leaving only the sound of her affected weeping. The other detractors were stunned, marveling at her audacity. Such a skill to praise oneself while denouncing another. Who knew such tactics existed? In the ensuing silence, a snicker erupted from among the other disciples. Hearing this, Bai Jie ceased her weeping, her eyes flashing with indignation as she glared at the crowd. Peng Biao, beholding Bai Jie's unsightly visage and hearing her shameless words, wore a peculiar expression. To call such a figure a fairy was truly a testament to the thickness of her skin. Ping Biao, I never imagined your character could be so base. Will you not kneel and beg forgiveness? Lu Ming bellowed, barely containing his own laughter. Who do you think you are, to order me about? Peng Biao, recognizing Lu Ming's intent to provoke, responded without reservation. Insolent. I am an inner sect disciple. As a mere outer sect disciple, you should hasten to pay your respects. Your brain is clearly addled. Peng Biao had but 4 words for such troublemakers. At this, Lu Desheng could no longer restrain himself. He pointed at Peng Biao and raged. Peng Biao, how dare you be so disrespectful? Will you not come and apologize, or else? Or else what? Dare you resort to violence? You. Lu Desheng was rendered speechless. Lu Ming frowned, mindful of the sect's prohibition against infighting among disciples, punishable by severe penalties. Peng Biao, you boldly proclaimed your intention to challenge your fellow disciples on the dueling platform. What skill is there in bullying junior brothers and sisters? Do you dare face me on the dueling platform? Lu Ming could only resort to provocation. A jest. Am I bullying junior brothers and sisters? Are you not doing the same to me? You are at the middle stage of the Qi realm, while I am merely at the late stage of the strength realm. Do you not feel shame in saying such things? Peng Biao remained unprovoked. While Peng Biao's true combat prowess had already reached the middle stage of the Qi realm, he chose not to reveal it lightly. Discretion was paramount in the realm of cultivation, and striking last often proved decisive. Since you could slay the Azure Wolf and Unicorn Tiger within a single day, your true combat strength must have reached the middle stage of the Qi realm. Why then should you fear me? Peng Biao merely scoffed, offering no reply. He resolved to remain unmoved by Lu Ming's provocations. Lu Ming perceived Peng Biao's reluctance to engage in combat, yet he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Lu Desheng was his beloved uncle, whom he had watched grow up. Having seen him humiliated, Lu Ming naturally sought to avenge him. Catching sight of the white band tied around Peng Biao's head, Lu Ming hatched a plan. Peng Biao, while the attire of our star sect is primarily white, there is no need to wear it upon your head. Peng Biao's gaze darkened. The significance of the white band was unmistakable, and Lu Ming could not be ignorant of it. To speak in such a manner was a blatant attempt to enrage Peng Biao, devoid of all restraint. Lu Ming's words caused many inner and outer sect disciples to inwardly disapprove. It was said that the deceased should be treated with respect, and Lu Ming's desire to discipline Peng Biao did not warrant such a base approach. Who among them had not experienced the loss of a family member? Seeing Peng Biao's reaction, Lu Ming sensed an opportunity. He cared not for the deceased, as it was not his family that had suffered a loss. Peng Biao, what is that thing upon your head? It is quite unbecoming. Will you not remove it at once? Lu Ming added fuel to the fire. Peng Biao was incensed. He considered Peng Man to be his last remaining kin. While he could endure insults directed at himself, he could not tolerate the desecration of Peng Man's memory. When forbearance reaches its end, there is no need to forbear any longer. Lu Ming, you have brought this upon yourself. You wish to kill me? Then meet me on the dueling platform. What say you? Do you dare? Coward. Lu Ming burst into maniacal laughter. So be it. The dueling platform shall be your burial ground. Peng Biao's gaze was icy, regarding Lu Ming as though he were already dead. Within the star sect, at the heart of the grounds, stood a plaza. At its center was a circular platform, 100 feet in breadth and raised half a foot above the ground, constructed entirely of countless bluestones. This was the star sect's dueling platform. When cultivators within the star sect harbored irreconcilable grievances, they would come to the dueling platform to settle their scores. There were 2 forms of duels on the dueling platform, one without a signed life and death pact, which served only to determine superiority, and another with a signed life and death pact, which was a contest to the death, ending only when one party fell. On this very morning, a throng of star sect disciples, led by Peng Biao and Lu Ming, arrived at the dueling platform. The detractors from the mission hall and all the other disciples were present as well. Tasks could be taken up at any time, but such spectacles were rare. The impending duel on the dueling platform was an event not to be missed. The crowd gathered before a long-bearded elder seated in meditation near the platform. The elder opened his eyes, surveyed the group, and inquired indifferently, "Have you come to duel?" "Indeed. We request that the elder provide the life and death pact," Lu Ming replied respectfully, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Oh, so quick to sign a life and death pact. How spirited these young ones have become." The elder finished speaking and waved his hand, causing a scroll to materialize before Lu Ming. Immediately, a pair of enormous hands, formed from a gray liquid, extended from the elder's body to unfurl the scroll. "Sign with your own blood," he intoned. "I must remind you that once the death contract is signed, I shall activate the formation of the duel stage. It will remain in place until one party is vanquished or the victor chooses to withdraw. Otherwise, the formation will remain sealed. Think carefully before you sign." Without hesitation, Lu Meng inscribed his name, then turned to Peng Biao, revealing a cruel smile. Peng Biao stepped forward, scrutinizing the contents of the death contract, which merely stated that life and death were at stake. "Peng Biao, why do you hesitate? Are you afraid?" Lu Meng observed Peng Biao's prolonged silence, suspecting he might have second thoughts. "Afraid? I, Peng Biao, am unfamiliar with the concept of fear. I simply find you too weak. Battling you alone would not suffice for my satisfaction," Peng Biao retorted coldly. "Haraha, do you even realize your own worth? With your meager strength, how many can you truly fight? I could take on 10. Lu Meng rolled his eyes in disbelief, opting for silence. He considered further discussion a waste of time and awaited Peng Biao's decision. Peng Biao pointed to Lu Deshang and several others who had spoken rather fiercely in the mission hall, calling out, "Lu Deshang, you, and you. Come and sign. Today, I intend to take on 10. Among the 9 was the notably unattractive female disciple, Bai Jie. "What nonsense are you spouting? You look down on everyone too much. You're a madman. Who would want to fight you? What are you thinking? It's Lu Meng who is dueling you, not us." Surprisingly, none of the 9 approached to sign. "Suit yourselves. If you 9 refuse to sign, then I shall not sign either," Lu Meng declared. Realizing the situation, he shouted, "Peng Biao, you are merely afraid to face me, seeking excuses." The elder spoke with a stern voice, having never witnessed such indecision. "Think what you will. I stand by my word. I shall give you another 15 minutes, and if you do not sign, this duel will be cancelled." Lu Meng, feeling anxious, urged the 9, "Hurry and sign. If you do not, you stand against me. I assure you, once we are on stage, I will eliminate Peng Biao first. You will be safe." Lu Meng and Appo's insistence prompted several to step forward, each signing the death contract. After the 9 had inscribed their names, Lu Meng looked at Peng Biao, expecting him to refuse again. To his surprise, Peng Biao readily signed, an unusual act that sent a chill through Lu Meng, as if he were the prey caught in a trap. As Peng Biao signed, the elder was taken aback, not expecting a mere late-stage cultivator to act so boldly. Shaking his head with a hint of regret, he retrieved the scroll and commanded, "Quickly ascend the stage." 11 individuals leaped onto the duel stage, with Peng Biao on one side and Lu Meng alongside the other 10, creating a stark contrast in strength. Those watching below sighed, already predicting Peng Biao's demise. Others dismissed his actions as impulsive folly, believing he deserved the punishment for his reckless decisions. At that moment, the elder rapidly formed hand seals, unleashing a gray liquid that struck the ground with a resounding boom, enveloping the duel stage in a transparent protective barrier, resembling an inverted glass bowl. The duel commenced. With a booming shout from the elder, the atmosphere ignited. Boom! Peng Biao surged forward, filled with vital energy, charging toward the opposing 10 with the intent to obliterate them with overwhelming force. "Come at me!" Lu Meng roared, rushing to meet Peng Biao. The two clashed head-on. Lu Meng believed he held a considerable advantage, having cultivated to a higher realm, and felt his body was far superior due to the nourishing energy. Afraid of a physical contest? Lu Meng fears no one. With a thunderous crash, the two collided, Lu Meng throwing a punch aimed at Peng Biao's face. Peng Biao deftly blocked with his left hand, deflecting the blow aside. Then, with a sudden exertion of force from his elbow and knee, he charged at Lu Meng. Although Lu Meng attempted to defend with both hands and feet, he was overwhelmed. His limbs were forcefully suppressed, and with a dull thud, all of Peng Biao's strikes landed on Lu Meng's body, leaving him visibly shaken. Boom! Lu Meng was propelled into the air, crashing against the protective barrier, causing ripples to emanate outward before rebounding and collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. The spectators below were stunned. They recognized the disparity in power, but never anticipated such a turn of events, which was completely unexpected. The elder on the sidelines was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glinting with curiosity. Meanwhile, the 9 on stage were paralyzed with fear. They had approached the duel merely to spectate and had not prepared for combat. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, they inwardly cursed Lu Meng, including Lu Deshang, who felt no exception. However, Peng Biao had no intentions of sparing them. His hatred for the bystanders surpassed even that for Lu Meng. As cultivators, they squandered their hard-earned abilities, spending their days criticizing rather than striving to improve, an utter waste of spiritual energy. With a fierce leap, Peng Biao confronted Lu Deshang, who was still reeling from the shock. In a swift motion, he struck Lu Deshang's Dantian, unleashing a surge of energy that rendered it useless. Lu Deshang's vital energy dissipated rapidly, causing him to writhe on the ground, clutching his abdomen and howling in anguish. Given another chance, he would never provoke Peng Biao over a momentary dispute. Having incapacitated Lu Deshang, Peng Biao did not linger. He bounded toward the unattractive female disciple, Bai Jia. She had never ventured outside the sect since joining and had never encountered such a ruthless adversary, leaving her utterly paralyzed with fear. As Peng Biao advanced to attack, she fell to her knees, crying out, "Father, Father, you promised to be my father. Please don't kill me." Peng Biao's handsome face twitched slightly, as he had not anticipated such eccentricity from this individual. He felt no sympathy for the woman, who was now a blubbering mess of tears and snot. People are ever-changing. In her current plight, she desperately sought survival, and if he were to show her mercy, she would undoubtedly seek revenge in the future. The nature of the petty is to harbor grudges while forgetting kindness. In response to her pleas, Peng Biao unleashed a kick imbued with true energy, aimed directly at her Dantian. Another Dantian was destroyed. In quick succession, the sound of thuds rang out incessantly as the remaining 7 individuals had their Dantians obliterated as well. 9 external disciples lay on the high platform, wailing in agony, their spilled blood staining the arena. Their fate had been sealed the moment they stepped onto the battleground. In a direct confrontation, none could match Peng Biao's prowess. Attempting to escape was futile, as their speed could not rival his. And with the platform's vast expanse of 100 feet, there was nowhere to flee. The scene unfolding on the platform left the onlookers below utterly astonished. Good heavens! A late-stage power user had severely injured a mid-stage energy user in one exchange, and in mere moments, had incapacitated 9 external disciples. Was this defiance of the heavens? A challenge beyond one's means? To witness such a display of prowess was indeed fortunate. Goodness, Peng Biao was truly ruthless. Was it excessive to destroy 9 Dantians? After all, they were fellow disciples. Excessive? Once the death contract was signed, they became enemies. When dealing with adversaries, no methods are excessive. I find Peng Biao to be cold-hearted yet decisive, a true figure of significance. Regardless of the discussions below, the battle on the platform raged on. A massive hand of true energy wielded a 3-foot flying sword, aimed at Peng Biao's head from behind. Peng Biao swiftly sidestepped the attack and turned to see Lu Ming, whose lips were stained with blood. He had recovered. Filled with rage, Lu Ming realized that underestimating his opponent had led to substantial losses. 9 Dantians destroyed. This debt was his to bear, especially since his uncle, Lu Deshang, was among them. "Lu Ming, it's your turn," Peng Biao bellowed, charging towards Lu Ming with an overwhelming presence, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Momentarily daunted by the intensity of Peng Biao's aura, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and directed the flying sword towards Peng Biao's back. Should Peng Biao persist in his reckless charge, he would likely be pierced before reaching Lu Ming. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Peng Biao swiftly turned, gauging the trajectory of the flying sword. He clenched his right fist and struck fiercely at the sword's tip. What? He dares to engage a spiritual weapon with his bare body? Truly, Peng Biao is courting death. This individual is bold yet foolish, overestimating his own capabilities. It seems this decisive battle is nearing its end. Witnessing Peng Biao's defiance against the flying sword, the gathered disciples began to murmur, convinced that the battle was coming to a close, with Peng Biao as the inevitable loser, and the consequence of his loss was death. Lu Ming, observing this, couldn't help but smile. The pressure Peng Biao had inflicted was immense. And now this foolish man's arrogance would lead to the conclusion of this wretched battle. When fists met the flying sword, the anticipated spray of blood did not manifest. Instead, a resounding clang echoed as the sword and fist remained locked in a stalemate. Peng Biao roared, his left fist also clenched, delivering a powerful strike against the sword's body. With that blow, the sword could not withstand the force and was sent flying aside, releasing its grip from Lu Ming's control and clattering to the ground, its spiritual essence nearly extinguished. Observing Peng Biao's right fist, only a white mark remained. Humph! What of a mere low-grade, mid-tier spiritual sword? What harm can it inflict upon me? When the sword first attacked, Peng Biao discerned its inferior quality. thus opting for a direct confrontation. Even blades sharp enough to rival a mid-tier spiritual weapon could only graze Peng Biao's flesh. How could he fear a low-grade, mid-tier sword? Peng Biao braved the sword's assault with his flesh, rendering the weapon's spiritual essence nearly depleted, while he sustained only a minor mark, leaving all spectators utterly astonished. What? He withstood the flying sword with his body, unscathed? Surely, I am not dreaming? Good heavens, is he truly at the late stage of power? How can his physique be so formidable? Quick, someone investigate what techniques he has cultivated. I know, I was on duty at the time. He chose the third-tier body cultivation technique, Arhat Path. How can an external disciple cultivate a third-tier technique? It was arranged by Elder One. Arhat Path? Who has cultivated Arhat Path? Is anyone here insane enough to pursue body cultivation techniques? Such techniques draw true energy from within to enhance the physique. Without sufficient true energy, one cannot even elevate their realm. Hurry, we must check Arhat Path. Why the haste? Do you have the right to look? Upon hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Upon entering, each person could only select a technique once, and any subsequent choices could only be obtained through task rewards. Thus, even if they recognized the might of Arhat Path, they were ineligible to view it. Most sighed in disappointment, while a few inner disciples exchanged furtive glances, slipping away from the crowd, their destination unknown. The elderly figure below, having overheard the chatter, wasted no time unleashing a golden disc and pouring in a gray liquid, causing the disc to enlarge to several feet. He hastily stepped onto the disc, soaring into the air towards the technique hall, disregarding the ongoing battle. The disciples were momentarily stunned, then realized this elder must be retrieving the original text of Arhat Path. Such a powerful technique would surely be treasured and kept from the grasp of ordinary disciples. In an instant, the focus of the crowd shifted entirely away from the battle on the platform. All eyes now fixated on the body cultivation technique Arhat Path, unperturbed by the surrounding discussions. Peng Biao reveled in the misunderstandings. Should the sect fail to unravel the secrets of Arhat Path, when they come to inquire, he will have ample justification. He would assert that he only began cultivating Arhat Path after repairing his Dantian, redirecting all attention back to Wenbuchu, thus ensuring he remained out of the spotlight. On the battlefield, Peng Biao turned to face the terrified Lu Meng, the outcome of this confrontation no longer in doubt. Lu Meng, filled with dread, wished to slap himself for provoking such a formidable foe and cast a resentful glance at Lu Deshang, whose incompetence had only compounded their troubles. However, Lu Deshang, witnessing Peng Biao's extraordinary prowess, had already lost consciousness in fear. With each step forward, Peng Biao seemed to tread upon Lu Meng's very heart, amplifying his terror. Unable to endure further, Lu Meng screamed, "Peng Biao, don't come any closer." Peng Biao paused, exasperated, another person mimicking his catchphrase. How infuriating. In a panic, Lu Meng flailed his true energy hand, and moments later, it ensnared Peng Biao, binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. Haha, perish! Lu Meng charged forward, brandishing a dagger that shimmered with more potent energy than the flying sword, a likely low-grade, upper-tier spiritual weapon. At this moment, Lu Meng's eyes sparkled with clarity and malice, devoid of any fear or panic. It appeared that his earlier terror had been a mere facade. As a mid-stage energy user, he had faced countless dangers. How could he be frightened by adversity? Among cultivators, the weak-minded and cowardly are truly rare. The majority are cunning, ruthless individuals with deep-seated strategies. Lu Meng advanced rapidly, the sharp dagger aimed directly at Peng Biao's eyes. Are you not physically formidable? I wonder if your eyes are as powerful as your physique. The crowd was once again captivated, not anticipating that the predetermined situation could still be reversed. Peng Biao chuckled coldly. As he expected, Lu Meng had been pretending all along. Just as the dagger lunged toward him, Peng Biao deftly tilted his head, narrowly evading the strike. The dagger grazed his scalp, severing a lock of hair. With a surge of true energy, Peng Biao's body inflated as if blown up like a balloon, growing considerably larger, and he effortlessly shattered Lu Meng's grasp of true energy into several fragments. Once the disintegrated true energy hand detached from Lu Meng, it instantly transformed into ethereal energy, dissipating into the atmosphere. Such crude manipulation of true energy could hardly restrain Peng Biao. Unencumbered, he swiftly seized Lu Meng's hand that clutched the dagger, while his other fist descended violently upon Lu Meng's elbow. With a resounding crack, Lu Meng's arm broke, and bloody bone protruded grotesquely. Ah! Lu Ming screamed in agony, his arm rendered powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Biao wrested the dagger away, flipping it around to rest against Lu Ming's throat. This battle was concluded. Observing Lu Ming, drenched in sweat and pain, Peng Biao remarked coolly, "Lu Ming, your life now rests in my hands. What further words do you have?" There was no enmity between them, yet the current predicament arose from Lu Desheng's machinations. Lu Ming, believing he had the upper hand over Peng Biao, was unaware that he was the one being devoured. The sight of Lu Ming's plight rang alarm bells in Peng Biao's mind. Often, calamities stem from one's own actions. Although his physique was formidable, Peng Biao did not consider himself invincible. Having once been a cultivator of the Yuan realm, he understood that there were numerous methods to contend with those of great physical strength. Moreover, even his robust physique had its vulnerabilities, with certain acupoints being weaknesses. Lu Ming's defeat was attributed to underestimating his opponent. His first round of direct confrontation with Peng Biao had left him grievously injured. Additionally, the confined space of the arena played a role, as did Lu Ming's ignorance of Peng Biao's capabilities, mistakenly equating higher cultivation with absolute superiority. In a more open setting, even if Lu Ming were to lose, it would not have been so swift, allowing him to utilize spirit tools to facilitate an escape. Following this battle, it was apparent that within the Starry Skies sect, no one would dare to confront Peng Biao physically, nor would anyone challenge him on the arena again. In the realm of cultivation, one must remain vigilant and cautious, never succumbing to arrogance. Peng Biao silently admonished himself. Haraha. Peng Biao, I, Lu Ming, concede defeat. Do as you wish. Lu Ming's face contorted in pain. To his surprise, Peng Biao had expected Lu Ming to plead for mercy. Yet he found Lu Ming to be somewhat of a man. Brother Peng, since Lu Ming has surrendered, please spare him. Brother Peng, you have already incapacitated 9 individuals today. Your purpose of establishing authority has been achieved, so there is no need to eradicate him entirely. Indeed, Brother Peng, Lu Ming is one of Elder Mi's disciples. If you were to kill him, Elder Mi would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Please consider this carefully. 100 or more inner and outer disciples in the audience began to plead, implying that Lu Ming should not be killed. Listening to the various appeals around him, Peng Biao lowered his head in contemplation. In Lu Ming's eyes, the desire to survive flickered. He was a tough character, but who would willingly embrace death? Noting Peng Biao's wavering stance, Lu Ming swallowed hard and softly suggested, Brother Peng, our conflict is but a misunderstanding. I am willing to offer spirit stones as compensation. Ah! Before Lu Ming could finish, he let out a blood-curdling scream. For Peng Biao's knee had already struck his Dantian, rendering it useless. What? Despite our pleas, why does Peng Biao still strike? With such obstinacy, he has surely invited Elder Mi's wrath. This Peng Biao is indeed a character. He acts decisively, leaving no room for future retribution, which I admire. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Peng Biao incapacitate Lu Ming. They had assumed that with so many voices urging mercy, he would relent, but instead, he had rendered Lu Ming powerless. For an inner disciple like Lu Ming, being made a cripple was akin to plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss. It was arguably worse than death. Peng Biao and Apos' gaze was icy, his expression impassive, as he kicked Lu Ming away, then sheathed the dagger and retrieved a distant flying sword, depositing it into his storage bag. Had the former Peng Biao of the Black Mountain sect faced such a situation, he would have surely spared Lu Ming. However, the current Peng Biao would not let any adversary go unpunished. Having engaged in conflict, Lu Ming had become his enemy. To spare him now would only invite retaliation when Lu Ming regained strength. This was a certainty in human nature. Elder Mi would seek vengeance for his disciple. But what of it? He was now a disciple of Yu Zhiqiu, and having signed a life-and-death agreement before the battle, what recourse could Elder Mi invoke against him? Offending Elder Mi meant offending him, and if Lu Ming were released, would Elder Mi not hold him accountable? Incorrect. Injuring a disciple equated to striking the face of the master. Thus, whether to spare Lu Ming would offend Elder Mi, and Peng Biao would never let Lu Ming go. As for the multitude of disciples pleading for Lu Ming's life, Peng Biao scoffed. The situation had not befallen them, and naturally, they brandished the banner of righteousness to advocate for mercy. How could he, Peng Biao, heed their words devoid of his own principles? At that moment, a gray light shot from afar, landing upon the arena. Peng Biao focused his gaze to see a middle-aged man with a square face, wielding a sword of considerable length, descending from the sky. Upon seeing the scene on the arena, His expression changed drastically. Old one, how dare you injure my disciple? You shall pay dearly. Hasten to destroy your Dantian and kneel to beg for mercy. The middle-aged man pointed at Peng Biao, his voice booming with fury. Peng Biao deduced that this man was likely Elder Mi, Lu Ming's master. Had Elder Mi just emerged from seclusion, only to find his disciple in such a wretched state? Filled with wrath, he could not believe that someone would dare to incapacitate Lu Ming, effectively slapping his own face. He was determined to have Peng Biao captured and executed. With Elder Mi's arrival, Peng Biao's fate seemed sealed. Known for his volatile temperament, Elder Mi would not take kindly to Peng Biao's actions. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, most wearing expressions of schadenfreude. You, Peng Biao, think yourself invincible? Now you've collided with the elder. Today shall mark your end. Peng Biao casually cupped his hands toward the sky and said indifferently, Lu Ming is the one I have incapacitated. Elder Mi, what will you do about it? Peng Biao's demeanor conveyed blatant disregard for Elder Mi, earning him a measure of respect from some in the audience. It was not every day one witnessed a mere cultivator of physical realms maintain such composure in the face of a core realm master. Elder Mi, seeing Peng Biao's insolence, felt his rage boiling over, and he shouted, You insolent wretch, do you not see the gravity of your actions? Destroy your Dantian and kneel to receive your punishment. I had expected Elder Mi to be as wise and formidable as the rumors suggest, yet you speak such foolishness. Meeting you is indeed less impressive than hearing of you. Peng Biao shook his head, his expression one of utter disappointment. The crowd was in an uproar. How dared Peng Biao speak to Elder Mi in such a manner? Was he courting death? You insolent brat, what did you just say? Elder Mi's voice dripped with malice. For even most elders would not dare speak to him in such a way, and yet an outer disciple had the audacity to be so arrogant. The Elder Mi is not quite right in the head. Has he ever witnessed a cultivator self-destructing their Dantian? If he has, how? And if he hasn't, what then? All I know is that you are about to die, since he has never seen such a thing. Elder Mi surely understands that no one would be foolish enough to destroy their own Dantian. If nobody would do such a thing, then Elder Mi's statement only serves to highlight his lack of sense. Haraha. Many disciples couldn't help but chuckle at this. Indeed, Elder Mi's words were utterly pointless. Some disciples, fearing retribution from Elder Mi, quickly covered their mouths after laughing. You little rascal. No matter how sharp your tongue, your one disrespect for your fellow sect members will not change your impending demise. Mi Xian glared at the defensive array below and cursed inwardly. Where has that old fool gone? The decisive battle has concluded. Why hasn't he come to deactivate the defensive array? Mi Xian knew that with his own strength, he could not break through the defenses of the battle platform. If it weren't for the array's presence, he would have captured Peng Biao long ago and wouldn't he be wasting breath on him now? Elder Mi, being an experienced elder, was well aware of the rules of the battle platform, and he also understood the implications of a life and death contract. I have already signed a life and death agreement with Lu Ming. May I ask, Elder, on what grounds will you execute me? Peng Biao's expression remained calm as he spoke confidently. Humph, what a sharp-tongued brat. Mi Xian scoffed. He certainly wouldn't reveal his reasoning. With so many disciples present and Peng Biao occupying the moral high ground, there were certain things that were best left unsaid. He was no fool. You dare to confront me like this? Once you step outside the sect, your death will be imminent. Mi Xian resolved to find an opportunity to kill Peng Biao. The matter of Lu Ming's defeat was secondary. Most importantly, he felt that Peng Biao's arrogance had publicly humiliated him. Who dares to execute my disciple? A furious roar echoed, followed by a massive purple cloud and a gigantic blade soaring towards them. Both Peng Biao and the gathered disciples, along with Mi Xian, were taken aback and quickly knelt, bowing deeply as they exclaimed, We greet the sect leader. Riding clouds is a hallmark of those in the Qi realm. Typically, such cultivators ride gray clouds, as clouds are formed from their internal true energy, which is gray in color. However, the sect leader, Chen Yi, rides upon purple clouds, a result of his unique cultivation method. Thus, upon seeing the purple clouds, it was clear that the sect leader had arrived. No need for formalities. A calm voice resonated from the purple cloud, reaching everyone's ears. The crowd stood up, and Peng Biao gazed at the purple cloud with a fervent longing. Who wouldn't he desire to become a Qi realm cultivator? Unfortunately, the true visage of the sect leader remained hidden from view, obscured by the clouds. Elder Mi, is it you who seeks to execute my disciple? Yu Zhiqiu's cold voice emanated from the giant blade, indicating that his internal injuries had fully healed. Mixin's countenance darkened. He certainly knew whom Yujichio was referring to. Damn that Peng Biao. Why didn't he mention earlier that he is Yu's disciple? That little rascal is intentionally making me lose face. Just you wait. Mixin's hatred for Peng Biao intensified. As Yujichio's words fell, the surrounding disciples began to understand, whispering among themselves. So, Peng Biao is Elder Yu's disciple. No wonder he is so powerful and shows no respect to Elder Mi. This all makes perfect sense. It must be that Elder Yu has been secretly guiding Peng Biao, endowing him with such formidable strength. Sigh, why don't I have such a powerful master? Senior brother, who is Elder Yu? Is he very esteemed within the sect? You don't even know who Elder Yu is? He ranks third among the elders in terms of strength and is a late-stage core realm expert. Hiss. What a profound background Peng Biao possesses, with Elder Yu as his master and elder when advocating for him. It's no wonder he dares to disregard Elder Mi tch. Elder Mi has only recently ascended to elder status in the eyes of Elders Yu, and when, he is hardly significant. Listening to the buzz around him, Peng Biao did not refute any of it, reveling in the speculation. Mixin, why do you not respond when I speak to you? Do you no longer regard me with respect? Another voice from Yujichio rang out. Mixin cautiously raised his gaze to the purple cloud, but the figure atop it remained silent. The sect leader had no interest in intervening in such trivial disputes among disciples. Elder Yu, I truly did not know that Peng Biao is your disciple. Mixin was forced to lower his stance. He could not afford to offend Yujichio. You imply that because Peng Biao is not my disciple, you are free to suppress him? No. Elder Yu, that is not what I meant. As an elder, you should strictly adhere to the sect's rules. Do you not understand the regulations of the battle platform? Using your authority to oppress others. Do you not care for your reputation as an elder? Yujichio's voice was particularly stern, and despite being an elder himself, he chastised Mixin as though he were a junior. Mixin dared not argue in response. Elder Yu, I was in the wrong. I handled the situation too rashly. Please forgive me. Mixin bowed his head, speaking respectfully, though he cast a glance at Peng Biao, filled with deep-seated hatred. Upon witnessing that gaze, Peng Biao frowned. Being resented by such a narrow-minded person was hardly a favorable situation, especially since this man was a core realm expert, far beyond his current capabilities. Since you recognize your error, return to seclusion and cultivate. If anything untoward happens to Peng Biao in the future, I will hold you accountable. Yujichio understood Mixin's character well. As fellow elders with the sect leader present, he did not dare to be excessively harsh. Mixin's heart sank. He respectfully bowed to the purple cloud before swiftly departing. Peng Biao felt a surge of gratitude. Yujichio's words effectively provided him with a protective charm, ensuring that if Mixin sought to harm him in the future, he would think twice. This master truly was the right choice, Peng Biao mused inwardly. At that moment, a disk appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching the purple cloud before hovering beside it, as if exchanging words. After a brief moment, the disk descended to the ground, and an elder leaped down, stowing the disk before forming hand seals, releasing a gray liquid that struck the ground, causing the defensive barrier to vanish in an instant. Peng Biao jumped down from the high platform, respectfully bowing to the giant blade and the purple cloud before striding towards the spirit herb garden. As the disciples saw that there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they dispersed, discussing the earlier battle as they left. After this confrontation, Peng Biao would undoubtedly gain significant renown within the Starry Sky sect. As for the 10 individuals lying on the battle platform, some weeping while others were unconscious, no one cared for them. Their Dantians were destroyed, but they were not dead. Once they recovered, they would return on their own. As for their future in the realm of cultivation, they need not think about it. Rather, they should focus on living out the final year of their lives. Such is the reality of the cultivation world, stark and unyielding. When one lacks strength, no one cares for you. When you are in distress, no one will pity you. Your tragic fate will merely serve as fodder for others' amusement. In cultivation, one either ascends to become an immortal or falls to become a ghost. There is simply no possibility of remaining human. Upon returning to Wenbuchu's wooden pavilion, Peng Biao found Wenbuchu and Bei Yuyu standing silently in the hall, both wearing grim expressions. Without needing to ask, Peng Biao knew that either their experiment had failed again or they had been unable to capture any cultivators. What is going on? Peng Biao approached them, a smile gracing his face. What is there to laugh about? With that silly grin, what sort of demeanor is that? Here we are, still in the late stages of Qi realm, while Yu, younger than you, is already in the mid-stage of Qi realm. You can still manage a laugh? Don't ever claim to be associated with me when you go out. When Buchu, already frustrated, bellowed at Peng Biao upon seeing his smiling face. Peng Biao quickly wiped the smile off his face. It was best not to provoke Wen Buchu while he was in such a mood. Suddenly, Wen Buchu extended his hand and placed it on Peng Biao's shoulder, channeling his vital energy through Peng Biao's body. Withdrawing his hand, Wen Buchu mused, "It's been so many days since you ingested the potion, yet you remain completely unaffected. Your vitality so vigorous." Peng Biao chuckled, unsure how to respond, and cautiously inquired, "Elder, have you apprehended any cultivators? How did the experiment fare?" "How else? They perished after imbibing the concoction. All that exertion, for naught." Bei Yu lamented, then straightened her posture, tapping her lower back with her right hand. Peng Biao's gaze was immediately drawn, his eyes widening. So ample, he thought. Bei Yu, as if sensing Peng Biao's stare, turned her head and giggled. "Peng Biao, so eager for my form?" Peng Biao was rendered speechless. Bei Yu's directness always discomfited him. Enough with the amorous banter. "I am vexed." Wen Buchu interjected, annoyed. Wen Buchu, his face etched with worry, glanced at Peng Biao and suddenly chuckled, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Peng Biao, how have I treated you in the past?" "The elder has been most gracious," Peng Biao replied, a sense of foreboding creeping in as he observed Wen Buchu's lecherous expression. "Then, would you consent to another experiment with me? Rest assured, I shall compensate you handsomely. Whatever elixir you desire, I shall provide." Wen Buchu enticed. Wen Buchu was at his wit's end. Peng Biao was now a registered outer disciple of the Star sect, and he could no longer resort to coercion. He had to persuade him with honeyed words. Peng Biao was naturally reluctant. Who knew what poisonous concoction Wen Buchu would have him ingest? He never wanted to relive the previous agony. However, he couldn't be too blunt, lest he offend Wen Buchu and suffer the consequences. "Elder, do you not deem the experiments on those with shattered Dantian insufficient?" Peng Biao cleverly diverted the topic. "Nonsense, of course they are insufficient. Including you, we've only conducted 2. Cease your digressions. Will you consent or not?" Wen Buchu pressed, unwilling to engage in evasive tactics. "Elder, I am naturally willing to participate in experiments. But I personally believe the elder should conduct more experiments on those with shattered Dantian. Need you tell me? But such individuals are rare. After several days of searching, I only managed to capture one rogue cultivator, whom I barely managed to deceive. People are too astute these days, especially rogue cultivators. They are cunning and difficult to fool. Elder, I know of 10 individuals with shattered Dantian." "Truly? Where?" "Within the sect, at the duel arena. You can still make it in time. I shall depart forthwith." Wen Buchu exclaimed, overjoyed, and hurried away, knowing that Peng Biao would not dare deceive him. Peng Biao breathed a sigh of relief, having finally diverted the old rascal. With Wen Buchu gone, only Peng Biao and Bei Yu remained. Peng Biao inadvertently glanced at Bei Yu's chest again. Bei Yu chuckled softly, leaned close to Peng Biao's ear, and whispered seductively, "Want to see? How about we go to your room?" The warm, orchid-like breath caressed Peng Biao's ear and neck, sending shivers down his spine. He turned to face the exquisite beauty and impulsively leaned in to kiss her crimson lips. But he was met with empty air. The white figure had already flitted out the door. "Want it? Perhaps when your cultivation surpasses mine, I might indulge you. For now, focus on improving your cultivation, little one." Peng Biao smiled wryly, raised his hand to touch his neck and ear, still warm from her breath, and muttered to himself, "Little one? I am no little one." He closed his eyes, striving to regain his composure, wondering if Bei Yu and Appo's allure was intensifying or if his own resolve was weakening. After a moment, Peng Biao opened his eyes and entered his room. Seated cross-legged on the bed, Peng Biao conjured a green elixir, as thick as a finger, radiating a rich medicinal fragrance. "Qi augmentation pill, it is time to ingest you. I hope to break through to the Qi realm." With that, Peng Biao opened his mouth and swallowed the Qi augmentation pill. Peng Biao could have taken the Qi augmentation pill sooner, but he felt he had not yet reached the pinnacle of the strength realm. It was only after this mission and the battle at the duel arena that he felt the time was ripe, so he chose to ingest the Qi augmentation pill. As soon as the Qi augmentation pill entered his abdomen, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly entering his Dantian, where it morphed into a transparent vortex, ceaselessly drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy into Peng Biao and Appo's Dantian. Simultaneously, the bronze shard seemed to awaken, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. As the true energy within his Dantian increased, Peng Biao began to circulate the overlord body art. An hour later, Peng Biao's Dantian and all the meridians throughout his body were saturated with true energy. Then, with a resounding boom, Peng Biao felt as if he had broken through to a new realm. Peng Biao opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance fleeting across his gaze, and smiled to himself. Success, early Qi realm. With a thought, gray true energy burst forth from his body, instantly forming a gray semicircular shield, 10 feet in diameter, enveloping Peng Biao. With another thought, the shield contracted, returning to his body. Then, a large gray hand of true energy emerged from Peng Biao's chest, dancing in the air. This was the true energy manipulation technique of a Qi realm cultivator. The true energy of a strength realm cultivator could, at most, cover the surface of the body in a thin layer, while the true energy of a Qi realm cultivator could transform into defensive shields and true energy hands, enhancing both defense and offense. However, these techniques were rudimentary and lacked significant power. For example, Peng Biao could easily shatter the true energy shield with his bare hands. Now that he had reached the Qi realm, the next step was the essence realm. Qin Ruoshui, wait for me. That day will not be long in coming. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Peng Biao's hatred for Qin Ruoshui had reached the marrow of his bones. Next, Peng Biao retrieved the storage pouch of the Black Mountain sect inner disciple. That cunning fellow, his storage pouch wasn't bloodbound, and his feigned death almost fooled me. Once a storage pouch was bloodbound, no one else could open it unless the owner deliberately released the bond or died. This was why Peng Biao was almost deceived, as it was the first time he had encountered someone with a storage pouch that wasn't bloodbound. Upon reflection, his approach had merit. Once a person died, the storage pouch would naturally be seized, rendering the blood bond meaningless. If the person survived, the storage pouch would not be seized. However, Peng Biao did not intend to adopt this method. He bloodbound the storage pouch he received as a mission reward and transferred all the items from the stolen storage pouch into his own. After all, they both had a space of 10 feet. He felt more secure using his own sect's storage pouch. Then, Peng Biao took out 3 spiritual implements, a throwing knife, a flying sword, and a dagger. The 3 spiritual implements were placed on the bed in a row. The throwing knife and dagger were superior-grade low-tier spiritual implements, while the flying sword was a mid-grade low-tier spiritual implement. Of the 3 spiritual implements, the only one that caught Peng Biao's eye was the throwing knife. Although it was a low-tier spiritual implement, its sharpness rivaled that of a mid-tier spiritual implement. Peng Biao had used a mid-tier spiritual implement when he was in the essence realm, and he felt that his current physical body was comparable to a low-tier mid-tier spiritual implement, so he looked down on most low-tier spiritual implements. With a thought, a hand of true energy emerged from Peng Biao's body, seized the 3 spiritual implements, and began to refine them by invading them with true energy. The throwing knife's owner was dead, making it easy to refine and turn into an unowned object. However, refining Lu Meng's 2 spiritual implements was not easy. Although he was crippled, he was still alive. Peng Biao labored for a long time, but still failed to refine them. Between cultivators, the realms indeed represent an insurmountable chasm. Even if my strength surpasses that of Lu Meng, I am still unable to refine his spiritual weapon. Peng Biao sheathed his flying sword and dagger, then grasped a flying knife, squeezing a drop of blood onto it. Upon absorbing the blood, the flying knife's radiance surged dramatically. Peng Biao then commanded a hand of true qi to wield the flying knife, causing blinding flashes to illuminate the room. After a considerable time, he paused and mused. It's a pity that inferior-grade spiritual weapons possess no other powers aside from their sharpness, unlike medium-grade spiritual weapons which offer a plethora of offensive techniques. The sole merit of inferior-grade spiritual weapons lies in their keen edge. In the mundane world, they would be regarded as divine armaments. Manipulating an inferior-grade spiritual weapon is remarkably straightforward. One can either wield it with the hand of true qi for direct confrontation or use it as a throwing weapon for ranged attacks. In contrast, medium-grade spiritual weapons exhibit preliminary powers, such as emitting blade or sword qi at a distance after absorbing true qi, which far exceeds the impact of a direct true qi assault. The might of superior-grade spiritual weapons is even more formidable. A single strike of sword qi can cleave mountains and rivers, an arrow qi can slay foes from miles away, flames can incinerate all, and poison waters can corrode everything. However, superior-grade spiritual weapons are typically wielded by those in the aperture realm, with only a select few in the late core realm possessing them. To hold a superior-grade spiritual weapon would render cross-realm challenges trivial. Hence, Qin Ruoxue went to great lengths to deceive Zhang Bufan into relinquishing the superior-inferior-grade spiritual weapon he had intended for Peng Biao. After stowing the dagger, Peng Biao took out a youth preservation pill. This round, finger-sized pill was transparent and devoid of any fragrance, resembling a crystal. Intrigued by the prospect of this pill bestowing eternal youth, he placed it in his mouth. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a warm current that coursed throughout his body. Peng Biao felt a tingling sensation, akin to tiny needles pricking him all over. After a moment, all discomfort dissipated, while he perceived no visible changes. He understood that he would forever retain this appearance. Having consumed the youth preservation pill, Peng Biao stepped outside, where dusk had settled, and when Buchu had yet to return, leaving him uncertain whether he had successfully deceived Lu Meng's 10 companions. Once again at the Star Hall, Peng Biao stood at the entrance, summoning a monitoring outer disciple. "What is it?" the disciple inquired, casting a cold glance at Peng Biao. "I wish to exchange my token." Peng Biao produced his outer disciple's token, erasing its markings to render it a lifeless object, and without further ado, extended a hand of true qi. The disciple, recognizing this as a technique exclusive to cultivators in the qi realm, immediately donned a beaming smile, respectfully accepting the token and entering the hall. Moments later, he emerged, cradling a set of robes along with an inner disciple's token. "Senior brother, please accept this." Peng Biao stored the robes in his spatial pouch and dripped blood onto the token to bind it to himself before departing. The disciple gazed enviously at Peng Biao and Apos' retreating figure. Becoming an inner disciple equated to a significant elevation in status. He would no longer have to serve as a menial worker and could devote himself solely to cultivation. Should the sect require his assistance, he would receive spiritual stones as compensation. For instance, the inner disciple guarding the teleportation array in the wooden building of Wufeng Village received spiritual stones monthly. If one were to liken a sect to a tree, outer disciples are the leaves, inner disciples the branches, core disciples the trunk, and elders the roots. As for the sect leader and vice leader, they represent the external conditions necessary for the tree's survival: sunlight, soil, and water. Without these external supports, the tree would struggle to thrive. Upon returning to the herbal garden, Peng Biao observed when Buchu leisurely seated in a chair, half closing his eyes, appearing quite content. Noticing Peng Biao's return, when Buchu scrutinized him before exclaiming in astonishment, "I never imagined that my herbal garden concealed a genius. One who assists in caring for these flora without a hint of complaint." Peng Biao, well aware he was the subject of this remark, chuckled and replied, "No matter how talented one may be, they are but caretakers of the flowers and plants. It is the elder who orchestrates the grand scheme. Do not flatter me." When Buchu retorted, "You, a disciple of Elder Yu, have single-handedly defeated 10 mid-qi realm individuals. Peng Biao, you are now somewhat renowned within the Star Sect." Peng Biao replied earnestly, "Regardless of my current status, it was the elder who saved my life. This I shall never forget." When Buchu smirked, "You truly won, and Apos. Forget? Then I implore you to conduct another experiment." Peng Biao fell silent, cursing inwardly at the old fox for being so overt. How could they continue to enjoy their camaraderie? "Well, you are a genius now, a disciple of Elder Yu. Who would dare to provoke you?" At this, Peng Biao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He leaned closer to Buchu, massaging his shoulders, and inquired, "Elder, did those 10 agree?" With me intervening. Of course they agreed. Faced with a mere year of life, they had no choice but to acquiesce. "Your methods are quite ruthless, incapacitating 10 individuals in one fell swoop. Many now label you as cruel and inhumane. However, I find it rather delightful." Peng Biao chuckled lightly. "Let them say what they will. There will always be those with too much idle time on their hands. By the way, Elder, did you inform them that the experiment carries risks? Will there be any repercussions if they perish? You worry too much. They now hold no value whatsoever. If they die, so be it. No one will care." I offered them a chance to repair their Dantians, and they were all profoundly grateful, weeping and kneeling to thank me, while a smile adorned Peng Biao and Apos' face. Sorrow welled within him. Such is the plight of cultivators. Once rendered useless, they become less than a dog. He had once experienced such a tragic fate, though fortunately, he had Peng Man by his side then. You have broken through to the Qi realm?" When Buchu exclaimed, surprised, as he sensed Peng Biao and Apos' aura upon their interaction. "Yes, I just achieved the breakthrough today, and I have you to thank for the chi-enhancing pill. When Buchu's eyes widened in astonishment. Incredible. The chances of breaking through with a chi-enhancing pill are quite slim. I never expected you to succeed with it. Truly a genius. The probability of a breakthrough with the chi-enhancing pill is not merely low. It is exceedingly rare, which is precisely why when Buchu had bestowed it upon Peng Biao. Realizing that Peng Biao had now become an inner disciple, when Buchu understood that he could no longer act against him lightly. From now on, you need not tend to these herbs. I will find another outer disciple to do so. Given that Peng Biao was now an inner disciple, allowing him to care for the herbs could result in ridicule from other elders, branding Wen Buchu as a bully of the younger generation. Elder, I actually quite enjoy tending to the herbs, Peng Biao replied sincerely. He found solace in caring for the plants. A rare moment of tranquility amidst the often tumultuous world of cultivation, where one is frequently ensnared in conflicts of interest and grievances. It was vital to find moments of relaxation. Balance is the true path to mastery. Suit yourself, Wen Buchu declared, rising and striding toward the second floor. As for whether he would allow Peng Biao to remain, he did not specify. With his newfound confidence, Peng Biao decided to stay as long as Wen Buchu did not dismiss him. Upon returning to his quarters, Peng Biao donned the robes of an inner disciple. Just then, a voice called from outside the wooden building. Is senior brother Peng Biao present? Peng Biao, intrigued, wondered who would come at such an hour, as darkness was fast approaching. He opened the door and stepped outside, encountering an unfamiliar outer disciple. I am Peng Biao. What brings you here? Senior brother Peng, an elder seeks you. He is currently waiting at the foot of the mountain. He claims to be the grandfather of Zhang Er. Upon observing Peng Biao adorned in the attire of an inner disciple, an outer disciple promptly acknowledged him. Understood. Many thanks for the notification. Peng Biao, after expressing his gratitude, hastened towards the sect's exit, surmising that Elder Zhang's nocturnal visit portended either news of the subduing tiger or an issue concerning Zhang Er. Peng Biao swiftly arrived at the foot of the mountain and was met with the anxious visage of Elder Zhang, who appeared markedly more frail than in recent days. Peng Biao approached him with urgency, inquiring, Elder Zhang, what has transpired? Elder Zhang, upon sighting Peng Biao, regarded him as a beacon of hope, lamenting, Immortal Master Peng. You and Apos, VE arrived. Please, hasten to and Apos' side. He has been grievously injured and is on the verge of... What? Peng Biao exclaimed, aghast and subsequently enraged. For Zhang Er was his sole confidant. His grievous injury incited Peng Biao's fury. Elder, remain here. I shall procure a carriage. Peng Biao, accelerating his pace, reached the stables and, upon presenting his inner disciple's token, readily secured a carriage. Inner disciples could easily requisition carriages by displaying their tokens. Piloting the carriage back to Elder Zhang, Peng Biao assisted him aboard and then steered the conveyance rapidly towards Cloud City. Night had fully descended, rendering everything pitch black. Peng Biao, with a thought, closed his eyes and channeled his true energy into them. Upon reopening them, the external world appeared as clear as day. This was among the capabilities of Qi realm cultivators, nocturnal vision. Upon reaching the Qi realm, one could perceive everything in darkness by directing true energy to the eyes, albeit with some consumption of energy. However, Peng Biao's Dantian was tenfold larger than the average, making him abundant in true energy, with the ability to see in the dark. Driving the carriage was a trivial matter. Elder, who inflicted such harm upon her? Please, enlighten me. Alas, I know not. Since your intervention, we have been plagued by strangers, each with a different countenance. Initially, they merely forbade us from trading in Cloud City. Upon our defiance, they resorted to violence. This morning, 7 or 8 brutes assaulted severely and fled. I brought to the physician before seeking you out. Immortal Master Peng, I implore you to aid Rest assured, I shall seek justice for Peng Biao declared, his eyes flashing with a chilling glint. He harbored suspicions, suspecting the involvement of the second master. A scoundrel. I spared you once, yet you court death, presuming anonymity would shield you. Await the consequences. The carriage entered Cloud City, arriving at the medical hall. Elder Zhang led the way, his gaze fixed upon the physician. The aged physician shook his head, lamenting, he is beyond recovery. Go and bid him farewell. Elder Zhang, upon hearing this, staggered backward, nearly collapsing. Peng Biao promptly steadied him. Elder, do not despair. I am here. Indeed, hasten to Earth's side. Elder Zhang urged. hastily guiding Peng Biao into the inner chamber. The aged physician, displeased, pondered, "This youth appears to be summoned by Elder Zhang to treat Zhang Er. How discourteous of Elder Zhang to seek external treatment in my hall." Considering Zhang Er and Apos' hopeless state, the physician opted to overlook the matter. Entering the inner chamber, a robust peasant sat despondently on a stool beside the bed. Zhang Er lay prone, his eyes shut tight, his coarse garments torn and bloodied, his face swollen grotesquely, and the solitary hair on his mole plucked. Elder Zhang promptly ushered the peasant aside and invited Peng Biao to sit. Peng Biao, suppressing his ire, sat and examined Zhang Er's wrist, detecting a faint pulse. With a thought, he channeled true energy from his hand into Zhang Er, guiding it to the injured areas for continuous restoration. Zhang Er's injuries were both superficial and internal, including fractured ribs and internal hemorrhaging. Fortunately, true energy served as a potent healing elixir. Under Peng Biao's ceaseless energy infusion, Zhang Er's condition stabilized, with recovery imminent. Peng Biao ceased the energy flow and informed Elder Zhang, is out of danger. Summon the physician. Elder Zhang hastily fetched the aged physician, coaxing him inside. The physician, expressionless, approached Zhang and casually grasped his hand to take his pulse. Upon contact, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he meticulously examined the pulse, his mind racing. The pulse was normal, akin to that of a healthy individual without ailments or injuries. Inconceivable. A thorough diagnosis had deemed him beyond salvation. The physician's gaze shifted to Peng Biao, his eyes filled with admiration. All this transpired after the youth's arrival. He must have employed extraordinary techniques. A divine healer. Peng Biao disregarded the physician and Apos' reverence, rising and drawing Elder Zhang outside, inquiring, "Elder, do you possess any silver?" "Yes, though meager, only 5 taels," Elder Zhang replied, producing a silver ingot and handing it to Peng Biao. He did not question Peng Biao's intentions, despite it being Zhang Er's life savings, with the remainder invested in goods. With the 5 taels in Peng Biao's possession, Zhang Er's medical expenses were depleted. Peng Biao accepted the silver and inquired, "Elder, do you know the second master's name?" "Zhao Eru," Elder Zhang replied, his eyes filled with resentment, suspecting the second master and Apos' involvement. "Elder, await me here. I shall return by dawn," Peng Biao declared, turning and vanishing into the night. In the late hours, the Cloud City Casino remained ablaze with light. Peng Biao, arriving outside, sneered and closed his eyes, manipulating hand seals. "Activate!" Peng Biao exclaimed, halting his hand seals and abruptly opening his eyes, a golden glint flashing within. Peng Biao activated the Eye of Destiny from the art of divination. The Eye of Destiny did not aid in combat. Its forte lay in predicting the future and development of matters, assisting the practitioner in calculations. Upon mastering the Eye of Destiny, one could perceive the crises and solutions for an individual, a clan, a nation, or even a world. However, the laws of heaven operated with inherent order, and those who perceived them were often forbidden from speaking, lest they incur divine retribution. Excessive divulgence of heavenly secrets would lead to the Eye of Destiny backfiring, ultimately blinding the user. Peng Biao, with the Eye of Destiny activated, entered the casino, his ears assailed by a cacophony of sounds. The casino was filled with smoke, teeming with people, and rife with clamor, cheers, and curses. Peng Biao frowned, repulsed by such environments. Working at sunrise and resting at sunset was the natural order, yet these gamblers, driven by avarice, were recklessly squandering their lives. Suppressing his thoughts, Peng Biao approached the sick-bow table, the simplest game in the casino. "Place your bets, please," a youthful croupier in a black outfit stated with a smile. Over a dozen gamblers surrounded the table, placing their bets with silver coins or copper cash. Peng Biao, with a golden glint in his eyes, produced 5 taels of silver and slammed it on the small bet. Such a substantial wager prompted the croupier to scrutinize Peng Biao, and the other gamblers marveled. "No more bets," the croupier announced, ceasing the wagering and shaking the dice. Moments later, the dice cup landed on the table with a thud. "Open. 1, 2, 4. 7 points. Small. Sigh. Another defeat. 5 losses in a row. I shall not return. Don't leave. The next round will surely be a victory. Ha. I have won again. My luck tonight is truly extraordinary." Some rejoice while others lament. Heaven and hell are but a thought apart. The dealer pushed 10 taels of silver towards Peng Biao, nearly all of which he had just won. Peng Biao pushed the silver back, stating, 10 taels, bet on big. This bold move drew the attention of fellow gamblers at the table. It was rare to see someone stake such a considerable amount. After a moment of contemplation, most chose to bet on small. Bets are locked in. Let's begin. The outcome revealed, 2, 5, 6, 13 points, big. Everyone turned to Peng Biao, raising their thumbs in admiration, their eyes filled with envy. The dealer pushed 20 taels of silver towards Peng Biao, a strained smile plastered across his face. 20 taels. Bet on big, Peng Biao casually remarked. At this, everyone followed suit, betting on big. They were no fools, and seeing Peng Biao's apparent streak of luck, only an idiot would not follow his lead. For Peng Biao, the ability to foresee the outcome of the dice was almost effortless. However, his intention was not merely to win money. Rather, he sought to draw Zhao Eru out into the open. Though I cannot procure evidence of you harming Zhang Er, should you refuse to cooperate, I shall continue winning until your casino closes. 1, 4, 6, 11 points, big. The gamblers at Peng Biao's table erupted in excitement. But just as they were about to cheer, they collectively stifled their voices. There was an opportunity to profit, and it was best for only a few to know. Why attract attention? 40 taels, bet on small. 80 taels, bet on small. The dealer's complexion paled, his body drenched in sweat, hands trembling uncontrollably, barely able to hold the dice cup. With each round, he delayed the time further. Sensing something amiss, he discreetly signaled a burly man in black nearby, who understood and slipped away quietly. Before long, the burly man returned, accompanied by an irate Zhao Eru. Anyone awoken from a deep slumber would be cross. And upon hearing of disturbances at the casino, Zhao Eru had no choice but to rush over. He was determined to cleave the troublemaker in half. However, when the burly man pointed at Peng Biao, clad in white, Zhao Eru shuddered, his sleep evaporating in an instant. Quickly, fetch the boss and the city lord. Inform them that someone from the Starry sect is causing chaos in the casino. It is an urgent matter. Once the burly man departed, Zhao Eru forced a strained smile as he approached Peng Biao, accidentally catching sight of the inscription on Peng Biao's chest, now denoting an inner sect disciple. Zhao Eru's smile widened, though inwardly he cursed. Damn it, how can this be? This brat has barely cultivated for any time and has already reached the Qi realm, while I have spent decades only reaching the mid-stage of the strength realm. Without proper techniques, what a wretched fate. Lord Peng, do you also enjoy this game? Zhao Eru attempted to ingratiate himself. 320 taels, bet on big. Peng Biao pushed a sum from the table towards the bank, then turned to Zhao Eru, saying, Zhao Eru, I have one. Yet the casino continues to extend credit. Do you find this appropriate? It turned out the dealer had no silver left to pay. Peng Biao, being amenable, suggested credit until the conclusion. Slamming his hand down on the table, Zhao Eru pointed at the dealer, exclaiming loudly, You scoundrel! Why have you not paid Lord Peng his silver? The surrounding gamblers and the dealer suddenly realized that this young man was someone of significance, evidently not someone to be trifled with, even by Zhao Eru. Just as the dealer was about to speak, Peng Biao raised his hand to silence him, then coolly stated, Zhao Eru, do not disturb my enjoyment. I merely wish to make you aware of the situation. Dealer, proceed. With a helpless smile, the dealer lifted the dice cup, revealing the expected outcome, and listlessly announced, 3, 4, 5, 12 points, big. Peng Biao turned to Zhao Eru, stating, the total is now 640 taels. Zhao Eru's expression shifted dramatically. If Peng Biao had declared 640 taels, then that was undoubtedly what he owed. Such a sum was no trifling matter. Even Zhao Eru, after years of accumulating wealth, would feel the sting of parting with so much silver. Furthermore, it seemed Peng Biao intended to continue gambling. Should he keep winning, it would inevitably lead to the casino's ruin, unless it closed its doors immediately. Would Peng Biao continue to win? Zhao Eru had no doubt he would. Confounded, Zhao Eru questioned softly, Lord Peng, if I have offended you in any way, please do not hesitate to inform me. Zhao Eru understood that Peng Biao would not seek him out without cause. There must be significant business at hand. My demands are simple. You may either forfeit your cultivation or end your life, and I shall depart immediately. Peng Biao spoke without lowering his voice, leaving the entire table in shock. Such audacity had never been witnessed in Cloud City, openly threatening Zhao Eru's life. Surely you jest, my lord. Zhao Eru barely contained his rage. What have I done to deserve such ire? Feigning ignorance? Very well, allow me to clarify. Why did you harm my brother Zhang Er? Zhao Eru froze, hastily denying, Lord Peng, I did not. I assure you, I have never done such a thing. Are you still trying to deny it? Who else could it possibly be? Aside from you, Zhang Er has no other enemies in Cloud City. My lord, I truly did not commit this act. What gain would I have from injuring Zhang Er? Was it merely to vent my frustrations? I am wronged. At this moment, Zhao Eru felt as though his character was being questioned. Why else would Peng Biao attribute Zhang Er's injury to him? Outside, a loud announcement rang. The city lord has arrived. What? Why has the city lord come here at such an hour? Surely he is not here to crack down on gambling? Are you truly so muddled? It is said that the city lord himself is behind the casino. Would he cleanse his own operation? At that moment, two burly men clad in gleaming armor and wielding large blades cleared the way, followed by a short, stout middle-aged man in a brocade robe, his hair neatly combed, with a genial smile upon his face. Beside him stood another middle-aged man, tall and imposing, his expression stern and unsmiling, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. As the six entered, all gambling ceased, and hushed whispers spread among the crowd. Who would have thought the city lord would come with Bosley? He seldom makes appearances. What brings him here today? The two had arrived together, indicating that something significant must be occurring. The tall, middle-aged man addressed the crowd, Ladies and gentlemen, there are some private matters to attend to at the casino tonight. Let us conclude our business here. Bosley, you are too kind. It is a perfect time to retire for the night. Thank you, Bosley. I just happened to win. Haha. Leaving now is indeed for the best. All gamblers, regardless of their feelings, wore smiles. None dared to offend Bosley, for those who crossed him in Cloud City rarely saw the light of day again. Bosley was known for his quick temper and ruthlessness, often disregarding even the city lord's authority. In the blink of an eye, all gamblers had departed, leaving only Peng Biao, the city lord, Bosley, Zhao Eru, for armored guards, and a few casino personnel behind. Bosley gestured for the dealer from Peng Biao's table to approach, inquiring about the events that had transpired. The dealer recounted everything in detail. Peng Biao sat calmly at the gaming table, his expression serene as he regarded those around him, curious to see what tricks they might employ. After understanding the situation, Bosley clasped his fists in respect and addressed Peng Biao, saying, I am fully aware of your intentions, esteemed Lord Peng. However, I can assure you that Zhao Eru has not orchestrated any harm against Zhang Er. Peng Biao scoffed. What guarantee can a mere casino owner provide? Lord Peng, I, Li Dahu, respect you and choose to address you as such, yet do not presume to bully me. You ask what I can guarantee? I must inquire. What evidence do you possess to prove that Zhang Er was assaulted by Zhao Eru's orders? Li Dahu's face remained stoic, showing no signs of backing down, even in the presence of an inner sect disciple, as indicated by the words displayed on Peng Biao's attire. At that moment, the city lord stepped forward with a congenial smile, waving his hands repeatedly. Gentlemen, let us discuss this calmly. Please, let us not act impulsively. City lord, are you not aware that this esteemed Lord Peng is deliberately seeking trouble? You cannot resolve this matter, nor mediate it. It would be best for you to step aside, replied Li Dahu with a hint of disdain. The city lord appeared embarrassed, uncertain of how to respond. Peng Biao found it curious that the city lord seemed somewhat intimidated by Li Dahu. Logically, the city lord held the most power in Yun City, yet it appeared that Li Dahu and Apos' stature overshadowed even his. Clearing his throat, the city lord proclaimed, Bosley, you have misjudged the situation. I am indeed aware of who injured Zhang Er. Before Li Dahu could respond, Peng Biao hastily inquired, Who is it? The city lord signaled for his 4 guards to exit, casting a glance at the casino's patrons, implying their departure was necessary. Everyone, leave at once, Li Dahu commanded. And all casino personnel, except for Zhao Eru, promptly vacated the premises. Once they were alone, the city lord continued, My informants have reported that in recent days, many individuals with accents from Qinghua Prefecture have been seen in Yun City. The assailants of Zhang Er hail from Qinghua Prefecture, not at the behest of Zhao Eru. Is this true? Peng Biao queried. I stake my life on it. Should I be found lying, you are welcome to claim my head, the city lord asserted firmly. Peng Biao lowered his head in contemplation, pondering why individuals from over 500 miles away in Qinghua Prefecture would target Er. It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that these individuals were affiliated with the Descending Tiger? Had Er's investigation alerted them, prompting this warning through violence? After weighing his speculations, Peng Biao resolved to temporarily trust the city lord, and bowed respectfully to both him and Li Dahu. "Thank you for your insights, City Lord. I must take my leave now." "Not so fast," Li Dahu interjected, then signaled to Zhao Eru, who quickly entered a room and emerged with a wooden box, placing it at Pang Biao's feet. Pang Biao looked at the box and questioned, "What is the meaning of this, Boss Li?" "Lord Pang, you have won 640 taels at the casino. We value our reputation highly. Thus, should you win, compensation must be made. This is 1,000 taels. I kindly ask you to accept it." Pang Biao remained silent, understanding the implication behind Li Da's offer. Accepting the money would mean he should no longer pursue Zhao Eru, thus settling their grievances. They were in the business of making money. With Zhang Erhe's incident, Pang Biao seeking Zhao Eru would be intolerable. "Rest assured, I, Pang Biao, am not one to stir trouble without cause," he declared, waving his hand to stow the box into his storage pouch before striding out of the casino. Once Pang Biao departed, Zhao Eru breathed a sigh of relief, while a glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Li Da's eyes, and the city lord maintained his congenial demeanor. Upon returning to the clinic, Pang Biao found Zhang still unconscious, while the elderly Zhang and a peasant had fallen asleep on a nearby bed. Pang Biao chose not to disturb them. The old doctor suggested he sleep upstairs, but Pang Biao declined, opting instead to find a chair and feign sleep, leaving the old doctor disappointed in his hospitality efforts. As dawn broke, Zhang finally stirred awake, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Pang Biao and his grandfather. Pang Biao, you're here. Your injuries are severe. Please refrain from speaking," Pang Biao urged. "No, I must tell you, Pang Biao. I have learned the whereabouts of the descending tiger," Zhang insisted. "What?" Pang Biao exclaimed, taken aback by Zhang Er's rapid information gathering. To the south of Qinghua Prefecture lies a mountain known as Wulong Mountain, where a band of fierce bandits resides. Their leader is known as the Descending Tiger. Cough, cough. I understand. Focus on your recovery. I will handle the matter of the Descending Tiger," Pang Biao replied, determination coursing through him at the thought of confronting his father's murderer. With vengeance in his heart, Pang Biao prepared to set out for Wulong Mountain. As he awaited the departure of the peasant, he summoned the wooden box gifted by Li Dao, placing it before Zhang. "Here is 1,000 taels, my winnings. Use this to ensure the prosperity of your village." "Thank you, Pang Biao." Zhang expressed his gratitude, recognizing his current financial needs. Yet he would forever remember this act of kindness. As Pang Biao departed to seek retribution at Wulong Mountain, the elder Zhang remarked, "Having a friend like Pang Xianshi is indeed a blessing from your past life." "Grandfather, my fortune is indeed exceptional. In this lifetime, I shall not only amass wealth, but also secure a high-ranking position." "And what of your weight? How many characters do you know to even consider such ambitions?" "Focus on marrying a wife. Suitable girls in the village are few and far between. Those few plain girls are hardly appealing. They have high standards, but lack beauty. I shall not settle." "You rascal, while others do not disparage your looks, you have the audacity to judge theirs." Wulong Mountain, nestled between the Xingtian sect and Qinghua Prefecture, lay approximately 200 miles from the latter, its dense woodlands and treacherous terrain devoid of human presence. As evening approached, the sound of galloping hooves echoed along the main road at the foot of Wulong Mountain, and a lone rider swiftly emerged from the south, a figure clad in white atop a white steed, none other than Pang Biao. Having borrowed a horse from the cart driver, he finally arrived at Wulong Mountain before nightfall. Spotting a path upwards, he halted, noticing a notice affixed to a tree, prompting him to read it with keen interest. This mountain has been home to a band of ruthless bandits for over 20 years. Indeed, that was quite a lengthy tenure. It was evident that the mountain had adopted the name Wulong Mountain for itself, a name that intrigued him as it mirrored that of a renowned sect. The bandit leader, Chao Shan, known as the Descending Tiger, is notorious for his heinous acts. Travelers are advised to exercise caution. Descending Tiger, at last, I have found you. Tonight shall mark your demise." Having confirmed the presence of the Descending Tiger, Pang Biao sought a concealed spot to tether his horse to a tree, commencing his journey of vengeance. Nourished by grass imbued with spiritual energy, his steed possessed commendable combat prowess, capable of fending off ordinary threats, barring encounters with hunters. However, with darkness enveloping Wulong Mountain, the absence of human presence alleviated any concerns regarding hunters. Tracking down a band of mere mortal bandits posed no challenge for Pang Biao. Endowed with the ability to see in the dark, swiftly identifying signs of recent activity. Following these traces, he evaded several hidden sentinels before arriving at the entrance of a cave. Concealed in shadows, he observed intently. The cave entrance measured a yard in width, illuminated by numerous torches within, though the narrow opening obscured any clear view of the interior. Outside the cave entrance stood two rugged-looking men, each wielding a long dagger in its sheath, their imposing physiques exuding a fierce aura. This must be the lair of the bandits. Peng Biao resolved to wait until the dead of night to make his move, determined not to let a single soul escape. Time passed swiftly, and bandits continued to enter and exit the cave until the late hours, when all became still. At the stroke of midnight, Peng Biao commenced his operation. A fleeting glimmer of bloodlust crossed his face, and with a swift motion, flying daggers, swords, and daggers materialized in his grasp, while three ethereal hands of qi each seized a magical artifact. The greater the number of these hands, the lesser their might. Yet they sufficed for dealing with these mere mortals. Once prepared, Peng Biao charged into the cave, the ethereal hands paving the way ahead. With a soft hiss, the two drowsy bandits were caught off guard, their throats severed before they could react. Peng Biao halted, the ethereal hands steadying their bodies to prevent any noise. After dispatching the two, he ventured deeper into the cave. Inside, the cavern was vast, measuring over 10 zhang, with a flat floor and walls adorned with torches. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld dozens of burly men sprawled upon animal hides, surrounded by an array of weapons, prepared to confront an enemy attack. Yet unaware that the threat was not ordinary soldiers, but a cultivator. The bandits were in a deep slumber, their snores echoing through the cave. At a height within, a broad stone seat cradled a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a scarred face, who lay reclined, covered by a tiger's skin, blissfully asleep. This was the opportune moment to strike. A cold smirk flitted across Peng Biao's lips as he unleashed the three ethereal hands, sending daggers, swords, and knives slicing through the throats of the bandits. As blood spurted forth, the bandits met their demise in their dreams, their wicked lives extinguished. In this expansive chamber, Peng Biao needed not move his feet. He eliminated all the bandits before finally approaching the bandit chief, Chao Shan, positioning a dagger against his neck. With a mere thought, Peng Biao could sever Chao Shan's head from his body. At that moment, Chao Shan sensed something amiss. His nose twitched, and he abruptly opened his eyes, instantly grasping the gravity of his predicament. Looking around, he saw all his comrades lifeless, blood pooling around them, and his eyes widened in horror. Yet, upon seeing the dagger controlled by an ethereal hand, he realized he was facing a formidable cultivator, his heart sinking. Esteemed cultivator, I, Chao Shan, am unaware of how I have offended you. Please forgive me, he pleaded, desperately racking his brain for a transgression, yet could not fathom where he had crossed paths with a cultivator. Chao Shan, do you remember a murder you committed in Pengjia village a decade ago? I have come to exact my vengeance. Peng Biao's eyes sparkled with hatred, for this was the very man who had slain his father for sport. Pengjia village? Esteemed one, I know not where that is. Chao Shan protested, having taken countless lives over the years. How could he recall a mere incident from a decade prior? A man who lives by the blade seldom reflects on the past, and Chao Shan could not even remember events from a year ago, let alone the names of villages that were as numerous as the stars. Do you not know? Is your nickname not the tiger descending the mountain? Ah, I cannot deny that title, he stammered, realizing he could not refute the truth. That is sufficient. Now, prepare to meet your end. A murderous glint flashed in Peng Biao's eyes. Knowing this man was the tiger descending the mountain was all he needed. I curse you. How dare you? Chao Shan began. But before he could finish, his head was severed cleanly by the sharp dagger, blood spraying as his head rolled away. Gazing at the carnage within the cave, Peng Biao shed 2 hot tears, murmuring, Father, I have avenged you. May you rest in peace. After eliminating all foes, he cast his eyes upon the scattered weapons, contemplating their utility. In these turbulent times, as he ventured into the world of commerce, he would undoubtedly encounter bandits again. He resolved to take these weapons for his own protection. Thus, with a wave of his ethereal hand, the weapons were gathered into his storage pouch. Once the weapons were secured, Peng Biao found his storage pouch nearly full. With everything in order, he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to step forward, the bronze piece within his Dantian pulsated faintly. Surprised, he paused, suspecting it was a mere illusion, then focused intently. Moments later, the bronze piece pulsed again, and this time, Peng Biao detected it. What could this mean? Could there be other bronze pieces nearby? He felt a surge of excitement. The formidable strength of his physique stemmed from the techniques inscribed upon the bronze piece. If he could acquire another, the rewards would be immense. Peng Biao began to move cautiously, attuned to the frequency of the bronze piece's pulsations. He soon discovered that the piece only responded when he stood beside the stone seat. Elsewhere, it remained inert. Observing the smooth cave wall adjacent to the large stone seat, he realized there must be some hidden secret within or behind it. With a thought, the three magical artifacts wielded by his ethereal hands began to swing, cutting through stone as easily as butter. Moments later, both the massive stone seat and Chao Shan's corpse were reduced to rubble, yet nothing of interest was uncovered. Thus, Peng Biao turned his attention to the smooth wall behind the stone seat. With another flurry of motion, the ethereal hand struck again, and with a resounding crash, a section of the wall collapsed, revealing a square entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. It became apparent that this section of the wall was a clever disguise, expertly crafted to evade detection. Inside, darkness loomed, but Peng Biao channeled his qi to enhance his vision. A narrow, straight passageway lay before him, clearly excavated by human hands. The passage extended for approximately 100 zhang, leading to what appeared to be a stone chamber. To his astonishment, these bandits were quite cunning. The last time he encountered a bronze piece, it had not resonated within him. Could it be that upon merging with another, the bronze piece gained the ability to sense similar ones? It seemed so. Peng Biao entered the passage, disregarding the possibility of hidden traps, striding boldly toward the stone chamber. How could a mortal's traps threaten his formidable physique? In truth, there were no traps. The 100 zhang distance was traversed in an instant, and as he neared the chamber, the frequency of the bronze piece's pulsations intensified, compelling Peng Biao to encapsulate it with his qi. Upon reaching the stone chamber, he beheld a space of 2 zhang filled with gold, the sheer brilliance nearly blinding him. Gold ingots, bars, and bricks lay scattered about, evidently plundered by the bandits. They were astute enough to recognize the instability of the times, valuing gold above silver and other treasures, thus hoarding only gold. To Peng Biao, however, gold held no allure. He was indifferent to wealth. His true interest lay in a fist-sized piece of bronze among the gold, adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions, its surface irregular. The bandits likely regarded the bronze as a treasure, but were oblivious to its true value, hence its placement among the gold. It seemed the bronze piece could sense its kind within a radius of approximately 100 zhang. With a wave of his ethereal hand, he grasped the bronze piece. But before he could examine the inscriptions, it transformed into a green light and entered his body. With a resigned smile, Peng Biao turned his focus inward. Within his Dantian, the large and small bronze pieces began to merge, and he remained unhurried, knowing that once fully combined, the inscriptions would manifest on the newly fused bronze piece. Soon after, 2 bronze pieces melded completely, forming a larger block of bronze, and Peng Biao examined the inscriptions upon it with great interest. My heavens! A 9th-tier high-level divine ability, the 72 transformations, and the petrification technique. What a boon! Overjoyed, Peng Biao never anticipated that avenging his father would yield such extraordinary rewards. The 72 transformations, while not an offensive technique, served as an auxiliary skill. When cultivated to the utmost depths, the practitioner could transform into all things in existence. Unless one's realm far surpassed that of the transformer, recognition would be nearly impossible. The term 72 does not refer to merely 72 transformations, but rather to an infinite number. 72 is merely a placeholder. Though not directly offensive or defensive, Peng Biao believed that if wielded adeptly, the 72 transformations could yield effects far exceeding those of conventional combat techniques. In contrast, the petrification technique seemed somewhat superfluous. Much like divination, it is a form of sorcery whereby the afflicted instantly becomes a sentient stone. While it can be considered an offensive means, it bears a significant limitation. It can only be employed on those of a lower realm. If one holds a grudge against someone of inferior standing, why not simply eliminate them instead of resorting to petrification? From this perspective, the petrification technique appears rather redundant. Moreover, the technique's lore decrees that transforming a living person into stone contravenes the laws of the heavens. The practitioner would inevitably face divine retribution. In such cases, compensation for the afflicted must be rendered. The sole condition for this compensation is that, concurrently with the transformation, The method for cultivating the 72 transformations must be imbued into the victim's bloodline through a unique process. Once transformed into stone, the individual does not become lifeless. Rather, they assume a unique form of life that can thrive and procreate, albeit their offspring will also be stone. If any descendant awakens the 72 transformations within their bloodline, they can revert to their human form. In a sense, the 72 transformations and the petrification technique are interlinked, which is why they appear on the same bronze tablet. Indeed, the petrification technique strikes one as somewhat futile. Turning an enemy into a living stone seems less practical than outright slaying them. Additionally, embedding the 72 transformations into their bloodline would only serve to empower the foe. Peng Biao concluded that the petrification technique held little value. Once everything was clarified, he cast his gaze upon the gold within the stone chamber. With a thought, he began to gather it into the storage bag obtained from a disciple of the Black Mountain sect. After filling the bag, he noticed that there was still a portion of gold left in the chamber, but he paid it no mind. Such worldly riches held little significance for a cultivator. He intended to return these gold pieces merely to hand them over to Zhang. After pocketing a few ingots of gold, he departed, reasoning that having some silver and gold would be convenient for future endeavors. Upon exiting the cave, Peng Biao sought out the bandits' hidden sentinels. These ruffians, who mercilessly pillaged and killed, were deserving of eradication. Through his search, he eliminated the bandit scouts, leaving the mountain's beasts with free meals. Upon reaching the hiding place of his horse, he found it unharmed, though not far away lay a leopard with a crushed skull, likely a victim of a failed ambush upon the horse. Horses nurtured by cultivation sects are hardly a match for ordinary beasts. Mounting his steed, Peng Biao headed towards Yun City. Having avenged his great enmity, his spirits soared, and he traveled leisurely, arriving in Yun City by the following dawn. Despite a sleepless night, he felt no trace of fatigue. Once within the city, he made his way to the medical clinic. Zhang had fully recovered. The swelling on his face and body completely subsided. The physician declared him fit to return home. In merely one night, he had transitioned from death and Apos' door to complete recovery. This was the efficacy of a cultivator and Apos' vital energy. Upon seeing Peng Biao and Apos' return, Zhang and Apos' eyes sparkled with inquiry. The two stepped outside the clinic, and Peng Biao nodded, saying, "The bandits under Downhill Tiger have all been slain by my hand." "Wonderful news, Peng Biao. Congratulations on avenging your grievances." Zhang rejoiced. I wish to return to Zhang family village with you. I have something to bestow upon you." "What is it? You speak so mysteriously." "Gold and weapons, quite a substantial amount, all procured from Downhill Tiger." Zhang eyes widened in astonishment as he whispered, 5 miles outside the city. "I purchased an inexpensive courtyard. Let us go there." Having endured numerous trials, Zhang had matured, reacting with composure to unfolding events. He understood that cultivators often possessed means to carry their belongings. Accompanied by Zhang Leizizi and a sturdy man, the four of them, with a wooden box in tow, arrived at Zhang's courtyard beyond the city. The courtyard was spacious, measuring over 10 zhang across, surrounded by a low fence and featuring 3 earthen houses, while the remaining area was overgrown with weeds. Zhang pushed open the wooden gate and said, "Yun City is too distant from Zhang family village. Transporting goods back and forth is inconvenient. A few days ago, I spent some silver to purchase this place as a stronghold." Through the windows of the earthen houses, Peng Biao observed numerous sacks piled within. The donkey cart was presumably out collecting goods. Zhang instructed the sturdy man to attend to his tasks while he led Peng Biao and Zhang Leizizi to the backyard. There, Zhang lifted a wooden plank from the ground, revealing a subterranean chamber, and he descended the ladder first. After Peng Biao followed with the wooden box, he casually set it aside and looked around, discovering an underground space of over 3 zhang, supported by numerous wooden pillars to prevent collapse. Shortly after, Zhang Leizizi joined them. This place used to belong to a vegetable cellar, and the produce was stored here. "What do you think? Is the space sufficient?" Zhang inquired. His curiosity piqued regarding the considerable sum Peng Biao had mentioned. Peng Biao nodded, waving his hand, and instantly a dazzling display of gold illuminated the chamber, causing Zhang and Zhang Leizizi to squint. With another wave, dozens of swords and spears appeared. Upon seeing the vast array of gold and weapons covering the floor, both men gasped in disbelief. They had never encountered such an abundance of gold. Zhang Leizizi's legs weakened, threatening to collapse, while Zhang Er quickly supported his grandfather, struggling with his own trembling limbs. Peng Biao, is this truly the considerable amount you mentioned? This is far beyond mere abundance. There must be at least several million taels of gold here. After uttering this figure, Zhang Er felt faint. Peng Biao pondered for a moment and replied, "That sounds about right. All of this is for you. For me? No, this is far too much," Zhang Er exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy but instinctively rejecting the offer. Peng Biao chuckled inwardly, stating, "Stop pretending. I am not jesting. Very few can resist the allure of true gold and silver. I bestow this upon you in hopes that you may uplift the impoverished villagers alongside you, not just those from Zhang family village." Zhang Er smiled sheepishly, nodding, "Rest assured. Peng Biao, I will ensure that all the destitute villagers from nearby areas prosper together. Not just the nearby ones. There are countless impoverished souls across Yun City, Qinghua Prefecture, and even throughout the entire Jiang Kingdom. If you are willing to share your wealth to aid the villagers of Zhang family village, why not extend your hand to rescue all the needy? You must broaden your horizons," Peng Biao advised. "Indeed, what Master Peng says is correct. The youth should harbor grand ambitions," Zhang Leizizi added. Zhang and Apos' expression grew resolute, his eyes shining with determination as he firmly replied, "Yes, I will strive to uplift as many impoverished souls as possible, no matter how arduous the path may be." Peng Biao expressed his satisfaction, stating that to achieve great undertakings, the first step is to set lofty ambitions, the second is to gather wealth and resources, and the next step is to recruit personnel to embark on a grand enterprise. Zhang bent down to pick up a sheathed long knife from the ground, unsheathing half of its gleaming blade with a metallic clink. As he gazed at his reflection in the polished steel, flames of determination ignited in his eyes. "Next, I shall take my business to Qinghua County, which is rumored to be extraordinarily prosperous. I've long desired to establish my trade there, and with the bandits cleared out by you, Peng Biao, I am free of any reservations. Pursue your ambitions boldly. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, come to the Xingqian sect to seek my assistance. Understood. If possible, I will do my utmost to assist the villagers of Pingjia village. After all, it is my birthplace, and I hope for the residents there to thrive. You need not worry. I assure you that life for the villagers of Pingjia will improve." After bidding farewell to Zhang Peng Biao hastened towards the sect. He had laid a solid foundation for Zhang future endeavors. Should fail to prosper, it could only be deemed fate. The worst-case scenario would be if led the people astray on the path to wealth, in which case it would merely reflect Peng Biao's misjudgment of character. As he raced along, upon nearing Wild Fox Mountain, Peng Biao caught sight of a cluster of stone houses in the distance. In an instant, memories of being robbed by numerous mortals surged within him, and he slowed his pace, contemplating before heading towards the stone houses. Having been bullied in his powerless days, he now possessed the strength to repay old grievances. However, recognizing that they were mere mortals, he, as a cultivator, did not wish to impose his might. He resolved to present these villagers with a test to discern destiny's will. Should they pass, he would let bygones be bygones. If not, he would not be remiss in enacting justice. Tethering his steed to a tree, Peng Biao summoned his true energy to smear mud over his garments and face, disheveling his hair to obscure half of his visage, resembling a hapless traveler. Disguised as he was in his flight for survival, he approached the stone houses with deliberate slowness. Upon reaching the village entrance, he fortuitously encountered an elderly woman emerging with a bamboo basket. To his surprise, it was none other than the infamous Granny Zhong, who had previously slandered him. Feigning a limp, he approached her respectfully and stated, "Elder, I have long suffered from hunger. Might you spare me some of your flatbread? I assure you, I will pay." With that, he extended his right hand, revealing a gold ingot. The scene mirrored an earlier encounter, and Granny Zhong momentarily froze, pondering the familiarity of the situation. Old age has dulled my memory, she mused. However, her astonishment quickly transformed into avarice as her eyes fixated on the gold ingot. "Very well, young man, take as much as you desire," she replied, extending her basket and lifting the white cloth to reveal the flatbreads and a water jug, inviting him to help himself. Observing this, Peng Biao smirked inwardly, reflecting, "Granny, I warned you that should you err again, I would show no mercy. Your fate now lies in your own hands." Just as he reached for the flatbread, Granny Zhong seized his hand and the gold ingot, crying out, "Help! Someone is stealing food. He is attacking me." Her words echoed theatrically, perfectly mirroring the earlier incident. Peng Biao shook his head in disappointment. Despite having been taught a lesson, she had not changed. This was no longer mere greed, but a complete corruption of her conscience, devoid of any goodness. Moments later, dozens of villagers armed with kitchen utensils and farming tools surrounded him. A burly man brandishing a long stick inquired of Granny Zhong what had transpired. He stole my food and assaulted me," she sobbed. As expected, her accusations ignited a wave of outrage among the crowd. Yet, a glimmer of amusement flickered in the depths of many eyes, revealing their awareness of Granny Zheng's deceit. "Are you all blind? I am merely a passerby, unjustly slandered by this old woman. Can you not see the truth?" Peng Biao bellowed, seeking anyone willing to speak the truth. Disappointment washed over him as every utterance was laced with slander and hostility, even the children brandishing slingshots with disdain. They epitomized the concept that poverty breeds vice. Resolute in his decision, he determined to punish this ignorant and vile assembly. With a surge of true energy, he expelled all the mud from his person, and then, extending several hands of true energy, he swept them across, toppling all the villagers to the ground. With his hair billowing and robes fluttering, he surveyed the fallen miscreants and coldly declared, "You have lost all sense of morality by preying on the weak. Today, I shall act as heaven and Apos, as avenger." Dazed from the impact, the villagers quickly recognized his power as a cultivator, and in an instant, terror gripped their hearts, compelling them to kneel and plead for mercy. "Immortal, please spare us," they cried. "We understand our wrongs. It was all Granny Zheng's fault. Do not hold us accountable. Please punish her to alleviate our grievances." Granny Zheng trembled on the ground, having recognized Peng Biao and recalling her earlier misdeeds. She now understood that he had offered her a chance, yet her greed had blinded her to it. Silent in her fear, she realized that she could not escape retribution. Ignoring their pleas, Peng Biao began forming hand seals, preparing to invoke the petrification spell. The technique was simple, and even on his first attempt, he felt no difficulty. Combining the transformative magic of the 72 transformations with the petrification spell, he executed the final hand sign. Petrification, commence. Instantly, his fingers radiated beams of gray light that struck the villagers, resulting in a remarkable phenomenon. A layer of rock-like gray substance enveloped their bodies, expanding rapidly upon contact with the air, encasing the pleading villagers within spherical forms. Moments later, the scene was devoid of human presence. Replaced by numerous gray spherical objects resembling large stones, their interiors obscured. As time passed, the stone spheres vanished, leaving only dozens of fist-sized round stones behind. These stones, gray and spherical, bore large mouths and round eyes, appearing rather endearing, their expressions innocent and curious about the world. They gazed vacantly, having entirely forgotten their past. Observing the multitude of stone spheres, Peng Biao offered no response to their inquiries, quietly reflecting, "All past grievances are now bygone. May one among you awaken the 72 transformations." With that, he turned to depart. Behind him, many of the stone spheres remained bewildered, soon engaging in conversation as they reintroduced themselves to one another. At that moment, Peng Biao recognized that the petrification spell was not without merit. In a world where some individuals commit grave offenses yet do not warrant execution, the petrification spell serves as a fitting means of punishment. Forgetting the sins of the past and embarking on a new life, seemingly a heavy punishment. Yet it leaves a glimmer of hope. If one seizes this fleeting chance and unravels the petrification technique, one can immediately master a 9th-tier advanced divine ability. Reforming oneself and living anew. Is there opportunity nestled within despair? Peng Biao pondered in his heart, sensing as though he grasped something elusive, yet feeling as if he held nothing at all. Upon returning to the sect, Peng Biao made his way to the spiritual herb garden, and upon entering the hall, he unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance, Sun Bu-er. Sun Bu-er, upon seeing Peng Biao, hastily bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Brother Peng." He couldn't help but marvel at the wheel of fortune. The first time he met Peng Biao, he was merely a waste, someone he could easily look down upon. Yet, now, Peng Biao had become an inner disciple of the Starry Sect, and after the battle at the challenge platform, his reputation soared. Nowadays, when people spoke of Peng Biao, many would give him a thumbs up. Possessing the strength to battle across realms, being a disciple of the Third Elder, and having both power and connections, who would dare offend him lightly? Sun Bu-er felt a surge of relief in his heart. thankful that he had not wronged Peng Biao in the past, for he would undoubtedly face retribution otherwise. Why is junior brother Sun here? I summoned him. When Buchu descended from the second floor. The spiritual herb garden has no caretaker. He is from Bei Yuyu and Appo's faction and usually diligent. So I had the sect transfer him here. Elder, I often take care of it. Sun Buer interjected. I wouldn't dare to command Elder Yu's disciple. If he frequently vanishes, would the herbs not wither long before you arrive? Hearing this, Peng Biao could only manage a bitter smile. Later, someone will come. You two shouldn't linger here. After when Buchu spoke, he headed towards the back room, seemingly preparing to leave. Peng Biao thought for a moment and realized that the 10 inept individuals were likely coming, but he was uncertain who would arrive first. Given when Buchu and Appo's cunning nature, he would only allow them to come one by one. Otherwise, if they witnessed a failed experiment, the others would be frightened to the point of death and would never dare to attempt it again. By the way, junior brother Sun, when we first met, why did you say you were Bei Yuyu's servant? This puzzled Peng Biao. A cultivator of strength willingly became a servant and even knelt when Bei Yuyu commanded it. Miss Bei saved my life, so I recognized her as my master and took on the role of her servant, Sun Buer explained with a smile, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Peng Biao understood. This fellow likely harbored feelings for Bei Yuyu. Remembering Bei Yuyu conjured images of his past experiments. Such a bewitching woman could only attract someone like Sun Buer. Brother Peng, there will be a market in Hongxi Valley in 3 days. Would you be interested in joining? A market? I haven't heard of it, Peng Biao replied, somewhat confused. Such a market was worth visiting. Who knew what treasures one might unearth? This news was shared by other senior brothers. Perhaps Brother Peng has only recently arrived and is not familiar with others. Upon reflection, Peng Biao realized this to be true. Apart from Bei Yuyu and Sun Buer, he truly did not know many disciples. Since when Buchu was ushering people away, Peng Biao and Sun Buer had no choice but to depart. By evening, when the two returned, they found when Buchu sitting in the hall, deep in thought. Peng Biao knew then that the experiment had surely failed again. But he was uncertain who the unfortunate soul was. On the morning 3 days later, Peng Biao intended to invite Sun Buer to depart for Hongxi Valley. But Sun Buer informed him of an unexpected matter that prevented him from attending. With no other choice, Peng Biao set off alone for the market in Hongxi Valley. The market was a trading hub among cultivators, where sellers could set up stalls for items they wished to sell, while buyers could browse for goods they desired, with transactions settled in spirit stones or through bartering. Such markets typically required a powerful figure or a strong faction to organize, without a formidable presence to maintain order. Items would be seized before any transactions could occur. This market was organized by a renowned late-stage rogue cultivator known as Elder Hongxi, who had gained considerable fame within the Jiang Kingdom. In theory, Elder Hongxi's high cultivation level would allow him to become an elder in any sect he chose. However, he preferred the freedom of a wandering life, avoiding the constraints of sect life. Frequently traveling, he had no fixed residence but would periodically return to Hongxi Valley, his birthplace, to organize the market. Hongxi Valley lay approximately 200 miles from the Starry sect. Before noon, Peng Biao arrived at the valley's outskirts. He beheld a valley formed between two low hills, roughly 100 feet wide, where white mist swirled, obscuring visibility. A stream more than a yard wide flowed from the valley, its bottom lined with red pebbles, hence the valley's name. Gazing at the misty expanse, Peng Biao mused. Elder Hongxi is quite grand in his approach, having even set up formations. Simultaneously, numerous individuals approached from various directions, entering the white mist. Peng Biao slowly rode his horse into the fog. Upon entering, he found clarity, discovering a broad path extending straight to the valley's depths. Many cultivators lined the sides of the road, spreading out cloth to sit on, displaying various items for sale, while the path bustled with buyers comparing wares. This friend, please hand over your horse to me. A young man in red intercepted Peng Biao with a friendly smile. Peng Biao glanced around to see a row of hitching posts nearby, where many horses were tethered. Dismounting, he handed the reins to the young man, who produced 2 identical square wooden tokens. One was placed beneath the saddle, while the other was given to Peng Biao. Upon inspection, Peng Biao saw the token inscribed with the number 95 on one side and a depiction of a stream on the other. 95. There seems to be more than 90 horses here. Peng Biao queried, puzzled. My friend, the tokens are drawn at random, not in sequential order. The young man in red replied with a chuckle. Now understanding, Ping Biao noted, Elder Hongxi is quite skilled at managing affairs. It seems he fears that individuals with powerful backgrounds might receive lower-numbered tokens, hence the arrangement. After pocketing the token, Peng Biao ventured down the valley's main road. Spirit tools. Spirit tools, various low-grade spirit tools for sale. Medicinal pills, first-grade pills available, customized orders accepted. Chinya grass, passion fruit, and assorted spiritual herbs and fruits for sale. Friends, come take a look. Inner cores of demon beasts available, including those from first and second-tier beasts. We have the inner cores of pandas, golden monkeys, Yangtze alligators, and slippery snakes. Don't miss out. The calls of vendors echoed, though most stall owners sat quietly, half-closed eyes. What? Can there really be panda inner cores at a place like this? It must be fake. Let us check it out. What if it's real? Following the crowd, Peng Biao found himself at a stall where the vendor displayed a palm-sized, black and white modeled inner core. Upon closer inspection, Peng Biao was left both amused and exasperated. The faint energy emanating from it clearly indicated it was merely a first-tier demon beast and Appos' core, and a low-ranking one at that. Feeling deceived, the crowd grew increasingly dissatisfied, voicing their outrage. Old fellow, how dare you claim this as a panda inner core? Indeed, this is nothing but deceit. Such a lack of integrity. Let us report this to Elder Hongxi and have him kicked out. The vendor, an elderly man with a square face, thick brows, and a prominent nose, sported a neatly arranged white beard, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. However, a cunning glint flickered in his eyes, rendering him less a sage and more akin to a shrewd merchant. Upon witnessing the collective ire of the crowd, the old man hastily rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to have omitted a crucial word. It is not panda, but rather red panda. He apologized earnestly. What a blunder. It seems you did that on purpose. Someone exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, it must be intentional. A panda is a fifth-tier beast, while a red panda is merely a first-tier creature. How could a seller of beast cores make such a mistake? The skepticism was palpable among the onlookers. Alas, my days are numbered, and my memory is failing me, the elder lamented, lowering his gaze as he gently wiped away a tear with his sleeve. The crowd's anger began to dissipate, and murmurs of sympathy arose. He is indeed a pitiable soul. Let it be, at his age, we should show him some grace and refrain from visiting the elder Hongxi. Senior brother, since we are here, why not peruse the available beast cores? Suggested one. Wow, junior sister, these cores look quite appealing. She giggled. Hee. Senior brother, why not buy one for me? Autumn is approaching, and everyone gifts their beloved the first beast core of the season. What are you waiting for? Very well. I shall buy, for anything for my beloved is worth it. The first core of autumn, I shall procure without fail, he replied with resolve. Turning his gaze, Peng Biao spotted a young couple animatedly discussing among themselves, both appearing merely in their teens and noticeably shorter than the rest, yet their eyes sparkled with cleverness, resembling two slippery eels. Observing their playful banter as they squatted to select beast cores, Peng Biao scoffed, recognizing them as mere accomplices of the vendor. Their performance was so poorly executed that it was evident to even the most casual observer. As anticipated, most of the crowd dispersed immediately, but a small contingent remained to watch. Peng Biao was taken aback. Could it be that cultivators had grown so foolish? Upon closer inspection, he noted that those still present were predominantly male-female pairs, likely romantic partners. Meanwhile, the female cultivators exchanged knowing glances with their companions, silently communicating their desires for the first beast core of autumn. Why should I be left out? If you don't want to buy it, we might as well part ways. With so many male cultivators around, I can find someone better if I choose. One woman mused silently, her eyes brimming with unspoken words. Senior brother, I want this, this, and this, exclaimed another. Very well, let us purchase them all, he replied, resigned. You are so kind, senior brother. They say those who do not buy the first autumn beast core for their beloved are scoundrel cultivators, and you are clearly no scoundrel. Peng Biao was left speechless. The two accomplices had resumed their act. It was clear that uttering such words would pressure any reluctant buyer into action. Still not buying? You truly are a scoundrel cultivator. You took my trust, but refused to compensate with a single purchase. How vile. Let us break up. Why aren't you buying? Hurry, or it will be too late. With silent pressure mounting, many male cultivators felt compelled to squat and select beast cores. Senior brother, choose this one. I don't want my core to be inferior to those of other women. Fine, Let us select the most expensive one. The two accomplices resumed their roles. Patience, patience. I have plenty of fine second-tier beast cores here, the vendor chuckled, producing a colorful array of second-tier cores from his wide sleeves. Upon observing the crowd, which consisted of just over 10 couples, Peng Biao realized the old man was cunning indeed. With this scheme, he would surely sell out all his second-tier cores. The female cultivators left, satisfied, arm in arm with their partners, while the feelings of the male cultivators were of little concern to anyone. As for the two accomplices, they had vanished without a trace. Only Peng Biao remained, gazing at the old man with a sardonic expression. How could a cultivator stoop to such depths? Friend, are you interested in purchasing a beast core? The old man inquired with a beaming smile, revealing a set of white teeth. What did it matter if Peng Biao saw through the charade? The old man was indifferent. His target audience was the young female cultivators, and the few who were aware could be easily disregarded. Peng Biao paid him no mind and turned to leave, finally grasping a truth about the many peculiarities of the world. Did female cultivators truly fail to see this ruse? What a joke! As cultivators, how could they not perceive it? Yet, even when aware, they still fell into the trap. Why not revel in the prospect of gain without any personal investment? And as for male cultivators, if they were unwilling to buy beast cores, why bother continuing the relationship? It would be wiser to part ways and cut losses. Peng Biao found himself contemplating divination, reflecting on life and the cosmos. Is this what life is? As time passed, he wandered the stalls, hoping to unearth some treasures, but soon found himself disappointed. There were no fools among cultivators. Even the rogue cultivators were as sharp as foxes. If there were any treasures to be found, they would not be left for him to discover. Hurry, Master Shuang and Appos, is about to speak. Is that so? He is a master I hold in high esteem. His lectures are not to be missed. I was fortunate enough to attend one, and the experience was enlightening beyond words. Master Shuang and Appos, I have not heard of him. My friend, Master Shuang and Appos, is a venerable monk, reputed to have studied at the Arhut Monastery, possessing profound knowledge of the Dharma. However, he is quite low-key, so it is no surprise you are unaware. A monk from the Arhut Monastery? Let us hurry. A throng of people surged past Peng Biao, heading deeper into the Hongxi Valley. Observing the crowd, he mused, a top-tier sect like the Arhut Monastery? I must see for myself. Thus, he followed the crowd, soon arriving at a bustling open area. In the center stood a towering wooden platform, upon which sat an elderly monk clad in robes, legs crossed and hands clasped together. A strand of prayer beads adorned his right hand, and he sat with his eyes closed, exuding an air of serene authority, his long white beard flowing in the breeze. Surrounding the platform, a circle of young monks sat with their hands together and eyes shut. All around, countless cultivators stood or sat on the ground, drawn to hear the teachings of Master Shuang and Appos, Unlimited Life Buddha. Greetings to all you benefactors. Master Shuang and Appos, intoned, perhaps sensing the gathering crowd. After reciting a Buddhist verse, he opened his eyes. Greetings, Master. Thank you for your efforts in sharing your teachings. The chorus of responses echoed, revealing Master Shuang and Appos, immense popularity. Now that you have arrived, I shall begin, he declared. Observe the bodhisattva, practice the sharira. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. At first, Peng Biao listened intently, but soon found himself lost in the discourse, questioning the meaning behind the words. Beside him, two individuals began to converse in hushed tones. What is this friend saying? I cannot comprehend a single word. I too am baffled. Perhaps this is the nature of a master's teachings. If everyone understood, who would be a master? Indeed. My friend, do you know the origins of Master Shuang and Appos? I've heard his birth name is Muniel. He practiced at the Arhut Monastery, but beyond that, I know little. At that moment, Master Shuang concluded his discourse and exclaimed, Dear patrons, do you comprehend? Indeed, we do, came the enthusiastic responses. The master's teachings were truly brilliant. Not merely brilliant, I felt on the verge of a breakthrough. A chorus of affirmations resonated through the crowd. Hearing this, Peng Biao couldn't help but smirk. It was hard to believe they understood anything, most likely pretending to grasp the concepts. Master Shuang smiled and said, As long as you understand. A round of applause. Clapping erupted, initially from a small group, soon swelling to the majority. Friend, why are you not clapping? A young man inquired of Peng Biao while applauding. Why should I clap? I did not comprehend, Peng Biao replied. Neither did I, but everyone else is applauding. If you don and oppose, T join in, one and oppose. T that imply your comprehension is inferior to theirs. Peng Biao and oppose. S face twitched, and he reluctantly joined the applause. When the clapping ceased, Master Shuanggo produced a palm-sized booklet, declaring, for those who did not understand, fret not. This booklet contains the corresponding scriptures. Available today at a special price of merely 1 spirit stone, while supplies last. Master, I wish to purchase. Master, I shall buy 10 copies for my family. Friend in front, save some for me. Countless individuals surged towards the platform, fearful of missing out. At that moment, Peng Biao realized that this so-called master was likely a fraud. Observing the throng eager to purchase, he mused that even if each bought just one, a substantial profit would be made. Compared to this Master Shuang and Oppos, the previous vendor seemed utterly inept. Peng Biao lamented internally. The earlier vendor had only managed to dupe a few gullible female cultivators, while Master Shuanger, under the guise of imparting wisdom, had woven a dream of self-improvement for everyone, thereby deceiving them all. This reminded Peng Biao of a childhood tale about a weasel that erected a sign by a cliff, proclaiming, "Unless you take a leap, how will you know you are not an eagle?" And then patiently awaited the fall of unsuspecting chickens. Shaking his head, Peng Biao turned to depart. After leaving the lecture, he arrived at a wooden cabin, where a sign read recycling all things. Recycling all things, what an audacious claim. He had surplus spiritual tools that served little purpose in his storage bag. Thus, he decided to recycle them here, with the intention of selling his spiritual items. Peng Biao stepped inside. The cabin was modest, with a table upon entry and a middle-aged man in red seated behind it. Recognizing the red-clad man as an associate of Elder Hongxi, Peng Biao suppressed his initial disdain. "Friend, what do you wish to recycle?" the middle-aged man asked bluntly. Without a word, Peng Biao waved his hand, producing a flying sword and a dagger. As for the flying knife, he intended to keep it for himself. A cultivator ought not to be without any spiritual tools. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up upon seeing the sword and dagger, and he eagerly examined them. Low-grade mid-tier. Low-grade upper tier. What price do you seek? You decide, Peng Biao replied. 50 spirit stones for the sword, and 100 for the dagger. What do you say? That is quite cheap. I shall offer 200 spirit stones. The middle-aged man pondered briefly before agreeing. He took the items and, with a wave of his hand, produced 200 spirit stones on the table. After accepting the stones, Peng Biao inquired, "Where can I find you in the future should I have items to sell?" "There is always someone here," came the reply. Peng Biao nodded and exited the wooden cabin. He had nearly exhausted his exploration of Hongxi Valley and found nothing of particular interest. Thus, he decided to return. As he passed by a stall selling beast inner cores, the vendor suddenly called out to him, "Friend, come here. I have something good." The elderly man gestured to Peng Biao, eyeing the shifty-eyed old man. Peng Biao wondered what scheme he was concocting. After a moment's thought, he approached and asked, "What is it, friend?" The old man, with a glint in his eye, whispered, "I have cultivation methods for sale. I do not lack for cultivation methods. I have divine abilities as well, first-tier divine abilities, several types. What do you think? Not interested. But if you possess second-tier divine abilities or above, I might consider." Peng Biao flatly rejected the offer, for he held no interest in first-tier divine abilities. Such skills required extensive time to cultivate, and quality surpassed quantity. Your appetite is rather large. Do you truly think you can afford second-tier divine abilities? Peng Biao faltered at the thought. Indeed, he could not afford them. "Friend, if there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave." Peng Biao did not wish to waste more time. "Not so fast. Do you wish to become an alchemist? I possess a tome, and Oppos, Secrets of Alchemy, and Oppos, once you read it, you shall surely become an alchemist," the old man called after him, speaking mysteriously. "Is that true?" Peng Biao felt intrigued. He knew nothing of alchemy, but held great interest in various elixirs. "Absolutely true. I assure you, upon completion, you will become a genuine alchemist." Seeing Peng Biao's interest, the old man brightened. "Very well, show me the book. I shall assess its authenticity." Young man, I haven't even stated the price yet. And you wish to see it? What if you cannot afford it and learn the contents for free? Then tell me the price. 500 spirit stones. You might as well rob me." Peng Biao turned to leave. Hey, you ought to negotiate." After contemplating, Peng Biao declared, 200 spirit stones. "Deal." "What?" "I acted rashly." Peng Biao was taken aback, realizing the gravity of his impulsive decision. The old man paid him no mind. promptly retrieving a book the size of a human head and the thickness of a palm, inscribed with the words Secrets of Alchemy. Friend, I must use the restroom. Peng Biao thought he had been swindled and wished to escape. Wait, you thought to flee? First, pay the spirit stones, or I shall shout that a disciple of the esteemed Xingqian sect has gone back on his word. Let's see if you can bear the shame. The old man regarded Peng Biao with disdain. Such tactics were beneath him. Peng Biao's expression darkened. He truly did not want to gain infamy over 200 spirit stones. If only I had worn a mask, he regretted inwardly. Old man, you claimed I would become a real alchemist. If I find that untrue, I shall demolish your stall. Peng Biao declared vehemently. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such fierce spirit, young man. Rest assured, I never speak falsehoods. Peng Biao thought to himself. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you deceitful old man. Let me see it. I demand to inspect the goods. That cannot be. First, spirit stones. Then you may see. I guarantee that if you find it unworthy of the price, I will return your stones on the spot. After a moment's reflection, Peng Biao placed 200 spirit stones on the table. The old man pocketed the stones, grinning. Now that's the spirit. I saw you come from that wooden cabin. Peng Biao rolled his eyes, realizing he had been targeted by this old trickster all along. He picked up the Secrets of Alchemy and began to peruse it. Before long, he closed the book, his expression grim. What's wrong? Is the content not to your liking? The old man asked, half smirking. Content aside, what do you mean by failing to mention that alchemy requires formulas and cauldrons? Peng Biao fumed. What does this imply? The art of alchemy undeniably requires both a prescription and an alchemical furnace. Much like the culinary pursuits of mortals, it demands not only exquisite culinary skills, but also a well-crafted menu and a suitable boiler. Permit me to inquire. Is the content herein sufficient for you to become a true alchemist? In response to this question, Peng Biao could only nod. The Secrets of Alchemy meticulously records the techniques of alchemy, the control of heat, and the potential challenges that may arise during the process. Although Peng Biao had only perused a few pages, he could not deny that the information contained therein was invaluable. Yet, this was also the source of his frustration. The text explicitly stated that alchemy necessitates the combination of technique, experience, prescriptions or formulas, an alchemical furnace, and materials in order to concoct elixirs. Now that Peng Biao had acquired the Secrets of Alchemy, he had indeed obtained the requisite techniques and experience, but without the other three elements, what use was it? No wonder that old scoundrel forbade me from inspecting the goods first. It was clearly stated at the outset. What a wily merchant. The old man, beaming with delight, remarked. My friend, such a detailed account of the various aspects of alchemy is indeed rare. Acquiring it for merely 200 spirit stones is a tremendous bargain. Humph. Let this be my misfortune. Peng Biao, with a flick of his hand, stowed away the Secrets of Alchemy and turned to depart, wishing never to lay eyes upon that avaricious old man again. The elder, unfazed, knew that the acquisition of spirit stones was the ultimate truth. Why concern himself with the other's displeasure? With a calm demeanor, he continued. After Peng Biao's departure, the old man noticed two more young individuals approaching and swiftly waved his hands, exclaiming, Friends, please hold on. I have something wonderful to offer. Peng Biao arrived at the valley entrance, exchanging a wooden plaque for a steed before riding away. Although the market would remain open for several more days, he felt that such places offered nothing of value to him. Upon reflection, he realized that he truly did not require anything. As for cultivation techniques, he was already practicing a 9th-grade method and possessed sufficient mastery over his magical abilities, albeit the higher-grade techniques were beyond his financial reach. In terms of spiritual artifacts, he could overpower nearly all low-grade ones with sheer physical strength and lacked the necessary spiritual stones to acquire medium-grade artifacts. It was more prudent to return to diligent cultivation or undertake tasks. Henceforth, he resolved to limit his excursions. Upon returning to the sect, he made his way to the spiritual herb garden. At that moment, Sun Buer was tending to the herbs and, upon noticing Peng Biao's return, whispered, Elder One is in a foul mood. The last one has perished. Peng Biao nearly laughed, realizing that the demise of the last subject indicated the total failure of the experiment involving 10 individuals with shattered Dantians. However, a sudden thought sobered him. With 10 fatalities and no success, Elder One might well turn his attention to him. Anxiously, he entered the wooden building, where he found Wen Buchu's countenance dark as a storm cloud. Peng Biao dared not greet him, lowering his head as he attempted to retreat to his chamber. Peng Biao, come here, When Buchu commanded. Reluctantly, Peng Biao approached as when Buchu grasped his shoulder, sending a surge of true qi into his body for inspection. While one could probe another's internal state through a direct application of true qi, such an act was considered exceedingly rude and insulting in the cultivation world. Thus, when Buchu always opted for a more respectful method of contact. Tell me, why is it that you alone succeeded in restoring your Dantian? When Buchu inquired, fixing his gaze on Peng Biao after releasing his grip. Elder, I truly do not know. Perhaps I should challenge a few others and incapacitate them? Forget that. Not only is there no guarantee anyone would accept your challenge, but even if you did succeed in damaging others' Dantians, I doubt anyone would come to me for treatment after 10 deaths. That would tarnish my reputation significantly. After much contemplation, when Buchu concluded that the issue lay with Peng Biao, have you consumed any spiritual herbs or fruits in the past? He probed again. Peng Biao quickly shook his head and attempted to change the subject. Elder, I have recently developed an interest in alchemy. May I seek your guidance? Do not think to evade my question. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Here's the deal. You provide me with the Arhit path and a drop of your blood, and I shall no longer pursue you. Elder, with your esteemed reputation, can you not acquire the Arhut path on your own? All hand-copied manuscripts were collected by Elder Yu for the sect master. When Buchu felt a wave of frustration. As a distinguished elder and a formidable practitioner at the late stage of core formation, he found it absurd that he must request a third-grade technique from an inner disciple. Ah, I see. Peng Biao exhaled in relief. Although he had not practiced the Arhut path extensively, he was familiar with it through occasional readings and could part with it without hesitation. As for a drop of blood, that was trivial. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a roll of beast hide and a small vial, extracting several drops of blood before handing them to Wenbuchu. Wenbuchu accepted them with a sly grin, remarking, "You are quite generous. I asked for 1 drop. Yet you have provided me with so much more. Just a bit of blood, hardly worth mentioning," Peng Biao thought to himself, hoping Wenbuchu would keep his distance in the future. Suddenly, the sound of bells echoed throughout the entire starry sect. Both Wenbuchu and Peng Biao and Apos' expressions shifted dramatically as they understood the implications. Oh no, 6 bell tolls. An urgent matter has arisen within the sect. With a swift motion, Wenbuchu darted toward the exit. Peng Biao and Apos' face grew grave as he muttered, 6 tolls, second only to the 9 that signal the sect and Apos' imminent peril. All core and aperture realm practitioners must convene in the assembly hall. What could have happened? As a disciple, he naturally wished for no misfortune to befall his sect. Compared to lone cultivators, those affiliated with the sect enjoyed immense advantages, abundant spiritual energy for cultivation, safety, countless rewards for diligent effort, opportunities to apprentice under powerful mentors, and the prestige of wearing the sect's insignia while traveling. With a heart full of trepidation, Peng Biao waited for what seemed an eternity until Wenbuchu returned. His demeanor serious. Elder, what has transpired? Peng Biao inquired urgently. Wenbuchu sighed heavily. The sect master has sustained serious injuries on Wufing Mountain and has just returned to announce that Vice Sect Master Yang has been appointed as acting sect master during his seclusion for healing. Peng Biao was taken aback, pondering, how could he be injured on Wufing Mountain? Could it be due to the ancient cultivator's cave? Indeed. My master mentioned that high-level cultivators from the entire Jiang Kingdom would mobilize due to the cave's activities. On the day of the decisive battle, both my master and the sect master appeared, likely intending to investigate the ancient site. What kind of danger lurks within? Even a formidable cultivator on the brink of godhood has suffered injury. Elder, how is my master faring? Peng Biao cautiously inquired. Elder Yu accompanied the sect master to Wufing Mountain. He is unharmed, having brought the sect master back. Peng Biao felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be met with confusion. Elder, who is Vice Sect Master Yang? I have never heard of him. It is quite normal that you have not heard of him. Vice Sect Master Yang, named Yang Qing, is said to hail from Qinghua County. He was once a wandering cultivator at the late stage of the Aperture Realm. He only joined the Starry Sect when it relocated here several years ago. However, he has been traveling ever since. So many within the sect are unaware of his presence. So, Yang Qing is the renowned first wandering cultivator of Jiang Kingdom and hails from Qinghua County. How unexpected, Peng Biao thought with astonishment. During his time at Heishan Sect, he had often heard tales of Yang Qing and Apos' exploits. Heishan Sect had even extended numerous generous offers to him, proclaiming that should he join, he would immediately become the first vice sect master. Yet, Yang Qing had paid no heed and instead chose to join the Starry Sect. The title of Vice Sect Master seemed rather superficial. Although he was part of the Starry Sect, he did not reside there, roaming freely as he pleased. Ping Biao mused. Such is the privilege granted by strength. While he may not contribute much in daily affairs, when crises arise, he is still needed to maintain the sect's dignity. Were you surprised? Surprised to find that you share a hometown with Vice Sect Master Yang? When Buchu teased, Peng Biao chuckled. Indeed, since we are both from Qinghua County, we are practically neighbors. Perhaps he finds me appealing and wishes to take me as a disciple. Claiming you are plump, yet you still breathe heavily. Within the sect, there are many from Qinghua County. Even Bei Yuyu is one of them. Ping Biao laughed heartily. I was merely joking. By the way, why have I not seen Bei Yuyu recently? She has been confined by her master. Why is she confined? Ping Biao asked, sipping his water. Because she was caught peeping at men bathing. Ping Biao spewed his water all over Wen Buchu's face. Cough, he sputtered. Then reached to help wipe the water off Wen Buchu's face. Wen Buchu, scowling, released a breath of true qi, dispersing all the moisture. Elder, please calm down. It was unintentional. Go away. Wen Buchu waved his sleeve and ascended to the second floor. Peng Biao found the situation both amusing and perplexing. This incident revealed that Wen Buchu was quite amiable, lacking the airs typical of a powerful individual. Had it been any other elder, they would have reprimanded an inner disciple for such an affront, while those with a fiery temper, like me Xin, would have resorted to violence. 3 days later. Early in the morning, Peng Biao heard Sun Bu and Apos calling for him from the hall. Upon opening the door, Peng Biao furrowed his brow and inquired, Sun Bu and Apos, what is it? Today, Master Yang is returning to the sect. We should hasten to see him. Sun Bu exclaimed, his face illuminated with admiration and longing. After all, this Master Yang was once renowned as the foremost rogue cultivator in the Jiang Kingdom, a figure that even the major sects dared not provoke lightly. A rogue cultivator without a backing might be one thing, but they also possess no attachments. Who would dare to provoke a late-stage Qi realm expert with nothing to lose? If angered, they might seek revenge by targeting disciples from your sect. Why delay? Let us depart at once. The two hurried towards the entrance of the formation. Upon their arrival, they beheld countless disciples lined along the thoroughfare, murmuring amongst themselves, evidently awaiting Master Yang's arrival. The throng extended along the lengthy avenue like two flowing ribbons of white. Peng Biao and Sun Bu blended into the crowd, and as Peng Biao scanned the surroundings, he suddenly spotted Bei Yuyu not far off. He tugged at Sun Bu and made his way over. Along the way, numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sect greeted Peng Biao, who returned their smiles, much to Sun Bu and Apos' envy. Following the duel at the decisive battle platform, Ping Biao had gained some notoriety within the sect. Reaching Bei Yuyu's side, Ping Biao noticed she was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a handsome young man. Neither of them seemed to notice their arrival. Miss, Sun Bu respectfully called out first. Bei Yuyu turned, and, upon seeing the two, smiled. You both have come as well. Her gaze then fell upon the embroidered characters on Peng Biao's chest, and she exclaimed, in such a short time, you've reached the Qi realm? Impressive. Truly deserving of the potential I saw in you. Bei Yuyu, weren't you confined by your master? Peng Biao asked, puzzled. When was I ever confined by my master? Where did you hear such falsehoods? Peng Biao faltered, realizing that Wen Buchu's words were undoubtedly mere rumors. Junior sister Yuyu, may I ask who this is? The handsome youth glanced at Peng Biao. Sun Bu, an outer sect disciple, seemed to dismiss him with little interest. Oh, he is my distant relative. Just an ordinary inner sect disciple, Bei Yuyu replied dismissively. However, the youth, also an inner sect disciple, was not so easily fooled. He smiled and nodded at Peng Biao. Introducing himself, I am Su Yuanlin, currently in the late Qi realm, having just emerged from seclusion under Elder Mi Xian. May I inquire how to address you, junior brother? His self-introduction was rather thorough, clearly anticipating a similar response from Peng Biao. Realizing the situation, Peng Biao understood why Bei Yuyu hesitated to introduce him. Su Yuanlin was a disciple of Mi Xian, and the two harbored a deep enmity. As Peng Biao had rendered his junior brother, Lu Ming, incapacitated. Peng Biao, at the early Qi realm, apprenticed under Elder Yu Zhiqiu, Peng Biao stated with composure. Su Yuanlin paused, his smile fading, replaced by a sullen expression as he sneered. So, you are Peng Biao? Meeting you in person is less impressive than your reputation suggests. Your audacity exceeds my expectations. What? Do you wish to avenge your junior brother? Peng Biao raised his gaze, looking Su Yuanlin in the eye. Su Yuanlin's eyes flashed coldly. Of course. Very well, the decisive battle platform awaits your challenge. Or would you prefer to engage right now? Facing Master Yang would certainly be a grand spectacle. What meaning is there in battling on the decisive battle platform? We could easily find a spacious area outside the sect. Are you willing? Su Yuanlin remained unfazed. Aware that the decisive battle platform was confined, and Peng Biao's formidable physique would only serve to highlight his own weaknesses. No one would engage in such folly. Humph. You dare not even step onto the decisive battle platform, yet you have the gall to speak of avenging your junior brother? Until he understood Su Yuanlin's capabilities, Peng Biao would not agree to a confrontation outside the sect. Having just restored his Dantian, he had many matters awaiting his attention and would not risk his life recklessly. Such provocations are mere child's play and will not work on me, Su Yuanlin replied with a faint smile, recognizing that neither was impulsive, thus refraining from further words. Yet the flicker of malice in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. Peng Biao grew wary. Su Yuanlin was not Lu Meng. He was adept at controlling his emotions. An adversary in the late Qi realm, calm and collected, resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, ready to strike when a flaw appeared. Beiyuyu. Who exactly is your master? Peng Biao redirected his attention to her. You and Appos. LL find out shortly. Perhaps you should focus on your own safety. Beiyuyu hinted. Peng Biao glanced at the composed Su Yuanlin and chuckled. Since we are cousins, should I perish, you must seek vengeance for me. Why should I care if you die? A distant relative like you, seeking vengeance on my behalf? How naive. Peng Biao was utterly speechless. Could Beiyuyu not utter a few kind words? At that moment, a loud voice rang out. Master Yang has arrived. As the words fell, a middle-aged man clad in white emerged from the mist. His fair complexion and flowing beard danced in the wind, accompanied by a warm smile. Yang Qing took a few steps forward, stroking his beard as he remarked, I apologize for keeping all you fellow cultivators waiting. As soon as he spoke, all the disciples were taken aback, then smiled in unison. Indeed, regardless of their realms, they were all on the path of cultivation together. Were they not fellow cultivators? From this, one could discern Yang Qing's elevated cultivation. In the realm of cultivation, many often lost themselves in the power brought by their realms. Four high-ranking cultivators seldom addressed those of lower realms as fellow cultivators, unaware that in the eyes of the heavens, all life is equal. Is he viewing things from the heavens? Peng Biao wondered aloud. Beside him, Beiyuyu asked, What are you saying? Nothing. Yang Qing's address as fellow cultivators instantly garnered goodwill from all, and many could not help but reflect, as expected of a late-stage Qi realm expert. The former top rogue cultivator of the Jiang kingdom, his demeanor was indeed beyond ordinary. Another figure emerged alongside Yang Qing, a young man, clad in snow-white garments. With sharp brows and starry eyes, handsome with a slight smile gracing his lips. Soon after, three more figures followed. Peng Biao focused his gaze and recognized his master, Yu Zhiqiu, along with Feng Qingping, whom he had encountered twice at the mission hall, and a middle-aged woman in a green palace dress. This woman bore a frosty expression, her beauty extraordinary, suggesting she was once a great beauty in her youth. As she moved, she exuded a unique charm that captivated many gazes. Peng Biao could not help but steal a few glances. In terms of appearance, the woman could not compare to Beiyuyu, yet in terms of allure, the young girl was evidently outshone by the mature beauty. Many disciples found their eyes drawn to her, unconsciously swallowing hard, their attention diverted from Yang Qing. Indeed, the foremost rogue cultivator possesses such grace. It is no wonder the sect leader designated Yang Qing as the acting leader. Need it be said? Did you not see the three elders trailing behind him, resembling mere followers? Silence. The three elders are not to be spoken of lightly. Who is that? What grants him the privilege to walk ahead of the three elders? I believe he is Yang Qing and Appos' son, Yang Fan. I encountered him a few years ago. The acting leader's son? What is his cultivation? Years ago, he was in the late Yuan realm. I wonder if he has broken through to the core realm in the intervening years. Wow, truly, a tiger begets no dogs. He appears to be only in his 20s. Seems he is around 26 or 27. The whispers around them were easily overheard by Peng Biao and the others, and they quickly gleaned much information. Yang Fan's potential was astonishing. At merely 26 or 7 years of age, he had already reached the late Yuan realm, possibly even the core realm, truly formidable. Peng Biao had always believed in his own vast potential and fortunate circumstances. However, upon encountering Yang Fan, an overwhelming sense of being overshadowed by another emerged within me, particularly as he had merely reached the mid-stage of the Yuan realm during his time at the Black Mountain sect. In terms of innate talent, Yang Fan undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle among all individuals I have encountered, including the former Peng Biao. Yang Qing smiled and nodded towards the surrounding crowd. Though her pace appeared leisurely, each step she took covered an impressive distance, and soon she vanished from Peng Biao's line of sight. Yang Fan, along with the three elders, followed closely behind her, moving with remarkable speed. The five did not take to the skies on clouds or magical artifacts, but chose to traverse the main road instead, likely to instill a sense of calm among the disciples given the headmaster's grave injuries. Yang Qing, a true master, had already attained the late stage of the aperture realm by the age of 40. Wherever she appeared, the brilliance of others dimmed in comparison. Bei Yu sighed, remarking that if one were to marry, it should be someone of her caliber. She added with a hint of pride. Peng Biao was rendered speechless. This enchantress always seemed to think differently from the rest. Bei Yu, who exactly is your master? Did you not say we would find out soon? Where are they? At that moment, Sun Buer quietly interjected, Peng Shixiao, did not the lady and Apos S master just pass by? Peng Biao was taken aback, eyes widening as he stared at Bei Yu. Your master is Madame Yu, the foremost among the sect elders? Madame Yu, the beautiful woman clad in a green palace gown, had outshone Feng Qingping and Yu Zhiqiu, earning her the title of the most esteemed elder within the Star sect. So, are you beginning to comprehend my prowess? Bei Yu declared proudly. It was my master who took the initiative to accept me, not the other way around. Ah, as the saying goes, even the wisest can err. What do you mean by that, Peng Biao? Bei Yu retorted with indignation. Nothing much. With such a formidable master, what good does it do if you constantly rely on Elder One, acting as a mere peddler to sustain yourself? Do you think elders can simply teach disciples at their leisure? Don't they require time to cultivate themselves? For instance, what has your master, Elder Yu Zhiqiu, ever taught you? Bei Yu began to counter. Let us go, let us go. Yang Qing has already moved on. There is nothing more to see. Peng Biao, at a loss for words, took Sun Buer and departed. Bei Yu rolled her eyes and scoffed. Su Yuanlin squinted, observing Peng Biao's retreating figure, lost in thought. Bei Yu and Apos S insinuations were not lost on Peng Biao. He understood that only those who had reached the Yuan realm would receive substantial time and effort from the sect and their masters for education, thus earning the title of core disciples. If one had yet to reach that realm, the sect and most masters would scarcely be concerned. As the cultivation world was rife with dangers, venturing out on missions could lead to death without sufficient strength or opportunity, preventing many from advancing to the Yuan realm. Being accepted as a disciple by an elder merely indicated potential to reach the Yuan realm. Whether one could transform that potential into strength and realm was solely a matter of one's own fate. Upon returning to the wooden building, Peng Biao immersed himself in cultivation. The appearance of Yang Fan instilled a sense of pressure within him. Everything else was ephemeral. Only the realm was tangible. Thus, a year passed. Throughout this time, aside from cultivation, Peng Biao and Sun Buer tended to the spirit herbs. After a year of accumulation, Peng Biao felt himself on the brink of a breakthrough. Yet he remained unable to shatter that barrier. Perhaps it was time to venture out and accept a few tasks. As he opened the door, he coincidentally spotted Sun Buer raising his hand, preparing to knock. What is the matter, Buer? Over the course of a year, Peng Biao had grown quite familiar with Sun Buer. Through their interactions, he gradually discovered that Sun Buer was not of ill nature, though somewhat greedy. On one occasion, when Peng Biao casually took out a gold ingot to play with, Sun Buer shamelessly requested it. Peng Biao promptly scolded him, questioning why he did not rob bandits for gold and silver instead, to which Sun Buer merely chuckled in silence. Eventually, Peng Biao came to understand that external disciples were burdened with numerous menial tasks and often lacked the time to engage in such exploits. Even if they did, bandits were typically ruthless and formidable, making encounters perilous. Sun Buer was merely a strength realm cultivator, possessing significantly greater strength than an ordinary person. Yet without spiritual artifacts or divine abilities, facing multiple attackers could easily lead to his demise. Peng Shixiao, I have discovered something remarkable, Sun Buer said mysteriously. What is this marvelous thing? They entered the room to discuss further. Sun Buer waved his hand, producing a piece of silk cloth adorned with illustrations, geographical names, and text. Handing it to Ping Biao, Sun Bu'er whispered, "Ping Shixiang, this is a treasure map." His excitement was evident, his face flushed. Ping Biao received the silk cloth. Noting its unique texture, one he had never encountered before, his curiosity piqued. He tugged at it with force, only to find it remarkably resilient. Sun Bu'er chuckled, "Peng Shixiao, that's futile. The material of the treasure map is incredibly tough and impervious to water and fire. I've tested it myself." Thus, Peng Biao relinquished his efforts and carefully unfolded it for a closer inspection. After examining it, he did not speak of anything else but directly inquired, "Where did you obtain this treasure map?" "Ah, it's quite the tale. Yesterday, many external disciples held a clandestine trading event, and among them was a disciple from the Xian Kingdom, who had a vast collection of porcelain to sell. As you know, porcelain from the Xian Kingdom is exquisitely crafted and not sold to other nations, making it highly valuable in the Jiang Kingdom. I exchanged 10 spiritual stones for 200 large porcelain plates. While admiring them last night, I accidentally shattered one, only to discover a hidden layer within the porcelain, concealing the treasure map." Sun Bu'er beamed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "Where did you acquire the spiritual stones, Sun Bu'er? You traded them for porcelain that could only be exchanged for gold and silver. What were you thinking? You're quite the greedy one." Given Sun Bu'er's capabilities, he was not yet qualified for tasks that offered spiritual stone rewards. "The spiritual stones were given to me by the lady," he replied sheepishly. "I've had a peculiar fondness for gold and silver since childhood." Peng Biao was utterly astounded. "Why show me the treasure map? Wouldn't it be better to excavate the treasure yourself? Or you could go with Bei Yuyu." "Peng Shixiang, my strength is rather lacking. Isn't it dangerous?" "There's a saying, where there is treasure, there is danger," Sun Bu'er awkwardly replied. Having obtained the treasure map yesterday, he only approached Peng Biao today, indicating he had indeed contemplated this matter thoroughly. Peng Biao, feeling displeased, retorted, "Sun Bu'er, you truly are a character. You fear danger, yet you think of Bei Yuyu's safety, thus involving me. Do you think I am not afraid of danger?" Sun Bu'er chuckled softly. "Everyone says you, Peng Shixiao, possess formidable physical prowess." Peng Biao found amusement in this. Sun Bu'er seemed quite infatuated with Bei Yuyu. "Are you not concerned that I might monopolize the treasure once discovered? Having spent this much time together, I have complete faith in your character, Peng Shixiang," Sun Bu'er quickly assured. With their conversation reaching this juncture, Peng Biao fell into contemplation. Noticing his silence, Sun Bu'er cautiously asked, "Peng Shixiang, what are you thinking about?" Furrowing his brow, Peng Biao replied, "I'm pondering whether this matter might be a trap." Instantly, Sun Bu'er grew anxious. "Oh no, Peng Shixiang, I've considered that as well. It cannot possibly be a trap. First, the treasure map appears aged, not a forgery. Second, I accidentally shattered 9 more plates afterward, yet none contained a treasure map. If it were a trap, how could the perpetrator know I would break the one with the treasure map?" Upon hearing this, Peng Biao chuckled. Indeed, Sun Bu'er was quite impulsive, yet he acknowledged the validity of his reasoning. "Very well, today you shall tend to the spirit herb garden, and first thing tomorrow, we shall seek out the treasure together." "All right, I'll get to it right away." Buoyed by a newfound sense of purpose, Sun Bu and Apos felt invigorated. Peng Biao stowed the treasure map within his storage pouch, murmuring to himself, "Crimson Stone Ridge." As night descended, Peng Biao settled into a meditative posture upon his bed, his hands weaving intricate mudras. After a moment, he uttered a low incantation. 72 transformations, transform. In a fleeting instant, Peng Biao vanished, replaced by a colossal stone, roughly the size and shape of his former self. After approximately 10 breaths, the stone quivered momentarily before disappearing, and Peng Biao reappeared. About 15 minutes later, Peng Biao once more assumed the hand seals, disappearing once more, this time replaced by a stone no larger than a fist. After 10 breaths, the stone vanished, and Peng Biao materialized once again. Truly, a 9th grade, upper-tier divine ability. He mused, both wondrous and exceedingly difficult to master. At present, I can only transform into inanimate objects like stones, and even then, the transformation lasts but 10 breaths, with a quarter of an hour's respite required before another attempt. Over the past year, Peng Biao had dedicated himself to unraveling the mysteries of the 72 transformations, and now, at last, he had achieved a modicum of success. The path to mastering the 72 transformations was arduous indeed. Currently, Peng Biao could only assume the form of lifeless objects. and even then, his transformations were subject to temporal constraints. Beyond inanimate objects lay the ability to transform into ordinary flora, such as flowers, grasses, and trees. Beyond that lay the ability to transform into ordinary creatures of flesh and blood, followed by mortals, demonic beasts, and immortal cultivators. At the pinnacle of mastery, one could even transform into intangible, odorless gases. If one were to reach such a pinnacle, Ping Biao pondered, a sudden thought igniting in his mind. Could one transform into divine weapons? Could one assassinate at will? However, such feats would have to await his attainment of that distant realm of mastery. The following day, Peng Biao and Sun Bu'er set forth. Sun Bu'er had informed Wen Bu'er of his intention to embark on a journey, and Wen Bu'er, pleased with his diligent performance over the past year, had granted his consent. Crimson Stone Ridge, situated at the border between the Jiang and Xian kingdoms, lay approximately 2,000 miles from the Starry Citadel, renowned for the reddish hue of its upper reaches. It took Ping Biao and Sun Bu'er 4 days to reach Crimson Stone Ridge, arriving as dusk began to settle. They concealed their steeds within a secluded valley before commencing their ascent towards the mountain's summit. Beneath the setting sun, ancient trees towered over Crimson Stone Ridge, their verdant foliage exuding an aura of primeval grandeur. With haste born of dwindling light, the pair pressed onward, finally reaching the summit. "Senior brother Peng, look, an ancient pine," Sun Bu'er exclaimed, pointing towards a towering pine tree, its height exceeding several dozen yards, his face alight with excitement. Peng Biao nodded, concurring, "That must be it." The treasure map indicates that behind the ancient pine lies a cave. By smashing through the innermost stone wall of the cave, we shall find the treasure trove. They made their way towards the ancient pine, and upon approaching it, they indeed found the entrance to a cave, roughly 10 feet in size, concealed behind the massive tree. Exchanging a knowing glance, the two men, their faces etched with anticipation, approached the cave entrance, only to be met by a cacophony of booming sounds emanating from within. Their expressions immediately shifted, apprehension seizing them. "Blast, someone has beaten us to it." The two men approached the entrance, their faces grim. The cave and Appo's interior was shrouded in darkness. Peng Biao peered inside, noting that the cave extended straight inward, terminating at a stone wall a mere 3 or 4 yards away. The stone wall had already been breached, revealing an opening large enough for a single person to pass through. Beyond the opening lay what appeared to be a stone chamber, its floor and walls impeccably smooth. The booming sounds continued unabated. Peng Biao and Sun Bu'er exchanged a resolute glance. Having come this far, they would not return empty-handed. What did it matter if others had arrived before them? They would assess the situation before deciding whether to engage. As the two men prepared to enter the cave, Peng Biao and Appo's gaze sharpened, his attention drawn to an almost imperceptible, translucent thread stretched across the entrance, approximately 3 feet above the ground. The thread was finer than a strand of hair, easily overlooked. Peng Biao leaned in for a closer look, discovering that one end of the thread was connected to a protruding rock, behind which a golden bell was discreetly suspended. "Ingenious, a warning system," Peng Biao remarked. He gestured towards the translucent thread, and Sun Bu and Appo's peered intently, finally discerning the fine strand. A cold sweat broke out on his brow, and he gave Peng Biao a thumbs up. He silently congratulated himself on his good fortune in accompanying Peng Biao. Had he yielded to greed and ventured here alone, he might have met an untimely end, given the commotion within the cave. To avoid alerting those inside, the two men carefully crawled beneath the thread. Once inside the cave, Peng Biao took the lead, meticulously examining their surroundings, while Sun Bu'er clung tightly to Peng Biao's arm, proceeding cautiously to accommodate Sun Bu'er's pace. The 3 or 4 yard long passage seemed to stretch on forever. Sun Bu'er silently lamented his presence, feeling like a burden. Upon reaching the breached stone wall, Peng Biao halted, and Sun Bu and Appo's immediately followed suit. Peng Biao cautiously peered through the opening, revealing a square stone chamber, roughly 15 to 18 feet in size. The floor, ceiling, and walls were all impeccably smooth, clearly the result of artificial construction. In one corner of the chamber, a set of stone steps descended into the depths, from which the booming sounds continued to emanate. Having assessed the situation, Peng Biao pondered for a moment before conjuring a true energy shield, enveloping himself and Sun Bu'er to prevent any inadvertent noise. Peng Biao spoke, "Bu'er, there's a staircase inside leading underground. I'm going to investigate. Wait for me here, and remember, don't wander off." Stay here until I return. Sun Buer nodded repeatedly, cautioning, Senior Brother Peng, be careful. If things become too perilous, don't force yourself. Rest assured. Peng Biao dispelled the true energy shield and carefully entered the stone chamber, proceeding towards the staircase. After a thorough examination, he noticed another fine thread, suspended 2 feet above the ground, several steps down. Peng Biao's reaction was not one of alarm, but rather of delight. While a single thread at the entrance could be interpreted as a mere warning, the presence of a second thread on the staircase suggested that something of great value lay below, prompting such caution. Stepping over the thread, Peng Biao cautiously descended the stairs. The staircase was arranged in a series of switchbacks, each segment consisting of a dozen or so steps, leading deeper and deeper into the earth. Peng Biao continued his descent, eventually spotting an exit ahead. Through the opening, he could discern what appeared to be another stone chamber. The booming sounds continued to reverberate from within. Peng Biao quietly approached the entrance, cautiously peering inside. His eyes fell upon a semicircular, white energy barrier, 10 feet in size, occupying the center of the chamber. The barrier resembled an inverted bowl, firmly affixed to the ground, obscuring its contents. A man and a woman were assailing the barrier, their attacks responsible for the booming sounds. Both were young, the man clad in green, with unremarkable features, wielding a half-length saber with a true energy hand. The woman, adorned in a green dress, possessed a captivating beauty, wielding a 3-foot-long sword with a true energy hand. They are disciples of the Azure Dragon Mountain, and judging by their attack power, they must be at the Qi realm, Peng Biao surmised. The disciples of the prominent immortal sect, Azure Dragon Mountain, were known for their green attire. Peng Biao had encountered some of them during his time as a Black Mountain sect disciple. Junior sister, let us rest for a moment, the man said, ceasing his assault. In another hour, we should be able to breach this small defensive array. Seeing the man stop, the woman followed suit, taking a moment to catch her breath. The man approached her, retrieving a handkerchief from his storage pouch and gently dabbing her fair brow, despite the absence of perspiration. Appreciative of his gesture, the woman reciprocated with a gentle smile, using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his brow. After their affectionate interlude, the woman spoke, Senior Brother. I still cannot believe that Senior Brother Song could be so duplicitous. The man sighed, lamenting, I, too, am surprised. When I, and several other junior brothers explored that ruin, we had agreed that any discoveries would belong to the finder. However, when he and I discovered a treasure map together, he demanded that I hand it over. So you fled to a porcelain workshop and entrusted the treasure map to a mortal artisan? The man nodded, recalling how he had been pursued so relentlessly that he had scarcely any time to examine the treasure map. Reluctant to destroy it, he had ultimately entrusted the map to a craftsman, instructing him to conceal it in a secret location. The woman covered her mouth and laughed, saying, But you did not consider that the craftsman's secret place was, in fact, the inner layers of porcelain. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly, his eyes glinting with meaning. Indeed, it appears that each person's notion of a secret place differs. 3 days later, after managing to shake off Senior Brother Song, he returned to the porcelain workshop. The craftsman, upon seeing him, was filled with trepidation, explaining that after he had stepped away to use the restroom, the master had the entire stock of porcelain transported away to a significant buyer. If I had found myself in such a predicament, I would surely suspect the craftsman of greed, the woman laughed. At that moment, the man felt an overwhelming urge to kill him. But the craftsman hastily claimed he had a photographic memory, having already examined the treasure map before hiding it within the porcelain and even sketched it in front of him. And then, did Senior Brother spare the craftsman? Why return to the sect instead of coming here directly? The woman inquired. A mere mortal who fails in his duties does not deserve to live. As for returning to the sect, I wish to invite my junior sister to join me in the treasure hunt. Invite me? Senior Brother, you have been back at the sect for half a year. Do you require half a year to prepare an invitation? Surely you jest? If you do not speak the truth, I shall be quite upset. The woman feigned anger. The man awkwardly chuckled, trying to lighten the mood, and replied, Please do not be angry, junior sister. Upon receiving the treasure map, I intended to seek the treasure immediately, but unexpectedly discovered that the one surnamed Song was trailing me. With no other choice, I returned to the sect. To my surprise, he remained undeterred, following me for 6 months until his master took him away on a task. It was then I realized the opportunity had come, and I promptly brought you along to search for treasure. Humph, at least you have me in mind, though no one has come to bring me along, she teased. I assure you, my feelings for you are as clear as day. Once we return to the sect, let us wed, shall we? Your thoughts are quite fanciful. Let us discuss marriage after several trials, he replied. But senior brother, our master has stated that you are to marry me in the future. My father was merely intoxicated. His words do not hold weight, she countered. Now enough of this. We should prepare to attack the formation. At that moment, a rumbling sound echoed again. Peng Biao, listening from outside, was surprised to learn that the origin of the treasure map was so convoluted. Sun Buer was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about the treasure map, but after overhearing their conversation, he felt reassured. The rumbling continued, and the protective shield and Apos' brilliance began to wane, eventually becoming riddled with cracks. An hour later, with a decisive strike from the man, a sharp crack resonated as the dimming shield shattered into countless shards of light, vanishing from sight. With the shield gone, the contents within were revealed. A storage bag lay on the ground, surrounded by thick layers of dust. Is that why it took so long to attack? It seems there were a significant number of spirit stones providing energy for the shield. What a pity. He lamented regarding the loss of so many spirit stones. Peng Biao shared his sentiment, realizing the dust was merely residue from the consumed spirit stones, indicating a considerable quantity had been expended. Senior brother, after such a prolonged attack, your vital energy must be severely depleted. Here, take this energy replenishing pill, the woman said with concern, producing a green pill. I'm fine, you should take it instead. I still have another, he insisted. Very well, I appreciate your kindness. He responded with a broad smile as he accepted the pill and prepared to swallow it. Suddenly, he shouted, Who goes there? Peng Biao quickly averted his gaze, growing cautious and wondering, what is happening? I made no noise. How was I discovered? The woman immediately assumed a defensive stance, focusing intently on the entrance. Peng Biao frowned, realizing a battle was imminent and prepared to step forward. Junior sister, it's nothing. Perhaps I have just exhausted my vital energy, causing my vision to blur. The man said to her. Peng Biao, about to take a step, hesitated, cursing under his breath, what in the world? The woman sighed in relief, urging, Since you are so depleted, you should take the energy replenishing pill. Very well, thank you, junior sister, he replied, wearing a gentle smile as he swallowed the pill. The woman also smiled in response. Once he ingested the pill, the man prepared to retrieve the storage bag, but the woman interjected, Senior brother, allow me to do it. The man paused, then smiled. It matters not who retrieves it. He gestured for her to proceed. With a surge of true energy, the woman grasped the storage bag and began to examine it closely. Why do you take so long? What treasures lie within? The man asked, impatience creeping into his voice. The woman suddenly chuckled lightly, dismissively saying, What treasures are there? They are of no concern to you. The man was taken aback, then replied sternly, What do you mean? Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? And if I do? She retorted, Humph, you underestimate me. Though we are both at the mid-stage of the Qi realm, I could defeat you within 10 moves. Hand over the storage bag, and for the sake of our engagement, I shall pretend nothing has transpired. Peng Biao, eavesdropping, was astonished. The couple that had appeared so affectionate had now turned hostile over treasure. How amusing. He resumed his careful watch. As soon as the man's words fell, the woman burst into laughter, exclaiming, 10 moves? An engagement? What are you laughing at? The man sensed something was amiss. I laugh at your audacity. I laugh at your ignorance of the poison coursing through your veins. I laugh at your imminent demise, she declared, her demeanor increasingly brazen. What? He gasped, realizing the energy replenishing pill must have been poisoned. Indeed, did you not suspect? The woman's beautiful visage glowed with triumph. With a thud, the man fell to his knees. Clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in agony as he struggled to ask, Why? Why betray me? If you seek treasure, I can provide it. For over 20 years we have shared our lives. Why? His voice cracked with desperation. Why? Very well, let me enlighten you. Because you stand in the way of my marrying senior brother song. Is that truly the reason? He stammered, incredulity etched on his face. The woman scoffed. Is that reason not sufficient? Senior brother song is handsome and charming, already in the late stage of the Qi realm at just 18, with a promising future ahead. Ask yourself, what do you possess that could compare? Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, he muttered, so the rumors within the sect were true. You have indeed become entangled with him. I was a fool to doubt my peers. The woman derisively replied, Who could blame me for your lack of self-awareness? You are merely a wild child my father brought home. How dare you think you are worthy to be with me? My father must have been blind to promise you my hand. Since you have become an obstacle, do not blame me for being unfeeling. You are the most poisonous of all. A woman's heart, he uttered, his eyes rolling back as he succumbed to death. Huh. You should be grateful I left you with a whole corpse. Had Senior Brother Song arrived, you would have been nothing but a pile of flesh. Oh, I forgot to mention, Senior Brother Song did not leave with his master. He had already informed me of this, and I discreetly left marks on the way here. The woman's laughter rang out, reveling in her triumph. With that, she fell silent, refocusing her attention on the storage bag, her face radiating sheer elation. Peng Biao watched the unfolding drama with a heavy heart, feeling sorrow for the man whose fiancé he had poisoned him in her quest to join another. Women are indeed capricious. From her words, it seems that Brother Song will also be coming here. Boer is still up there. I must act swiftly to avoid complications. Peng Biao circulated his true energy, preparing to strike down the woman. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A flash of blade light suddenly appeared as a man leaped up, brandishing a long knife, lunging at the woman. The two were already in close proximity, and the woman, focused on her storage bag, was utterly unprepared for an attack from a seemingly lifeless body. With a sickening sound, the long knife pierced through her Dantian, shattering it. As her true energy dissipated, her eyes widened in disbelief, her beautiful face reflecting utter shock. The man wore a sinister smile, snatching the storage bag from her grasp before withdrawing the long knife. Blood sprayed forth as the woman collapsed. Why are you unharmed? Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she struggled to comprehend how the man remained unscathed after consuming poison. Wretched woman. I wasted a second-tier detoxifying pill just to reveal your true nature. His words dispelled her confusion. When did you take it? Was it when you called out that someone was coming? The man chuckled coldly. Indeed, if I hadn't diverted your attention, how could I have had the opportunity to consume the antidote beforehand? You are ruthless. Likewise. Did you think I would disregard the rumors circulating in the sect? Did you think I brought you here for what purpose? I led you here to uncover your true self. My father and Brother Song will not let this go. With a swift motion, the man swung his long knife across her neck. Her expression froze, and then her head tilted as her body fell apart. Blood gushed like a fountain, staining the chamber red, her severed head rolling on the ground, eyes wide open, refusing to close. Witnessing the entire scene, Peng Biao felt the complexities of human nature unfold before him. Yet simultaneously, he was enlightened. The transition from affectionate partners to deadly adversaries seemed abrupt, but upon closer inspection, it was inevitable. The man directed his true energy into the storage bag, and then, filled with joy, exclaimed, "My heavens!" Moments later, he realized that Brother Song could arrive at any moment and needed to flee immediately. After securing the storage bag in his bosom, he quickly searched through the woman's belongings, retrieving her long sword before rushing toward the exit. Knowing that Brother Song was on his way, he dared not linger. As he neared the exit, an unsettling feeling washed over him, prompting him to halt a mere 10 feet away, his eyes flickering uneasily. "Brother Song, if you're already here, why do you not show yourself?" he called out. Peng Biao was taken aback, instantly aware that the man sensed something amiss. "Have you felt the danger? It seems he is a seasoned fighter, but alas, I am not your Brother Song." Moments later, seeing no response from the exit, the man cursed himself for being overly cautious. Brother Song could arrive at any moment, and he must not delay. With vigilance, he advanced cautiously toward the exit when suddenly, a flash of a blade shot toward his face. Indeed, someone was lurking in the shadows. Remaining calm under pressure, the man used his long knife as a shield. The flying dagger struck his blade with a clang, sparking a shower of sparks, and in a terrifying instant, pierced through the long knife. A thought flashed through the man's mind. A mid-grade spiritual weapon. Before he could react, the dagger slowed momentarily after penetrating the long knife and shot toward his face again. In this moment of crisis, his mind froze, leaving him unable to evade, but his years of combat experience kicked in. He instinctively tilted his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet felt a searing pain across his face. The dagger grazed his cheek, tearing away a chunk of flesh before embedding itself into the stone wall, creating a dull thud. He silently counted himself fortunate, yet before he could catch his breath, a figure emerged, raising a fist imbued with true energy, aimed directly at his face. Initially startled, he then felt furious. What audacity to attack me barehanded. He swung his long knife toward Peng Biao. To his horror, the opponent reached out with his other hand, gripping the blade's edge with ease, and scathed. The man's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. How could anyone barehandedly block an attack from a low-grade, upper-tier spiritual weapon? He then noticed the fist, now swelling with energy, growing larger. With a resounding thud, Peng Biao's fist struck the man's head, shattering it instantly, his body collapsing like a rag doll. He had not even had the time to activate his protective energy shield before meeting his demise. Much like his confrontation with Lu Meng, Peng Biao dispatched his foe in just 2 moves. However, this man was evidently stronger than Lu Meng. Even with a surprise attack, it still took him 2 moves. Now, regardless of his opponent, all of Peng Biao's strikes targeted the enemy's vital points, simple and brutal in nature, aimed solely at killing swiftly without unnecessary exertion. After slaying the man, Peng Biao shook off the blood from his body, then seized the long knife from the man's hand, discovering 3 storage bags on him. He quickly approached the stone wall, using the long knife to carve a large pit. After retrieving the flying dagger, he stored all spiritual weapons in the storage bags and hurried toward the stone steps. Brother Song, in the late stages of his energy realm, could arrive at any moment. He needed to leave without delay. Upon reaching the upper stone chamber, Peng Biao saw that Sun Bu Er was still standing there, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned and removed the fine threads and a golden bell from the staircase, placing them into his storage bag. Reaching Sun Bu Er's side, before Peng Biao could speak, Sun Bu Er anxiously inquired, "Brother Peng, how was your harvest?" Peng Biao replied swiftly, "I acquired much, but we must discuss it later. Bu Er, we need to leave at once." "All right, let us hurry back to the sect." The two hastened towards the cave's exit. However, just as they were about to exit, several red beams suddenly shot toward them. Peng Biao and Sun Bu Er were taken aback, not anticipating an ambush. With no cover in the cave, the red beams raced toward them. Sun Bu Er, leading the way, had no time to react before a red beam struck his abdomen, causing him to cry out and collapse. After piercing through Sun Bu Er, the beam struck the ground with a resounding explosion, sending debris flying and creating a massive crater. The power of the red beam was evident. "Bu Er!" Peng Biao shouted, rushing to lift Sun Bu Er, and turned back towards the stone chamber. Yet, the red beams pursued with uncanny accuracy, and with a swift whoosh, one struck Peng Biao's back, exploding with a thunderous blast, causing him to lurch forward, nearly losing his balance. Looking at his back, he saw his clothes torn and a half-finger-deep, inch-wide crater marred his flesh, blood pouring forth. "Damn it! It's a mid-grade spiritual weapon," Peng Biao roared in anger. Moments later, 2 more red beams shot toward him, creating 2 additional craters on his back, forcing him to spit blood. As rocks crumbled around him, Peng Biao finally reached the stone chamber. The short distance had cost him dearly, highlighting the power of the mid-grade spiritual weapon. Inside the chamber, Peng Biao embraced Sun Bu Er, looking down at him. A gaping hole the size of a bowl had formed in Sun Bu Er's abdomen, blood oozing continuously, flickering life rapidly fading from his eyes. "Bu Er, you must hold on. Please hold on." Peng Biao poured his true energy desperately into Sun Bu Er, yet it failed to stem the tide of his life ebbing away. "Brother Peng, I can't hold on anymore. Do not waste your true energy," Sun Bu Er gasped painfully. Tears streamed from Peng Biao's fierce eyes as he continued to channel his energy into Sun Bu Er, unwilling to accept the impending loss. As Sun Bu Er slowly reached into his bosom, he trembled as he extracted a storage bag. "Brother Peng, within this are treasures of gold, silver, and porcelain. After my demise, please, assist me in delivering them to the city of Qinghua, south of the city, to my sister's home, Sun Yun. I also have a mother who is physically impaired. Please do not deliver it incorrectly. I promise you," Peng Biao responded, his grip tightening around the storage bag, tears streaming down his face, blurring his vision. At that moment, Peng Biao finally comprehended why Sun Bu Er was so avaricious, so enamored with precious metals. It was not merely a natural proclivity for wealth, as he claimed, but rather a profound desire to secure a better life for his mother and sister. For his family, he could embrace greed, spending precious spirit stones solely to acquire valuable porcelain. Sun Bu Er exhibited numerous traits: greed, righteousness, caution, and prudence, but beneath these characteristics lay a heart imbued with filial piety. Despite his low cultivation level, he was filled with the warmth of humanity, contrasting sharply with the cold detachment often found among cultivators. "Brother Peng, in the end, please tell the young lady that I have feelings for her. I am timid, but if I do not express it now, I may lose my chance." Peng Biao nodded vigorously, overcome with sorrow. Very well. Sun Bu'er managed a bloodstained smile before life slipped away from him, departing with a serene expression. Peng Biao clutched Sun Bu'er's lifeless body, weeping profusely, and then shouted furiously at the exit of the stone chamber. Who are you? Show yourself. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. A faint voice echoed in the cave. Peng Biao instantly recognized the voice. Su Yuanlin, why are you targeting me? What have the others done to you? He realized that Su Yuan must have noticed them the moment he and Sun Bu'er left the sect. With a handful of spirit stones, Su could easily monitor his movements through the outer disciples. Peng Biao was engulfed in deep remorse, pondering why he had not been more vigilant, why he had not observed if anyone was following him. Perhaps if he had been cautious, Sun Bu'er would still be alive. Peng Biao, are you in pain? Do not forget, my junior brother perished because of you. Peng Biao fell silent, understanding that their fates were now intertwined, and further words would serve no purpose. Gathering his true energy, he began to mend his injuries. His formidable physique, coupled with the aid of true energy, allowed his wounds to heal and his blood flow to staunch. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reverberated from the ceiling of the stone chamber as debris began to rain down. The cave was situated atop a mountain, and the rock layers above were not particularly thick. Seeing that Peng Biao was reluctant to show himself, Su Yuanlin decided to attack the summit, intent on entombing him alive. The reason for not assaulting the cave directly was simple. Su Yuanlin was not foolish. He understood Peng Biao's physical prowess and would avoid a direct confrontation in such a confined space unless absolutely necessary. As rocks continued to fall, Peng Biao feared for Sun Bu'er's body and quickly stowed it in the storage bag. While the bag could not contain living beings, it could certainly hold a corpse. Just then, a large boulder crashed down, hurtling towards Peng Biao. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a long knife, obtained from a disciple of Wulong Mountain, and sliced the boulder cleanly in two. I must escape quickly, or I shall truly be buried alive. Yet, before he could act, another thunderous crash occurred as a massive boulder fell, sealing the exit, followed by a cascade of stones that completely obstructed the way out. With no other options, Peng Biao sprinted towards the stone stairs. Outside, suspended high above the mountaintop, Su Yuanlin wielded a large red bow, a pair of wings fluttering behind him, granting him the ability to hover in the air. The wings resembled those of a great eagle, composed entirely of gray true energy, and when unfurled, spanned a considerable width, with feathers that shimmered in the wind as if alive. Clearly, this was a form of supernatural ability rather than a mere application of true energy. The bow, forged from an unknown metal, radiated a brilliant crimson hue and boasted a graceful arc, its string also red but lacking any arrows. With a slight pull on the bowstring, a flash of red light materialized, and as he released it, the arrow zipped forth with incredible speed, generating a deafening sound as it pierced the air, creating a deep crater atop the mountain. Su Yuanlin exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, both the eagle's wings and the fiery bow are immensely taxing on my true energy. Prolonged use is indeed exhausting. He surveyed the now collapsed mountaintop, knowing that Peng Biao had not perished, though it was merely an instinct. After waiting for a considerable time, with no sign of Peng Biao, Su Yuanlin soared to a gnarled pine tree, landing on a sturdy branch, and dismissed his wings. As time passed, an hour slipped by. Yet Peng Biao remained absent. Su Yuanlin furrowed his brow, puzzled by Peng Biao's intentions. However, he possessed patience. If Peng Biao wished to endure, he would match him in endurance. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from the deep crater, and amidst the tumbling stones, a bloodied figure emerged. Wielding a long knife, none other than Peng Biao. His injuries had fully healed, his breath strong, flesh regrowing without a trace of scarring. Upon his emergence, a layer of true energy enveloped him, and his gaze swept the surroundings in search of Su Yuanlin. Noticing this, Su Yuanlin and Appo's eyes narrowed. The depth of Peng Biao's true energy suggested he had broken through to the mid-stage of Qi realm. He knew he could not let this young man escape. A surge of murderous intent coursed through Su Yuanlin, tinged with fear. Those who could break through in the heat of battle were exceptional talents. He recalled that merely over a year ago, Peng Biao had just entered the initial stage of Qi realm. Such rapid progression and formidable aptitude demanded that he find a way to eliminate this threat. Should he be given time to grow, the tables could easily turn. Su Yuanlin had no regrets about crossing paths with Peng Biao. His close ties with Lu Ming ensured he would seek vengeance. Perhaps sensing the impending danger, Peng Biao looked up, his gaze piercing as he spotted Su Yuanlin perched on the branch. "Su Yuanlin, you shall perish," he bellowed, extending two massive hands of true energy, gripping his long knife and striking down towards the ancient pine tree. With ease, the knife sliced through the tree, and with a powerful strike from the other hand, the ancient pine trembled, creaking as it leaned and finally toppled to the ground, crashing into numerous surrounding trees. At that moment, a figure soared into the air, and shortly thereafter, another red light shot towards Peng Biao. He quickly dodged aside, a loud crash echoing as a large crater formed where he had stood, rocks obliterated. Looking up at Su Yuanlin, who now spread his wings in flight, Peng Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. He possessed the ability to fly. No wonder he had sensed no one following him. "Huh, Peng Biao, so what if you have broken through to the mid-stage of Qi realm? Today marks your demise. You boast a robust physique, yet I choose not to engage you on the ground." Su Yuanlin laughed heartily, drawing back his bowstring once more, unleashing another crimson beam. Despicable. Peng Biao swiftly dodged, immediately breaking into a run, making it impossible for Su Yuanlin to aim. Against such long-range attacks, Peng Biao found himself helpless, forced to evade continuously. "Humph, childish, this is merely leveraging one's strengths." Faced with Peng Biao's evasive maneuvers, Su Yuanlin frowned. Peng Biao possessed rich combat experience and had quickly devised a countermeasure. The speed of the crimson beams was astonishing. Once fired, the opponent had little time to evade. However, Su Yuanlin's inability to aim changed the equation. "Damn it. At this rate, killing him will be a challenge." Su Yuanlin cursed internally, unleashing a barrage of crimson beams, all of which Peng Biao managed to evade. After a series of dodges, Peng Biao dashed towards the base of the mountain, rapidly seeking the cover of trees while frequently glancing upwards, wary of Su Yuanlin's attacks. He had to escape. He could not allow Peng Biao to return to the sect. Su Yuanlin grew anxious. Individuals like Peng Biao would only grow stronger if given time. Su Yuanlin brandished a green elixir, swallowed it, and then drew his bow with great force, 3 crimson beams appearing in a straight line. He released them simultaneously, directing the trio of beams toward Peng Biao. Upon witnessing this, Peng Biao and Appo's heart sank. He had not anticipated this tactic, realizing that this was no ordinary mid-grade spiritual weapon. The 3 crimson beams shot toward him. Peng Biao swiftly dodged the first 2, but the third struck him in the back, causing him to stumble forward and roll down. Su Yuanlin rejoiced and drew his bow again, summoning 3 more crimson beams. However, his line of sight was obstructed by a dense thicket, leaving him no choice but to release the bowstring. Peng Biao, hidden beneath a large tree, gasped for breath. This passive evasion would only lead to being beaten down. Retaliation seemed impossible, let alone the prospect of killing Su Yuanlin. It was just Su Yuanlin who desired Peng Biao's demise. The enmity between them had already escalated to a point of no return. The elixir he had consumed must have been a vitality-restoring pill, suggesting that employing such aerial techniques and spiritual weapons was exceptionally draining on his true energy. However, he wondered how many more vitality pills Peng Biao possessed. Rapidly considering various strategies, he dismissed them all. As long as Su Yuanlin remained airborne, he had no means to counter him. Surveying the terrain, Peng Biao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he spotted a cave 1,000 feet away, but the area before it was open, stretching 100 feet wide. It was a gamble. A determined glint flashed in Peng Biao's eyes as he sprang toward the open ground. Meanwhile, in the air, Su Yuanlin, having consumed another vitality pill, suddenly spotted Peng Biao racing toward the cave without losing speed. Attempting to enter the cave, in his dreams, Su Yuanlin drew his bowstring again, releasing 3 crimson beams in rapid succession. Peng Biao evaded the first 2 beams, but was struck in the arm by the third, blood cascading down. Su Yuanlin quickly launched another trio of beams, and in his frantic dodging, Peng Biao was hit in the right leg, causing his speed to diminish. At this point, he was merely 10 feet away from the cave. Su Yuanlin drew his bowstring once more, releasing 3 crimson beams, but his body suddenly sank, prompting him to hastily pop another vitality pill into his mouth to halt his descent. The 3 beams struck Peng Biao, one hitting his left leg, another piercing his back, and the last striking his neck. The neck wound was particularly grievous, tearing apart flesh and sending blood gushing forth. Injured by 3 attacks, Peng Biao collapsed at the cave entrance, lying motionless on the ground. "Haha, let us see you escape now." Su Yuanlin laughed heartily, drawing his bowstring again. this time summoning only a single crimson beam. Peng Biao appeared gravely wounded and unable to dodge. There was no need to waste more true energy. Aiming for Peng Biao and Appo's head, Su Yuanlin released the bowstring, and the crimson beam shot forth in an instant. Just as Su Yuanlin let go, Peng Biao executed a timely roll, narrowly avoiding the attack. As dust and debris flew, Peng Biao struggled to crawl toward the cave entrance. Su Yuanlin was taken aback, preparing to launch another crimson beam, but he saw Peng Biao, unsteadily using hands and feet, crawl into the cave. Damn it! His physical resilience is astonishing. A typical mid-stage Qi practitioner would and Appo's withstand the force of my arrow. Su Yuanlin and Appo's expression soured as he landed in the open area, retracting his true energy wings. His eyes filled with determination as he observed the bloodied footprints leading into the cave, hesitating. This was not the mountaintop. Even if he forcefully shattered the cave entrance, it would likely not collapse the interior, instead granting Peng Biao time to heal. What to do? To enter or not to enter? Su Yuanlin's eyes displayed his distress. Given Peng Biao and Appo's formidable physique, as long as he was not dead, he would surely recover if granted time. To enter would be to eliminate the root, yet to leave would allow it to regrow. With Peng Biao currently gravely injured, this was indeed an opportune moment to strike. Su Yuanlin's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he enveloped himself in true energy, revealing only his eyes while wielding a longbow, cautiously stepping into the cave. The cave extended about 2 yards deep, littered with stones of various sizes, devoid of any hiding spots. 2 yards in, the cave took a right turn. Su Yuanlin scrutinized the blood-stained footprints that vanished around the bend, his vigilance intensifying. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, igniting an inexplicable agitation within him. Approaching the turn, a sudden jingling sound startled him, and he quickly recoiled. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a transparent thread connected to a bell. He had even set a warning bell. Did he think he could evade an ambush? He underestimated Su Yuanlin. With a thought, 2 large hands of true energy emerged from Su Yuanlin's form, probing around the right corner, but finding no one concealed behind it. Hastily, he approached the bend, only to realize that the cave continued straight, with the blood-stained footprints extending far beyond his sight. He exhaled in relief, promptly positioning his longbow in front of him, cautiously advancing. At that moment, a fist-sized stone behind Su Yuanlin vanished, and Peng Biao suddenly appeared, producing a flying dagger that sliced towards Su Yuanlin's neck with lightning speed. Su Yuanlin sensed the disturbance behind him and was filled with horror. He could not fathom how Peng Biao had managed to appear behind him so suddenly, as though he had materialized in an instant. His focus was entirely on what lay ahead, leaving him unsuspecting of an ambush from behind. The outcome was inevitable. With a flash of the blade in Peng Biao's hand, the true energy barely impeded its path, and with a swift motion, it struck. Su Yuanlin's body stiffened. His true energy dissipated, and his head fell with a thud, a fountain of blood erupting and staining the cave ceiling crimson. As Su Yuanlin collapsed, a hint of relief crossed Peng Biao's tense face. To lure Su Yuanlin into the cave, he had willingly allowed himself to be gravely wounded, gambling on Su Yuanlin's resolve to kill him. Fortunately, Peng Biao had won that gamble. With his transformative abilities and a surprise attack, Su Yuanlin was successfully eliminated. Having resolved his determination, Peng Biao had already contemplated the worst-case scenario, being trapped in the cave with Su Yuanlin blocking the entrance. In such a situation, Peng Biao had his own countermeasures. He would heal before exiting, at which point the situation would revert to its initial state. Thus, regardless of whether he won or lost the gamble, Peng Biao would not find himself in a dire predicament. The duel appeared to favor Su Yuanlin. Yet it was a futile endeavor akin to a dog biting a hedgehog, unable to harm Peng Biao. This was the terror of physical cultivation. Peng Biao rummaged through Su Yuanlin's storage pouch, retrieving his crimson longbow, and sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling his energy to heal. He bore 6 wounds, 1 on his arm, 2 on his back, 1 on each leg, and 1 on his neck, the latter being the most severe, nearly severing half of it. Now, all wounds have ceased to bleed, and under the circulation of Peng Biao and Appo's vital energy, the wounds gradually sprout granulation tissue. Peng Biao cannot help but marvel at his good fortune, possessing a 9th-grade body refinement technique and a tenfold Dantian. Otherwise, faced with such a predicament today, he would likely have perished long ago. Su Yuanlin, with his flight ability and mid-grade spiritual weapon, has actually reached the level of the Yuan realm in terms of true strength. To kill him would indeed be a stroke of luck. Having once been in the mid-Yuan realm, Peng Biao is well aware of the combat prowess of cultivators at that level. His vital energy has been depleted by 30%, equivalent to the consumption of 3 cultivators of the same realm. Were it not for his tenfold Dantian, he would have been utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Just as Peng Biao reflects on the gains and losses of this battle while channeling his energy, a sudden ringing sound pierces the air. Oh no, someone else is coming. With a sudden burst of energy, Peng Biao leaps up and swiftly retreats while grasping his longbow. However, the newcomer is quicker. A black spear streaks towards Peng Biao and Apos' chest like a bolt of lightning. In a moment of desperation, Peng Biao uses the body of the bow to forcefully push down the spear, yet he is utterly exhausted from the previous battle and cannot overpower the spear. The spear is forced down slightly, but continues to lunge towards him. With a sickening thud, it pierces his abdomen, followed by a violent explosion of the vital energy coursing through the spear. With a thunderous boom, flesh and blood scatter as a fist-sized hole erupts in Peng Biao and Apos' abdomen, severing even his intestines. He spits out a mouthful of blood. Gravely injured, Peng Biao grits his teeth, using his great bow to press against the spear and hurriedly retreats, breaking free from its grasp. The newcomer lets out a soft exclamation. Seeing that Peng Biao is about to escape the range of attack, the newcomer cannot allow it. A gust of wind rushes in as a square shield crashes towards him. The shield knocks his bow back before forcefully colliding with Peng Biao and Apos' entire body. Unable to withstand the impact, he spits out another mouthful of blood and is sent flying over 10 feet, crashing to the ground with a thud. Paying no heed to his injuries, Peng Biao scrambles to his feet and observes that he is in an underground space approximately 20 feet in size. The newcomer strides forward, and Peng Biao dares not confront him, quickly creating distance. A mid-stage Qi realm cultivator, heavily injured, could actually kill an unscathed late-stage Qi realm cultivator. Truly astonishing. I am impressed. A youthful voice exclaims. Peng Biao focuses his gaze and sees a young man clad in green, with a handsome face, red lips, and white teeth. In his left hand, he wields a half-height black shield, while his right hand grips a spear over a yard long. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Peng Biao demands, though he has already formed a suspicion in his heart. The young man chuckles lightly. I am Song Qingshu of Wulong Mountain. It is a pleasure to meet a fellow cultivator of the Xingqian sect. As for who you are, it is unnecessary to mention. I have no interest in knowing the name of a dead man. Arrogant fool, Peng Biao retorts, while inwardly acknowledging, as expected, he is that senior brother Song. Song Qingshu observes Peng Biao, who is tightly clutching his abdomen, blood still flowing uncontrollably. He does not rush to attack, but thinks to himself, dragging this out is advantageous. This fellow will surely lose his fighting capability due to excessive blood loss. Since the beginning of your battle, I have been secretly observing. I must say, your combat was quite splendid. However, I did not anticipate you would emerge victorious. Song Qingshu muses with a click of his tongue. Humph. Peng Biao coldly replies, wishing for time to drag on even longer, as his vital energy is mending his wounds and his body is recovering. Only when you took a spear from me did I realize how formidable your physique is. Engaging in close combat with someone like you is remarkably foolish. Knowing this, do you still dare to enter the cave? Ha ha ha, how coincidental. Close combat is what I, Song Qingshu, fear the least. Song Qingshu laughs heartily, exuding arrogance. Confidence is one thing, but hubris can often lead to a dire fate. At this moment, the bleeding has stopped, and granulation tissue begins to grow slowly. Confidence or arrogance? A dying man has no right to judge. Let me ask you, did you kill my junior brothers and sisters? And if I did? Song Qingshu smirks. Isn't your junior brother also your rival in love? Wouldn't it be better for me to eliminate him? Rival in love? No, 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 you are mistaken. That woman is merely a tool for my use. She came to me like a lovesick fool, and I had no choice but to accept her. Oh, is that so? I see she seems quite infatuated with you. And what of it? A woman who cannot even bear to let her fiancé touch her so easily offers herself to me. Such a fickle woman is not worthy of my interest. I merely toy with her. Song Qingshu's expression is one of disdain. I did not expect you to be someone so emotionally driven. Of course. Why are you still unscathed? Are you toying with me? Song Qingshu finally realizes Peng Biao's ruse. Toying with you? What of it? Peng Biao releases his hand, and at this moment, no blood flows from the wound. Song Qingshu's gaze sharpens as he exclaims, "Then I shall take matters into my own hands and send you to the afterlife." With that, he channels his vital energy into a massive hand holding the spear, lunging towards Ping Biao. Instead of retreating, Ping Biao charges forward, colliding with Song Qishu. As the spear comes at him, Peng Biao deftly uses his bow to deflect it, easily evading the attack. "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are merely a silver-shelled, wax-headed spear." In genuine combat among cultivators, such crude applications of vital energy are utterly ineffective. Dodging the massive hand of vital energy, Peng Biao closes the distance, arriving before Song Qingshu. Ignoring the rapidly approaching spear behind him, he swings his great bow like a staff, aiming for Song Qingshu's head. At that moment, a sinister smile crosses Song Qingshu's face. Suddenly, the shield in his hand emits a faint black light, surrounding him like a protective barrier. As Song Qishu grins wickedly, Ping Biao realizes the danger but is already committed to his attack. The great bow strikes the black light with full force, creating ripples that quickly return to their original form. "Damn it, another mid-grade spiritual weapon. How infuriating," Ping Biao curses inwardly. However, at this moment, the spear has reached his back, and with no way to evade, he can only exert all his strength to prevent a fatal strike. The black light flashes again, followed by a sickening sound as the spear pierces Peng Biao's left shoulder, the ensuing explosion of vital energy scattering flesh and bone. Pain etched on his face, Peng Biao feels all his wounds reopen, blood gushing forth. Yet, it is not over. With a whoosh, Song Qingshu's shield comes crashing down upon Peng Biao's head. Gritting his teeth, Peng Biao raises his great bow to block the blow. Thud. Peng Biao is sent flying into the tunnel, blood pouring from him, having sustained internal injuries from the shield's impact. Struggling to rise, Peng Biao howls at the sky, then abruptly turns and flees. Song Qingshu is momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Peng Biao to escape, but then a flicker of anger crosses his face as he gives chase. Peng Biao quickly exits the cave and races down the mountain. Fighting is futile, and only a fool would not flee. However, due to injuries to his legs, his speed has significantly decreased, and he is soon caught up by Song Qingshu, who closes the distance to just over 20 feet. Desperation fills Peng Biao. In his current state, if caught, it would surely spell his doom. "I cannot die. I still need to seek revenge on Qin Ruoshui," he thinks frantically. Then, an idea strikes him, his great bow. Peng Biao quickly channels his vital energy into the bow, erasing Su Yuanlin's mark. The bow absorbs the blood already splattered on its surface. Once it recognizes its master, he can wield it. As he runs, he draws back the great bow, feeling his vital energy surge continuously into it. Resolutely, he thinks, "I have an abundance of vital energy. Let it absorb as much as it desires." Moments later, a low hum resonates as the great bow completes its absorption. Upon observing the great bow, an arrow had been formed, its entirety of vivid crimson, resembling a tangible object, thick as an arm and extending 8 to 9 feet in length. Initially in pursuit of Peng Biao, Song Qingshu sensed something amiss and hastily halted. However, as Peng Biao leaped forward, he abruptly turned in midair, drawing the bowstring taut. The bow resembled a full moon, and the arrow, akin to a spear, was aimed squarely at Song Qingshu, released with all his might. As the crimson arrow shot forth, Peng Biao landed, gasping for breath. This single shot consumed a full 30% of his vital energy. The arrow flew like a streak of red lightning, swiftly heading towards Song Qingshu. Terrified, Song Qingshu realized the arrow's speed was insurmountable. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his shield, which emanated a dark light, enveloping him. With his heart momentarily calmed, he braced for impact. When the arrow met the shield, it collided with a force akin to a thunderous crash. A crack resounded as the black light was pierced, creating a fist-sized hole, while the arrow continued unabated towards Song Qingshu. In his horrified gaze, the arrow struck his left shoulder. A visceral explosion erupted from his shoulder, flesh and bone scattering, causing his left arm, along with the shield, to plummet to the ground. The crimson arrow then effortlessly traversed another layer of black light, embedding itself into a stone wall behind Song Qingshu, leaving behind a gaping, bottomless hole. Subsequently, the ground reverberated with a thunderous boom. As if the heavens had unleashed a muffled thunderclap, the stone wall within a Tenjong radius instantly cracked, fissures spreading like fingers. Peng Biao stared in shock at the aftermath of his strike, muttering to himself, a mid-grade spirit artifact possesses such formidable power. Song Qingshu, equally astonished, soon felt the piercing pain and frantically channeled his vital energy into his wound, fleeing in a panic, abandoning his shield. Observing this, Peng Biao's expression darkened. He could not allow Song Qingshu to escape. Although pursuit was futile, he could resort to the great bow. Gritting his teeth, he drew the bow again. His vital energy rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, he was completely drained. A long, spear-like crimson arrow materialized once more. With a pallid complexion, Peng Biao aimed at the fleeing Song Qingshu amidst the trees and released the arrow with an indifferent expression. In that very moment, Song Qingshu leapt from a height, vanishing from Peng Biao's sight. A jolt of panic surged through Peng Biao. He had missed. Yet, the crimson arrow surprised him again, twisting sharply, pursuing Song Qingshu before disappearing from view. Moments later, a deafening explosion echoed. Peng Biao stood dumbfounded, murmuring, after locking onto a target, it can still curve. Approaching the scene, he retrieved the shield from the ground, stowing both the shield and the great bow into his storage pouch, and made his way towards Song Qingshu's direction with great difficulty. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a headless corpse sprawled against the rocks, blood pooling into the fissured earth. Song Qingshu was dead. Peng Biao jumped down, the height nearly causing him to stumble. He too had reached the limits of his strength. After a series of fierce battles and multiple injuries, he had exhausted his physical essence and vital energy. Even someone as formidable as Peng Biao had to concede that this was the most perilous battle of his life. His condition was dire. A mere Qi realm cultivator could easily overpower him. After collecting Song Qingshu's spear and storage pouch, Peng Biao, aware that the previous skirmishes had created considerable noise, dared not linger, wobbling down the mountain. As he moved, blood seeped from his wounds, and his vision blurred. Eventually, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Even in unconsciousness, although lacking the restoration of vital energy, his wounds continued to heal slowly. Time passed, and eventually, he regained a semblance of awareness, hearing voices nearby. It has been 3 days, and he still hasn't awakened? A hoarse male voice inquired. The voice continued. His body is battered beyond recognition, yet he possesses numerous storage pouches. Surely they must be taken from others. Let us see what treasures lie within. All right. No need to inspect, another voice replied. I will heed your words. Peng Biao, intrigued, realized the first speaker was conversing with another who remained silent. Feeling his vital energy depleted, he shifted his focus inward, beginning to circulate his cultivation method to absorb spiritual energy. In this uncertain situation, restoring his strength was paramount. By now, he had grown accustomed to the pain inflicted by his practice of the body dominance technique. It was precisely this endurance that allowed him to combat Su Yuanlin and Song Qingshu even while grievously wounded. With the influence of bronze, an influx of spiritual energy surged into his Dantian, and after a brief moment, he regained a modicum of vital energy. At this point, aside from lingering pain in his abdomen and shoulder, the rest of his body had returned to normal. By channeling vital energy to these two areas, his wounds began to heal at a quicker pace. After a considerable time, Peng Biao sensed that his injuries had fully mended and his vital energy had largely restored, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him lay smooth, dark rock. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was in a stone chamber, reclined upon a simple bed. The chamber was approximately 10 feet in size, with a flat floor and smooth walls. A rudimentary wooden table stood at the head of the bed, upon which rested an oil lamp. The one who had spoken earlier had departed without his notice. Looking down at himself, he saw that he was still clad in tattered garments, smeared with dirt and dried blood. Hastily, he checked his pockets, relieved to find all 8 storage pouches intact. Clearly, his belongings had not been disturbed. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Peng Biao rose and began to inspect the spoils of battle. First, he examined the storage pouches of the 2 inner disciples from Wulong Mountain. Aside from a long knife and a sharp sword, both low-grade upper-tier spirit artifacts, they possessed 500 spirit stones and 4 mid-grade lower-tier spirit artifacts. A modest fortune, he mused. Next, he opened Su Yuanlin and Appo's storage pouch, his face lighting up with joy. This senior brother was indeed a benefactor. In addition to the mid-grade middle-tier spirit bow, he had 1,000 spirit stones, 3 low-grade upper-tier spirit artifacts, and a flying technique. Eagle feather wings. With a flourish, a small booklet appeared in his hand, and he eagerly began to peruse it. A second-grade upper-tier technique. What a windfall. he exclaimed. With this flying technique, there would be no need to endure arduous journeys on horseback in the future. After stowing the booklet, Peng Biao turned to inspect Song Qingshu's storage pouch, noting the latter's meager possessions: 3 low-grade mid-tier spirit artifacts and 500 spirit stones. As fellow late-stage Qi realm cultivators, how could there be such a disparity with Su Yuanlin? However, recalling that Song Qingshu also possessed a mid-grade lower-tier shield and a low-grade upper-tier spear, Peng Biao found some balance in his assessment. Strictly speaking, both Su Yuanlin and Song Qingshu could be considered wealthy among Qi realm cultivators, for typically, only Yuan realm cultivators wield mid-grade spirit artifacts, and some impoverished early-stage Yuan realm cultivators still relied on low-grade spirit artifacts. Thus, Peng Biao had acquired 7 low-grade mid-tier spirit artifacts, 6 low-grade upper-tier spirit artifacts, 1 mid-grade lower-tier spirit artifact, 1 mid-grade middle-tier spirit artifact, and a total of 2,000 spirit stones, along with a second-grade upper-tier technique. Such bountiful rewards made the pain of his injuries worthwhile. Subsequently, Peng Biao resolved to investigate the storage pouches found within the underground chamber. Upon channeling vital energy into the pouches, his eyes widened in astonishment and delight. Heavens! 10,000 spirit stones, an alchemy furnace, and 3 medicinal formulas, with the pouch itself spanning 10 feet. Peng Biao was overcome with excitement. While 10,000 spirit stones were impressive, the true boon lay in the alchemy furnace and formulas. With the right materials and ample practice, he could genuinely become an alchemist. The apothecary, an enigmatic realm, is about to unveil its doors to Peng Biao. With a sweeping gesture, a half-shang-tall crimson cauldron materializes before him. Supported by 3 legs and adorned with 2 ears, its belly round and its surface intricately carved with a myriad of flora and fauna, exuding an air of antiquity. Peng Biao extends his hand, gently caressing the cauldron, this mid-grade superior spiritual artifact, which shall accompany him on his journey as an apothecary. He then retrieves 3 scrolls inscribed with medicinal formulas and examines them closely. The blood restoration pill, a second-tier elixir, can instantaneously heal severe injuries. The youth preservation pill, also a second-tier elixir, grants everlasting youth, a remedy he has personally consumed. The Yuan advancement pill, another second-tier elixir, offers a chance to break through to the Yuan realm at the peak of the Qi realm. This is precisely what he needs. Among the 3 formulas, the Yuan advancement pill is the most precious, followed by the blood restoration pill, while the youth preservation pill holds little value for Peng Biao, being the easiest to concoct, requiring merely 2 ingredients. Having thoroughly inspected his spoils, Peng Biao bloodbinds a Tianzhong storage pouch, placing all items within. He then takes out another storage pouch, this one belonging to Sun Buer. After a moment of contemplation, he erases Sun Buer's mark and discovers it filled with gold, silver, jewelry, and exquisitely crafted porcelain plates the size of human heads. Aside from the token of the starry sect, there are no spirit stones or any artifacts of a cultivator. Placing the storage pouch on the bed, Peng Biao purses his lips, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes, before lifting his gaze and closing his eyes tightly. At this moment, he reflects deeply, not only on Sun Buer's actions, but also on the humanity that resides within him, a heart of fiery innocence hidden beneath a facade of greed. At that instant, the door creaks open. A stunning woman enters, clad in azure, appearing to be in her late teens. Her hair cascades freely, her skin radiant and delicate, her lips a soft pink, and her eyes twinkling like stars. Peng Biao opens his eyes in astonishment, not expecting to encounter such beauty in this place. He silently compares her to Qin Ruoshui and Bei Yuyu and finds her beauty to be on par with theirs. Upon noticing that Peng Biao has awakened and is seated on the bed, the woman reveals a charming smile and quickly turns to leave. Shortly thereafter, she returns accompanied by a tall, robust man. The man has short hair, a simple and honest appearance, and a slightly dark complexion. He shares a resemblance with the woman, suggesting a familial bond. Peng Biao surmises they are the same individuals he overheard earlier, likely siblings. Brother, it and Amp. Oppos, it's good to see you awake. You have been unconscious for 3 whole days. The robust man greets him first, his voice gravelly yet warm, exuding a spirit of camaraderie. The woman stands by, smiling silently. Peng Biao responds, I am deeply grateful to both of you for your rescue. May I ask your names? The man, introducing himself, declares, I am Shui Yong, and this is my sister Shui Ro. 3 nights ago, we heard a tremendous noise from Chishi Ridge and came to investigate. only to find you lying unconscious on the ground. Shui brother, where are we? This is still Chishi Ridge, several dozen miles from where you collapsed. What do you go by? I am Peng Biao, a disciple of the inner sect of the Starry Sect. Ah, a senior from the Starry Sect. Please forgive our rudeness. Both Shui Yong and Shui Ro quickly bow their heads, unable to meet Peng Biao's gaze. Peng Biao hastily replies, what are you two doing? I owe you my life. There is no need to be so formal. Senior, in the cultivation world, one must not disregard hierarchy, Shui Yong insists. He has witnessed many loose cultivators suffer due to neglecting etiquette, leading to retribution from narrow-minded seniors. Lower-tier cultivators, especially loose ones, place great importance on propriety. Seeing Shui Yong's steadfastness, Peng Biao concedes. An awkward silence envelopes them, prompting Peng Biao to break the tension. I, Peng Biao, am clear about debts of gratitude. You saved my life, and I must repay you. What do you desire? Upon hearing this, Shui Yong and Shui Ro exchange glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Shui Yong boldly states, if possible, we hope you could bestow upon us a cultivation technique. Peng Biao furrows his brow. He has not come across many techniques himself. The body Ju is certainly not to be shared, leaving only Luohan Dao and Xian Yuan Gong. The Xian Yuan Gong is a third-tier qi cultivation technique he acquired through Zhang Bufan's connections in the Heishan sect. Those sect rules prohibit sharing techniques. This primarily applies to disciples within the sect. If a disciple wishes to share with outsiders, it is nearly impossible to prevent. Thus, when Peng Biao triumphed over Lu Meng, and it was revealed he practiced Luan Dao, the elder overseeing the decisive battle had been in a rush to secure the original and all copies of Luohan Dao. I possess a third-tier body cultivation technique and a third-tier qi cultivation technique. Which would you prefer to learn? Senior, third-tier techniques are exceedingly precious. We would be content with a first-tier technique, Shui Yong replies, despite the yearning gleaming in his eyes. He is aware of his limitations and believes one should not be overly greedy. Shui Ro nods vigorously, her sincerity radiating a playful charm. I only have third-tier techniques. If you do not wish to learn, then that is that. Very well. Thank you, Senior. Shui Yong ultimately chooses Luohan Dao, while Shui Ro opts for Xian Yuan Gong. Peng Biao instructs them to fetch paper and ink, transcribing the two techniques. It is then he learns that Shui Ro is naturally mute. The siblings, having received the techniques, are filled with exhilaration, prompting Peng Biao to encourage them to practice. Eagerly, they sit down to cultivate, soon generating a small amount of true qi within their Dantian. They promptly rise, bowing respectfully to Peng Biao. In the cultivation world, this equates to acknowledging him as their mentor. Peng Biao then presents them with 2 additional storage pouches, stating, these are storage pouches, take good care of them. Thank you, Peng Senior, they respond gratefully. With a flourish, Peng Biao produces a long spear and a 3-foot sword, saying, these are low-grade superior spiritual artifacts. The sword is acceptable, but the spear is sharp enough to rival a mid-grade spiritual artifact. Otherwise, it would not have wounded me multiple times. This act clearly demonstrates Peng Biao's sincere gratitude for the siblings' life-saving assistance. Senior, this is too much, Shui Yong quickly declines. Overwhelmed by the generosity of a third-tier technique, storage pouches, and now spiritual artifacts that loose cultivators dream of possessing. Shui Ro also shakes her head repeatedly, though a glimmer of desire remains in her eyes. Since I have offered them, I shall not retract my gift. Peng Biao disregards Shui Yong and Appos as protests. Placing the spiritual artifacts aside, 2 loose cultivators wielding low-grade superior spiritual artifacts would certainly attract attention, he muses, and then produces 2 low-grade mid-tier spiritual artifacts. At last, with a grand gesture, a pile of spirit stones appeared on the bed, radiating an abundance of spiritual energy. Among them were 2 mid-tier low-grade spiritual weapons and 1,000 spirit stones, offered as gratitude for saving my life. Senior, this is far too precious. Shui Yong nearly swooned with happiness as they received 2 third-tier cultivation techniques, 2 storage bags, 2 upper-tier low-grade spiritual weapons, 2 mid-tier low-grade spiritual weapons, and 1,000 spirit stones. Such gifts transformed their fortunes exponentially, akin to a beggar becoming a wealthy noble. At that moment, their wealth surpassed that of most inner disciples of large sections. Shui Ro's eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude, since they had become cultivators. No one had treated them so kindly. Do you wish to join the Starry Sect? I can assist with your introduction. Peng Biao sensed the perpetual danger surrounding the two and thought it wise to extend his benevolence. However, to his surprise, they pondered for a moment before shaking their heads in refusal. Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not anticipated anyone would decline such an offer. Thus, he inquired about their reasoning. Senior, I've heard that after joining a sect, disciples at the Qi realm are often burdened with menial tasks. My sister and I have grown accustomed to a carefree life and do not wish to be overly constrained. Moreover, with the gifts bestowed upon us by you, we find no need to join a sect. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao regarded Shui Yong with newfound respect. He recognized that the young man had a clear understanding of their situation. Joining a sect was primarily for the sake of cultivation techniques, safety, and spiritual energy, none of which they currently lacked. As for safety, what place in the world could be deemed utterly secure? A certain degree of challenge was beneficial for cultivators, provided it was not excessively perilous. Very well, to each their own aspirations. By the way, do not disclose the cultivation techniques you practice, especially to those from the Starry sect or the Black Mountain sect, Peng Biao advised sternly. Rest assured, my sister and I spend most of our time in the Xian kingdom, seldom venturing to the Jiang kingdom. Indeed, how is the cultivation world in the Xian kingdom? Peng Biao inquired curiously. It is quite chaotic, far less stable than the Jiang kingdom. Aside from a few major sects, numerous minor sects and various factions are engaged in mutual conflicts. I've heard that the number of rogue cultivators exceeds that of disciples in large sects, Shui Yong replied. Nodding, Peng Biao rose to take his leave. Please, senior, stay for lunch before departing. Shui Yong, aware of Peng Biao's intention to leave, hesitated to insist. Upon Shui Yong's suggestion, Peng Biao suddenly felt a pang of hunger, realizing he had not eaten in 3 days. Observing his condition, Shui Yong quickly exchanged a glance with Shui Ro, and the two discreetly exited. Moments later, Shui Ro entered with a steaming bowl of venison. Peng Biao graciously accepted it and began to eat heartily. The tender venison, braised to perfection, melted in his mouth, and he savored every drop of the broth. Setting down the bowl, Peng Biao sighed contentedly and turned to Shui Ro. Thank you, Miss Shui. With a gentle smile, Shui Ro took the bowl from him, shaking her head lightly, her eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Peng Biao understood her sentiments. After finishing the meal, he bid farewell to the Shui siblings. Outside a concealed cave, he clasped his hands in a formal gesture and turned to leave. Now clad in the clean, neat robes of an outer disciple, a memento he had intended to keep. Watching Peng Biao's retreating figure, Shui Yong remarked, in the cultivation world, there are few like Senior Peng, who value loyalty and kinship. Shui Ro nodded slightly, her gaze distant yet resolute. After discerning the direction, Peng Biao arrived at the place where horses were kept, only to find no trace of them, likely stolen. Resigned, he sought out a cave to begin practicing the flight technique, the eagle wings. Originally, he intended to return to the sect for training, but that could wait. Before long, a figure with a pair of gray wings burst into the sky, soaring into the distance. As he flew, Peng Biao squinted against the rushing wind, reveling in a speed he had never before experienced, which lifted his spirits. With my current cultivation level, employing the eagle wings allows me to travel 1,000 miles a day without rest. This feat was inconceivable for cultivators below the core realm. Of course, this was his maximum speed for now. With further cultivation, both his energy and speed would increase. Glancing at the majestic wings of energy that resembled those of a giant eagle, he directed his thoughts toward the Hongxi Valley. Having too many spiritual weapons can also be a predicament, as it is unnecessary to possess so many. Peng Biao now adhered to a combat principle, to resolve conflicts with the swiftness and decisiveness of a single strike. Thus, low-grade spiritual weapons were of little use to him. It was best to dispose of them quickly. Landing outside Hongxi Valley, he retracted his wings and proceeded into the valley. At that moment, the valley was deserted, and the formation had been dismantled, revealing an expanse that was stark and empty, save for a conspicuous small wooden cabin. Upon entering the cabin, he found the same middle-aged man in red seated behind a desk. The man opened his eyes, glanced at Peng Biao, and spoke calmly. Do you have anything to sell? Without much preamble, Peng Biao manifested his energy aura. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then smiled broadly. It was indeed a lucrative opportunity. He too revealed his energy aura. The two exchanged glances, instantly discerning each other's cultivation levels, one at mid-Qi realm, the other at late Qi realm. With a sense of relief, Peng Biao tossed a forsaken storage bag onto the table. The man picked it up curiously. his eyes widening in surprise as his expression shifted to one of exuberance. Are you looking to sell all these spiritual weapons? Indeed. Please give me a price. The middle-aged man gestured for him to take a seat on a small stool and pondered 3 upper-tier low-grade spiritual weapons and 5 mid-tier low-grade spiritual weapons. I can offer you 2,000 spirit stones. After considering, Peng Biao deemed the price fair and nodded in agreement. Most upper-tier low-grade spiritual weapons were worth several hundred spirit stones, while mid-tier low-grade spiritual weapons typically priced around 100 spirit stones. The middle-aged man nodded and proceeded to transfer the spiritual weapons from the storage bag into his own. Noticing this, Peng Biao asked, "Do you accept storage bags?" "Yes, but the price for storage bags is quite low." Peng Biao tossed out 2 more storage bags, stating, "Even if the price is low, spirit stones are still spirit stones. You decide." Ordinarily, storage bags sold for over 20 spirit stones each, but given the large transaction today, the middle-aged man generously offered for 3 storage bags. 100 spirit stones. After the transaction was completed, Peng Biao received a total of 2,100 spirit stones. Now, he was left with only 3 mid-tier spiritual weapons, the Crimson Cauldron, the Flame Bow, and a shield, along with 2 upper-tier low-grade spiritual weapons, a flying dagger and a longsword. As he prepared to leave, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "Do you require any items for purchase?" Peng Biao was taken aback. "ISN and AMP. Oppos. To your establishment solely for buying back items? You also sell?" For ordinary individuals, we only buy back. For esteemed clients, we can also sell, depending on your needs." Peng Biao pondered for a moment and realized he indeed had needs. He retrieved paper and pen, scribbling down a lengthy list before handing it to the middle-aged man. Upon reviewing it, the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, "Why do you need so many alchemical materials?" "That's for you to worry about. A senior from my sect instructed me to gather these materials whenever possible," Peng Biao replied casually, fabricating an excuse. He had listed dozens of materials necessary for concocting foundational elixirs, healing potions, and beauty potions, deliberately scrambling the order to avoid detection. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding. To him, this explanation made sense. "And how much of each do you require?" "Whatever quantity you have, I shall take." Peng Biao proclaimed with great enthusiasm that he currently possessed over 10,000 spirit stones and was troubled by the lack of places to expend them. In his view, spirit stones only held value when spent. Investing them to enhance one's strength rendered them meaningful. Otherwise, what distinguished spirit stones from mere white pebbles? The middle-aged man, sensing a lucrative opportunity, joyfully exclaimed, "Please wait a moment, my friend. I shall return shortly." He then rose and exited the premises. Unsettled, Peng Biao followed him outside. For having revealed his wealth, remaining indoors obscured his view of the outside world. Should the middle-aged man summon a throng of individuals to surround him? What began as a fortunate venture could quickly turn dire. Upon noticing Peng Biao had stepped out, the middle-aged man paid him no heed as he hastened towards a distant mound, where he swept aside thick vines to reveal an entrance. He then disappeared within the cave. After a considerable time, the middle-aged man re-emerged and approached Peng Biao, stating, 3 portions each of flame fruit, sky blue stone, and the inner core of the ghost ape, along with 10 portions of other materials, total to 5,000 spirit stones. Such an exorbitant price? Peng Biao exclaimed in astonishment. This meant acquiring these materials would deplete nearly half of his spirit stones. Moreover, the critical components for concocting the blood restoration pill, the flame fruit, the sky blue stone, and the ghost ape's inner core, were limited to only 3 portions each. The middle-aged man responded, "My friend, you may not be aware that while other materials can be negotiated, the flame fruit, sky blue stone, and ghost ape's inner core are exceedingly rare. Not to mention, the inner core we provide is from a peak level tier 3 beast." After a moment of contemplation, Peng Biao ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "I must inspect the goods first." The middle-aged man casually tossed him a storage pouch, and Peng Biao concentrated his true energy to examine its contents. After a brief inspection, he nodded in satisfaction. He then gestured, and a substantial heap of spirit stones manifested on the ground. With the transaction concluded, Peng Biao prepared to depart. "Hold on, my friend," the middle-aged man called out, having gathered the spirit stones. "What is it?" Peng Biao inquired. The middle-aged man produced a square white jade token and tossed it to Peng Biao, saying, "This is the white jade red stream token. Should you require anything in the future, you may return here with this token to enjoy a 10% discount on your purchases." Peng Biao accepted the token and scrutinized it for a moment. The front bore the intricately carved characters for Red Stream, while the back depicted a winding stream, masterfully crafted to appear lifelike. Very well, I shall accept it, Peng Biao replied, then turned to leave. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Peng Biao focused his thoughts, and his wings of true energy unfurled dramatically, resembling a majestic eagle as he soared into the sky. Peng Biao proceeded towards the city of Qinghua, entrusted with a solemn task to fulfill the instructions of Sun Bu'er. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet for Peng Biao, the night offered greater convenience for his endeavors. As he passed by Wulong Mountain, a thought crossed his mind. During his previous encounter with the bandits, he had been unable to carry away all the gold due to limited space in his storage bag, leaving a portion behind in the cave. Now, as he retraced his steps, he resolved to retrieve the remaining gold and deliver it to the family of Sun Bu'er. With this intention, Peng Biao swiftly altered his course towards the bandit hideout on Wulong Mountain. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, he was startled to see flickering lights within. Could there still be remnants of the bandits? This presented an opportunity to eliminate them once and for all. He cautiously approached the cave, peering inside to find several torches lit and two burly men emerging from a secret passage, their arms laden with gold bars. The cave floor was strewn with heaps of gold, while the bones of the bandits lay carelessly discarded in a corner. Realizing these men were not part of the Downhill Tigers gang, as they would never treat their fallen comrades' remains in such a manner, Peng Biao's suspicions were confirmed. After dumping the gold onto the ground, one of the men, a bald giant, exclaimed with a gasp, "At last, we've moved it all. Brother, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. We were ordered by the big boss to invite Downhill Tiger, yet we stumbled upon such a stroke of luck." The other man, with short hair, chimed in, "Whoever did this good deed, killing the men yet leaving the gold, has truly blessed us. This signifies our fortune has arrived. With this gold, we can become wealthy in Qinghua, and I shall never live this perilous life again." They both erupted into laughter. Having overheard their conversation, Peng Biao decided to reveal his presence. Just as he stepped forward, he was struck by a shocking revelation. Chao Shan is truly incompetent. Years ago, when his brother passed the mantle to him, he only sank deeper into decline, causing many brothers to abandon him. He does not deserve the title of Downhill Tiger. Only his brother was worthy of such a name, a true ferocious tiger descending the mountain. The bald man spoke with a tone of reverence. The short-haired man nodded in agreement. Indeed, in these parts, Downhill Tiger was a formidable figure. Any who disobeyed him met a grim fate. Yet now, with Chao Shan at the helm, how many of the bosses still heed his word? The bald man chuckled. Otherwise, how could he have been wiped out so easily? Just then, a cold voice resonated within the cave. "Who is this Downhill Tiger you speak of?" Before the words faded, a young man dressed in white stepped through the entrance. The two men were taken aback, quickly drawing their swords, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Regardless of this stranger's identity, their secret regarding the gold must not be revealed. Seeing their silence, Peng Biao, eager for the truth, wasted no time. Before they could react, his ethereal hands lunged forward, seizing them by the throats and lifting them into the air. "Tell me, who was the Downhill Tiger from years ago? What was his name? Speak, or face death." His fury ignited, for he had realized that the title of Downhill Tiger was inherited, meaning the Chao Shan he had slain might not have been the one responsible for his father's death. The true Downhill Tiger could still be at large, living freely. The two men, filled with terror, realized the gravity of their situation. The bald man stammered, "Master Immortal, spare us. The Downhill Tiger of years past was Chao Shan's brother. I don't know his name." Peng Biao and Apos. As cold response was, "If you know nothing, you are of no use to me." Just then, the short-haired man interjected, "Wait. I have seen him once and can sketch his likeness." Peng Biao immediately released the grip on the short-haired man, who hastily approached him, bowing and smiling humbly. "Draw it quickly," Peng Biao commanded, conjuring paper and ink. The short-haired man, trembling with fear, quickly knelt to sketch. Moments later, Peng Biao held up a crude drawing that was indecipherable, his rage nearly boiling over. He flung the inky paper aside and seized the man's neck, demanding, "Is this your drawing? Can you even recognize it? Master Immortal, I beg for mercy. My education is lacking." The short-haired man pleaded desperately. Peng Biao, unwilling to kill him, shoved him to the ground and insisted, "Describe his appearance to me." Ignoring the pain, the short-haired man rubbed his neck and replied, "He is tall and very robust, with a terrifying gaze that chills the soul." Peng Biao, seething with anger, thought, how can I locate someone with such vague details? Taking a deep breath, he restrained his fury and asked, does he have any distinguishing features? Distinguishing features? What does that mean? The short-haired man replied, puzzled. Something that sets him apart from ordinary people, Peng Biao clarified, sensing the urgency. The short-haired man furrowed his brow in contemplation, but Peng Biao, noticing his flickering eyes, warned, if you dare to lie, you will die? He needed to intimidate him, knowing that any random name could lead him astray. The short-haired man, startled by Peng Biao's tone, grimaced in despair, Master Immortal, I truly cannot recall. Peng Biao's eyes darkened with murderous intent. He regretted not questioning Chao Shan and his gang more thoroughly before their demise. And you? Do you know nothing? He turned to the bald man, who was still ensnared by Peng Biao's grip. My lord, it has been too long. I truly cannot remember. The bald man lamented. I shall give you 10 breaths of time. If you fail to provide anything useful, you will descend into the abyss. Peng Biao declared, having run out of alternatives. Panic washed over the two men, and they began to focus intently, desperately searching their memories. 3, 2. Suddenly, the bald man shouted, Master Immortal, I have recalled a clue. What does the downhill tiger look like? Peng Biao inquired eagerly. I cannot describe downhill tiger, but I remember his younger brother well. He has a thick beard. His appearance is quite memorable. A bearded man? What sort of clue is that? Peng Biao mused. But then a flash of inspiration struck him. A name surfaced in his mind, Zhao Eru. He fit the description of a bearded man perfectly. Further reflection revealed that Zhao Eru and Apos, S. older brother, Li Dahu, also matched the stature of a strong man. Could it be that the true identity of Downhill Tiger was indeed Li Dahu? Yes, it must be. Li Dahu was likely the infamous Downhill Tiger who had renounced his former ways years ago, and his very name bore the character for tiger. Zhao Eru was a loose practitioner, and as the elder brother, Li Dahu must also be one. It was no wonder Downhill Tiger had gained such a formidable reputation, nor why Li Dahu showed no respect to the Lord of Yunqing. Finally, clarity dawned upon Peng Biao, the mystery unraveled, and he concluded that Li Dahu was most likely the Downhill Tiger. With the true culprit identified, he released his grip on the bald man, allowing him to descend. With a wave of his hand, Peng Biao made the gold upon the ground vanish instantly, leaving only 4 or 5 gold ingots. Go to Qinghua County and attend to proper business. Should I discover any further acts of banditry, I shall ensure that you meet a dire fate. With these words, Peng Biao departed gracefully. He was determined to avenge his father's death and confront his true enemies. After Peng Biao departed, the short-haired brute hurriedly approached the bald giant. Expressing concern, Brother, are you all right? The bald man replied, I'm fine. I initially thought I was doomed, but this esteemed immortal surprisingly kept his word. The short-haired man suddenly smiled and asked, Are you truly unscathed? What do you mean? The bald man paused, then let out a pained scream as a bloodied blade protruded from his chest. Slowly, he turned his head, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to ask, Why? Quite simple. This meager gold is insufficient to share, the short-haired man sneered. With a thud, the bald giant fell to the ground. Eyes wide open in death, the short-haired man let out a cold laugh and picked up the blood-stained gold ingot. Under the pitch-black night sky, Peng Biao flapped his wings of true energy, racing towards Cloud City. The howling wind battered him, yet despite the flames of hatred raging within, his mind gradually cooled. On the streets of Cloud City, where pedestrians were scarce, Peng Biao landed on a quiet road near the casino, reining in his powers before striding toward the casino's entrance. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with smoke, and numerous gamblers were animated, their voices hoarse from excitement. Upon entering, he remained inconspicuous, glancing up to spot Zhao Eru, who was laughing heartily at a gambling table. Even from the side, his distinctive beard made him easily recognizable. With a cold smile, Peng Biao approached Zhao Eru. Sensing something amiss, Zhao's laughter ceased, and he quickly turned to see Peng Biao standing beside him, who then casually draped an arm around his neck as if they were old friends. Tell me, where is Li Dahu? Peng Biao asked in a tone meant for their ears alone. Zhao Eru, feeling immobilized and sensing the murderous intent in Peng Biao's words, was instantly overcome with fear. The other gamblers at the table mistook their interaction for a friendly reunion and continued their revelry. Refuse to speak, and you shall die this instant, Peng Biao threatened. Zhao Eru's complexion shifted, and after a resigned sigh, he finally said, He's upstairs. Let me there. Peng Biao commanded, still holding Zhao Eru as they ascended the staircase. The remaining gamblers and casino staff paid them no mind, believing the two were merely discussing business. After a brief moment, Zhao Eru and Peng Biao arrived at a door. With a forceful shove, Peng Biao burst it open, revealing Li Dahu, who was dozing in a large chair. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Dahu's eyes snapped open. Recognizing Peng Biao, his pupils contracted momentarily before returning to normal. Peng Biao pushed Zhao Eru into the room and closed the door, locking his gaze on Li Dahu, whose eyes betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. Zhao Eru approached Li Dahu, displaying an expression of shame, unable to meet his gaze. Li Dahu merely smiled faintly, his demeanor calm. Li Dahu, do you know why I have come? Peng Biao demanded. You seek the Shanshan tiger, Li Dahu replied calmly. Taken aback, Peng Biao had not anticipated such directness. He had yet to pose his inquiry. We have no prior connection. Yet you return now for but one reason. Vengeance for the Shanshan tiger, am I correct? Li Dahu's tranquility astonished Peng Biao. He had expected the man to weep and plead for forgiveness, yet there was no trace of fear in his demeanor. Since I learned of the Shanshan tiger from Zhang I began my investigation and discovered your involvement. This revelation stirred memories from long ago, more than a decade ago. My brothers and I ambushed 2 hunters in the mountains, killing one and allowing an old man to escape. I could have easily pursued him, but I thought an old man posed no threat. Little did I know that the old man would lead to your emergence as a cultivator. It seems that evil begets evil, Li Dahu remarked with self-deprecation. Thus, you orchestrated Zhang Er's severe injury to divert my attention towards Chaoshan? Peng Biao spoke in a low tone. Indeed, but the assailants were not from Chaoshan, they were my men, Li Dahu admitted. You led me to Chaoshan. Yet you fear not that he and his subordinates might expose you? Huh. Chaoshan is my third brother, fiercely loyal. He would never betray me. Moreover, I hold his wife and child as leverage. He would not act unwisely. As for his subordinates, they are fresh recruits. The old brothers have all been poisoned by me. To prevent exposure, Chaoshan announced they left due to dissatisfaction. Li Dahu explained with a smile, as if discussing matters unrelated to him. Peng Biao frowned. Shanshan tiger. Do you not fear death? As a bandit, I have taken the lives of too many innocents. To cleanse myself, I killed all my brothers who accompanied me along the way. For years, nightmares have plagued me, and I am aware that death awaits. I have long since come to terms with it, Li Dahu replied, his smile carefree. Have you finished? The mysteries have been unveiled, and I wish to hear no more of your ramblings. Regardless of your thoughts, you must die. Li Dahu maintained his smile, saying, There is no need for you to act, for I am well aware of my grave sins and that I cannot escape death. I only hope you will spare my wife and child. With that, he retrieved a dagger from his pocket, glanced at Peng Biao, and sighed. In this world, there are countless paths. Having chosen one must walk it to the end. To halt midway is to become like me, neither wholly evil nor entirely good. Devoid of the ferocity of a villain, yet incapable of the compassion of a hero, ultimately becoming a being of no distinction. With a swift motion, he plunged the dagger into himself, blood gushing forth as he took his life. Peng Biao stood silently, gazing at the lifeless body of his father's murderer. Though he had avenged his grievance, a sense of emptiness filled his heart. He could not shake off the weight of Li Dahu and Apos' final words. Brother, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Zhao Eru wept as he cradled Li Dahu and Apos' corpse. After a long while, his cries subsided. Brother, when we swore brotherhood, we vowed to live and die together. I shall accompany you. Zhao Eru seized the bloody dagger and thrust it into his own chest. With a sickening sound, the dagger pierced his body, and he fell lifeless to the ground. As Peng Biao looked upon the 2 corpses, one on the chair, the other on the floor, he stood in silence for a long time, lost in thought. There is a saying among mortals, those who act with righteousness often slay the innocent, while the ungrateful are often the learned. Watching Zhao Eru, who was so willingly embracing death, he recalled the pair of disciples from Wulong Mountain, and for the first time, Peng Biao felt that cultivators, in many respects, paled in comparison to mortals, even if Zhao Eru was merely a rogue living among them. Having avenged his grievances, Peng Biao departed the casino and sought a secluded spot to sit quietly. The enemy was dead, yet a profound sense of loss lingered within him, devoid of any exhilaration. As dawn broke, Cloud City buzzed with activity, fear etched on every face as people began to discuss the events. Have you heard? Li Dahu and Zhao Eru from the casino are dead, They committed suicide. I heard, but those within the casino say it was more than mere suicide. A man in white is involved. According to my relatives at the casino, this man in white has connections with Zhang Er, who has recently risen to prominence. This is dire news. The families of Li Dahu and Zhao Eru, a total of 156 souls, have been slaughtered. What? Who did this? The city lord declared them bandits and personally led a force to eliminate them, sparing not even the 3-year-old children. As various reports reached him, Peng Biao pondered deeply. Is there truly retribution in this world? Shaking his head, he left Cloud City, heading toward Qinghua County. Upon reaching the outskirts of Qinghua County, Peng Biao sought a concealed spot to land, for he wished to avoid drawing attention by descending from the sky in broad daylight. Once inside the city, he felt a twinge of hunger and made his way towards a grand tavern. "Waiter, bring forth your finest dishes and the best wines you have," he commanded as he entered. Without hesitation, he tossed a gold ingot at the approaching attendant. "Certainly, esteemed guest. Please follow me upstairs," the waiter exclaimed, his face lighting up with delight as he bit into the ingot when Peng Biao was not looking, his joy only amplifying. Ascending to the second floor, he found it sparsely populated, with only a dozen or so scholars engaged in lofty discussions referencing classic texts. Peng Biao chose a seat by the window, and soon after, the food and drink arrived. As he feasted upon the exquisite spread, he observed the bustling crowd below, savoring the moment with a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, a hurried set of footsteps echoed up the staircase, and a young scholar, drenched in sweat, burst in, exclaiming, "Brothers, Lu Tanhua is coming." "What? The poet hero is truly coming?" exclaimed another, recalling their previous encounter when he thought it merely casual banter. "Forget poet hero, he should now be addressed as Lord Lu." Another interjected, "Indeed, Lu Shihao has achieved the rank of Tanhua. He is destined for greatness." Swiftly, they began notifying their peers, excitement coursing through the group. Peng Biao smiled subtly, contemplating the lives of mortals, realizing that even among them, those who achieve the rank of Tanhua must possess great wisdom. Moments later, a commotion arose from below, and a throng of scholars escorted a refined young man clad in a green robe up to the second floor. "Poet hero, Lu Tanhua, Lord Lu." They greeted him, each offering their own titles with enthusiasm. Lu Shihao, unfazed, smiled and returned their gestures of acknowledgement. Once seated, the scholars surrounded him, engaging in fervent discourse. Peng Biao listened intently, noting the topics ranged from poetry to the nuances of governance. Following Lu Shihao's arrival, more scholars poured in from below, prompting Peng Biao and Apos' curiosity about how many would ultimately convene. Peering out the window, he observed a significant number of scholars hastening toward the tavern. Before long, aside from Peng Biao's table, every seat was occupied, with several scholars standing, having arrived not for food, but to witness Lu Tanhua's brilliance. As the mealtime had not yet arrived, the tavern welcomed this gathering, recognizing the potential to enhance its own reputation. Noticing the throngs of admirers surrounding Lu Shihao, Peng Biao turned to a nearby young scholar and inquired, "Good sir, if Lu Shihao is Tanhua, then who are the top scholar and the second scholar?" The young scholar, seeing the lavish spread before Peng Biao, speculated that he must be a person of considerable wealth or status, and replied, "You may not know, but the top scholar is the prince consort, and the second scholar is the son of the prime minister. Their identities are well known throughout the Jiang kingdom." The disdain on the young scholar's face was evident upon mentioning them. Realizing that both the top scholar and the second scholar had relied on their connections to ascend, Peng Biao remarked, "So, Lu Tanhua possesses the talent of the top scholar?" "Absolutely. The scholars of the Jiang kingdom are indignant on behalf of Lu Tanhua." The young man fumed. Peng Biao chuckled softly. Such reliance on power for advancement was a commonality shared by both mortals and cultivators alike. At that moment, the crowd began to encourage Lu Shihao. "Poet hero, with so many brothers gathered here, why not compose a poem?" "Indeed, poet hero, your talents are revered by all of us." Lu Shihao hesitated, feeling that composing a poem at this moment might appear boastful. Yet, a weary-looking scholar, his face drawn, implored him, "I have studied for 10 years, only to fall short this time. I am utterly lost regarding my future. I hope poet hero can compose a poem to guide me on whether I should persevere." Listening to the requests and observing the despondent scholar, Lu Shihao finally acquiesced. "Very well, I shall offer my humble attempt." He approached the window, gazing outside, deep in thought. The room fell silent, not a breath dared to escape. afraid of interrupting Lu Shihao and Apos as contemplation. Peng Biao, seated at the adjacent table, regarded Lu Shihao with keen interest, eager to witness the masterpiece he would produce. A cool autumn breeze swept in, rustling the fallen leaves along the street, imparting a touch of melancholy. Looking up, he noticed a white crane soaring high against the clear sky, migrating southward. With a resolute gaze, Lu Shihao began. Since ancient times, autumn brings a sense of desolation. Yet I proclaim that autumn days surpass the spring morn. A crane ascends through the clouds, inspiring poetic sentiments to reach the azure sky. As the poem concluded, a tremor of realization coursed through the audience, each savoring the profound meaning conveyed therein. The eyes of the fallen scholar and many others, burdened by life and Apos' tribulations, gradually brightened with renewed determination. Peng Biao immersed himself in the essence of the poem, his eyes alight with understanding. Though not well versed in literature, he could deeply appreciate the optimism and broad-mindedness expressed by Lu Shihao. Having departed from Yun City, the clouds that had cast a shadow over Peng Biao and Apos' heart dissipated entirely. With a resounding thud, he slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, "Bravo! What a splendid line about autumn surpassing spring." Lu Shihao truly lives up to his name, magnificent and grand. The scholars around him were startled, having been enraptured by the beauty of the poem, suddenly jolted from their reverie. Many wearing displeased expressions. Lu Shihao, however, remained unperturbed, merely offering a slight smile in Peng Biao and Apos' direction. Noticing the unkind glances from the others, Peng Biao erupted into hearty laughter, feeling exceptionally buoyant and different to their stares. "Waiter, come here," Peng Biao called out loudly. The waiter hurried over, weaving through the crowd. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you? Bring forth the finest wine and dishes. I shall treat everyone here." At this declaration, the crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence, astonished by Peng Biao's generosity. But the waiter stammered, surveying the crowded second floor, estimating at least 100 guests. "Is that truly necessary? Should I bring the best and most expensive?" Peng Biao tossed out 5 gold ingots and 3 gold bars. "That should suffice." The waiter beamed, quickly collecting the gold before rushing downstairs. The scholars, witnessing this, expressed their gratitude, with some from humble backgrounds eagerly anticipating a hearty meal. Lu Shihao approached Peng Biao and Apos' table, clasping his fists in thanks. "I am grateful for your generosity. May I join you?" "No need for formality. To hear such magnificent poetry is worth any expense," Peng Biao replied with a smile. As Lu Shihao took a seat, he inquired, "May I know your name and where you hail from?" "I am Peng Biao, also from Qinghua County." "Ah, a fellow townsman. I reside within Qinghua County City. Do come visit me later." Lu Shihao smiled warmly. Peng Biao nodded in agreement, then asked, "Since you live in Qinghua County, are you acquainted with someone named Sun Yunyan?" Lu Shihao's expression shifted, and he asked, "What business do you have with Sun Yunyan?" "To be honest, I am a friend of her brother, Sun Buer. I have come at his behest to deliver some items," Peng Biao revealed, discerning Lu Shihao's connection to Sun Yunyan. Lu Shihao exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, "I know where Sun Yunyan resides. I shall take you there shortly." "Thank you, Lu brother," Peng Biao replied gratefully. At this moment, Lu Shihao glanced around and whispered, "Sun Buer is a cultivator, and Brother Peng is his friend. Could it be that Brother Peng is also a cultivator?" Upon hearing this, Peng Biao smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that Lu Shihao must have a close relationship with the Sun family, for it was unlikely he would be aware of such secret matters otherwise. Once Lu Shihao learned that Peng Biao was a cultivator, his demeanor became notably respectful, and he began to frequently raise his cup in a toast, insisting that Peng Biao visit his home. After a hearty meal, Lu Shihao took his leave from the group of scholars and led Peng Biao toward the Sun residence. After traversing several streets, they arrived at a grand estate, where 2 crimson doors were tightly shut, studded with copper nails. On either side of the entrance stood a stone lion, and above the door hung a large plaque inscribed with the words Sun Residence. Gazing upon this opulent abode, Peng Biao recalled Sun Bu and Apos', surmising that this estate and everything within it must have been earned through his efforts. Lu Shihao approached and knocked on the door. Moments later, a gap opened, and an elderly servant woman with graying hair peered out. Upon recognizing Lu Shihao, she smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, you have arrived." Lu Shihao nodded and urged, "Aunt Wu, quickly summon Miss Yun to greet our esteemed guest." Aunt Wu glanced at Peng Biao standing behind Lu Shihao and warmly invited both inside. Seeing this, Peng Biao mused silently that Lu Shihao was indeed acquainted with Sun Yun, and their relationship seemed quite close. Once inside, the two entered a courtyard filled with flourishing flowers and plants, crossing it to reach the main hall, where the furniture was new and elegantly designed. After inviting them to take a seat, Aunt Wu said, "Please wait here. I will fetch the young lady from the back." After a brief moment, hurried footsteps echoed, followed by a joyful female voice calling from outside, "Lu Lang, you have come." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao realized why Lu Shihao had exhibited a peculiar expression when he mentioned seeking Sun Yun. It turned out the two shared a romantic connection. He then observed Lu Shihao, whose refined and handsome face had flushed crimson. Soon, a beautiful young woman clad in pink, appearing around the age of 16, entered from the corridor. She resembled a lotus blossom, graceful like a willow, and bore a slight resemblance to Sun Bu'er. Two maidservants followed closely behind her. Sun Yun initially greeted them with a smile, but upon seeing Peng Biao, she froze, her face suddenly turning bright red. Internally, she chastised Aunt Wu for not explaining the situation clearly, unaware that Aunt Wu had hurriedly informed her of Lu Shihao and Apos' arrival. As both men rose, Lu Shihao, disregarding the awkwardness, hastily introduced, "Yun, this is Bu and Apos' friend, Master Peng Biao." Upon learning that Peng Biao was a cultivator, Sun Yun promptly dismissed her maidservants and bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to Master Peng." Peng Biao replied with a smile, "There is no need for such formality, Mississippi." Once they were seated, Sun Yun inquired, "Master Peng, what brings you here today?" Peng Biao glanced at Lu Shihao and asked, "Might Lu brother step aside?" Lu Shihao chuckled softly, about to rise. But Sun Yun interjected, "There is no need for concern. Master Peng can speak freely. A few days ago, Lu Lang met my mother, and now he may be considered my betrothed." Peng Biao nodded, reflecting that this was indeed a good arrangement, with Sun Yun having a support system. She would have someone to comfort her upon receiving distressing news. He then waved his hand, and the doors of the hall closed instantly. With another wave, a pile of gold, silver, and porcelain platters appeared on the floor, nearly filling the entire hall. The dazzling golden light left Sun Yun and Lu Shihao momentarily blinded. After a brief adjustment, Sun Yun surveyed the wealth strewn across the floor and inquired, "Master Peng, what does this mean?" "This is a delivery from Bu'er. This wealth, if not squandered, is enough for a family of affluence to live comfortably for generations." "Thank you, Master Peng. May I ask where Bu and Apos' is now?" Sun Yun was indeed a clever woman. She found it perplexing that Bua had previously delivered gold and silver himself, yet this time entrusted a stranger with such a substantial amount. Peng Biao fell silent for a long while before finally managing to say, "Bu'er has passed away." "What?" Sun Yun could hardly believe her ears. With a swift gesture, Peng Biao revealed Sun Bu'er's corpse on the ground. Upon seeing her brother's lifeless body, Sun Yun rushed forward, and after confirming his death, her eyes widened in disbelief as tears streamed down her face, causing her to faint. Lu Shihao hurried to catch her, calling out loudly. Moments later, Sun Yun regained consciousness, sobbing heavily against Lu Shihao. Lu Shihao turned to Peng Biao, his voice filled with sorrow. "Brother Peng, how did Bua die?" "Bu and Apos' and I went treasure hunting and were ambushed. Rest assured, I have avenged him." After a considerable time, Sun Yun managed to compose herself. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Thank you, Master Peng, for returning Bu'er's remains. He often spoke of the chaos in the world of cultivators, filled with enmity. My mother and I knew that this day would eventually come. Please accept my condolences," Peng Biao said, bowing his head in silence. For those were the only words he could muster. Ultimately, Sun Yun resolved to keep this matter from her mother. The elderly woman was frail, and the shock of losing her son could prove too much for her to bear. Peng Biao assisted Sun Yun in transporting the gold and silver to the underground vault, a designated place for storing the family's wealth. The porcelain would be left outside, to be sold later. That afternoon, the three departed from Qinghua County, purchasing a high-quality coffin to lay Sun Bu'er to rest. At his gravesite, Sun Yun embraced Lu Shihao, once again breaking into loud sobs. After returning to the city, Lu Shihao escorted Sun Yun back to the entrance of the Sun residence. Peng Biao said, "Miss Sun, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Xingqian sect. I am a friend of Bu'er, and I will not turn a blind eye to any troubles you may face." Sun Yun nodded silently before turning away. After fulfilling Sun Bu and Appo's, and Appo's wishes. Peng Biao prepared to return to the sect when Lu Shihao urgently stopped him. Brother Peng, you cannot leave. You must come to my home for a visit. Peng Biao replied helplessly, Lu brother, Miss Sun is in need of comfort right now. You should accompany her. Lu Shihao shook his head, insisting, I understand you. She requires solitude at this moment, not company. In a few days, I will naturally come to be with her. Is that truly the case? Peng Biao asked, astonished. Brother Peng, you do not understand women, Lu Shihao discerned. Subsequently, at Lu Shihao's invitation, the two arrived at Lu's residence. This estate was of similar size to the Sun residence, yet it was unusually quiet, devoid of any sign of life. As Peng Biao approached the entrance, he felt an intensified aura of spiritual energy permeating the air. Lu Shihao pushed open the grand door, and upon entering, Peng Biao felt invigorated. The spiritual energy within the estate rivaled that of a small sect. How peculiar, he thought, realizing that someone had established a gathering array here. In such rich spiritual energy, a mortal could live a long and healthy life, free from ailments. As they proceeded into the hall and sat facing each other, Peng Biao surveyed his surroundings and asked, Lu brother, why is there not a single servant in your home? Lu Shihao sighed, alas, they have all left. To be frank, brother Peng, I invited you here because I have a request. What is it? Peng Biao inquired. It concerns this strange estate. Lu brother, please speak plainly. Lu Shihao began to explain, this estate has been passed down through my family, and our ancestral teachings dictate that it must never be sold, which is why my family has resided here for generations. It is indeed a place of excellent feng shui. My ancestors have all lived to a ripe old age. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao nodded. With such a nourishing aura, it was only natural for longevity to be bestowed. Lu Shihao continued, however, since a year ago, circumstances have changed. Firstly, my father inexplicably fell gravely ill. Subsequently, venomous creatures have frequently appeared in the estate, injuring many servants. Just last month, a massive snake, measuring 2 zhang in length, entered our home and killed a servant. Although we managed to slay the snake afterward, my parents no longer dared to reside here and have since left with the staff. If this situation persists, it seems we may have to abandon the ancestral home. I pondered whether there might be something unclean at play. Upon encountering you today, I hoped you could assist me in examining the matter. After speaking, Lu Shihao stood and bowed respectfully. Peng Biao quickly helped him up and pondered. Lu, there is no need for such formalities. May I inquire how long this residence has existed? The house was renovated only a little over a decade ago, but the foundation has been passed down from much earlier. I am uncertain precisely how long it has been here, but it should have existed before the establishment of Qinghua County, Lu replied. Peng nodded, already forming some conjectures in his mind. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the silence as a centipede, as thick as a child's arm, crawled into the living room from outside. Lu Shihao and Appo's expression changed, and just as he was about to rise to fetch a tool, a large gray hand, seemingly made of energy, reached out and seized the centipede. Watching Peng Biao effortlessly capture the creature, Lu's eyes filled with envy. Was this the prowess of a cultivator? Peng Biao retracted the energy hand, scrutinizing the squirming centipede. This was no ordinary creature. It appeared to have frequently absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. Before long, it would likely evolve into a first-tier demon beast. After observing it closely, Peng Biao focused his thoughts, and the energy hand tightened, instantly crushing the centipede. Its green bodily fluids dripping onto the floor and corroding it, leaving a large hole. Lu Shihao was taken aback. Fortunately, Peng Biao was present. Otherwise, a single bite would have been fatal. After disposing of the centipede, Peng Biao remarked, Lu, I have gathered a basic understanding of the situation regarding your residence. If I am correct, either your ancestor was a cultivator or he was acquainted with one. A gathering spirit formation has been established here by the cultivator, which draws the essence of heaven and earth to this location. Living within such a formation allows cultivators to accelerate their training, while mortals can enjoy prolonged life, free from illness or disaster. Is that so? Lu Shihao's eyes brightened, astonished to learn of his ancestors' connection to cultivators. However, he soon grew puzzled, asking, but why did my father fall ill? And why do these venomous creatures keep appearing? That is precisely the issue I wish to address. Before I entered, I sensed a flow of spiritual energy, which leads me to believe that the formation has deteriorated over time, causing a leak of spiritual energy, thus attracting these venomous creatures. Your elder's illness may also stem from this reason. All things in the world are born and perish naturally, and formations are no exception. Without maintenance, even the finest formation will deteriorate over time. Lu, is there any way to repair it? Lu Shihao asked urgently, as this was his primary concern. After all, it was the ancestral home, and he was reluctant to abandon it lightly. I am afraid I am not well versed in formations, Peng Biao admitted. However, if he truly wished to assist Lu Shihao, he could invite a master of formations from the Xingqian sect to restore the gathering spirit formation. Yet, Peng Biao had no intention of doing so, as he and Lu Shihao had only just met and were not even close friends. He was not one to meddle unnecessarily. Upon hearing this, Lu Shihao's expression fell in disappointment. At that moment, Peng Biao thought of something and asked, Lu, since the gathering spirit formation relates to your ancestor, why not search your home for any records or items left behind? Typically, those who set up formations would consider possible damages and would not leave behind nothing. Lu Shihao furrowed his brow, but then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, You are right. Please wait a moment, I will be right back. He dashed toward the backyard. Moments later, Lu Shihao returned, holding a golden box caked with dirt. Peng Biao observed this evidently freshly excavated box with keen interest. Lu placed the box on the ground, opened it, and produced a book, handing it to Peng Biao. This is an heirloom from my ancestors. My father buried it to prevent loss. Please take a look and see if there is any method of restoration within. Peng Biao accepted the book, which bore no inscriptions on its cover. It was large and thick, measuring 1 foot in length and half a foot in width, containing hundreds, if not thousands, of pages. Upon opening the cover, he saw the words detailed explanation of formations inscribed in grand, flowing characters that exuded an extraordinary aura. As he read, a sense of immense pressure washed over him. He took a deep breath and turned to the second page. The second page bore a single large character, nearly occupying the entire page. This character carried an inexplicable sense of antiquity, as if it held countless stories and legends within. Lu, what does this character signify? I'm not sure. It might be some sort of marker. However, the paper of this book is not ordinary. It is impervious to water, fire, tearing, and decay. Lu Shihao explained. Oh, then I must test it. Peng Biao tried to tear it with force, but found it impossible, leading him to believe Lu and Apos' words. Flipping to the third page, he discovered a formation diagram with the words minor gathering spirit formation inscribed beside it. Peng Biao studied it for a long time before realizing that this was likely the formation established in the residence. However, having the diagram did not help much, as he had no knowledge of setting up, breaking, or repairing formations. Turning to the fourth page, he found it filled with countless tiny characters. Upon glancing at it, Peng Biao's eyes brightened as he became deeply engrossed in the content, reading intently. He continued until nightfall. Seeing him so captivated, Lu Shihao refrained from interrupting and lit candles around the room, taking a blanket to lie down on a large chair and sleep. The jade rabbit sank in the west, and the golden crow rose in the east. A night passed. Finally, Peng Biao finished reading detailed explanation of formations. His face radiated an unmistakable joy. The book was essentially a guide to becoming a formation master, with the first half detailing how to become one and the various taboos to observe. The latter half contained precautions for setting up and breaking formations, but Peng Biao could not comprehend them fully. He could only grasp a few concepts from the first half. With no other recourse, Peng Biao had to forcibly memorize the entire content of the book, planning to ponder and practice it when opportunities arose. It could be said that he had now begrudgingly become a formation master, albeit one without any practical experience in formations. At this moment, Lu Shihao yawned and awoke. Noticing that Peng Biao had completely read the book, he smiled shyly, having been too afraid to sleep in the room due to the venomous creatures. If bitten in his sleep, it would spell trouble. Peng Biao, however, did not mention it. He was in good spirits and dismissed such trivial matters. Lu Shihao inquired, Peng, have you finished reading? Yes, though I struggled to understand many parts and could only manage to memorize some of it. I sincerely thank you, Lu. Peng Biao expressed his gratitude earnestly. This single book had essentially transformed him into a formation master, a debt of gratitude he could not overlook. You were too polite, Peng. After all, this book is indecipherable to us, and in our hands, it is akin to a pearl hidden in the dark, Lu Shihao replied. However, Peng Biao did not share this sentiment. He felt it was a great favor, as it effectively made him a distant disciple of Lu and Apos' ancestor. Such a kindness should never be forgotten. Peng Biao resolved to repay any kindness and avenge any grievances. Lu, I believe I can now resolve the issues concerning the residents. Oh, is there a solution recorded in the book? Peng Biao nodded, realizing that the formation diagram was on the third page. Now that he understood the diagram and had acquired knowledge of the formation techniques, resolving the issue would be a mere trifle. The two rose and made their way to the courtyard. With a flick of his mind, Peng Biao summoned two enormous hands of true energy, which, with a resounding crash, plunged into the ground, beginning to excavate the bricks and earth. Lu Shihao watched this miraculous scene with rapt attention, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. In no time, a deep pit, measuring a fathom in depth, was unearthed. Lu Shihao approached and peered inside, finding it empty, and cast a puzzled glance at Peng Biao. At that moment, Peng Biao began to form hand seals and unleashed a stream of true energy into the pit. As the energy infused, a 3-foot-long, rusted iron sword emerged from the soil. Lu Shihao exclaimed in astonishment, "What is happening here?" Peng Biao explained, "This is the eye of the small spirit gathering formation. Every formation has a fixed eye, which requires a suppressive object to maintain its integrity. This iron sword serves as that object, yet after many years, it has reached the brink of collapse." "I see." Lu Shihao nodded, half comprehending. Peng Biao continued, "Aside from the eye, formations also have formation devices. To put it simply, the eye is akin to the place where a great tree grows. The suppressive object is the tree's roots, and the formation devices are the trunk and branches. Then where is the formation device for this courtyard? This small spirit gathering formation is of a low grade, merely a first-tier formation, possessing only an eye without the capacity to set a formation device." Lu Shihao inquired further, "Are formations classified by tiers?" "Indeed, formations are categorized from 1 to 9 tiers, from the lowest to the highest. Thus, the formation in my family's courtyard is the most rudimentary." "How intriguing." Peng Biao nodded with a smile. After explaining, he retrieved a low-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon, a flying dagger, from his storage pouch. He then threw the dagger, which was caught by a hand of true energy, and formed seals again to channel true energy into the flying dagger. As the energy flowed in, the dagger, previously gleaming with sharpness, became subdued. With the final infusion of energy, the dagger emitted a low hum, losing its spiritual essence and resembling an ordinary weapon. Peng Biao nodded, satisfied that a new suppressive object had been formed. Although this was his first attempt at repairing a formation, he felt he had performed admirably. He then extended a hand of true energy to grasp the rusted iron sword, pulling it free. As the sword was removed, the spiritual energy within the courtyard surged outward like a dam bursting. Without delay, Peng Biao swiftly inserted the flying dagger into the earth of the pit. As soon as the dagger was embedded, countless lines radiating white light erupted from the ground, intricate and convoluted, spreading throughout the entire courtyard. Lu Shihao gazed in wonder at this extraordinary spectacle, far surpassing his understanding. Noticing the myriad lines appearing, Peng Biao nodded slightly and again formed hand seals, channeling streams of true energy into the flying dagger at the bottom of the pit. Moments later, as the dagger absorbed the true energy, the lines on the ground gradually faded, and the spiritual energy ceased to dissipate. Lu Shihao felt the sunlight become more radiant, bringing him a sense of comfort. Peng Biao infused another stream of true energy into the flying dagger, which then vanished from sight. The task was complete, and Peng Biao began to fill in the pit. "All right, Lu brother, the job is done." With a flying dagger comparable to a mid-tier spiritual weapon as a suppressive object, this small spirit gathering formation will remain intact for at least 1,000 years. This was the finest spiritual weapon Peng Biao could offer. He could not bear to use any of the 3 mid-tier weapons for a mere first-tier formation. Lu Shihao rejoiced. "Thank you, Peng brother." Peng Biao responded with a smile. "The one who should be grateful is me, for having learned the Apos, detailed explanation of formations and Apos, from your family. This knowledge of formation techniques is a tremendous gain." Lu Shihao waved his hand, saying, "Many things depend on fate. This book has been in my family for years, and we never knew its significance. Now, in your hands, it has proven its worth, indicating a bond between you and it." After resolving the matter, the two went to a tavern for a feast, with Lu Shihao treating. As Peng Biao had run out of funds, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Starry Sky sect, located 500 miles south at Wild Fox Mountain. All right, should anything arise, I will not hesitate to ask." After a hearty meal, Peng Biao left the city, making his way to the Starry Sky sect. Upon arriving at the horse ranch, he explained the circumstances surrounding the lost horse and compensated 20 spirit stones. Once inside the sect, Peng Biao headed towards Wenbuchu's residence, intending to move out of the wooden building. For the time being, he planned to learn the art of alchemy. He did not wish for others to know of his alchemical skills, making it inconvenient to remain in Wenbuchu's vicinity. On the way, he fortuitously encountered Bei Yuyu. Upon seeing Peng Biao, she teased with a smile, "Have you been out for 8 or 9 days? Where have you taken Buer? With no one tending to the spirit herb garden for so long, be careful that elder one does not come looking for you." Upon seeing Bei Yuyu, Peng Biao fell silent and presented her with a token. When she saw the name Sun Buer inscribed on it, her expression froze, and she asked, "What does this mean?" "Buer is dead." Bei Yuyu was taken aback, laughing. "When did you become such a joker?" Peng Biao pressed the token into her hand, speaking solemnly. "He asked me to convey to you that he liked you, but never had the courage to say it." With that, he strode past her. Bei Yuyu stood in shock, gripping the token tightly, her delicate hand trembling with suppressed emotion. "Who did this?" A cold, merciless voice echoed from behind Peng Biao. He paused, responding, "Su Yuanlin, but I have already killed him." He then quickly walked away. After a long while, her figure remained motionless, yet 2 streams of hot tears cascaded down her flawless face as a frigid voice emerged. "Though Su Yuanlin is dead, this debt cannot be so easily settled." Upon reaching the wooden building, Peng Biao informed Wenbuchu of his intention to move out. "Go ahead. It has been a while. Your body should be well by now." Wenbuchu reclined lazily in a chair, speaking in a relaxed manner. After enduring numerous failures, Wenbuchu had completely abandoned his experiments, now solely wishing to break through to the aperture realm to extend his lifespan. Hearing this, Peng Biao silently sighed in relief and then bowed deeply to Wenbuchu. After all, his ability to restore his Dantian was due to Wenbuchu's guidance. Truth be told, aside from his obsession with experiments, Wenbuchu was quite admirable in other aspects. Seeing Peng Biao's respectful demeanor, Wenbuchu chuckled, "Once you grow stronger, do not forget this old man." Peng Biao would certainly remember the elder's life-giving kindness. Stepping out of the wooden building, Peng Biao glanced back at Wenbuchu, who appeared to be feigning sleep, rhythmically tapping his thigh with one hand, exuding an air of contentment. In that moment, he resembled a leisurely, ordinary elder. After all, cultivators and mortals are still human. Leaving Wenbuchu's residence, Peng Biao looked around and ultimately arrived at a vast, smooth stone wall towering 100 feet high. At a height of about 4 or 5 feet from the ground, he began to excavate a cave. This location was close to the sect's exit, making it convenient for errands, and he intended to use it as his abode. Clearly, he was not the only one with this idea. Several caves were also visible hundreds of feet away. However, the distances between the caves were considerable, indicating that everyone wished to avoid disturbing one another and hoped for solitude. Before long, Peng Biao had carved out a stone chamber roughly a yard in size, with the entrance neatly sized like a door. In his usual practice, there was no need for extravagance or lavishness. Subsequently, Peng Biao leapt down, gathered a few wooden planks, and fashioned a simple door. Thus, his new abode was completed. He inscribed a brief message on the door, "Call out if you need anything. Intruders shall meet on the battle platform." He then closed the door and seated himself in the innermost part of the stone chamber, summoning the red cauldron with a wave of his hand, ready to commence alchemy. He decided to start with the simplest of elixirs, the youth-enhancing pill. Peng Biao began to form hand seals, channeling a stream of true energy into the red cauldron. With a resounding clang, gray flames ignited within. The flames burned at an exceedingly high temperature, quickly warming the cauldron, yet he felt not a hint of heat. The cauldron insulated him from the flames. Once the process of alchemy began, it could not be interrupted. Peng Biao, wary of delay, swiftly produced a sprig of green herb, casting it into the flames, while simultaneously directing true energy to envelop the herb in fire. As the herb was engulfed, he meticulously controlled the flame and Apos' temperature, ensuring it neither incinerated the herb nor failed to refine the impurities. Gradually, the herb melted away, transforming into a droplet of green liquid. Without a moment's pause, he retrieved a wooden vial, swiftly removing the cork, and poured a drop of murky water into the cauldron. The murky droplets swiftly mingled with the flames, and Peng Biao hastily channeled true energy, creating a passage in the fire for the 2 droplets to merge. As the murky water and green liquid fused, a reaction occurred, forming a transparent droplet the size of a fingertip. A look of joy illuminated Ping Biao's face. The fusion was complete, and the next steps were crucial. He formed hand seals once more, unleashing streams of true energy, causing the flames to swirl around the transparent droplet. As the flames danced, the droplet began its transformation into a solid form. Ping Biao continuously channeled true energy, a sense of pride welling within him, thinking, "Though this is my first attempt at alchemy, it does not seem overly difficult." However, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as Peng Biao let his thoughts wander, his timing faltered slightly, causing the flames surrounding the transparent droplet to become chaotic. In an instant, the flames surged, engulfing the droplet entirely. Within a blink, the droplet vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Stunned, Peng Biao found himself at a loss. The droplet vanished before he could react. Soon after, the flames extinguished completely. Alas, it seemed the greatest taboo during alchemy was to let one's mind drift. One must maintain a tranquil heart, disregarding the loss of materials. Peng Biao resolutely formed hand seals once more, channeling true energy to restart the alchemical process. After a considerable period, he gazed at the 5 transparent pills in his hand, his weary face brimming with a sense of accomplishment. With 10 sets of materials and a 50% failure rate, these were still the easiest to concoct among second-grade elixirs. The youth-enhancing pill, though a second-grade elixir, required fewer materials than many first-grade ones. If the success rate for this 2-ingredient elixir was so low, one could only imagine the daunting challenges posed by the blood-replenishing pill, which required over 10 ingredients, or the essence-enhancing pill, needing dozens. Peng Biao could not help but lament. The path of an alchemist is fraught with difficulty. He then produced a wooden vial, placing the 5 youth-enhancing pills inside, marking the exterior and storing it within his storage pouch. After a brief respite, he resolved to commence the crafting of the blood-replenishing pill. Having grown familiar with the alchemical steps through his prior experience, he was no longer the novice he once was. Next, he introduced a variety of materials into the red cauldron's flames, channeling multiple streams of true energy. Moments later, a multitude of colorful droplets floated within the fire. He then retrieved a fruit resembling flames, the flame fruit, and hoped for a successful outcome. Without hesitation, he cast the flame fruit into the cauldron. As it was scorched by the flames, it transformed into a blood-red liquid, as vivid as fresh blood. After channeling a stream of true energy, the crimson liquid quickly merged with the other droplets. Peng Biao held his breath, his nerves taut. Ultimately, a droplet the size of a fingertip hovered in the flames. With a calm demeanor, he directed true energy, causing the flames to swirl around the red liquid. After a brief period, the red liquid solidified, releasing a faint medicinal aroma into the air. Joy danced in his eyes as he unleashed another stream of true energy, extinguishing the flames. He deftly caught the falling pill. The blood-replenishing pill had been successfully crafted on his very first attempt. Holding the pill between his fingers, he mused, once familiar with the process. Alchemy is indeed not so arduous. Could I truly be the legendary prodigy of alchemy? After securing the blood-replenishing pill in his storage pouch, Peng Biao felt a surge of confidence as he attempted to craft it once more. However, the subsequent attempts were disheartening. The remaining 2 flame fruits and numerous materials were consumed without yielding success. His heart ached at the thought. These materials had been purchased with spirit stones. It seemed there were no shortcuts in alchemy, only the necessity of practice to improve one's success rate. Having faced setbacks, Peng Biao had gleaned this truth. Now, only the materials for the essence-enhancing pill remained. He adjusted his mindset to its optimal state, fully aware that the chances of success were exceedingly slim. Yet he resolved to give it a try. Material waste was not a concern. He could simply procure more. The accumulation of alchemical experience was paramount. As dozens of materials were cast into the red cauldron, each refined to its essence, Peng Biao produced a blue stone the size of 2 fingers and a black inner core the size of a fingertip. The azure stone and the inner core of a 3rd-tier peak demon beast, the ghost ape, were incredibly precious materials, regrettably wasted. A look of disappointment clouded his face as he cast these items into the flames. Ultimately, all 3 materials were lost without success. However, Peng Biao did not leave empty-handed. He had gained invaluable experience, convinced that he would improve his success rate in future attempts. This was a necessary stage in the journey of an alchemist, after all. Each elixir demanded distinct techniques and timing, and only through extensive practice could one enhance their chances of success. After stowing away the red cauldron, Peng Biao began to reflect on the gains and losses from his alchemical endeavors. After a considerable time, He finally exhaled deeply. Recalling the material squandered, a pang of regret struck him. With many resources depleted, he found himself with less than 10,000 spirit stones remaining. He doubted he would encounter any more treasures in the future. It seemed that undertaking tasks was now imperative. To become a qualified alchemist, the road ahead was long and arduous. Rising to his feet, Peng Biao opened the door and made his way toward the task hall. Upon entering, he was greeted warmly by numerous disciples. Some inner sect disciples, noticing his outer sect attire, expressed curiosity and inquired about the reason. Peng Biao chuckled, offering a casual explanation to deflect their inquiries. His gaze wandered to a corner, where he noticed a new elder had taken the place of Feng Qingping, who was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he found it was Bei Yuyu. "What brings you here? Looking to accept a task? Would you like to join me?" she asked with a cheerful smile. At this point, Peng Biao remembered he had a spiritual artifact to present to Bei Yuyu. "Come here for a moment. I have something to discuss," he said, leading her to a secluded corner of the hall. Bei Yuyu followed, curiosity evident on her face. Observing this, many onlookers displayed expressions of envy. Bei Yuyu was renowned as one of the most beautiful individuals in the sect, often aloof toward most inner sect disciples. Yet here she was, so close to Peng Biao. Peng Biao, not only formidable in strength, is also quite fortunate in matters of romance. The two merely engage in conversation, and it is premature to discuss the nature of his good fortune. Let us wait for Peng Biao to face misfortune. Many core disciples have long coveted Bei Yuyu. Had it not been for Elder Yu, they would have acted long ago. Why rush? Let us observe how Peng Biao is tormented by the core disciples. Speaking of it, won't that just alert him? Despite the various speculations around him, Peng Biao remains indifferent. He seeks to avoid trouble, yet he is not afraid of it. If anyone dares to cross him, he will gladly unleash his fists. The two retreated to a corner where Peng Biao presented Bei Yuyu with a storage pouch, stating it was a gift for her. "Oh, you actually give gifts? How rare. I thought you had forgotten my kindness." Bei Yuyu teased. "Cut the nonsense. You brought me to the Starry Sect ultimately for your own benefit, so spare me the talk of gratitude. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back," he replied, reaching to reclaim it. Bei Yuyu swiftly snatched it away, exclaiming, "If it's free, why not? I'm curious to see what it is." Upon examining it, she exclaimed, "Ha! The aura on this spirit weapon suggests it's of upper low-grade. After just over a year in the Starry Sect, you're already gifting upper low-grade spirit weapons. How extravagant." Her eyes sparkled as she gave him a thumbs up. "Why don't you ask where the spirit weapon came from? What is the point in digging too deep? It's sufficient that it exists," she smiled. "You seem quite pragmatic. Why are you giving me such a valuable spirit weapon? Are you harboring feelings for me? I advise you to reconsider," she warned, regarding him with suspicion. Peng Biao was taken aback by her rapid change in demeanor and wild assumptions. Seeing her guard him like a thief, he retorted, "Yes. What if I do have feelings for you? Didn't you say that once I surpass you, you would show me? Now that I've reached mid-stage Qi realm, that day I ascend T far off," he added, casting a pointed glare at her chest. At this, Bei Yuyu suddenly smiled brightly, commending his courage to speak his mind, which was commendable in contrast to most hypocrites. "I didn't expect you to reach mid-stage Qi realm so quickly. Too bad I'm already at late-stage Qi realm. Moreover, you're older than me, so you'll likely never catch up." Peng Biao inwardly cursed Bei Yuyu for her swift change of attitude, thinking, "Let us wait and see if you keep your word." As they exchanged witty banter, a robust, unremarkable young man with a dark complexion entered, scanning the room before his brows furrowed upon spotting Bei Yuyu and Peng Biao conversing. "Junior sister Bei seems in good spirits today." He approached them with a smile. The moment Bei Yuyu saw him, her cheerful demeanor evaporated, replaced by a stoic expression. "My mood is none of Senior Brother Tai's concern," she replied curtly. Senior Brother Tai chuckled lightly, unfazed, and continued, "It's not my business, but you are Brother Zhou's chosen one. I must keep an eye on you." He cast a sidelong glance at Peng Biao. "Enough. Are you finished?" Bei Yuyu glared at Peng Biao before storming off. As she left, Senior Brother Tai let out a cold huff and turned his gaze toward Peng Biao's chest, sneering, "You're the one who defeated Lu Ming in a boundary crossing match? I had expected more of your talent, yet a year has passed, and you're still merely an outer disciple." Peng Biao rolled his eyes at the proud man whose chest bore the words core disciple, choosing to disregard his comments. He recognized that his attire had led to this misunderstanding, but he didn't mind, nor did he feel the need to explain. Senior Brother Tai raised an eyebrow, his anger flaring. How dare an outer disciple look down upon him, a core disciple? If they were outside the sect, he would have already acted against him. I warn you, stay away from Bei Yu and know your place. Such a swan is not meant for a toad like you. Senior brother Tai declared disdainfully. His words ignited Peng Biao's resentment. This man had made assumptions without understanding the situation, displaying a misplaced sense of superiority. Black coal head. Whether a toad like me can eat swan meat is none of your concern, he replied defiantly. Senior brother Tai gaped, unable to believe an outer disciple had the audacity to insult him so. His face flushed with rage, and he bellowed, presumptuous. How dare you, an outer disciple, be so disrespectful? Other disciples nearby turned to watch the unfolding conflict. Unfazed by the attention, Peng Biao lazily responded, what exactly have I done to be considered disrespectful? How could you, an outer disciple, not bow when encountering a core disciple? Senior brother Tai shot back, attempting to regain control of the situation. Peng Biao almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. This man was quick on his feet, but was this really a valid reason? Glancing at him, he scoffed. Core disciples and outer disciples are all disciples. You're not an elder, so why should I bow to you? According to sect rules, disciples do not need to bow to one another, yet in practice, lower-ranked disciples often do so in the presence of those of higher rank. Senior brother Tai held his head high, full of arrogance, declaring, just because my realm is higher, my strength greater, and my fist larger. Seeing the proud face of the man, Peng Biao felt utterly speechless. Why don't you grin while you're at it? He thought. Idiot. The two words succinctly conveyed his disdain. What did you say? Senior brother Tai seethed, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He had just emerged from seclusion after a long period, and was now being humiliated by an outer disciple. Let me remind you. What rule states that outer disciples must bow to core disciples? Peng Biao continued, undeterred. Senior brother Tai was filled with murderous intent. He could not tolerate being insulted by an outer disciple. You insolent wretch, would you dare sign a life and death contract with me? Why not? Let us go to the dual platform, Peng Biao replied, his eyes filled with combativeness, staring down senior brother Tai without a hint of fear. And he began to stride towards the exit. Senior brother Tai had targeted him from the start, and he was eager to teach this black coal head a lesson, showing him that core disciples were not to be trifled with. Very well, you're seeking your own demise, senior brother Tai sneered at Peng Biao's readiness, confident that he could dispatch him with a single move. You'll soon learn who truly seeks death, Peng Biao replied with a grin. Senior brother Tai laughed coldly. So, Peng Biao, I must admit I admire your courage, but not your realm or strength, merely your audacity. Don't worry, I won't take your life. You need only kneel and apologize when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded, since senior brother Tai has stated it. I shall also spare your life. As long as you bow your head, that suffices. Arrogant, I hope you can maintain such defiance. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Iron Brother's eyes as he strode out, choosing not to utter another word. Peng Biao observed Iron Brother's retreating figure, a sly smile blossoming on his face, and then called out loudly, brothers and younger disciples, Iron Brother and I are heading to the dual platform. All are welcome to witness. At this proclamation, Iron Brother paused momentarily, but then continued on his path. For him, the number of onlookers mattered little. It was merely a matter of the Qi realm. Could it truly turn the tides? Peng Biao and Appos' words instantly stirred the crowd, akin to poking a hornet and Appos' nest, igniting a tumult of chatter. What? Peng Biao actually intends to clash with Iron Brother on the dual platform? Has he lost his mind? Iron Brother is now a core disciple. Truly, Peng Biao is a troublemaker. It is the second time he has sought a duel upon entering the task hall. He might as well be asking for defeat. An audacious individual. Having narrowly triumphed over Lu Meng in the late stages of the strength realm, he now fancies himself a prodigy, oblivious to the vast chasm that exists between the Qi realm and the Yuan realm. Keep your voices down. If Peng Biao hears you, he might reconsider stepping onto the dual platform. Witnessing Peng Biao and Iron Brother exit, everyone in the task hall hurriedly followed, some calling out to friends, swelling the crowd further. By the time they reached the dual platform, the throng of spectators trailing behind the two had swelled to hundreds, with many more disciples rushing over upon hearing the news. On one side stood the core disciple Iron Brother, while on the other was Peng Biao, who had previously succeeded in transcending realms, having incapacitated 10 opponents. Their impending clash promised to be a spectacle, naturally drawing a multitude of disciples. Core disciples are far beyond the reach of inner disciples. The duel between Lu Ming and Peng Biao pales in comparison to the forthcoming battle with Iron Brother. Elder Luo Lixing, seated beside the duel platform, felt a surge of excitement as he witnessed the influx of disciples heading his way. He was a restless soul, and the monotony of his watch was wearing. A duel would certainly alleviate his boredom. However, upon spotting Peng Biao amidst the crowd, Luo Lixing was momentarily taken aback. His interest peaked. It had been over a year since Peng Biao and Oppo's cross-realm challenge, where he had defeated Lu Ming with sheer physical prowess, catching the Elder and Oppo's attention. Oh, it's this lad again. Yu Zhiqiu's disciple truly knows how to stir trouble, Luo Lixing mused. As Peng Biao approached him, casting a glance at Iron Brother, he addressed Luo Lixing, Elder, please present the death warrant. Iron Brother, arms crossed and a smirk on his lips, exuded an air of indifference. Luo Lixing smiling. Produce the death warrant. Peng Biao showed no hesitation, promptly signing his name and then casting a challenging glance at Iron Brother. Iron Brother scoffed, prepare to kneel and beg. Do you truly believe a Qi realm could triumph over the Yuan realm? Having heard the whispers of the onlookers behind him, he now recognized that Peng Biao was at the Qi realm. Peng Biao simply gestured for Iron Brother to sign, too lazy to utter a word. Iron Brother, with a flourish, inscribed his name. Peng Biao scrutinized the signature, grinning, your handwriting is commendable. Laugh now. I hope you can still smile after this, Iron Brother retorted venomously. Peng Biao merely smiled faintly, unfazed. The two leapt onto the duel platform. As the moment of confrontation arrived, Peng Biao's smile faded, his expression becoming serene, his gaze sharp, and his posture erect. An aura of lethal intent enveloped him. Iron Brother, noticing this, nodded slightly, mentally preparing himself, while one could afford to underestimate an opponent below. On the duel platform, every adversary must be taken seriously. A lion, when hunting a rabbit, must exert its utmost effort. Below the platform, Luo Lixing withdrew the death warrant. Forming hand seals, and a gray liquid struck the duel platform, conjuring a semicircular transparent barrier. In a gravelly voice, Luo Lixing announced, the duel begins. As his words fell, both Peng Biao and Iron Brother sprang into action. Peng Biao, his body radiating true energy, surged towards Iron Brother like a ferocious tiger. In contrast, Iron Brother was enveloped in a layer of swirling gray liquid, true essence, the liquid form of true energy attained upon breaking through from the Qi realm to the Yuan realm. True essence and true energy are fundamentally different, akin to an upgraded version of true energy. Hence, Iron Brother had previously mocked Peng Biao, believing it was a fantasy for someone in the Qi realm to vanquish a Yuan realm practitioner. Noticing the refinement of Peng Biao and Oppo's true energy, Iron Brother remarked, I didn't expect you to have reached the mid-Qi realm. In just over a year, you've ascended 2 minor realms. But what of it? He then charged at Peng Biao, resembling a formidable gray beast. Among the spectators below, many were astonished by Peng Biao's progress, deeming it unbelievable. Who would have thought that in just over a year, Peng Biao would ascend from the late strength realm to the mid-Qi realm? A genius, indeed. But it is a pity. This world has never been short of geniuses. They often meet untimely ends. And only those who survive to the end can claim true strength. At this moment, Bei Yuyu, alerted by the commotion, arrived at the platform's edge. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she watched the unfolding battle. Peng Biao and Iron Brother clashed like two titans, both fiercely proud, foregoing any unnecessary maneuvers. They collided with all their might. A resounding thud echoed as Peng Biao was pushed back over a yard, while Iron Brother staggered 4 to 5 yards in retreat. What? Iron Brother, in the initial stages of the Yuan realm, completely enveloped in true essence, could not withstand a mid-Qi realm opponent? Peng Biao and Oppo's physical prowess was indeed formidable. Oh, how I wish I had chosen the Arhut path, he lamented. A previous opportunity to embrace the Arhut path had slipped through his fingers. Only upon losing did he realize his folly. There is no greater pain in the world than this. If only silence, you annoying woman. What are you babbling about? Seeing the spectacle unfold, Luo Lixing's gaze sharpened, and he began to contemplate. Not only did the spectators below struggle to comprehend, but even Iron Brother himself was taken aback. Only he understood the magnitude of the force behind that impact. Despite being suffused with true essence, he had been forced to retreat, and he now felt a surge of blood and qi rising within him. With newfound respect, Iron Brother began to regard Peng Biao, as a legitimate rival. Before he could fully process, Peng Biao charged again, delivering a powerful kick towards Iron Brother. Caught off guard, and still recovering from the previous impact, Iron Brother hastily raised both hands in defense. With a resounding crack, he was sent flying over 10 yards, his hands aching from the impact. The true essence coursing through his arms dispersed. Iron Brother was astounded. With just one strike, Peng Biao had effortlessly shattered his protective true essence, instilling a cold sweat upon him. If he continued to allow himself to be attacked at close quarters, he would surely meet his demise. He could no longer afford to clash head-on with Peng Biao and had to leverage his advantages instead. Peng Biao, equally surprised, realized that his single blow had merely disrupted the true essence, a testament to its formidable defensive capabilities. Attacking true essence felt akin to striking a supple water surface. The majority of the force dissipated, rendering it incapable of delivering a substantial impact. With a forceful push of his legs, Peng Biao shattered the bricks beneath him and charged once more at Iron Brother. In that moment, Iron Brother, intent on avoiding a direct confrontation, brandished a broad-bladed sword, charging at Peng Biao with it. Peng Biao, witnessing the weapon, scoffed with disdain, just a low-grade upper-tier spiritual weapon. Do you even dare to wield it as a Yuan realm practitioner? As they collided, the sound of metal clashing reverberated, and Peng Biao effortlessly parried the sword with his left hand, unaffected in the slightest. With a clenched fist, he struck fiercely at the Iron Man. The Iron Man swiftly turned his great sword horizontally, blocking Peng Biao's assault. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, executing various techniques. At this moment, the Iron Man was no longer concerned about counterattacking verbally. His apparent offense was, in truth, a defensive maneuver. Each of Peng Biao's punches and strikes, when landing on the broad blade, subjected the Iron Man to immense recoil. Damn it, why is his physical body so formidable? It's utterly unfair. I can't continue like this. Defeat is inevitable unless I resort to my ultimate skill. Shocked, the Iron Man's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he swung his sword down decisively, leveraging the force of Peng Biao's punch to retreat and create distance. He swiftly sheathed the broadsword and produced a palm-sized azure gourd. Seeing Peng Biao pursue him, the Iron Man quickly removed the gourd stopper, aiming its mouth at Peng Biao, and shouted, "Prepare yourself." Instantly, he expelled his true essence, which the gourd absorbed. And a beam of azure light, the length of a finger, shot forth towards Peng Biao. Startled, Peng Biao recognized it as undoubtedly a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Sensing an overwhelming threat emanating from the azure light, he hastily raised his arm in defense. With a piercing sound, the azure light penetrated his arm, leaving a wound smaller than a finger from which blood gushed forth. As the blood flowed, a searing pain coursed through his injury, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. The azure light must be toxic. Haraha, Peng Biao, you are now gravely poisoned. Kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I will grant you the antidote, considering our shared sect. The Iron Man laughed heartily, confident in the toxicity of the azure light despite its minor initial damage. His intent was malicious, as he had no antidote to offer. Furrowing his brow, Peng Biao felt an agonizing pain followed by a numbing sensation. In mere moments, his arm became completely devoid of feeling, paralyzed to the point where true essence could not circulate. Alarmed within, he pondered, what kind of poison is this? How can it be so fearsome? Even my physical body cannot withstand it. Fortunately, the paralysis affected only half of his arm. If he were struck again in another area, he feared he would be utterly at the mercy of his opponent. You can't move now, can you? The Iron Man taunted, stepping closer to Peng Biao. On the sidelines, Bei Yuyu watched anxiously, muttering under her breath, he seems astute. Yet he is a fool to challenge someone at the early stage of the Yuan realm while he is merely at the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Among the observing disciples were a few core members who felt disappointed as they witnessed the impending conclusion of the battle. This Peng Biao is boastful, yet I expected more from him. Indeed, he lacks true capability, yet he revels in trouble. He is both inexperienced and reckless. However, one cannot deny that he, as a mid-stage Qi practitioner, has managed to confront an early-stage Yuan practitioner, which is commendable. Brother who makes a valid point, nonetheless. Spiritual weapons are integral to a cultivator's strength, and ultimately, Peng Biao is succumbing to the Iron Man. Let us depart. This battle holds no suspense any longer. Luo Lixing and Apos' expression darkened as he stroked his beard, eyes narrowed in contemplation. Regardless of the spectators and Apos' opinions, the clash continued on stage. As the Iron Man approached, Peng Biao feigned immobility, hoping to lure him closer. However, the Iron Man abruptly halted, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Could this Brett be attempting to deceive me? His physical prowess is formidable. What if he is merely pretending? If I get too close, I might fall into his trap. While I trust the toxicity of the gourd, one can never be too cautious. With resolve, the Iron Man expelled his true essence once more, aiming the gourd at Peng Biao, seemingly intent on employing the same tactic again. Taken aback, Peng Biao thought he could no longer endure, cursing inwardly as he swiftly dodged. To his surprise, the anticipated azure light did not follow. Instead, he heard the Iron Man's mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, Peng Biao, you are indeed pretending. Do you think I am but a child? Facing the derision, Peng Biao did not react with shame or anger, but his expression grew solemn. Indeed, those who reach the Yuan realm are formidable foes. Below, Beiyuyu, seeing Peng Biao unharmed, felt a wave of relief wash over her, a faint smile gracing her lips, which drew astonished gazes from some nearby disciples. Brother Hu and other core disciples had initially stepped back, but were now captivated by the unfolding drama on the stage. Brother Hu regarded Peng Biao with newfound interest, while Luo Lixing relaxed slightly, his hand pausing in its stroking of his beard. On the stage, seeing that Peng Biao was unscathed, the Iron Man laughed. But internally he felt a pang of regret. He stepped back, distancing himself from Peng Biao. Upon closer inspection, he noticed Peng Biao's left arm appeared unnatural, and he realized that the gourd's poison had indeed taken effect. Humph, I almost fell for your ruse. I thought your physical strength made you impervious to the gourd's toxicity. With this revelation, the Iron Man smirked coldly and expelled his true essence again, launching another beam of azure light at Peng Biao. This time, Peng Biao was prepared. He swiftly evaded the azure light. The attack missed, striking the ground instead, producing a hissing sound as it created a deep, bottomless hole in the earth. The observing disciples gasped in astonishment. Although the azure light had merely left a small wound on Peng Biao and Appo's arm, it seemed to lack potency, failing to hinder his movement, leading many to underestimate the azure gourd's capabilities. However, upon witnessing the gaping hole, they realized its true menace. If it struck a person, it could be deadly or leave them severely injured, especially with its toxic nature. As a result, the disciples' gazes towards Peng Biao shifted to one of admiration and fervor. The formidable azure light had merely grazed him, leaving only a small puncture. Yet, on stage, Peng Biao and the Iron Man found themselves in a stalemate. With the azure projectiles continuously assaulting him, Peng Biao could only rely on his agility to evade, rendering him incapable of closing the distance to engage in close combat. Where he excelled, he understood that this stalemate could not persist. He needed to employ a spiritual weapon. However, the flame bow, belonging to Su Yuanlin, posed a dilemma. Using it would imply acknowledgement of having slain Su Yuanlin. Although the sect generally overlooked conflicts between non-core disciples, favoring a more hands-off approach to disputes, any evidence of murder among disciples would lead to dire consequences. After all, the higher-ups wished for disciples to compete and hone their skills, but they did not condone lethal encounters. As he deftly maneuvered, Peng Biao charged toward the Iron Man, but the latter, experienced in battle, recognized the need to maintain distance. He occasionally unleashed azure beams, all of which Peng Biao deftly dodged. For a time, the arena appeared lively with the flurry of movement. Yet neither opponent could gain the upper hand. This cannot continue. It is merely a waste of time. I must utilize a spiritual weapon, Peng Biao concluded, unwilling to let the situation stagnate. Thus, he halted abruptly, channeling his true essence and summoning the blood within him to surge towards his left arm before the azure light could strike. With a hissing sound, a mixture of red and green blood spilled from his wound, eroding the ground beneath him. As the toxic fluid was expelled, Peng Biao's left arm swiftly regained its normal function. In a flash, a black shield materialized in his hand. Immediately following this, Peng Biao exhaled a breath of true energy, and with a resounding hum, a faint black protective shield materialized, enveloping his entire being. With the defense of a medium-grade spiritual artifact, Peng Biao felt a surge of confidence, no longer fearing the attacks from the green gourd, as he charged directly towards the Iron Man. The emergence of the shield elicited gasps of astonishment from the disciples observing below. How could Peng Biao possess a medium-grade spiritual artifact? Where did he acquire it? What does it matter where he obtained it? Since he dares to display it, he fears no repercussions. Fascinating. It seems Peng Biao had concealed his true strength. In stark contrast to the relaxed onlookers, the Iron Man and Appos, S expression was grave. He had not anticipated that Peng Biao had previously withheld his full power. A mid-stage Qi realm fighter facing a nascent stage Yuan realm adversary, yet still retaining strength. It was a severe blow to the Iron Man and Appos' pride. As Peng Biao advanced, the Iron Man, retreating in anger, unleashed a surge of true energy, emitting a flash of azure light that struck the faint black shield. The azure light and black aura intertwined, dissipating after a brief moment. With this, Peng Biao felt entirely at ease, swiftly closing the distance to the Iron Man. His speed had always outpaced that of the Iron Man. Previously, he had merely been evading the azure light, resulting in a stalemate. Now that the azure light posed no threat, escape was impossible for the Iron Man. Conversely, the Iron Man, witnessing his attack thwarted, felt his heart sink in despair. He unleashed several more azure strikes, all of which were deflected by the shield. The gap between the two narrowed significantly. "Prepare yourself," Peng Biao declared, unwilling to prolong the confrontation. With a mighty shout, he grasped the shield with his right hand and hurled it towards the Iron Man, akin to skipping stones across water. As the shield left his grasp, the protective aura vanished, yet its absence was inconsequential now. Like a black whirlwind, the shield hurtled towards the Iron Man startled. He hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the impending strike. The shield crashed into the transparent barrier behind the Iron Man, sending ripples through the air, and with a thunderous impact, it shattered a considerable expanse of stone upon landing on the arena floor. Before the Iron Man could catch his breath, Peng Biao lunged forward, his fists imbued with true energy, striking relentlessly at the Iron Man and Appos' head. With the first blow, the Iron Man and Appos' true energy was disrupted. With the second, it was shattered, revealing his bruised visage. The third punch left the Iron Man bloodied, his eyes, nose, and mouth spilling crimson as he was sent reeling backwards. Collapsing with a thud after several rolls, the green-gourd spiritual artifact slipping from his grasp. Before the Iron Man could rise, Peng Biao stepped forward, seizing him by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. The outcome was unmistakable. From the moment Peng Biao unveiled the shield to the Iron Man's utter defeat, mere moments had elapsed. The rapid reversal of fortune left the onlooking disciples agape, struggling to comprehend how a core disciple could be bested by an inner sect disciple. What an impressive display by Peng Biao. His combat was straightforward and decisive, leaving no opportunity for his opponent to recover. In future encounters with this individual, one must certainly avoid direct confrontation, or better yet, refrain from enmity altogether. Elder Luo Lixing, his white hair flowing, observed the resolution of the match with a smile. Stroking his beard in approval, simple yet effective techniques, devoid of any superfluous maneuvers. This young man is commendable, having grasped the essence of combat for body cultivators. At that moment, Bei Yu also smiled, her gaze fixed on Peng Biao's upright figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. On stage, Peng Biao regarded the Iron Man. Now a bloodied mess, with a calm demeanor, with a slight exertion, he could seal the Iron Man's fate. Noticing the Iron Man's flushed face, Peng Biao relaxed his grip slightly. Observing the Iron Man's labored breaths, Peng Biao smiled and inquired, "Iron Man, would you prefer death or life?" After a few gasps, the Iron Man chuckled, "Peng Biao, to be defeated by you is a testament to my inadequacy. I have no retort. However, I do not believe you would dare to kill me. A jest indeed, for we have signed a life and death pact. Have you forgotten Lu Meng's fate? Lu Meng was merely an inner sect disciple. I am a core disciple. What does it mean to be a core disciple? We are the future of the sect, incomparable to inner disciples. What of the life and death pact? If you kill me, I assure you, you will accompany me to the grave." The Iron Man's eyes brimmed with disdain. Such arrogance irked Peng Biao. A fool with his life in another's hands dared to be so insolent. He tightened his grip, eliciting a wince of pain from the Iron Man. Then, with a dismissive smile, Peng Biao remarked, "Iron Man, one must learn to see oneself clearly. Do you truly believe that a core disciple defeated by an inner disciple holds any value in the eyes of the sect's higher-ups? What do you mean?" The Iron Man's expression shifted. Peng Biao chuckled lightly. "You overestimate yourself. Should a core disciple perish, do you think they would mourn the loss of a potentially greater inner disciple?" The Iron Man's pupils contracted, his complexion darkening. "Iron Man, the moment you were defeated, your value as a core disciple vanished entirely. In such circumstances, would I face punishment for killing you? I admire your naivety. while your appearance may be unremarkable, your thoughts are rather fanciful. As the Iron Man pondered Peng Biao and Appo's words, fear crept into his eyes. But rest assured, I will not kill you. I have a fondness for rendering individuals powerless. With that, Peng Biao placed his other hand upon the Iron Man's Dantian. Stop, Peng Biao. Did you not say you would not kill me? The Iron Man began to tremble. Oh, did I say that? I seem to have forgotten. Wait, I did say it. But it appears there were other conditions. Peng Biao and Appo's eyes glinted with mischief. I will never kneel. I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish to render you a waste. Alas, how many trials must one endure to reach the Yuan realm? As he spoke, true energy emanated from Peng Biao's hand, preparing to strike the Iron Man's Dantian. Wait, Peng Biao. Friend Peng, let us speak civilly. I concede. I implore you, do not act against me. Whatever conditions you have, I will comply. Ultimately, the Iron Man yielded, reminded by Peng Biao's words that the journey to the Yuan realm was arduous and that it would be folly to sacrifice his bright future for pride. Hand over the green gourd's spiritual artifact, along with all your spirit stones, Peng Biao stated plainly, eager to conclude the negotiations. The Iron Man had completely submitted. This was the time to reap the fruits of victory. Until the very end, Peng Biao had no desire to kill the Iron Man, for he had his own considerations. An inner disciple killing a core disciple would undoubtedly ignite turmoil within the core disciple circle, and he would become the target of collective ire. The Iron Man hesitated. Peng Biao feigned another attack on the Iron Man's Dantian. All right, I agree. The Iron Man gritted his teeth, acquiescing. Without the artifact, he could undertake missions to earn another, but if his Dantian were destroyed, his life would be irrevocably ruined. Peng Biao promptly extended his hand of true energy, reclaiming the green gourd and instructing the Iron Man to refine it to eliminate his mark. With his life in Peng Biao and Appo's grasp, the Iron Man dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts and complied. After refining the mark of the green gourd, he obediently handed over the mark of his storage pouch as well. As the crowd below witnessed the conclusion of the duel, they understood that the two were negotiating terms. This scenario was not uncommon, and after the excitement waned, most departed, leaving a few lingering to observe. One could only imagine that the disciples who had witnessed the battle would return, embellishing the tale, and Peng Biao's name would resonate throughout the entire Xingqian sect. A mid-stage Qi realm fighter defeating a nascent stage Yuan realm opponent, Peng Biao had once again surpassed the boundaries of his realm to vanquish his foe. However, what most people do not know is that this is merely a fraction of Peng Biao's true strength. After carefully stowing the green gourd, he glanced at the storage bag and smirked. Why are you so impoverished, only possessing 2,000 spirit stones? The Iron Man silently scoffed. 2,000 spirit stones were by no means a trifling sum. Transferring the spirit stones to his own storage bag, Peng Biao opted not to take any other items, instead returning the Iron Man's storage bag to him, which allowed the Iron Man to breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to him, Peng Biao had no interest in the inferior spiritual artifacts and miscellaneous items within. At that moment, Peng Biao suddenly inquired, "Who is Brother Zhou?" Naturally, he was curious about the individual who had intentions towards Bei Yuyu. The Iron Man responded without hesitation, "Brother Zhou is named Zhou Weiran. He is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the core realm. Bei Yuyu is the woman he has set his sights on. Before entering seclusion, he instructed me to keep an eye on Bei Yuyu and ensure that no other male disciples approach her." Peng Biao's expression shifted slightly. He had certainly heard of Zhou Weiran, a prominent figure among the core disciples, possessing a late-stage Yuan realm cultivation. Rumors suggested that he was on the verge of breaking through to the core realm, at which point he would ascend to an elder-level status. With a thud, Peng Biao released the Iron Man, who landed on the ground. Rubbing his neck, the Iron Man noticed Peng Biao's unusual demeanor and chuckled mockingly. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Peng Biao sneered dismissively. "Afraid? I, Peng Biao, have never known fear. It is said that Zhou Weiran is already in his 30s, and yet he has only reached the late Yuan realm. Whether he can truly break through to the core realm remains uncertain. Had I been in my 30s, I would have likely already attained the core realm." The Iron Man scoffed. "I hope when you encounter him in the future, you can maintain such bravado. Senior Luo, please deactivate the array," the Iron Man called out loudly, showing no signs of defeat. Those who reach the Yuan realm have invariably endured numerous failures and setbacks. Their ability to self-regulate is commendable. With grievances held within, there is no need to wear everything on one's face. As the transparent shield dissipated with a hum, the Iron Man leaped down from the duel stage, ignoring everyone and striding away until he vanished from sight. Once the Iron Man departed, a look of gravity crossed Peng Biao's eyes. Having defeated the Iron Man, he realized that upon returning, should he encounter Zhou Weiran, the latter would undoubtedly embellish the tale. At that time, he might have to face Zhou Weiran directly. Presently, Zhou Weiran was at the late Yuan realm, and upon emerging from seclusion, he might very well become a formidable core realm expert, far beyond Peng Biao and Appo's current capabilities. Sigh. One step at a time. A beautiful woman truly brings disaster. Had I known, I would have kept my distance from Bei Yuyu. Lost in thought, Peng Biao jumped down from the duel stage. Young man, you performed admirably. Your master must be Yu Zhiqiu. At that moment, Elder Luo Lixing, the overseer of the duel stage, approached with a broad smile. Indeed, Elder, Peng Biao replied with respect. Elder Luo Lixing queried, but it seems that Yu Zhiqiu does not show much concern for you. Why is that? It is because I have yet to reach the Yuan realm. To defeat someone in the early Yuan realm without having reached it yourself demonstrates your immense potential. Therefore, how about becoming my disciple? Rest assured, I shall not be neglectful like Yu Zhiqiu. On the contrary, I will devote all my energy to nurturing you. Elder Luo Lixing stated, revealing his intentions. Peng Biao's eyes widened. Was he truly this charming? The esteemed Elder Luo had come to him, seeking to take him as a disciple. However, this matter surely required the approval of Master Yu Zhiqiu. Although shocked, Peng Biao felt somewhat troubled, as it was exceedingly rare for an elder to actively seek a disciple. That is a misjudgment. Becoming a master and disciple is a mutual decision. Why involve others? You are not a child. You should have your own opinions. Furthermore, it is common for one to have multiple masters, Elder Luo Lixing asserted, determined to secure Peng Biao as his disciple. Haha, Elder Luo, is this how you recruit disciples? Peng Biao remarked, feeling somewhat intimidated. Just then, a melodious laughter echoed from behind him, followed by Bei Yuyu, clad in a white dress, approaching. He is not intimidated by me. Rather, I perceive he looks down upon me. Let me tell you, young man, you are blind to the opportunity before you. I am the foremost practitioner of physical cultivation within the Starry Sect. Many aspire to be my disciple, yet you stand before me and refuse the chance. It truly vexes me, Elder Luo Lixing huffed, irked by Peng Biao's indifference. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this venerable elder was the #1 practitioner in physical cultivation within the sect. It was well known that cultivators of physical cultivation were exceedingly rare, as their bodies continually absorbed the true energy from their Dantians to strengthen themselves, leading to a depletion of true energy and making it difficult to advance in realm. Thus, while practitioners of physical cultivation possessed far superior physical strength compared to their peers of the same realm, their cultivation speed was notably slower, making high-level practitioners exceedingly scarce. It was astonishing that Elder Luo had managed to reach the core realm as a physical cultivator. Peng Biao regarded Elder Luo Lixing with newfound respect. With his bronze block and tenfold Dantian, he had no worries about his true energy, allowing him to progress swiftly in physical cultivation. In contrast, Elder Luo Lixing had undoubtedly advanced step by step, achieving the core realm through sheer perseverance and determination. I have finally encountered a promising disciple in physical cultivation, young man. I am determined to accept you as my disciple, Elder Luo Lixing declared with conviction. Seeing that Peng Biao remained silent, Bei Yuyu interjected, Elder Luo, perhaps it would be wise to allow Peng Biao some time to consider and then provide you with a response. I say, Bei girl, are you fond of this young man? Why are you always defending him? Elder Luo Lixing remarked with a strange expression. Haha, Elder, you misunderstand. We are merely relatives, Bei Yuyu giggled, covering her mouth. Is that so? I do not believe it, Elder Luo Lixing retorted skeptically. Elder Luo, I am willing to become your disciple, Peng Biao suddenly proclaimed. He believed that as the foremost practitioner of physical cultivation in the Starry Sect, Elder Luo must possess unique insights into the discipline. Moreover, a core realm expert voluntarily offering to take him as a disciple was an honor he could not refuse. Excellent. As expected of a practitioner of physical cultivation, you are straightforward. Come to my residence tonight. However, I must attend to my duties for now, Elder Luo Lixing replied, his face beaming with delight as he turned and returned to his meditation position beneath the duel stage. After dealing with Elder Luo Lixing, Peng Biao intended to leave when a fair-skinned young man approached, accompanied by 6 or 7 others. The fair young man clasped his hands together and said, "Junior brother Peng, I am Hu Yu, greetings." Seeing the courtesy extended to him, Peng Biao returned the gesture, "Senior brother Hu, greetings. I was greatly impressed by your recent display of prowess. Defeating someone in the early Yuan realm while in the mid-stage of the Qi realm. It is truly remarkable. I, Hu Yu, cherish the company of young talents. And we should become better acquainted," Hu Yu stated with a friendly smile, while those behind him also offered smiles of acknowledgement. "Certainly. I hope that senior brother Hu and the others will look after me in the future," Peng Biao replied. "Do not mention it. We should support one another. After such a fierce battle, you should return to rest. I shall take my leave. Safe travels, senior brother." Peng Biao bid farewell, as Hu Yu nodded to him, and exchanged smiles with Bei Yu before leading the group of core disciples away. Watching Hu Yu's retreating figure, Peng Biao remarked, "This Hu Yu appears to be quite the gentleman. Where in the realm of cultivation can one find true gentlemen? He is merely trying to ingratiate himself with you now that he recognizes your potential." Bei Yu scoffed dismissively. "Is Yangqing not a gentleman?" Peng Biao, feeling in good spirits, retorted promptly. "To you and me, Yang, the current sect master, is indeed a gentleman. But what about when he was weak? How was he when facing stronger opponents? Was he still considered a gentleman then? Perhaps neither of us can truly say," Bei Yu responded. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao nodded in contemplation. "What is your true relationship with Zhou Weiran?" He could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, "What significance could it possibly hold?" "You merely desire my body," Bei Yu remarked nonchalantly. Peng Biao was momentarily rendered speechless. He found himself somewhat admiring Bei Yu, for he could never anticipate the next words that would escape her lips. Zhou Weiran, however, was at the late stage of the Yuan realm, with the potential to break through to the core realm upon emerging from seclusion. "Yet, you appear discontent." "Of course, I am discontent, at over 30 years of age. I have yet to reach the core realm. With such talent, I cannot hold him in high regard." Bei Yu's expression reflected disdain. "Zhou Weiran's abilities could already be classified as genius, and you still fail to appreciate them. I am confident that I will attain the core realm before turning 30. Thus, I see no merit in him." Peng Biao remarked, "Since you hold him in such disdain, simply ignore him." Bei Yu sighed. "If only it were that straightforward. As long as he remains a core disciple, it's manageable, but should he break through to the core realm and ascend to elder status, proposing marriage would surely be met with my master and Appo's consent. Your master may agree, but you need not acquiesce, right? Can she truly force your hand?" Peng Biao asked, perplexed. "You are too naive. Within the sect, outer disciples and inner disciples possess no authority. Only upon advancing to core disciples do we gain the courage to speak against injustice." A melancholy expression clouded Bei Yu's face, her eyes betraying exhaustion. Peng Biao felt a pang of sympathy for her. "So, you aspire to break through to the Yuan realm before he emerges from seclusion?" "Indeed," Bei Yu nodded. At that moment, the voice of Luo Lixing echoed, "Ha! My dear girl, is it not simple? Just marry my disciple, and the matter is settled." Bei Yu offered a bitter smile, shaking her head in silence as she turned and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, cloaked in white, Peng Biao suddenly grasped her perspective. She was an independent and resolute individual, yearning to become powerful. Such people carry their own pride. They may resort to any means to achieve their goals, yet they refuse to be crushed by fate and reduced to nothingness. If she were to marry someone merely to evade Zhou Weiran's harassment, why not simply wed Zhou Weiran himself? As night descended, Peng Biao arrived at a secluded wooden cabin. The structure was unadorned, yet exuded an air of understated elegance. This was Elder Luo Lixing's abode. The front door stood ajar, and Peng Biao entered without hesitation. The interior was starkly simple, with a futon in one corner and a large wooden tub in the center, nothing more. Luo Lixing stood before the tub. Peng Biao strode forward, knelt, and bowed 3 times. "Disciple pays respects to master." Good. "Rise," Luo Lixing said, a genuine smile illuminating his face as he helped Peng Biao to his feet. With a flourish of his right hand, a small booklet appeared. "This is a second-tier high-level divine ability, named Split Gold Claw. Consider it a token of my apprenticeship." "Thank you, master," Peng Biao said respectfully as he accepted it. Luo Lixing stroked his long beard and continued, "Disciple, while the body-refining liquid requires some time to brew, let us first discuss the advantages of body refiners. Peng Biao observed the green liquid in the tub emitting steam and nodded. Everyone is aware of the disadvantages of body refiners. It's simple, slow cultivation speed, which requires no discussion. As body refiners, we must find ways to leverage our strengths. Strengths? Peng Biao inquired. Isn't our advantage our formidable physique, resilience, and recovery abilities? Luo Lixing nodded slightly, precisely. Therefore, when confronting an enemy, we must find ways to close the distance and overpower them with our physical might, ensuring they lack the opportunity to wield their spirit artifacts or divine abilities. I understand that, but what if the opponent possesses protective spirit artifacts or defensive divine abilities? Peng Biao pressed, recalling the humiliation he felt when faced with Song Qingshu's defensive shield. Excellent question, Luo Lixing praised. Thus, you must have your own complementary divine abilities and spirit artifacts. Ideally, you should possess defensive spirit artifacts, movement divine abilities, and flight divine abilities. Defensive spirit artifacts can shield you from unforeseen circumstances, while movement divine abilities allow you to evade precise attacks. Flight divine abilities are essential for closing the gap. Once you are close, regardless of whether your opponent has protective spirit artifacts or defensive divine abilities, the key is to exhaust them. Exhaust? Peng Biao echoed, contemplating the term. Indeed, utilizing spirit artifacts and divine abilities requires energy, whereas employing physical strength does not deplete your energy. When facing an enemy, approach first, then evade their attacks with movement skills, and finally, wear them down with your physical prowess. In such a case, their defeat is inevitable. Peng Biao remarked, but the process may prove lengthy. Luo Lixing mused. For practitioners of the immortal path, patience is often the deciding factor. As long as the opponent is dealt with, what is a bit of time? Of course, if you possess other offensive methods, do not hesitate to combine them with physical attacks. Let us not forget, we are not merely body refiners. We also cultivate qi. Body refining and qi cultivation are inherently intertwined. I believe many have strayed from this path, pursuing only qi cultivation for rapid advancement. Yet their offensive prowess relies entirely on spirit artifacts and divine abilities. Without them, their combat effectiveness is utterly lacking, Luo Lixing expressed candidly. Peng Biao nodded, then fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps Luo Lixing was indeed correct. At that moment, bubbles began to rise in the tub. Luo Lixing observed and said, "Disciple, the body refining liquid is ready. Quickly remove all clothing and sit in the tub." Peng Biao complied without hesitation, shedding his garments as he asked, "Master, without a fire, how can the body refining liquid be boiled?" "Because I added body refining grass in advance," Luo Lixing replied. "Body refining grass? The exceedingly rare spiritual herb?" Peng Biao exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it is precisely due to the body refining grass that this concoction is named body refining liquid. The formula was a serendipitous discovery in my youth. Soaking in it enhances physical strength. Alas, body refining grass is too scarce. Otherwise, I could create more body refining liquid." Peng Biao followed his instructions, entering the tub, where the green liquid rapidly engulfed him to the neck. Activate your cultivation method and absorb the medicinal properties. The coming moments will be excruciating. You must endure, Luo Lixing cautioned. Peng Biao nodded and began to circulate his technique. Instantly, he felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, akin to fire and needles piercing his skin. Luo Lixing narrated, "The body refining liquid, as its name implies, will forge your body and enhance your physical strength. As long as you persevere and soak for an extended period, even the most mundane iron can be transformed into a divine weapon." Seated in the tub, Peng Biao tightly shut his eyes, his face flushed and breath heavy. Luo Lixing's gaze remained fixed on him, anxious that he might leap out due to the agony. Yet, in truth, Peng Biao found a peculiar comfort in this pain, far lighter than the torment endured while cultivating the dominant body technique. He had grown accustomed to the latter's suffering. How could this lesser discomfort deter him? His unusual expression was merely a ruse to avoid drawing Luo Lixing and Appos as curiosity. Despite being his master, how long had they truly known each other? Some secrets were destined to remain known solely to oneself. Thus, under Luo Lixing's watchful gaze, the liquid in the tub gradually cleared, ultimately becoming transparent. Peng Biao struggled to complete the immersion in the body refining liquid. Upon finishing, he clenched his fists and immediately sensed that his physical strength had increased significantly. He estimated that his current physical prowess was comparable to that of a mid-tier spirit artifact. After dressing, Luo Lixing presented Peng Biao with a piece of silk cloth, stating, "The first immersion yields the best results. Your physical strength should have increased considerably. Here is the formula for the body refining liquid. Should you acquire the ingredients, you may create it yourself." "Thank you, Master." Peng Biao bowed deeply, sincerely grateful as he accepted the silk cloth. Luo Lixing regarded him with satisfaction, recognizing that enduring such pain signified great resolve and perseverance. "Although I have reached the mid-stage of the core realm, I have never taken a disciple until now. Peng Biao, you shall be my sole disciple. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that an elder like Luo Lixing, in the mid-stage of the core realm, had never taken a disciple. This was not due to a lack of qualifications, but rather because he had yet to find a suitable candidate. From this point, one can discern the rarity of practitioners. Indeed, Master Luo Lixing's concerned words warmed Peng Biao's heart. Upon exiting Luo Lixing's residence, Peng Biao had scarcely taken a few steps when he spotted a slender white figure. Recognizing her, he approached and greeted, "Beiyu, what brings you here at such a late hour?" "Waiting for you." Beiyu turned, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Waiting for me? Is there something you need?" "Of course, something good." Peng Biao smiled. "It and Appos. It's rare for you to think of me for something good. Go on." Beiyu parted her red lips. "I and Appos. VE taken on a task to collect 200 butterfly herbs, with a reward of 2,000 spirit stones. I would like to invite you to join me, and we can split the spirit stones afterward." "Such a good opportunity?" Peng Biao exclaimed with delight. He aspired to refine pills and medicines, necessitating the purchase of numerous materials. Without spirit stones, it was impossible. He was keen to seize any chance to earn spirit stones. A pharmacist essentially accumulates wealth through the creation of pills. The more one refines, the more adept one becomes, leading to higher success rates. However, Peng Biao felt compelled to ascertain whether there was any danger involved, as Beiyu was clever and had deceived him before. "First, tell me where to find the butterfly herbs and if there are any dangers." 500 miles away, in Butterfly Valley. "There's little danger, just some second-level demon beasts. Blood butterflies, but with our strength, dealing with them will be a breeze," Beiyu explained. "A task so simple might attract others before we even begin." "How did you come by it?" Peng Biao inquired, puzzled. "There was someone eager to please me who snagged the task and handed it over to me." Beiyu replied with a hint of exasperation. Peng Biao responded, "If you go alone, wouldn't you earn more? Why invite me? Collecting herbs takes a considerable amount of time, especially given the quantity required this time. I wanted someone to talk to so it wouldn't be so dull." "Why me then?" Peng Biao remained curious. "You and I are relatives. As the saying goes, the fertile water should not flow to outsiders. If I don't ask you, who else should I?" Beiyu replied with a deeper meaning. Peng Biao silently scoffed. "Relatives, my foot. I have no blood ties to the old village chief. I refuse to believe you are unaware of that. Now, will you go or not? If not, I'll find someone else." Beiyu pressed impatiently. "All right, I'll go. With spirit stones to earn, why not?" Peng Biao ultimately agreed. "We'll meet at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning." Seeing Peng Biao's consent, Beiyu departed with a light-hearted step. The following day, the two set off eastward on their horses. Butterfly Valley, situated east of Wild Fox Mountain, lies between two towering mountains, rarely visited by humans, yet home to numerous wild and demon beasts, with the blood butterfly being the strongest among the second-level demon beasts. Before sunset, Peng Biao and Beiyu arrived at the valley's entrance, witnessing a lush expanse filled with ancient trees, the sounds of tigers roaring and monkeys chattering incessantly. "It seems this place is teeming with wildlife. We are in for a treat," Peng Biao remarked. "Wild beasts are hardly worth eating. If we are to feast, let it be on demon beasts. The higher the level of the demon beast, the more delectable it is," Beiyu stated. "Seems you are quite experienced." Peng Biao chuckled. "You're mistaken. I have no interest in gourmet food. As a cultivator, having to eat daily like a mortal is quite inconvenient," Beiyu replied. "Then hasten your cultivation to the Yuan realm, and you want you need to eat for extended periods. With a bit more effort, reach the core realm. And you can forego eating altogether," Peng Biao suggested. "Indeed, I should soon reach the Yuan realm," Beiyu said softly. Afterward, they concealed their horses in a hidden spot outside the valley, leaving behind ample fodder before entering Butterfly Valley. The two first located a cliff, excavated a small entrance to a spacious cave within, and commenced their search for butterfly herbs. To save time, They split up the search and agreed to reconvene at midnight in the cave for rest before continuing their search the following day. Not long after parting, while scanning the forest, Peng Biao caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, his eyes lighting up. Butterfly herbs must be nearby. Indeed, after parting some wild grass, he uncovered the butterfly herb nestled in a crevice between rocks. It resembled a butterfly, standing a foot tall, adorned with two blue leaves shaped like butterfly wings, and a purple center reminiscent of the butterfly's body, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Peng Biao nodded, acknowledging it was undoubtedly the butterfly herb. Just as he was about to pluck it with his true energy hand, a crimson figure lunged from behind a large tree. Startled, Peng Biao swiftly redirected his true energy hand, entangling the red figure, which soon became ensnared like a rope. Upon closer inspection, he chuckled. It was merely a foot-long blood-red butterfly. The blood butterfly appeared to be at the early stage of the second level. At that moment, the blood butterfly struggled fiercely, its wings flapping to shatter the true energy hand, attempting to flee in the opposite direction, having realized it could not contend with the individual before it. Trying to escape after provoking me? Peng Biao scoffed, swiftly moving beside the blood butterfly, his right fist raised, striking down upon its head. With a splatter, the blood butterfly fell lifelessly to the ground. After effortlessly dispatching the blood butterfly, Peng Biao extracted a blood-colored inner core the size of a fingertip from its body, and then easily pulled out the butterfly herb. Continuing his search, he found only one herb, leaving him still needing 99 more. At midnight, with the moon hanging high, a bountiful Peng Biao returned to the cave. By this time, Bei Yu had already returned, a fire crackling within the cave as she roasted meat, the flames casting a rosy glow on her exquisite face, making her particularly enchanting. Nearby on the ground lay a wild deer that had long since perished. The deer was missing a hind leg, now glistening with oil in Bei Yu and Apos' hands. For safety, upon entering the cave, Peng Biao had securely blocked the entrance with a large stone. Breathing was not a concern, as they had left ventilation openings during the excavation. Bei Yu glanced at Peng Biao and asked, "How was your haul?" 22 herbs. And you? About 28, she replied. Peng Biao nodded. If things went smoothly, they could return within 2 days. After a few days of effort, they would have earned 1,000 spirit stones. Where else could one find such a good opportunity aside from resorting to murder and theft? At that moment, Bei Yu handed some roasted deer meat to Peng Biao. Here, just in time for you to eat. You eat it. I prefer to prepare my own food. Peng Biao declined. Upon seeing this, Bei Yu instantly comprehended Peng Biao's sentiments and teased. "Oh, are you afraid I might poison it or something? Not even daring to eat a piece of meat?" With that, she took small bites from the deer and Apos' leg. Peng Biao chuckled softly but said nothing. One must always guard against others, and he couldn't shake the feeling that Bei Yu was somewhat peculiar, though he couldn't quite pinpoint why. Peng Biao compressed his true energy into the form of a dagger, severing another leg from the deer, and then grasped it with a massive hand of true energy, commencing the roasting process. Bei Yu, observing his insistence on doing it himself, cast him a glance of disdain and began to consume the deer meat unabashedly. Before long, the meat was perfectly roasted, glistening with a golden hue and emanating an irresistible aroma. Peng Biao swallowed hard. Hunger gnawed at him. Forgetting etiquette, he bit into the meat, juices spilling forth, and soon began devouring it voraciously. In no time, one leg of the deer was entirely consumed, and Peng Biao leaned back, satisfied, letting out a contented belch. Bei Yu, having finished her modest portion, still had plenty left. Once they finished eating, the two prepared to sit cross-legged to rest. At that moment, Bei Yu spoke up. "Let us bring out the butterfly grass. Its fragrance is delightful." With a wave of her hand, she placed over 20 stalks of butterfly grass onto the ground. Peng Biao, without suspicion, took out his own supply of the grass. Instantly, a fragrant aroma filled the cave, creating an enchanting atmosphere for their cultivation. Subsequently, they both settled down to begin their training. An hour later, Peng Biao suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. He glanced at Bei Yu, who sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, resembling a celestial being, radiating an alluring charm with her fair skin and rosy lips. Slowly, he rose to his feet and approached her, his gaze consumed by her presence. Peng Biao flashed a mischievous smile. Sensing something amiss, Bei Yu opened her eyes but did not resist. Instead, she responded eagerly to him. Moments later, her white garments were cast aside. At that moment, Her expression was one of serene calmness. Peng Biao felt as though he had entered a dream, reliving moments with a woman of ethereal beauty again and again until she could no longer endure. Yet, just as he scrutinized her features, her visage suddenly morphed into Bei Yuyu's. Startled, Peng Biao awakened. Upon seeing the smooth cave ceiling, he exhaled in relief, tinged with regret, realizing it had all been a dream. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, and he promptly recognized something was amiss. He discovered he lay atop a large, pristine animal hide. Glancing toward the other end of the hide, he found Bei Yuyu seated there, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her stunning face still flushed from the previous moments. His gaze wandered lower, revealing a breathtaking sight that left him momentarily spellbound. After a prolonged gaze, he reluctantly shifted his focus. At that moment, Peng Biao comprehended what had transpired. The dream was indeed a reality. His eyes fell upon the hide, speckled with crimson remnants, a stark reminder of the night's events. His mind buzzed with confusion, struggling to understand how they had found themselves in such a predicament. He acknowledged that he had gained significantly, feeling a smirk of triumph within. A woman as beautiful as Bei Yuyu would surely bring joy to the heart of any man. However, Peng Biao was no fool enchanted by mere beauty. He was acutely aware that they lacked any emotional foundation, making such an encounter improbable. Could it be the deer meat? Surely, that must be the cause. His gaze fell upon the deer, now missing two hind legs, a complex swirl of emotions coursing through him. This was Bei Yuyu's first time, and it was equally his own. Just then, a gray light flickered, interrupting his thoughts. He watched in astonishment as a small, swirling gray liquid appeared around Bei Yuyu, expanding until it enveloped her entirely. Peng Biao was taken aback. She had broken through to the Yuan realm. The gray liquid surged in and out rapidly, retracting back into Bei Yuyu's body moments later. She opened her eyes, and upon locking gazes with her watery orbs, Peng Biao trembled, unable to look up again. What is the matter? Engaged in mischief and now hesitant to face it? I thought you were a man of courage, Bei Yuyu teased, her eyes sparkling. Peng Biao and Apos' face flushed crimson as he muttered, Yuyu, rest assured, I will marry you. Marry me? Are you dreaming? She scoffed. Peng Biao hesitated, gazing at her, perplexed by her words. Yet, Bei Yuyu's eyes were clear, devoid of jest. Yuyu, what do you mean? He asked in a deep voice, finally sensing something was amiss. Bei Yuyu chuckled softly and repeated, good things should not flow to outsiders. Peng Biao lowered his head in contemplation, his expression shifting as he suddenly looked up, incredulous. Wait, was this all orchestrated by you? Bei Yuyu smiled brightly, revealing her pearly teeth. You're not too dim after all. Impossible. When did you drug me? Peng Biao realized he had been drugged, yet he could not fathom when Bei Yuyu had done so. Moreover, he was aware that his physical prowess typically rendered him immune to ordinary substances. Drugged? I, Bei Yuyu, am not so despicable. Ancient texts record that the fragrance of butterfly grass combined with deer meat acts as a natural aphrodisiac, completely harmless to the body. I consumed the antidote beforehand and, after some observation, confirmed the ancients' wisdom. Peng Biao, I know of your formidable physicality. Most substances cannot deceive you, but this harmless one is undetectable, Bei Yuyu declared with pride. Don't you find this despicable? Peng Biao retorted. Bei Yuyu chuckled. Oh, you truly don't appreciate the situation. You've enjoyed the flavor and elevated your realm. Yet you call me despicable. Peng Biao paused, then examined himself, realizing he had indeed advanced to the later stage of the Qi realm. What is happening? Could it be the dual cultivation method? He pondered, astonished. He had only heard of such techniques, typically practiced between partners. Indeed, it is the dual cultivation method. Bei Yuyu confirmed, nodding. Upon hearing this, Peng Biao comprehended everything. You feared that Zhou Weiran would become an elder and force you into marriage. So you devised this plan to elevate yourself to the Yuan realm? How can this be a bad plan? Our realms have both improved. What is there to lament? Besides, you are quite remarkable, she exclaimed, licking her full lips, her eyes glistening with allure. Peng Biao understood precisely what she meant. And as he beheld the enticing scene and heard her captivating words, he felt a stirring within him, his breath quickening. Bei Yuyu cast a glance at a certain area and burst into laughter. Peng Biao's expression turned awkward as he forcibly suppressed his undesirable thoughts. Why choose me? He inquired. You possess commendable qualifications and immense potential, not to mention your appealing looks. Most importantly, it's best that the benefits remain within our own circle. Since a selection must be made, why not choose you? Pang Biao felt a wave of speechlessness. He was merely one among countless options. As dawn broke, they prepared to collect butterfly grass. Bei Yuyu stood, holding a white dress, ready to put it on. Upon witnessing the tumultuous sight before him, Pang Biao was overwhelmed and immediately felt a surge of wicked thoughts. Yuyu, I wish to elevate my realm further. After uttering these words, he lowered his head in embarrassment. Bei Yuyu paused, then smiled alluringly. Is it not unsatisfactory? I feel the same. Lie down. Pang Biao obediently complied. Lying down like a docile child, Bei Yuyu approached him, gazing down like a resplendent goddess from on high. Subsequently, she sat beside him. This part is omitted. After some time, they lay together, embracing one another. Bei Yuyu, breathless and weak, gasped, "Does this thing make one addicted?" Pang Biao smiled wickedly, rolling over, and at her startled exclamation, the sound of rain pattering on banana leaves echoed once more. As noon approached, they finally dressed and prepared to collect butterfly grass. However, as soon as they took a step, Bei Yuyu bent over in pain, unable to move any further. Pang Biao, alarmed, asked, "Yuyu, what's wrong?" Bei Yuyu shot him an annoyed glance, retorting, "Isn't this all you're doing? How unfortunate to have chosen such a physically formidable person." Once Pang Biao understood what she meant, he grinned maliciously, revealing a sense of pride, and said, You rest here. I will go collect the butterfly grass." Bei Yuyu nodded, resigned to the situation. At that moment, Pang Biao leaned close to her ear, suddenly biting her delicate earlobe, whispering, "Wait for me to return tonight. We shall continue our cultivation." Bei Yuyu trembled and pushed him away, saying, "Get lost. Who wants to cultivate with you?" Pang Biao chuckled, striding towards the cave entrance, moving aside a large stone. After stepping outside, feeling uneasy, he placed the stone back to block the entrance. Seeing Pang Biao's attentive gesture, a flicker of warmth crossed Bei Yuyu's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had undergone subtle changes, a transformation that left her both uncomfortable and slightly expectant. 3 days later, having gathered 200 butterfly grasses, the two emerged from Butterfly Valley. Pang Biao radiated joy, while Bei Yuyu seemed even more exquisite. Pang Biao glanced at the now more radiant Bei Yuyu, reminiscing about various details that stirred his heart. Sensing his gaze, Bei Yuyu turned to see Pang Biao's eyes gleaming with desire. "Pang Biao, I warn you. This matter ends here. From now on, we have no relationship. Best suppress your lewd thoughts." Bei Yuyu's tone was calm, but the absurdity of the past few days drove her to the brink of madness. Their initial goal was to elevate their realms, and having achieved that, they should have ceased. Yet, as they tasted the sweetness of intimacy, they found it impossible to restrain themselves. During those 3 days, the time spent seeking butterfly grass was minimal. Most of it was spent in the cave. Were it not for the concern that their horses might starve, they would have wished to remain there indefinitely. Pang Biao chuckled, teasingly stating, "Yuyu, why suppress yourself? After these days together, I know you are far more eager than I. Enough with the jesting. If you don't behave, I will not hold back." Bei Yuyu retorted coldly, her expression icy. Seeing her serious demeanor, Pang Biao immediately sobered, realizing she truly wished to sever their ties. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he glanced back at the lush Butterfly Valley, knowing that what had transpired there would remain as mere memories. Noticing Pang Biao's longing gaze towards the valley, Bei Yuyu's eyes flickered with internal struggle before being quickly replaced by indifference. Upon reaching the horses' hiding place, they discovered 2 hungry steeds, their feed long consumed. Had they arrived any later, the horses might have perished from starvation. At this point, Pang Biao suggested, "You should return to the sect first, take the horses with you. I wish to wander outside for a while." His mood was gloomy, primarily due to the desire to revisit Butterfly Valley. During their quest for butterfly grass, he had obtained dozens of demon beast inner cores, predominantly from second-tier blood butterflies. Additionally, he discovered various spiritual herbs, some essential for crafting foundational elixirs and blood-replenishing potions. Though not particularly rare or valuable, their abundance would help avoid excessive expenditure of spirit stones. Bei Yuyu nodded, her demeanor aloof, not inquiring about Pang Biao and Appo's return as she led the 2 horses away. Watching her retreating figure, Pang Biao called out, "Yuyu, what is it?" Bei Yuyu replied coldly, not turning back, "I have surplus beauty-enhancing elixirs. No need. I and Appo's VE already consumed one and do not require any more." Bei Yuyu and Appo's words carried a double meaning. Observing the fading silhouette of the enchanting woman, Peng Biao sighed deeply, wryly lamenting, "Why do the women I encounter only seek to fulfill their own desires? What a misfortune." Shaking his head, Peng Biao turned back to Butterfly Valley, resuming his search for various spiritual herbs. After 5 days of exhaustive searching, he had thoroughly scoured Butterfly Valley, clearing out most of the spiritual herbs. Naturally, he left the unripe ones untouched, only harvesting the mature ones. In addition, his collection of demon beast inner cores exceeded 100, all from second-tier beasts. Peng Biao was too lazy to gather any first-tier ones, merely scaring them off by releasing his true energy. Having gathered enough, he deemed it a waste of time to continue searching and decided it was time to return to the sect. Peng Biao looked up at the sky, preparing to activate his eagle wing technique, when suddenly his gaze froze. He spotted a small plant growing on a cliff over 10 feet above him. The plant was a vibrant green, stemmed and leafless, smooth to the touch, about a foot long, adorned with 8 or 9 dark stripes, resembling segments pieced together. Peng Biao was overjoyed, having unexpectedly found a mature body refining herb just as he was about to leave. It seemed like fate. Body refining herbs were exceedingly precious, and despite searching Butterfly Valley for 5 days, he had yet to find one. Now, at the last moment, he stumbled upon it. Without delay, Peng Biao summoned his true energy and reached for the body refining herb. However, just as he was about to grasp it, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A purple blade of light, several feet long, struck his true energy hand with lightning speed. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed, debris scattered, and his true energy hand was severed, a portion dissipating into the surrounding spiritual energy. Countless rocks began to tumble down towards Peng Biao. His expression darkened as he swiftly retreated to a safe distance, leaping up to the top of a large tree, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted a figure standing atop a tree 100 feet away. The figure was clad in a blue robe, resembling a scholarly gentleman, with a short beard adorning his chin. He held a crimson sword, observing Peng Biao intently. After a moment, the man spoke first, a disciple of the Xingqian sect. "Clearly at the Qi realm, yet you choose to wear the garb of an outer sect disciple. Are you attempting to feign weakness?" His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with a sense of righteousness, evoking an impression of a noble gentleman. Yet his act of ambush belied such virtue. Peng Biao replied solemnly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The middle-aged man scoffed disdainfully. "You, with your mere aura, are unworthy to know my name. Depart swiftly, and I may spare your life." Upon hearing this, Peng Biao immediately recognized that the man had his eyes on the body refining herb. "By your demeanor and such despicable behavior, you must be from the Wei Dao Academy," he retorted. "Instead of staying in your designated area in central Jiang, you have ventured south." Wei Dao Academy is one of the prominent sects in Jiang, located in the central region, where the disciples often display the typical appearance of scholars and rarely traverse to the southern territories. Peng Biao's words incited the middle-aged man's ire, darkening his expression as he thundered, "Ignorant child, how dare you insult my Wei Dao Academy? You deserve death." Out of respect for the Xingqian sect, I had no intention of making things difficult for you, but you have chosen to seek your own demise. Casting a glance at the middle-aged man, Peng Biao remained unfazed, letting out a cold laugh as he mocked. "You wish to possess the body refining herb, yet you feign righteousness. Wei Dao Academy truly exemplifies shamelessness." During his time at the Heishan sect, Peng Biao had encountered disciples from Wei Dao Academy and harbored a strong disdain for them. Fully aware that most were hypocrites cloaked in a faade of virtue, his words struck a nerve with the middle-aged man, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. "You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your end," he bellowed, his body suffused with true essence. With a flick of his wrist, a long purple sword was brandished, releasing a purple blade of energy that rushed towards Peng Biao like a bolt of lightning. Observing the level of true essence radiating from the man, Peng Biao smirked contemptuously. "What realm do you claim to be in? Merely the early stages of the Yuan realm?" At this moment, Peng Biao, confident against most early Yuan realm practitioners, believed he could dispatch them swiftly. Faced with those in the mid-Yuan realm, he remained undaunted, knowing that the outcome was uncertain. However, if confronted by someone in the late Yuan realm, he would not hesitate to flee. Having once been in the mid-Yuan realm himself, he understood the vast differences between each minor stage within the Yuan realm. This principle held true for the subsequent realms as well, with the gaps widening and challenges becoming increasingly formidable as one progressed. As the purple blade approached, Peng Biao neither dodged nor evaded. He was certain that, With his current formidable physique, he could withstand the attack unscathed. The middle-aged man, witnessing Peng Biao's unmoving stance, sneered contemptuously. Such a fool. Does the Xingqian sect truly dare to unleash this kind of trash? Yet, in the blink of an eye, the man's expression shifted, eyes widening in disbelief. Just as the purple blade struck, Peng Biao shot out his right hand, and with a resounding clang, the blade dissipated upon contact, leaving his palm unscathed. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, stammering, such a powerful physique, stronger than the body refiners of the Luohan Academy. Unperturbed by the man's astonishment, Peng Biao, having neutralized the blade, sprang into action, leaping atop the treetops and swiftly advancing toward the middle-aged man. Realizing that his sword was now ineffective against Peng Biao, the middle-aged man swiftly sheathed his weapon, bent his knees, and launched himself into the air, flipping upside down. Extending his right hand with fingers splayed, he cried, "Limitless divine palm." Upon utterance, a massive gray palm, spanning dozens of meters, descended from above with an overwhelming force aimed directly at Peng Biao, who appeared as a mere oversized ant beneath its shadow. As the palm descended, it stirred the air, whipping the wind to rustle Peng Biao's garments. Indeed, a core disciple of Wei Dao Academy possesses impressive abilities. Very well, let me test the golden claw technique bestowed by my master, Peng Biao thought, his fighting spirit ignited. He extended his right hand, forming it into an eagle's claw, and reached towards the descending palm. Instantly, he felt a surge of true energy being drawn from him, coalescing above into a golden eagle's claw, sharp and shimmering with radiant light. With a swift mental command, the golden claw surged towards the descending palm, clashing with it in a thunderous explosion. The gray and golden energies entwined before both shattered simultaneously, scattering into countless sparks that vanished into the ether. In the aftermath of the collision, a powerful shockwave erupted, sweeping outward and uprooting trees with a series of cracking sounds. Peng Biao and Appo's footing faltered as the ground beneath him shattered, causing him to plummet. Upon landing, he squinted against the howling wind, searching for the middle-aged man. The man, caught off guard, was flung several hundred meters away, his clothing in disarray. He had never anticipated that this mere practitioner would prove so formidable, and having unleashed his strongest card, he found himself at an impasse. The shockwave dissipated swiftly, leaving behind a scene of devastation within a radius of hundreds of meters. Trees toppled and wild beasts fleeing in panic deeper into the valley. With a thud, the middle-aged man landed, gazing at Peng Biao from a distance, his expression heavy with concern. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, he finally spoke. "Friend, your strength has proven your worth. The body refining herb is yours." Peng Biao, glancing at the now chaotic area where the herb once stood, pondered whether it still remained. Turning to the middle-aged man, he scoffed. "You think you can snatch it if you can best me, and back off if you can and Appo's. Is this the caliber of Wei Dao Academy?" Silence. "I merely wish to avoid wasting time further, but if you continue to insult my sect, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," the middle-aged man barked. "I have been waiting for you to show your lack of courtesy. Prepare to meet your end." Peng Biao charged at the middle-aged man with ferocity. He had no intention of letting him escape. Once the battle had commenced, the middle-aged man was now his enemy, and the best way to deal with an enemy was to sever their head. Seeing Peng Biao rush towards him, the middle-aged man's expression fluctuated before he turned to flee. Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not expected the man to abandon the fight outright. However, the glimmer of bloodlust flashed across his face. The middle-aged man, cursing under his breath, disappeared into the forest with several swift movements. A seasoned combatant, he assessed the situation keenly. Should this physically imposing Peng Biao close the distance, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, and his strongest techniques would not suffice from afar. In such circumstances, continuing the fight would only result in either failure or a stalemate, both of which would be a waste of time without any tangible gain. Thus, after weighing his options and cursing Peng Biao for his abnormal prowess, he chose to retreat. Who would engage in a fruitless endeavor? Furthermore, considering the ferocity of this young man, should he falter, he could lose his life, a risk not worth taking. As for reputation, in the face of profit and survival, reputation meant nothing. Having escaped the Butterfly Valley, the middle-aged man paused to glance back, relieved to find that Peng Biao had not pursued him. Fortunately, that young man did not follow. The Xingqian sect has indeed produced a remarkable talent capable of cross-realm challenges. However, just as he began to feel relieved, an eerie sensation washed over him, followed by a sudden whoosh. Before he could react, an excruciating pain shot through his back. The middle-aged man and Apos' body stiffened as he felt a crimson light pierce through him, crashing into the ground and leaving a massive crater. Overcome by searing pain and the sensation of his life force ebbing away, terror gripped his face as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking down, he was horrified to see a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest, his blood and entrails gone without a trace. The middle-aged man's visage contorted as he laboriously turned his head, his pupils contracting at the sight of Peng Biao, crimson bow in hand. A pair of ashen wings gently fluttering behind him as he descended. Aerial sorcery, you were concealing your true strength. Regret and resentment laced the middle-aged man's tone. Peng Biao flashed a radiant smile, revealing pearly teeth, offering no retort. In a swift motion, he was at the man's side, fist clenched, poised to strike his skull. Wait, friend, I know of a treasure. The middle-aged man cried out in desperation. Yet, before he could complete his plea, Peng Biao and Apos' fist crashed down. A sickening sound, like a melon bursting asunder, filled the air as the man's lifeless body slumped to the ground. Gazing upon the headless corpse, Peng Biao sneered with disdain. Humph. Attempting to stall for time? I possess more than enough treasures. I have no need for any paltry hoard. Peng Biao retrieved a storage bag from the body, musing. Given his attempt to delay, he undoubtedly has cohorts nearby. It is best to avoid further entanglement and depart swiftly. With a flicker of movement, Peng Biao returned to the cliff where the body-tempering herb grew. To his surprise, after excavating a pile of earth, he discovered the herb intact. Overjoyed, he unearthed it and set off towards the valley's exit. Aware that he would be an easy target in the open air, Peng Biao refrained from using his eagle feather wings, opting instead for the cover of narrow, desolate paths. After traversing several dozen miles, he was startled by the sound of approaching hooves. Peering through the foliage, Peng Biao spotted two men, mounted on steeds and attired as scholars. His face fell, cursing his misfortune. Judging by their garb, they were likely affiliated with the Wayfaring Academy. He had not anticipated encountering riders even on these secluded trails. Peng Biao halted, stepping aside, keen to avoid conflict with individuals whose strength remained unknown. Moments later, the horses galloped to a halt before Peng Biao. He looked up to see two men. One a middle-aged man with slender eyes, the other a sallow-faced youth. Their gazes scrutinized Peng Biao, and upon noticing the attire of a Starfall sect outer disciple, a hint of disdain flickered in their eyes. Boy, what are you doing here? The sallow-faced youth demanded imperiously after a moment of observation. I am on a mission for my sect, Peng Biao replied, his tone respectful but firm. What mission? Speak quickly, the youth barked. Peng Biao and Apos' brow furrowed. That is confidential. The youth's eyes widened in anger. You dare defy me? Indignation surged within Peng Biao. What manner of man was this, speaking with such insolence and arrogance? At that moment, the slender-eyed middle-aged man interjected calmly, Junior Han, this is the southern region of Jiang. Upon hearing this, the sallow-faced youth tempered his demeanor, replying respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Wu. Let us proceed, the slender-eyed man instructed, urging his horse forward without so much as a glance at Peng Biao. The sallow-faced youth shot Peng Biao a murderous glare before following suit, a cold snort escaping his lips. In the blink of an eye, the two men vanished from sight. Peng Biao spat on the ground and hastened in the opposite direction. The slender-eyed man and the sallow-faced youth rode at a relentless pace until they reached the outskirts of Butterfly Valley. There, they beheld a gruesome sight, a pack of feral dogs devouring a headless corpse. Despite the tattered clothing, they immediately recognized the victim. Junior Lu, Senior Lu. Both men were shaken to the core, exclaiming in unison. Leaping from their steeds, they simultaneously unleashed their true chi and true essence, crushing the dogs into a bloody pulp amidst their mournful howls. Landing on the ground, they gazed upon the headless corpse with sorrowful expressions. After examining the remains, Senior Wu declared gravely, the storage bag is missing. The sallow-faced youth cried out in anguish, who did this? Which beast murdered Senior Lu? May they suffer a fate worse than death. Senior Wu frowned, displeased. Such clamorous outbursts are unbecoming in the face of adversity. Standing up, Senior Wu collected the headless corpse of Junior Lu, though the head was nowhere to be found, likely carried off by wild animals. Ignoring the sallow-faced youth's lamentations, Senior Wu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, this must be connected to that Starfall sect boy. We must give chase at once. The sallow-faced youth responded in astonishment, impossible. He is merely an outer disciple, only at the force realm. Senior Lu was at the beginning of the essence realm. Fool. He could easily be wearing the clothes of an outer disciple to deceive us, Senior Wu retorted icily. Realizing his words were harsh, Senior Wu added, that person was only a few dozen miles away. He must have killed Junior Lu and is now attempting to flee. I understand, Senior Wu. Let us pursue him immediately. The sallow-faced youth replied, though a hint of shame and resentment flickered in his eyes. Mounting their horses, they soon arrived at the spot where they had encountered Peng Biao. Finding no one, they followed the narrow path in pursuit. After chasing for 70 or 80 miles without sighting Peng Biao, Senior Wu called out, enough. We should cease our pursuit. He has undoubtedly escaped. The sallow-faced youth felt deeply humiliated by Peng Biao. He may escape for now, but we know what he looks like. We shall go to the Starfall sect and demand his apprehension. Senior Wu cursed his companion's stupidity, explaining, our strength is insufficient. The Starfall sect will not heed our demands. Then we shall return and inform my father, telling him that his esteemed Junior Lu was slain by a member of the Starfall sect. The sallow-faced youth exclaimed in rage. Senior Wu was rendered speechless. We lack evidence. Even if your esteemed father were to confront the Starfall sect, he would be powerless to act, Senior Wu explained. Are we to let this stand? Was Senior Lu's death in vain? The sallow-faced youth demanded. Senior Wu clarified, of course not. However, our immediate priority is to reach Crimson Cliff Mountain. Once we return, we can devise a plan to deal with the Starfall sect member. After a moment of contemplation, the sallow-faced youth reluctantly agreed, his face taut with anger. Very well, we shall disregard him for now and proceed to Crimson Cliff Mountain. Meanwhile, Peng Biao, the object of the Wayfaring Academy members and Oppos, ire, had already arrived outside Red Creek Valley. After examining the storage bag of the middle-aged Wayfaring Academy member, Peng Biao had acquired a small fortune, 3,000 spirit stones, a mid-grade low-tier spiritual weapon, a purplish-red longsword, 9 low-grade high-tier spiritual weapons, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. With spirit stones in hand, Peng Biao was eager to put them to use. He returned to Red Creek Valley, hoping to procure ingredients for alchemy. Only spirit stones that generate value are true spirit stones. Entering the wooden hut, he was greeted by the same red-clad middle-aged man, who recognized him as a valued customer. He promptly offered Peng Biao a stool, inviting him to sit down with a beaming smile. Peng Biao nodded in acknowledgement, took a seat, and tossed a storage bag onto the table. Appraise this. After examining the contents, the middle-aged man declared, I offer 4,000 spirit stones for the 9 low-grade high-tier spiritual weapons. Peng Biao shook his head. 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 is too much. The most I can offer is 4,300 spirit stones. Peng Biao remained firm. 5,000 spirit stones, no less. I intend to purchase a large quantity of goods from you. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Tell me, what do you wish to purchase? With a wave of his hand, Peng Biao presented the middle-aged man with a list of ingredients for refining essence-advancing pills, blood-replenishing pills, and body-tempering fluid, deliberately arranged in a random order. As for beauty-preserving pills, Peng Biao no longer needed to refine them. I require a large quantity of celestial greenstone, ape demon inner cores, flame fruit, and body-tempering grass, Peng Biao added. Upon finishing the reading, the middle-aged man raised his head and remarked, currently, there are only 2 spirit forging herbs left, while the ghost ape inner dan and flame fruits are more abundant. However, the celestial blue stone is no longer available. Peng Biao furrowed his brow at this revelation. Was the celestial blue stone truly so rare? The middle-aged man sighed. Not only is it rare, but it has reached a level where one can only encounter it by sheer luck. Its limited utility is why the price remains low. Very well. Let us proceed with the others then. I will take as many as you have, Peng Biao responded. The middle-aged man nodded and promptly stood up, heading outside. Unsettled, Peng Biao followed him, only to see the man enter a dirt cave covered in vines. After a short while, the middle-aged man emerged, standing beside Peng Biao and tossing him a storage bag. Within are 2 spirit forging herbs, 15 ghost ape inner dawn, 20 flame fruits, and 30 portions of various other materials, totaling 25,000 spirit stones. With your white jade Red Creek token, you are entitled to a 10% discount. Bringing the total to 22,500 spirit stones, the middle-aged man said with a broad smile. This was a substantial transaction, one he had rarely encountered in his lifetime. Peng Biao's heart seized at the mention of such an amount, nearly causing him to curse. Was this man genuinely sincere or harboring ulterior motives? He had implied that the more one bought, the better, yet the middle-aged man had taken this to heart. Presenting such a vast quantity. Even if he were to exhaust all his spirit stones, he would still fall short by several thousand. Without even glancing at the storage bag, Peng Biao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I cannot afford it. I do not possess that many spirit stones. You may supplement the deficit with spirit artifacts." The middle-aged man replied, his smile unwavering, as if he were certain Peng Biao had spirit artifacts in his possession. Peng Biao chose not to respond directly. Instead, shifting the conversation, "I have beauty elixirs and blood recovery pills for sale." The middle-aged man looked taken aback, asking, "We accept blood recovery pills. How many do you have?" "We do not need beauty elixirs. Just one," Peng Biao replied. The man stated, "I can offer a maximum of 1,000 spirit stones." Then it's settled. Peng Biao immediately declined. The blood recovery pill, vital for healing during critical moments, was worth far more than a mere 1,000 spirit stones. Seeing Peng Biao and Appo's refusal, the middle-aged man remained calm, smiling as he gazed at him. "I also possess a large quantity of second-tier beast inner dawn," Peng Biao added. "Haha, we have no shortage of second-tier beast inner dawn." The middle-aged man chuckled as he turned down the offer. With no other options, Peng Biao pondered briefly, then produced a purple-red longsword, tossing it to the middle-aged man. Upon seeing the sword, the man's eyes widened in astonishment. He hurriedly caught it and began to caress it gently, as if it were the skin of a beloved. "Please appraise it." Peng Biao's calm voice interrupted the man's admiration. "Ahem." The middle-aged man cleared his throat, then said, "It is a low-grade spirit artifact. I can offer 5,000 spirit stones." Peng Biao, uninterested in haggling further, waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones, 12,500, appeared on the ground. He began to examine the various materials within the storage bag. After the middle-aged man smiled and collected the spirit stones, he continued to fondle the purple-red longsword. Once Peng Biao finished inspecting the materials, he prepared to leave, having spent nearly all his spirit stones on these alchemical ingredients, leaving him with just over 1,000 stones, a true depletion of his resources. As Peng Biao turned to depart, the middle-aged man quickly called out, "Friend, please wait." "What is it?" 1,500 miles away lies the Red Wall Mountain, where it is said a treasure will emerge in 3 days. You may wish to consider setting off now, as time is still on your side. A treasure's emergence? Why would you share this information with me rather than seeking it for yourself? Peng Biao's voice was laden with skepticism. The middle-aged man, sensing Peng Biao's doubts, explained, "You may not be aware, but this news has already spread among many wandering cultivators. Given your recent expenditure of spirit stones, consider this information a gift." "Oh, thank you." Peng Biao mused for a moment before deciding to venture to Red Wall Mountain. The allure of treasure was significant for him, especially since his last treasure hunt had greatly benefited him, providing 3 valuable recipes and a red cauldron, which had propelled him onto the path of becoming an alchemist. As he watched Peng Biao depart, the middle-aged man called out, "Friend, you are always welcome to return to Red Creek Valley. Spend a total of 100,000 spirit stones to receive the Yellow Jade Red Creek Valley token, granting you an 8% discount on all purchases. You are only 70,000 spirit stones away from upgrading your token." Red Wall Mountain, situated at the border between the Jiang Kingdom and the Xian Kingdom, is characterized by its treacherous terrain, rising over 1,000 feet high, named for its sheer red cliff face. Legends tell of a great battle fought here in ancient times, one so fierce that the skies darkened and blood flowed like rivers. Eventually, the victorious side executed all prisoners at the summit, and due to the sheer number of slain, the blood cascaded down the cliff, staining it red, hence the name Red Wall. However, despite its ominous lore, few paid heed to this mountain, which was known for its lack of spiritual energy. Recently, a wandering cultivator happened upon a cave halfway up the mountain that shimmered with golden light. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be an exit to an impending formation, although he was unaware of what lay within the formation. Human nature's curiosity and greed led him to block the entrance with a large stone, ensuring whatever treasures were inside would belong solely to him. Unfortunately, the news of this discovery leaked, prompting a few individuals to investigate Red Wall Mountain. They soon found the wandering cultivator and the blocked entrance, leading to a fierce battle in which the cultivator was gravely wounded and fled. Harboring a grudge, he spread the word of his discovery, and soon, more and more cultivators flocked to Red Wall Mountain. As Peng Biao journeyed towards Red Wall Mountain, he refrained from using flight techniques to avoid drawing attention, opting instead to travel on foot. By the time he reached the late stage of the Qi realm, his physical prowess allowed him to run at a speed that even the swiftest horse could not match. Typically, cultivators at the Yuan realm would be faster than horses when using their true energy to sprint. However, most would refrain from such foolishness due to the significant energy expenditure. Nevertheless, Peng Biao was unconcerned, as his Dantian was 10 times larger than the average person in Appos, bolstered by mysterious bronze, ensuring he would not lack for energy. Along his journey, Peng Biao encountered several groups heading towards Redwall Mountain, leading him to estimate that the treasure was attracting a considerable number of individuals. Those who crossed paths with him were awed by his speed, though upon noticing his attire, they quickly displayed expressions of caution and hostility. Observing this, Peng Biao contemplated. The various groups he had encountered all bore distinctive clothing, suggesting they were all wandering cultivators, with no representatives from any major sections. Evidently, many wandering cultivators held animosity towards disciples of the larger sections. Having had little interaction with them previously, Peng Biao slowed his pace and slipped into the woods beside the road. Moments later, he emerged wearing a green robe, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he examined his new attire. With a nod of approval, he resumed his forward motion. As he drew closer to Redwall Mountain, the number of cultivators he encountered increased. However, none dared to provoke him, recognizing the swiftness of his stride. 3 days later, Peng Biao arrived at the foot of Redwall Mountain, where he was met with a bustling scene. Hundreds of horses were left untethered, scattering in all directions. Looking up, he beheld the formidable Redwall Mountain, particularly the sheer ascent from the midpoint to the summit, resembling a blade piercing the heavens. With exposed blue stone and no sign of trees, the section from the foot of the mountain to its midpoint was similarly sparse in trees, filled instead with brambles and grass. Lowering his gaze towards the path leading to Chibi Mountain, the cultivators appeared as diminutive as ants, hastily traversing in groups of 3 or 5, fearful of missing the moment when the treasure would emerge. For them, the treasure was of paramount importance. As Peng Biao observed, more than 10 individuals arrived, hastily dismounting and carelessly abandoning their steeds as they rushed up the mountain trail. Witnessing this, Peng Biao mused that if anyone were to consider the horses, it could indeed yield a small fortune. Glancing up at the towering peaks, he stepped forward, closely following the crowd ahead. As he ascended, it was not long before Peng Biao arrived at a spacious plateau situated halfway up the mountain. The ground was expansive and level. Upon reaching this spot, the individuals ahead halted their advance. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, Peng Biao too came to a stop. Raising his eyes, he was greeted by a breathtaking panorama, a vast expanse of grassland beneath a cerulean sky, forming a picturesque tableau. However, the multitude of people rendered the scene somewhat marred. A sea of heads surged and swayed, and initial estimates suggested thousands were present. Peng Biao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the emergence of a treasure would attract such a throng of cultivators, and he was certain many more were still en route. Regaining his composure, he moved toward the crowd, while casting his gaze toward the mountain and Appos' summit, where a sheer peak pierced the clouds, forbidding and nearly inaccessible. Upon reaching a certain spot, his attention was suddenly caught by a blinding scarlet hue. He hurried through the throng, finding a suitable vantage point. From this position, he looked up to see the mountainside from the summit to the plateau, entirely awash in red, reminiscent of blood, brilliantly vivid, and instilling a sense of dread. Aside from its blood-red hue, the mountainside appeared smooth, akin to a mirror, as if cleaved by a sharp blade. In disbelief, Peng Biao approached the crimson wall, touching the surface, and upon prying off a fragment, he was taken aback by a faint scent of blood. Could it be true, as the legends foretold, that the stone wall was indeed stained with blood? He murmured to himself. The onlookers seemed unfazed by his actions, as many were engaged in similar inquiries. Turning his gaze through the crowd, he noticed at the edge of the red wall, a circular stone cave, about 10 feet in diameter. The entrance was meticulously carved with intricate patterns and was enveloped by a layer of golden luminescence, obscuring what lay within. This entrance was evidently the portal to the treasure. Hence it was also the most crowded area. Suddenly, the crowd outside the cave began to stir restlessly. A hoarse, furious roar erupted. "Stop!" Upon hearing this voice, Peng Biao turned, recognizing it as familiar. Realization dawned upon him. Was this not Shui Yang's voice? The tone suggested trouble was afoot. Given that the Shui siblings had once saved his life, he could not remain indifferent and swiftly made his way toward the cave. At that moment, the throng had formed a large circle before the cave. In the center stood a young man with a ruddy complexion and squinted eyes, tightly gripping the delicate neck of a woman clad in azure, her eyes brimming with tears, evoking a sense of pity. The woman possessed an exquisite beauty, her silken hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes sparkling, and her skin flawless. Yet, as she struggled against the grip, her helpless cries were heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, a burly man lay half-prostrate on the ground, glaring at the young man with malice, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, yet he was powerless to intervene. The surrounding crowd appeared indifferent, merely spectators, and even when a few youthful souls attempted to defend her, they were forcefully restrained by others. The squint-eyed man sneered, surveying the onlookers before addressing the prostrate figure. Shui Yong, your sister is merely a mute. For someone like me, sure how, to take notice of her is her fortune. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Your notoriety in the Xian kingdom is well known to all present. You have harmed countless innocent female cultivators to satisfy your desires. And you dare call it fortune? I deem it a curse. Shui Yong retorted vehemently. Sure how, unfazed, scoffed, fortune or curse, anyone who catches my eye does not escape. As a late-stage strength cultivator, what can you do to me? His laughter reverberated through the air. Hearing these words, despair washed over Shui Ro, as she envisioned a grim fate, tears streaming down her flawless cheeks. Shui Yong, filled with righteous indignation, called out to the crowd, esteemed friends and seniors. Sure how has committed countless heinous acts in the Xian kingdom, and now seeks to harm my sister. I am powerless, but I implore you all to join me in eradicating this fiend. Otherwise, who can say that the next victim will not be your beloved kin? Upon hearing Shui Yong's plea, many began to ponder. Indeed, Sure Hao's lawlessness and insatiable lust for beauty posed a threat to everyone. What if he turned his attention to someone close to them? Perhaps it was best to unite against him. Sure Hao, sensing the shifting sentiments in the crowd, grew alarmed and shouted, I advise you all to remain clear-headed and not be swayed by Shui Yong's words. However, his words fell on deaf ears, and more individuals began to consider acting against him. Realizing the dire situation, Sure Hao's expression twisted into a snarl as he growled, You all possess great audacity. With so many eyes upon you, who dares to act? If I were to perish, my uncle would undoubtedly seek vengeance. And anyone who dares to strike will follow me to the grave. His words sent a shiver through the crowd, leading them to reconsider their actions. As the onlookers retreated, Shui Yong felt a profound sense of despair. He turned to face Sure Hao, the despicable wretch, who, despite his status, would brazenly attack without regard for his reputation, leaving Shui Yong with no opportunity to react. But at that moment, Sure Hao unleashed a powerful surge of energy toward Shui Yong. His sinister intent to eliminate the one who dared incite the crowd was palpable. As Shui Ro watched her brother fall into peril, her face blanched with fear, her eyes reflecting her helplessness. The spectators shook their heads in dismay. Shui Yong, injured and unable to defend himself against the incoming energy strike, desperately reached for his lower-tier spiritual weapon, a spear. Suddenly, another surge of energy erupted from the crowd, intercepting Sure Hao's attack and obliterating it into a shower of luminescent particles. With the threat to Shui Yong averted, the mysterious energy retracted swiftly. Sure Hao, bewildered and enraged, shouted, Who dares? Who has such audacity? He had believed that his intimidation tactics would deter anyone from intervening. Yet, to his astonishment, a handsome young man clad in azure stepped forth from the crowd, his face a mask of frost. Upon seeing Peng Biao's arrival, Shui Yong's heart soared with hope. Realizing salvation was at hand, he ceased to hesitate about wielding his spirit weapon, forcing himself to rise and approach Peng Biao with deep respect. Shui Ro, upon spotting Peng Biao, also felt a glimmer of joy amid her tears. Shi Hao scrutinized Peng Biao from top to bottom. From their earlier encounter, he had discerned Peng Biao's level and realized that he was no match for him. May I inquire your name, esteemed friend? Shi Hao suppressed the anger simmering within him. Recognizing that the other party was at the late stage of the Qi realm, it was prudent to ascertain the truth of the matter. Peng Biao cast a glance at him and replied coolly, You are not yet worthy to know my name. Release her, and I shall spare your life. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd upon hearing his words, followed by hushed whispers. Who was this man to speak so boldly to Shi Hao? Judging by his cultivation, he was at the late stage of the Qi realm. Did he not know that Shi Hao's uncle was a formidable figure in the Yuan realm? How audacious! Upon hearing this, Shi Hao chuckled, yet he could not fathom Peng Biao and Apos. true strength. Fearing he might provoke someone beyond his capacity to handle, he spoke in a measured tone. Do you truly wish to involve yourself in this matter? My uncle is a mid-stage Yuan realm expert, and he is on his way here. Is it worth it for the sake of 2 Qi realm cultivators? His words were artfully phrased. Offending a Yuan realm expert for the sake of 2 lower-tier cultivators seemed unwise. However, whether it was wise or not was measured by Peng Biao's standards, not his own. Peng Biao, uninterested in further dialogue, coldly stated, I will give you 3 breaths of time. Should you fail to recognize the situation, do not blame me for resorting to violence. 3. Shi Hao and Appo's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such blatant disrespect from Peng Biao. 2. As the seconds ticked away, Shi Hao's expression fluctuated, finally revealing a glimmer of brutality in his eyes. In front of all those watching, if he released Shui Rou now, he would be unable to maintain his standing in the Xian Kingdom's cultivation world. It would not only be a disgrace to him, but also to his uncle. He thought to himself, humph, I refuse to believe that a late-stage Qi realm cultivator dares to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Biao's powerful Qi hand surged toward Shi Hao, who, realizing the urgency of the situation, unsheathed a long blade in his grasp. In an instant, the blade was suffused with Qi, cleaving toward Peng Biao and Appo's advancing hand. With a resounding crack, the Qi hand was severed, dissipating into motes of energy. Meanwhile, Peng Biao lunged forward, his right fist coiling tightly, propelling toward Shi Hao with blinding speed. In a flash, his left hand seized Shui Rou's slender shoulder, channeling his Qi to assess her injuries. A moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief, under the protection of their combined energies. Shi Hao's blow had not inflicted serious harm upon her. However, as he held her, he noted an unusual softness in her form, akin to that of clay. Glancing down, he saw her delicate face flushed and her breath rapid. Inadvertently recalling a moment shared with Bei Yu in a cave, Peng Biao's fingers instinctively tightened around her waist. Shui Rou and Appo's lips parted slightly, a soft and unexpected sound escaping her cherry-like mouth. Peng Biao felt an uncontrollable surge of desire rising within him, his body reacting instantaneously. Shui Rou sensed this change, her eyes brimming with shyness as they stood under the watchful gaze of the crowd, creating a uniquely intimate atmosphere. Sister, are you all right? At that moment, Shui Yong approached, struggling to maintain his composure. Peng Biao immediately regained his senses, gently supporting Shui Rou and creating distance between them. After parting from Peng Biao, Shui Rou felt an inexplicable sense of loss, casting a reproachful glance at Shui Yong. Upon witnessing his sister's expression, Shui Yong was momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. As he approached, Peng Biao shifted his focus away from Shui Rou and directed his gaze toward Shi Hao, who now lay on the ground, blood streaming from his mouth. Struggling to prop himself up with his elbow, he looked at Peng Biao, his eyes filled with terror. He had never encountered such a physically powerful individual. A single punch had shattered his low-grade spiritual weapon into 2 pieces, utterly obliterating it. In that moment, regret flooded Shi Hao and Appo's mind. Had he known it would come to this, he would have willingly released Shui Rou. In the face of life and death, what was pride worth? Moreover, he should have never allowed himself to be blinded by beauty. Peng Biao, filled with fury, extended his hand and seized Shi Hao, subsequently retracting it and casting him down at his feet. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Peng Biao, Shi Hao, gripped by fear, struggled to rise and, abandoning all pretense, pleaded, Senior, please spare my life. Peng Biao, indifferent to the pleas of this arrogant scion, turned his gaze towards Shui Yong and Shui Rou, remarking, To kill or not to kill, the decision lies with you. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao realized that his fate rested in the hands of the Shui siblings. He turned to them, displaying a humble smile as he begged, Brother Shui, I was blind to my own faults. It was all a misunderstanding. I swear. There will be no next time. Shi Hao understood clearly that Shui Rou, being mute, meant that Shui Yong held the authority. If Shui Yong chose to spare him, his safety would be assured. I shall bow my head for now, but once my uncle arrives, your doom shall be sealed, Shi Hao thought maliciously. Shui Yong, visibly conflicted, harbored a deep desire to dismember Shi Hao. However, he recognized the peril of Shi Hao's uncle, who was at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. Should he kill Shi Hao, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon himself and his sister from Peng Biao. Noticing Shui Yong's silence, Peng Biao took a moment to ponder. realizing the predicament he faced and could not help but regard him with disdain. This man was overly cautious and indecisive if he did not change his disposition. He would find it arduous to traverse the path of immortality. Sure Hao, observing Shui Yang's troubled expression and his prolonged silence, couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling that his life was no longer in jeopardy. Seeing Shui Yang's lack of response, Peng Biao turned his attention to Shui Rou, seeking her opinion. At this point, Shui Rou's complexion had returned to normal. In response to Peng Biao's inquiry, a glint of cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she raised her right hand and forcefully gestured downward to the left, her meaning unmistakable. Sure Hao was rendered utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that such a delicate girl harbored such a fierce intent to kill. Aware of his background, she still dared to act, showing no concern for potential retribution from his uncle. Peng Biao chuckled, nodding in approval at Shui Rou, who blushed and smiled back. Her eyes filled with admiration. Little did he expect that Shui Rou possessed the heart of a warrior. The heart of a warrior is characterized by the ability to charge forward in the face of adversity, to confront all enemies without hesitation, and to eliminate any who dare offend, regardless of their status. What of Sure Hao's uncle in the Mid-Yuan realm? Would he seek vengeance afterward? Would not sparing Sure Hao also invite retaliation? The essence of the matter was that either decision would provoke revenge. Thus, why not proceed with the execution? Shui Yong, taken aback by his sister's gesture, was astonished. After some contemplation, he seemed to grasp her intent and proclaimed loudly, "Senior, I wish to take matters into my own hands and end him." However, Peng Biao waved his hand, declining. The true strength of Sure Hao's uncle was unknown, and should he act, he would draw the uncle's attention, putting Shui Yong and his sister at risk. At that moment, more and more onlookers gathered, excitement evident in their expressions, many even giving Peng Biao a thumbs up. The notorious reputation of Sure Hao in the Xian kingdom was laid bare. Sure Hao, now thoroughly panicked, realized he was beyond salvation. With a cold smile, Peng Biao extended his right hand, preparing to grasp Sure Hao's neck. In that instant, Sure Hao cried out in desperation, "Uncle, save me." Peng Biao swiftly seized Sure Hao by the neck, lifting him effortlessly, and coldly remarked, "Go call for your uncle in hell." Just as he was about to act, a booming voice rang out, "Stop." A middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, sporting a short beard, surged forward, stepping over the shoulders of the crowd, landing before Peng Biao in an instant. The sudden appearance of the man startled the onlookers, who, in their fright, quickly retreated, expanding the circle significantly. The yellow-robed man glared at Sure Hao, who was being choked, his square face filled with rage. He had just arrived and was met with the desperate cries of his nephew. Never did he expect someone would dare to harm Sure Hao. He bellowed, "Bold one, release my nephew at once." To this, Peng Biao responded with a smile rather than anger, scrutinizing the newcomer. This man was indeed formidable. The life of his nephew was in the hands of another, and yet he was demanding rather than negotiating. Who did he think he was? You think you can just command me to let him go? Peng Biao scoffed. The yellow-robed man retorted, "Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. Your nephew is in my grasp. If you wish for him to live, speak reasonably. I am at the mid-stage of the Yuan realm. Offending me will lead to your relentless pursuit across the earth." Peng Biao sneered, "You know you are at the Yuan realm. Otherwise, I would have thought you were in the Qi realm." The yellow-robed man was momentarily speechless, but then his expression shifted and his demeanor softened. He realized from their exchange that Peng Biao was not to be trifled with, and that he likely had significant backing. Understanding the rapid change in the man's demeanor, Peng Biao deduced that the yellow-robed man had been testing him, feigning anger to gauge his strength. If Peng Biao showed fear, it would imply he lacked influence. Conversely, confidence would suggest otherwise. A wily old fox, Peng Biao thought warily. "My friend, I am Shi Zhongren. I kindly request a condition: spare my nephew, and we can discuss matters." The yellow-robed man, Shi Zhongren, clasped his hands and spoke in a gentler tone. "Release him, and bring me 10,000 spirit stones." Peng Biao replied with a gleaming smile. The onlookers gasped in shock upon hearing the demand for 10,000 spirit stones. They were all loose cultivators. Not even 1,000 spirit stones were within their grasp. Shi Zhongren's expression darkened instantly. It was clear that Peng Biao intended to be adversarial. 10,000 spirit stones were utterly unattainable for him. Not only did he not have that many, but even if he did, he would never part with them. Ignoring Shi Zhongren's plight, Peng Biao turned to Sure Hao, saying, "You have been boasting about your uncle all this time. It seems he does not regard you highly." Sure Hao's face fell, and he forced himself to turn toward Shi Zhongren, his eyes pleading for mercy. Shi Zhongren ignored him, fixated on Peng Biao. Very well. If 10,000 spirit stones are unattainable, a mid-grade spirit artifact will suffice. Peng Biao relaxed his demands. Shi Hao's eyes brightened momentarily. He knew his uncle could not provide 10,000 spirit stones, but a mid-grade spirit artifact was within reach. Shui Yong and Shui Ro were both startled. Sensing that under Shi Zhongren and Appo's pressure, Peng Biao might relent and spare Shi Hao. Their eyes were filled with urgency, yet the siblings remained silent. Knowing that all depended on Peng Biao, they would unconditionally obey any decision he made. However, Shi Zhongren still did not acquiesce, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Shi Hao's face turned ashen. He understood the look on his uncle's face. It signified that Shi Zhongren intended to take a life. Shi Zhongren coldly stated, "Regardless of whether I meet your conditions, you will not spare my nephew. Am I correct?" The intent to kill was evident in his words. "Huh, you are quite perceptive." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhongren turned to Shi Hao and declared, "Hao and Appo's, do not worry. Uncle will avenge you." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd of loose cultivators, inciting fear of Shi Zhongren's ruthlessness. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao was utterly disheartened. He comprehended Shi Zhongren's intentions and recognized that his presence had instilled a sense of caution in his uncle. In the face of despair, a fierce glint ignited in Shi Hao and Appo's eyes. He summoned all his strength, disregarding the constriction around his neck, and forcefully kicked at Peng Biao and Appo's lower body. If he was to perish, he would at least strike a blow before his demise, expressing his indignation and demonstrating he was not to be trifled with. Shi Hao's sudden outburst caught Peng Biao off guard, leading to an eruption of rage within him. As a mere fish on the chopping block, Shi Hao dared to resist. Before Shi Hao's attack could land, Peng Biao swiftly twisted his right hand, tightening his grip around Shi Hao's throat, and with a resounding thud, slammed him to the ground. Amidst the flying grass and mud, a sickening crunch echoed as Shi Hao's neck was crushed. Shi Hao had met his end. At the same moment Shi Hao made his move, Shi Zhongren sprang into action. A pair of spiked black gauntlets flashed into his hands, and his body surged with true essence as he charged at Peng Biao. Simultaneously, Shi Zhongren raised his hand, unleashing two beams of black light from the gauntlets, which swiftly hurtled towards Peng Biao's head and heart. Startled, Peng Biao instinctively raised both hands to block the beam aimed at his head. With a sizzling sound, one beam pierced through his clothing, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a small black mark. The other was deflected by his palm, leaving a similar mark behind. Though Peng Biao appeared unscathed, he felt a searing pain in his hand and body. He quickly realized that the gauntlets were a mid-grade spiritual artifact, and among them, they possessed considerable offensive power. At this juncture, Shi Zhongren had closed in on Peng Biao, and upon witnessing that the two black beams had not achieved their purpose, he was taken aback, understanding that Peng Biao was a body-refining cultivator. However, he maintained a composed facade. Noticing that Peng Biao had just defended against an attack to his head, Shi Zhongren recognized it as a vulnerable point. He immediately unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at Peng Biao's head, akin to a torrential rain of strikes. Observers quickly retreated, while those on the outskirts, drawn by the commotion, surged forward, creating chaos at the scene. Shui Yong, witnessing this, hurriedly pulled his sister back, knowing their involvement in such a fierce battle would only hinder their safety. In the face of Shi Zhongren's relentless assault, Peng Biao welcomed the challenge. Engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, the air was filled with the sound of fists colliding. It soon became evident to Peng Biao that Shi Zhongren was indeed a body-refining cultivator, and the gauntlets complemented his abilities perfectly. As they continued to clash, true energy swirled around them, stirring up a whirlwind of grass and dirt, forcing spectators to retreat further. Peng Biao unleashed a barrage of attacks, punches, kicks, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, and shoulder charges. Every part of his body became a weapon, resembling a human beast. In contrast, Shi Zhongren primarily relied on his fists, occasionally unleashing black light that posed a significant threat to Peng Biao, targeting vital areas such as the eyes, nose, and mouth. The battle raged on without a clear victor. Yet it invigorated Peng Biao, relishing the pure physical confrontation. Conversely, Shi Zhongren grew increasingly frustrated and anxious. Despite being two minor realms above Peng Biao, he could not secure a decisive victory. Moreover, Peng Biao was only employing his physical prowess, not utilizing any spiritual artifacts or techniques. keeping Shi Zhongren's heart in a state of unease. As time passed, the crowd swelled, captivated by the astonishing duel. They marveled at the renowned Yuanjing expert, Shi Zhongren, struggling against a late-stage Qi realm youth. Who was this formidable young man, capable of such remarkable feats? His physical prowess was astonishing, showing no fear even against mid-grade spiritual artifacts. He appeared unfamiliar, likely not from Xian Kingdom, perhaps a master from Jiang Kingdom. Some speculated he was linked to the Luohan Academy, a well-known body-refining sect in Jiang Kingdom. After nearly an hour of combat, neither combatant exhibited signs of fatigue. Was this the advantage of body-refining cultivators? They are truly formidable. I wish I had chosen the path of body refinement. It's not too late to start now. I possess a first-grade body-refining technique. Would you care to try it? Just kidding. If I pursued the path of body refinement with my talent, I might never reach the Qi realm. As the spectators engaged in discussions, some favored Ping Biao, others Shi Zhongren, while some remained silent, simply admiring the battle. Shui Yong, observing Peng Biao, felt a mix of astonishment and tension. After all, the lives of the siblings were intertwined with Peng Biao and Apos' fate. Even if he were to lose, he could likely escape, but the siblings would surely become targets for Shi Zhongren and Apos' wrath. At that moment, Shui Ro tugged at his sleeve, and when he turned to look, he saw determination shining in her eyes. She held unwavering confidence in Peng Biao. Seeing her steadfastness eased Shui Yong's anxiety. The two fighters continued to clash for an extended period, still unable to determine a victor. Shi Zhongren and Apos' apprehension grew. Despite being two minor realms above his opponent, he could not secure a win. He had never felt so constrained in a battle before. After a series of exchanges, Shi Zhongren unleashed two beams of black light aimed at Peng Biao's head once more. Seizing the moment when Peng Biao was occupied with defense, he swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Once Peng Biao blocked the beams and noticed Shi Zhongren voluntarily widening the gap, he did not pursue, but instead smirked. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a green gourd appeared. Channeling his true energy, Peng Biao aimed the gourd's mouth at Shi Zhongren, unleashing a beam of green light. While retreating, Shi Zhongren observed Peng Biao and sensed something was amiss upon seeing his smirk. He quickly produced a round silver mirror. As the green light shot forth, Shi Zhongren infused his true essence into the silver mirror, and in an instant, a silver semicircular shield emerged, enveloping him. The next moment, the green light struck the silver shield with a whoosh, creating ripples, before rebounding towards a nearby young onlooker. The young man was taken aback, never expecting to be caught in the crossfire. "Ah!" he screamed, hastily retreating, but the speed of the green light was beyond his capability to evade. With a dull thud, it narrowly grazed the ground between his legs, leaving a gaping hole, while the surrounding soil and grass decayed instantly, releasing a foul stench into the air. Seeing he was unharmed, the young man exhaled deeply, only to roll his eyes and faint. Upon closer inspection, his pants were soaked through. Peng Biao, witnessing the green light and Apos' failure and its unexpected rebound, was taken aback. Upon closer examination of the silver mirror, he immediately recognized it as a defensive mid-grade spiritual artifact. Consequently, he stowed away the green gourd, rapidly channeling his true energy, and shouted, cracking golden claw.